My name is Xiaoyu Yalio, the younger sister Xiaoyu Jia. My elder brother is gentle and handsome, treating me with utmost kindness, and his friends are exceedingly reliable. That day, as I returned home as usual, I was met with the horrifying sight of my parents sprawled in a pool of blood. In my terror, I rushed towards my brother, only to see him reaching out to me with tears streaming down his face. Chapter 1. I have a wonderful brother. Oh, my foolish little sister, come to your brother's side. In the blood-soaked room, my parents lay lifeless on the ground, the metallic scent of rust suffocating the air. Only my brother stood alone, and as I remained voiceless, I watched him approach, throwing myself into the arms of my sole refuge amidst the panic. What should we do? I pleaded in vain, and my brother embraced me tightly. We must escape. Words like ambulance and police swirled in my mind when my brother suddenly called my name. At that moment, I felt a sense of dissonance. Why was this person unharmed? The blood surrounded us. While a certain possibility flickered in my mind, I still wished to believe in my gentle brother. I'm sorry. His embrace was so warm, yet his hands were chillingly cold. Brother, what is it? That tender voice offered no response. When I regained my senses, I found my body crumpled on the ground. I felt no pain, only an overwhelming chill, an icy cold that pierced to my bones. I was ensnared in such a nightmare. Hey, brother. Do you dislike mom and dad? Huh? How could you say such a thing? He looked genuinely perplexed, his reaction entirely as usual. His immediate denial relieved me, and I responded, I suppose so. My brother, home after a long time, wore a smile. I want to attend the same school as you, brother. I feel I could rely on you for many things. Well, that might not be possible. How cruel. It's because your grades wouldn't keep up. Besides, it's not an especially good school. I remember when my brother suddenly mentioned wanting to attend a religious school. I thought something was amiss and pestered him with questions. Why? Why? Each time, he simply replied, because I was invited. Our parents are the type who say, just go to the place you like, but to be honest, I have no desire to attend such an institution. After all, classes consist of only 2 or 3 students, and at times, there might even be just one person. That sounds quite dreadful. If there are so few students, why not merge the classes? However, I was told that the curriculum differs. While that may be the case. Speaking of which, since it is a boarding school, my brother rarely returns home. Even so, we manage to keep in touch. Phone calls are costly, so we don't talk for long, but we exchange emails almost daily. The content often comprises questions about assignments I struggle with, trivial photographs, or details about today's meals. Since my brother always responds earnestly, I can't help but indulge in some playful teasing. Conversely, my brother rarely reaches out to me, and he has not elaborated much on school matters. When I inquired about the religious studies for summer assignments, asking, what do you study in religious classes? I received no particularly useful answer. How peculiar! The phone is indeed free, and the uniform has been modified. Well, essentially, these alterations are permissible. Furthermore, the school's name, Jujitsu High, sounds remarkably akin to a fraudulent organization. I am still perplexed as to why they chose such a name. Only recently did I learn about a sister school in Kyoto. Nevertheless, these matters are inconsequential. Regardless, I am destined for a place entirely different. Although I am merely in the 2nd year of junior high, I must gradually ascertain my future direction. Sigh. Examinations are truly bothersome. As I lament this, my brother ruffled my hair absent-mindedly. You must strive to be accepted into the appropriate institution. Are you mocking me? No.
Now then, shall we go shopping later? It has been quite some time since we last met, and I would like to indulge in some sweet treats. Let's try the new menu at the nearby cafe. I eagerly expressed a multitude of wishes, and although my brother sighed, he nonetheless replied with all right, and began to prepare.
Because soon enough, we will be apart again. A little bit of indulgence is surely permissible. Speaking of which, I'm also curious about the handsome and beautiful classmates mentioned earlier. As I pondered this, I commenced my preparations. I believe my relationship with my brother is quite good. We have never quarreled. Indeed, even when I am upset or sulking, he always responds with the maturity of an adult, making it impossible for us to argue. Although we are of similar ages, this very fact leads our classmates to often remark upon our bond. It seems that friendships typically involve fierce disagreements. While I feel a twinge of envy, I also recognized that provoking my brother's anger would be quite daunting, so maintaining the status quo is preferable. Precisely for this reason, that dream remains so hazy. Why did I have such a dream? No, in fact, my brother in the dream did not appear to be angry at all. So, why did it manifest in such a manner? Forget it, it matters not. After all, a dream is merely a dream. I shall not entertain such a reality. Chapter 2, All monkeys must be exterminated, even if they are blood relatives. Hey, brother. Do you dislike mom and dad? How could that be? My gentle brother wore a perplexed expression. His demeanor evoked a sense of déjà vu within me, as if I had posed a similar question in the past. Pondering this, I tilted my head and murmured, This time, it was my brother's turn to inquire about the reason behind my question. What was it? I forgot. What are you talking about? Rather than dwelling on that, my brother said, though you're only in 2nd grade, a year will pass in the blink of an eye. Think carefully about where you want to apply. I know. I replied. I want to attend the same school as you. I feel like I could rely on you for many things. Well, that's probably not possible. How cruel. His school is a 4-year institution. I thought we could still be together for about a year. Because your academic abilities won't keep up, right? Besides, it's not even that great of a school. This conversation felt oddly familiar, as if I had experienced it before. Was it truly déjà vu? Even so, the sensation was overwhelmingly intense. Brother, haven't we said this before? Don't you often repeat the same things multiple times? How unfair. Afterward, we discussed how peculiar that school was, and similar sentiments. Yet every exchange was laden with a sense of familiarity. As I contemplated whether déjà vu could occur so frequently, I began to prepare myself. A feeling of disquiet began to settle in, perhaps around the 5th repetition. I sensed the same déjà vu countless times. No, I truly felt it. It wasn't merely the dialogue of that day. It encompassed all subsequent actions. On this day, that person would fall, wouldn't they? Dad would return in 10 minutes, wouldn't he? My brother would send an email, wouldn't he? Why had I previously dismissed it all as mere ordinary déjà vu? Because I had been living for a year. Then, I would die on the same day. Dad and mom would too, and I would perish under my brother's watch. Watch. Why was it my brother who was to watch over me? What was he doing here that day? He wasn't supposed to return. Moreover, it was the dead of night. Why had I woken at that hour? Why was my brother? You don't look well. Are you okay? Would he apologize? Would he come closer? The unsettling premonition surged forth as I averted my gaze. Hey, brother. What is it? You really are feeling unwell, aren't you? What? Do you want to kill us? My brother widened his eyes, asking what I meant. I didn't even comprehend what I had blurted out. After all, this brother was my gentle brother. Then, was that other person someone else? I wished it were so. Despite it being my own words, I felt an involuntary tremor of doubt. My brother's hand landed sharply on my shoulder, startling me. Brother, did you have a bad dream? Is it a dream? How could I possibly kill you and mom? But could dreams feel that real? That said, if it wasn't a dream, then what had transpired? I couldn't grasp it at all. However, the brother before me genuinely appeared concerned, and ultimately, I was persuaded by him to say, I suppose. Because my gentle brother was right there, I naturally wanted to believe him. Consequently, at that moment, I also believed my brother. It was merely a dream, and I nearly forgot the existence of that nightmare. I had long known that my entire life was imbued with familiarity. You're a liar. Once more, in the blood-soaked room where Dad and Mom lay dead, I was held by my brother. After all, he likely didn't remember the details of my dream. No, it wasn't a dream. This was reality. Countless times, I, Dad, and Mom would die. Countless times, my brother would kill us. So, at the very least. Hey, why do you want to kill us? The rusty scent of blood invaded my nostrils. My voice trembled with fear, yet I had to seek clarity. Because perhaps in the next cycle. Well then, let me tell you at least. Because you are all non-sorcerers. Monkeys must be exterminated entirely. There are no exceptions. Not even for blood relatives. This reasoning was utterly nonsensical. What do you mean, non-sorcerers? Am I included as a monkey too? Has he always thought this way? How cruel. Brother, I lacked even the strength to curse him. Chapter 3 My brother's friend, Suguru Gojo. The 6th time. I could no longer remain in ignorance. To escape the situation that should have been a casual conversation in the living room, I returned to my room. I could no longer trust my brother at all. From which point did the truth begin? After all, his change was far too abrupt. He rarely returned home. After dinner, when I wanted to chat with him, he said he was tired. I expressed my discontent with a vague yet still said, let's talk tomorrow. Only then did I realize he hadn't responded. If it were any other time, he would have replied with a resigned, okay, but that day he merely smiled vaguely. It was clear that this was no impulsive act. So, that day, my brother had returned to kill me. Yaru, are you feeling unwell? My brother's voice came from outside the door. Today, I would not be killed, though I understood it in my heart. The sensation of that event felt as if it had just occurred, leaving me bewildered. Until then, time had begun from this moment. And my brother had still been gentle then. The first time at this hour, no. After that, he had returned several times, still very gentle. Only that day felt off. What should I do? That thought spun endlessly in my mind. In such moments, who was I supposed to turn to for help? Could I say I was going to be killed by Dad and Mom, so I should escape? How could I possibly voice that? The police? Would they listen to me? Friends? They would surely mock me. And no, it's nothing. I just suddenly remembered some homework. Oh, I see. Is there something you want to tell me? After all, we are siblings. He must genuinely be worried about me. I knew that. Yet, one day he would kill me. Ultimately, I never managed to leave my room that day. The next day, when my brother was set to leave, he seemed to want to say something. But I simply smiled and said, I'll get in touch with you. However, after that, I could no longer reach out to my brother. After about a week of silence, my brother, unusually, sent me an email saying he had seen something I might like. It was indeed the type of thing I favored. Normally, I would have insisted he send it to me right away and pestered him. But at that moment, I had no inclination to do so and simply replied, wow. In his email, he mentioned sending it to me next time, but I didn't reply at all. Yaru, have you had a fight with Aki? No, not at all. Mom remarked, that boy seems quite concerned that you haven't been in touch with him lately. Girls at this age are like that. Though I could still converse normally with my parents, ever since I learned my brother was going to kill me, I could no longer interact with him as I once did. I didn't even know how to avoid it. When did my brother start exhibiting abnormal behaviors? From what point did it begin? As time inexorably flows by without any understanding of what a non-mage truly is, our frequency of communication dwindles. During that early spring, as the school neared a 3-day break, my brother and I remained estranged, making it increasingly difficult to connect. I used studying as an excuse. Yet I felt that this could not persist indefinitely. After much contemplation, I resolved to seek him out directly, hoping to inquire whether he understood what a non-mage was. Without clarity on this matter, I could not find peace. Upon informing my parents of my plans, they cautioned me about the dangers of Tokyo, urging me to exercise caution. They reassured me that having my brother there would offer protection. However, this time, I had no intention of reaching out to him. My plan was to feign a casual visit upon my arrival. Though I had visited before, going alone felt daunting. The brisk pace of Tokyo's inhabitants and the exhausting subway transfers weighed heavily on my mind. As I prepared for a 3-day stay, I meticulously packed my suitcase, only to realize upon arrival that I had forgotten to book a hotel. How careless of me. Panic set in as various thoughts flitted through my mind. Would it be possible to check in on the same day? I decided to call my father first. Just as I opened my phone, I received a call. Instinctively, I pressed the answer button, only to find it was my brother calling. What should I do? Trembling, I greeted him hesitantly. Maru, I just heard from Mom that you seem to be here, he said, his voice steady. Yes, I replied. Are you with friends? No. Just by myself. Alone? Why? Well, since you're here, how about I show you around Tokyo tomorrow or whenever? Brother. What is it? I forgot to book a place to stay. His familiar voice somehow eased my anxiety. I felt a sense of reassurance, believing that if it were my brother, he would surely find a way to help me. He teased me about my unchanged nature and informed me that he would pick me up after school. Despite our long period of silence, his presence brought me comfort. While loitering at the station, I was startled when a stranger approached me and handed me a business card, prompting me to flee. Although I felt joy from the regular emails my brother sent, I wondered if he was in school at that moment. I felt a mix of gratitude for his concern and anxiety about how I'd manage my studies. In the bustling city, time seemed to slip away as I wandered aimlessly into a cafe-like establishment. Upon reflection, I realized I had no experience dining alone, leaving me restless. After purchasing a drink, I settled by the window, glancing around to see others studying. I took out my homework, intending to complete it, and was surprised by the cafe's unexpected tranquility. Though the crowd was overwhelming, my mind remained preoccupied with that unsettling experience. Rather than a mere dream of death, it felt more like a recurring ordeal. In truth, I had been killed by my brother approximately 5 times. The earlier instances were indistinguishable because I had been completely unaware at the time. Even now, the scope of this homework felt familiar. I remembered having written it before. Repeating the same tasks was agonizing. Unlike before, I was entirely cognizant this time, which instilled a profound fear of death within me. I recalled the sensation of dying, though it was not painful. I felt as though I were submerged in a pool of blood. I was uncertain how I had perished, but it seemed each time followed a similar pattern. My brother would repeatedly apologize and embrace me. If he felt the need to apologize, then why kill me? I pondered whether I had fallen into a so-called cycle, but I could not be certain, as I could not entirely dismiss the possibility that it was merely a dream. I wished fervently that it were just a dream, or perhaps a premonition. If it wasn't, Maru, so you are here. That was quick. Well, I thought you might be frightened alone. How did you know? Tokyo is so vast. There are only a few places nearby that you could have entered. Encountering a problem? He inquired. I offered a vague smile. Yes. I have encountered a dilemma. For if this were not a dream, it would mean that the gentle soul before me had killed family members and would continue to do so. I had to confront that reality. Why are both of you here? Just bored, my brother replied. He looked over the hotel options I had found, only to inform me that he had already made a reservation. Wait, that was too swift. Just as I was about to inquire about the location, an incredibly beautiful woman and a handsome man appeared. Wow, their attractiveness was off the charts. While my brother was handsome, this was an entirely different style, truly remarkable. Thinking back, I had seen the photos of his classmates he had shown me before, but they all seemed rather silly, so I dismissed them with a laugh. That white-haired handsome guy is that silly fellow? I thought, struggling to comprehend how he could maintain such a face while being so comical. As I instinctively tried to hide behind my brother, I managed a greeting hello. The beautiful woman leaned in to observe my face. I don't see the resemblance at all. Really? I think there's a resemblance. Not at all. You are much cuter. What? Though she was a gentle and graceful beauty, her words were strikingly cool. With only 3 classmates, could it be that this beautiful woman was dating my brother? Or perhaps the handsome man? My heart raced as I asked, "Are you my brother's girlfriend?" To which she immediately denied. What a pity. Sorry, little sister, but I have no such relationship with these guys, my brother said. Don't worry. Neither do I, the handsome man added. Same here, the beautiful woman chimed in. 3 individuals, 3 denials. Was there a need to be so eager to distance themselves? I even muttered under my breath that I had wondered if the 3 of them were dating, only to be met with serious glances that silenced me. Don't say nonsensical things. They suggested we stop chatting there and entered a family restaurant chain. Upon entering, I felt utterly conspicuous. I could hardly stay still. As soon as we sat down, the handsome man, or Gojo, began ordering desserts, and not just 1 or 2. The beautiful woman, Inui, seemed to lack appetite, opting only for self-serve drinks. My brother, while selecting snacks, also offered me a say in the matter. Though the attention of those around us was intense, I sensed a cool detachment in the gazes of the 2 across from me. As I pondered, Inui smirked and said, "Being so gentle with your sister, I guess you're a bit of a siscon? Stop talking nonsense. Just order," my brother replied calmly. Gojo leaned in, pointing at the menu. "Hey, I want to eat this too. You can afford it, right?" I wasn't very hungry, so I chose a few items from the side dish menu. During the wait for our meals, Inui asked about my brother's life at home, and the conversation grew lively, while Gojo interrupted my brother several times to halt the topic. Thus, we continued this way until our food finally arrived, prompting us to pause momentarily. Then the dessert was placed before me once more. While I felt a tinge of confusion, I passed it over to Mr. Gojo. Perhaps this combination indeed gives off such an impression. I shall fetch some drinks. Miss Yeri, would you like something to drink? I'll have cocoa. Then I'll take coffee. What about you, brother? I'll accompany you. It's too much to carry alone. Wow, you're so gentle, brother. It's noisy, Wataru. Though you appear quite mature on the outside, your teasing is like that of an elementary school student, I thought to myself, yet refrained from voicing it. No, I certainly can't say that. While adding ice to the cups, I poured the drinks everyone had requested, though my brother seemed to want something different. Brother, I'll go ahead. Yaru. Hearing his slightly low voice, I instinctively straightened my back. He didn't seem angry. We hadn't been in touch lately. Was something amiss? It's nothing. Just a bit tired. I see. I thought I might have done something wrong. How could that be? This wasn't a lie. But neither was it the complete truth. If I wanted to send him an email, I could have. Half jokingly, I asked, "Are you lonely, brother?" To which he replied, "I suppose so." Not long ago, he had been sending me trivial photos. Was it a bit harsh to call them trivial? Haven tea, you said the same, Yaru? Would you like some apple juice? Yes. I'll pour a bit of yours, brother. I'll just have tea. No, I truly don't understand his thoughts. Even though we are relaxing now, next year he'll probably kill me. I gradually mixed juice into my tea, ignoring his remarks like, "Are you really going to do that?" It seemed he was truly angry. "Please use, thank you." Huh, what is this? It's my brother's special juice. Huh? You want to drink that, Jay? Oh no, that's hilarious. You see, he has really been scolded. Mr. Gojo burst out laughing as he took a seat, but Miss Yeri's remark made me raise an eyebrow in confusion. Really? I was about to inquire when Mr. Gojo, sitting next to Miss Yeri, suddenly burst out laughing, startling me. Fortunately, he had chosen Coco, so although the situation was dire, his dark clothing made it less conspicuous. I was puzzled as to why he suddenly laughed, only to realize it was because my brother had shot him a fierce glare, even through his sunglasses. It was quite intimidating. "Are you looking for trouble? What are you saying? You're scaring my sister. Stop it." Huh, brother, when my handsome brother gets angry, it's truly frightening. I clutched his sleeve, feeling as though I might be left with a psychological scar, pleading with him to stop provoking, but he merely said, It's fine. I felt anything but fine, and Miss Yeri was still saying, Gojo, you're being a nuisance. I'm leaving, move aside. Then Mr. Gojo stood up, and as soon as Miss Yuri left, he slinked off elsewhere. Could it be he was fleeing? His rising stature conveyed an imposing presence. I knew he was tall, but at that moment, he seemed like a giant. How terrifying. I couldn't leave. I could only ponder why he was angry. Ah, Mr. Gojo, the drinks, I'm sorry, it was my fault. Huh, I mixed them up. No, that phrasing made it sound as though I had been teasing Mr. Gojo. How foolish. This was clearly my brother's fault. Although it was his misstep, I felt he might have acted out of frustration, so I couldn't help but apologize. As I floundered, unsure of what to say, Mr. Gojo let out a deep sigh and sat down heavily. My brother, sitting beside him, widened his eyes slightly, but also took a seat. What is happening? Being protected by a brat is so lame. Isn't he a good kid? It seemed both had calmed down. No, my brother was always calm, wasn't he? Mr. Gojo, while calling me an idiot, began to eat the leftover dessert. As we chatted, we finished what we had ordered. Feeling there was little more to discuss, I stirred my juice with a straw, and at that moment, my phone rang. It seemed to be my brother S. He opened it and muttered in awe, glancing at me, prompting me to wave my hand, signaling him to go ahead. He said he'd be back soon and excused himself. After a while, I suddenly realized we were left alone, which made me feel quite uncomfortable. What should I do in this situation? Should I go get a drink? No, returning alone to this seat with him present would feel too awkward. At least it would be better if Miss Yuri were here. I could only temporarily fixate on the dessert menu when he suddenly spoke up, saying I could order if I wanted to eat. I am not hungry, then why have you been staring at it for so long? No, I'm just uneasy being alone with you. He likely didn't care about that. He quickly called over a staff member and ordered various items without asking for my opinion. I was taken aback by his series of actions when he asked me, "And then? What do you mean, and then? What are you so troubled about? Huh, you're acting all serious and burdened. It's annoying. This person speaks so unpleasantly. I truly dislike it. Why would my brother choose to stay with someone like him? If that's the case, I'd rather be alone." I was afraid to look into those eyes hidden behind the sunglasses, so I lowered my head, contemplating whether I should attempt to converse with this person. No. That won't do. He'd surely think I was insane. Do you know about Ling Ling Ling, fire sorcerer, secret sorcerer? After much thought, I ultimately decided to ask this. After all, I truly didn't know and had no other recourse. I found information only about the bar sorcerer, not Ling Ling Ling. Is it called fire sorcerer? Even so, why would that lead to someone being killed? I held my breath, waiting for his response. But there was no reaction for an eternity. I timidly raised my head, only to find him staring intently at me, his gaze chilling me to the bone. How terrifying. How terrifying. This person is too frightening. Who did you hear that from? In a dream? Huh. I had a dream recently, that I would die. Next year, I stammered, managing to squeeze out those words, but his expression grew increasingly dark, nearly making me cry. I felt like crying. He must think I'm completely incoherent now, or might disdainfully click his tongue, dismissing it as just a bad dream. However, unexpectedly, he continued to speak to me earnestly. What basis do you have for saying you'll die next year? Because I always get killed at the same time. Killed? By whom? Oh. The word brother caught in my throat. I tightly pressed my lips together, ultimately saying I didn't know. At this point, I still couldn't bring myself to doubt my brother. Just then, a voice rang out, "Sorry to keep you waiting," as the dessert was served and placed before me. The bright red strawberry sauce made me involuntarily recall that scene. Mr. Gojo suddenly spoke up. "Hey, what did you hear from Jay?" "What did I hear?" "About school." Although I did not fully comprehend, after I mentioned that, to my knowledge, there was nothing particularly special at the school, he responded with a nonchalant "Hum. Do you believe in ghosts or supernatural beings?" he inquired. Well, how should I put it? But if they do exist, it's rather bothersome to think about, I replied. Have you ever encountered such entities? What on earth was he asking? I answered, probably not, to which he responded. As I suspected, did he not believe in such things? No, typically people do not, but they still harbor a fear of the unknown. Mr. Gojo, do you believe? I can see them, you know. If I said that, would you believe me? I could not discern whether he was trying to frighten me, or if he was being sincere. Normally, I might have retorted with a playful "here we go again." But the peculiar events unfolding around me made it difficult to dismiss. Was this question somehow related to what he had previously asked about how much I had heard from jujitsu? Indeed, the school bore a name associated with curses. Could it possibly be a specialized institution? Does such a place truly exist? I muttered softly to myself. I suspected he might be a fraud. Fraud? Ha. To my surprise, he erupted into laughter. How terrifying. After a moment of mirth, Mr. Gojo exhaled deeply. Why don't you go speak with jujitsu first? That guy seems to care about you quite a bit. Quite the sister complex, I would say. Recently, he has been rather glum because his sister hasn't contacted him. I found his demeanor rather amusing, though it becomes annoying when it interferes with serious matters. If you're not going to eat that, I will, he declared, taking the food from my hands. The ice cream I held had already melted into a sticky mess. If I could consult my brother, perhaps matters wouldn't have turned out this way. Yet, if I were to ask him now, perhaps it wasn't too late? Although I thought Mr. Gojo would not disclose anything. He said that since Jujutsu had not mentioned anything, he had nothing to share either. Soon, my brother and Ms. Yeri returned, and I welcomed them back, and we all dispersed. The accommodation had been arranged by my brother, and it felt akin to a luxurious hotel. I mentioned that I couldn't afford such expenses, yet he insisted that he had already paid. How many part-time jobs has he taken on? That day, due to the extensive walking and mental fatigue, I quickly fell asleep. The next morning, after bathing and preparing, I discovered a notification on my phone. It was an email stating that he would come to pick me up at noon. Although I had initially planned to focus on sightseeing today, did this imply he would be my guide? But what about his school? I replied that it was unnecessary to force himself, as I could manage sightseeing alone. Yet he insisted I simply wait for him to pick me up. If that were the case, he would undoubtedly come. Thus, I resolved to have breakfast first. Since it included breakfast, I might as well indulge. Is there anywhere you wish to visit? Well, Odeba? And pancakes, crepes. Alright. Then let's south head to Takeshita Street first. Although I had brought pocket money, it was my brother who ended up covering all the expenses. I remarked on the high prices in Tokyo, but he seemed to have earned quite a bit from his part-time jobs. Yet he claimed he rarely spent money. What was the purpose of working then? Nevertheless, since it was so, I decided to graciously accept his kindness. After all, it was inherently my brother's fault. So such treatment was warranted. After enjoying ourselves for a while, I attempted to broach the original subject. Brother, do you know about non-sorcerers? Did Gojo mention anything to you? Why bring up Mr. Gojo? We had grown weary from walking, so we paused to rest, sipping the drinks my brother had purchased for me. As I swung my legs, I spoke, and he replied in a somewhat subdued tone. I mentioned that I had inquired about it from Mr. Gojo yesterday, but he hadn't divulged anything. My brother responded, I see. Speaking of which, Mr. Gojo was also aware. Could it be that non-sorcerers referred to something dire? Does the school you attend deal with exorcisms? Why do you ask? Well, I've been somewhat curious about the term cursed energy, and Mr. Gojo had also said something along the lines of I can see them too. Although I'm unsure if it's true, can you see ghosts or anything of the sort? Observing him search for the right words, I thought, could it be as I suspected? If anyone else had said such things, I might have been skeptical. But with my brother, it felt inexplicably credible. Reflecting on it, he had always exhibited many extraordinary qualities. Perhaps he truly could see such things. I murmured softly, I see. And he asked, do you believe me? I suppose I must believe, given that my brother said so. I nodded. And it seemed he was somewhat troubled as he tousled his hair. I had a dream, you know. I dreamt that you, Dad, and Mom were all killed by me. This marks the 6th time. I could not ascertain my brother's expression at that moment, but I sensed a suffocating atmosphere. So perhaps, at present, he had no intention of harming me. Or perhaps, the plan had been exposed. Brother, what exactly is a non-sorcerer? I asked, locking my gaze with his. Since the reason for being killed stemmed from this, I had the right to inquire thoroughly, regardless of whether it was a lie or the truth. Understood. I shall tell you. However, before that, we must first discuss the school I attend, the Jujutsu High School, Tokyo Metropolitan Jujutsu Technical School. My brother revealed that he had hoped I would remain unaware of such matters. According to him, the world is filled with entities materialized from human curses, and it is their duty to exorcise them. Jujutsu High seems to be a place for training sorcerers, where my brother and his peers constantly engage in life and death battles. I inquired if he ever got hurt, and he mentioned that Ms. Yeri would assist with healing. Is Ms. Yeri part of the medical team? He did not provide further details, but the term non-sorcerer refers to ordinary people, those who cannot see curses and lack the power to exorcise them. My brother explained that the role of a sorcerer is to protect individuals like me. Thus, such dreams were impossible. Yet, to label it a nightmare raises some concerns. That will happen next year. My brother will kill me. Upon saying this, he responded with a smile. Then you'd best be careful. Would he truly be cautious? Would it really be alright? You want to kill me, right? I asked, and he matter-of-factly replied, of course, which allowed me to breathe a sigh of relief. Thus, I felt assured that everything would be fine. After all, we had discussed it thoroughly, and he had assured me it would be fine. For an entire year, I remained blissfully ignorant, doing nothing. A fraud. The reality contradicted what had been said. He had always professed to protect non-sorcerers, claimed he would not harm us. And we had made promises that day. I despised my brother. Yes, indeed, my brother lamented. It seems to have turned out just as you said. If that were the case, then he should simply refrain from killing me. But it must also be my fault, right? I should not have been so complacent. Nor should I have placed my trust in him without taking any action. For it was a year, engaging in such perilous matters. I should have anticipated that nothing could remain unchanged over the course of a year. My body was growing cold, so very cold. Once, the warmth in my brother's gaze was comforting. Now, it feels cold and uncertain. Perhaps he remains gentle at heart, for I do not feel any pain. A deceitful illusion, indeed. Such murmurs are surely lost to the world now. Oh, how I wish I could witness it myself. That day, when I heard of the heinous act committed by Jet, the day he took a life, that of a family member, I could not help but ponder the reasons behind it. On the day that Glass contacted me, the news reached my ears. What that child spoke was not without merit. I mused. Suguru Gojo had encountered his sister once. She was a girl devoid of any resemblance to her brother. Gojo believed her claim of being murdered in a dream was likely some form of curse. Yet, his 6 eyes revealed nothing. When inquiring as to who might slay the child, her lips parted momentarily before sealing shut. Observing her evasive gaze and her hesitation, Gojo felt a stir of foreboding within him. Though he later discussed the matter with Suguru Geto, the latter vehemently denied any involvement, assuring that steps would be taken to prevent such a tragedy. Gojo even entertained the notion that it could have been someone impersonating Geto. Rather, he preferred to believe it was so. Reflecting upon the past, it was during the time of the failed Guardian mission, the loss of his junior, that Gojo began to excel independently. Perhaps that was the moment when the strongest were severed from one another. He began to grapple with anguish, a distortion of his sense of self. Hatred towards non-sorcerers began to fester within him. I should have listened to you more intently. Regret is futile. The child's words should have served as a clue to avert this calamity. Yet, matters between siblings ought to be resolved by the siblings themselves, accompanied by a tinge of reluctance and a hint of annoyance. I recall that time when Suguru was troubled by his sister's peculiar behavior. He once forgot to retrieve something and deliberately chose to stay at a hotel near the Jujutsu High School, a place steeped in sorcerer energy. Even Gojo found his actions somewhat excessive. At that moment, he could not fathom Suguru's feelings. His sister would send trivial emails and photos, which Suguru always cherished. And Gojo would tease him for being overly fond of her. Suguru undoubtedly cherished his sister deeply. Placing flowers at the grave, he clasped his hands in prayer. His parents and sister lay in eternal slumber within the frigid earth. Was it a prophetic dream or something else? At that time, he was oblivious to others' concerns. To say he was indifferent would be a mild understatement. I heard you like strawberries. I should have insisted you eat some back then. I merely observed that it looked out of place, gradually melting away, prompting me to discard it as one would a rotten strawberry. Yet, I thought, with that fellow around, I would surely have another chance to see her. Having spoken my mind, Gojo rose to his feet. If we are to press onward, we cannot linger here. As for Jet, please scold him fiercely for me, for that girl now rests here forever. Chapter 4. During this time, Ijichi Shoko has fallen into eternal slumber. Perhaps it would be prudent to devise a solid plan. With this thought in mind, I left my leisurely brother in the adjacent room and returned to my own to contemplate. Though my mind remained remarkably calm, being near my brother filled me with trepidation. I began by jotting down what seemed to be significant terms: sorcerer, non-sorcerer, cursed spirit. My brother would, at some point, develop a profound disdain for non-sorcerers, even to the extent of wishing to kill them. I am uncertain when precisely this transformation occurs. During the last cycle, it felt as though it would transpire next year, when my brother began to grow increasingly elusive, and his demeanor fell off. By summer, he ceased to respond to emails altogether. I felt a gnawing anxiety, yet ultimately, I did nothing. I resolved not to dwell on why this cycle repeats. Now that I had confirmed this was not a dream, I could not remain idle. If I could stop it this time, it would be imperative to engage with those individuals. Brother, you mentioned your classmates in your last email, right? Oh yes. There is a girl among them. Isn't there? Yes, just one. Introduce me. Why? Faced with my brother's bemused expression, I pressed on, determined to inquire about that high school girl. He playfully asked if I had someone I liked, to which I replied no. After a moment's contemplation, he relented. I insisted on exchanging email addresses, and he promptly emailed her to ask if she would share her address with me. Upon receiving her consent, he forwarded it to me. Although this request was rather abrupt and somewhat demanding, my life depended on it, so I hoped for her understanding. Yaru, if you have someone you like, do tell your brother. I can offer advice. Not a chance. I refrained from mentioning that it wasn't someone I liked, so there was no need for advice. Let him continue to misunderstand. Moreover, I knew that when he referred to himself as brother, he likely harbored no ill intentions. I hurried back to my room and sent an email to Miss Ijichi Shoko. Though my heart raced, fearing I might intrude upon her, I could no longer afford to hesitate. Nice to meet you. I am Suguru Geto's sister. I apologize for contacting you out of the blue with such an odd request, but I wish to discuss my brother with you. After a while, a response arrived. Nice to meet you. No need to be so formal. I don't know much about your brother, but I'd be happy to chat. My mind raced, and after much deliberation, I decided to be straightforward. Please keep this confidential. Do not inform anyone. Actually, next year, I will be killed by my brother, and I would like to discuss how to prevent it. She might truly think me a madwoman now. I fidgeted restlessly, and suddenly, my phone rang, startling me into a soft gasp. Thankfully, I was alone. Trembling, I pressed the answer button, and that familiar, clear voice echoed in my ears. This is quite a heavy topic. She suggested that, given the gravity of the matter, it would be better to meet in person. To be honest, hearing this made me clench my fists, for I shared the same sentiment. Phone calls cost money, and emails could hardly convey the depth of my concerns. I mentioned I would be using the upcoming 3-day weekend to travel to Tokyo, and she agreed. For safety's sake, I expressed a desire for my brother and his friend, Satoru, to remain uninformed of this matter. She replied with a hint of intrigue in her tone. A secret meeting between ladies? How delightful. Thus, the long-awaited 3-day weekend arrived. Though my brother was eager to delve into the matter of his crush, I chose to ignore it. While I did not deny it, it served as a small act of retribution against the brother who would soon seek to take my life. I do care for my brother, but I have not reached the lofty heights of willingly sacrificing myself for him. And I still find his reasoning for wanting to kill me utterly unreasonable. Currently, I harbor no fear of him, but I desire to maintain a certain distance. If I do not, I may find myself harboring expectations, for he is, after all, that gentle brother. You and Suguru bear no resemblance whatsoever. How fortunate. This time, the hotel was booked through my father. Upon reflection, I realized that without my parents' consent, I would have never been able to stay out overnight. All right. My brother was still a minor at that time, wasn't he? How did he manage it during the last cycle? Never mind. I'll set that question aside for now. I cast aside that thought and met with Miss Yeri, who engaged me in a plethora of conversations. We had only met once during the previous cycle and had not had the opportunity since, so I was genuinely delighted. To get straight to the point. Did you say that Suguru intends to kill you next year? That guy is indeed rather, well, somewhat devious, yet it seems he holds his sister in high regard. He is not a bad person, after all. Yes. However, you might find it hard to believe, but this marks my 7th experience. The 7th? It's more accurate to refer to it as a cycle, akin to the reincarnation of life itself. Each time I am killed, I return to the same moment in time, the day I last called you. Miss Yeri fell silent for a moment. It's fine, she will probably believe me, I think. After a while, she asked for a moment to collect her thoughts and took a sip of her canned juice. You mean to say you have been killed 6 times? By Suguru? Yes, that would be an appropriate way to phrase it. Why, you may wonder. I do not know. It's just that, during the last cycle, I learned about matters concerning the school. You are a sorcerer as well, aren't you? He even told you this? That guy. I had mentioned before that I spent this recent long weekend with my brother, during which I also had a brief chat with Mr. Gojo and Miss Yeri. I even informed Miss Yeri that I had previously brought this topic up with Mr. Gojo. Then, I recounted that before that, at my brother's deathbed. I heard the term non-sorcerer from him. He said that because my parents and I are non-sorcerers, we must be eliminated. Is that true? Doesn't he always say that the sorcery world exists to protect non-sorcerers? I said as much. Therefore, I believed it impossible for my brother to kill me. Yet, I was indeed killed. Consequently, I resolved to never trust my brother's reassurances again. Miss Yeri, do you know why my brother's thoughts might have changed? Has something occurred? I could not help but press further. My brother resides in the Jujutsu High Dormitory. Even if changes have taken place, there's little I can do. Miss Yeri appeared somewhat troubled. Right? It's meaningless to ask these questions now. I apologized, and she suggested that maintaining some distance would be prudent. I couldn't help but feel she is a truly gentle person. To be honest, I was somewhat skeptical. No matter how one looks at it, it's evident he values his family. However, I am not implying that your words are false. I believe them, yet it's hard to accept, or perhaps, I am simply reluctant to believe. It's all right, I understand. Having gone through similar sentiments myself, I can empathize deeply. Rather, it brings me a sense of solace that there are others who are willing to think this way. Miss Yeri should indeed be trustworthy. It's certain. So, could we keep in touch regularly? Yes, that would be fine. However, there may be times when I cannot respond immediately due to missions. Missions, such a term to use. Isn't that something high school students shouldn't be involved in? Is she also engaged in perilous endeavors? Afterward, we conversed extensively, and she even took me on a tour around Tokyo. During our time together, I began to refer to her as Miss Shoko, and when my brother called, it was Miss Shoko who handled the conversation. Speaking of which, I realized I hadn't informed my brother of my arrival in Tokyo. I mentioned it briefly, but it wasn't a significant matter. He was merely worried about me. Additionally, when he somewhat complained about why I hadn't told him, Miss Shoko beside me remarked, "Wow, what a jerk." There was no choice. The next day, I was once again out with my brother. However, I refrained from bringing that matter up again, for I knew it would be futile. After that, I intended to stay in contact with Miss Shoko to inquire about my brother's situation. I thought that even trivial details might yield some clues. However, I was entirely oblivious to the true dangers faced by sorcerers. Shoko is dead. I was rendered speechless in shock. Just a moment ago, everything seemed perfectly fine. I couldn't help but suspect my brother was responsible, though the tone of his voice suggested otherwise. She died while saving a girl, a child roughly the same age as Meru. My brother merely stated that. Was it truly just that? Since that day, less than a month has passed. The events unfolded too suddenly for me to fully comprehend. Why did such a thing occur? The day after I received that phone call, he arrived. You must be Suguru Geto, right? He was somewhat intimidating, yet I nervously nodded. He introduced himself as Masamichi Yaga. Upon mentioning Miss Shoko's name, I instinctively raised my gaze. His expression turned profoundly sorrowful as he expressed a desire to speak with me. He then informed me that Mr. Yaga is a teacher at Jujutsu High. It appeared that Miss Shoko had judged that she could not resolve my situation alone and had seemingly informed her homeroom teacher, Mr. Yaga, in advance. A few days ago, Gojo and Suguru had been dispatched on a mission. The task involved protecting a girl of a similar age to yours, yet she was not originally on the mission list. However, upon hearing the details of their mission, she proposed to join them after a moment as contemplation. Mr. Yaga stated that her abilities were not suited for such tasks, and thus he initially disagreed, but she likely sensed that something would transpire there. Ultimately, Mr. Yaga granted his approval, declaring that as a judgment for the mission, it was the correct decision. As the mission neared its conclusion, he said that the girl was on the brink of death, nearly perishing. It seems that in a desperate moment, Miss Shoko protected her. This subsequently escalated into a confrontation with the assailants targeting that girl, with my brother as support. Miss Shoko safeguarded her, yet the ultimate outcome was simply Miss Shoko's demise. My brother survived. Thanks to Mr. Gojo's timely arrival, the girl was spared. But by the time Mr. Gojo arrived, Miss Shoko had already passed away. Mr. Yaga remarked that had only my brother and Mr. Gojo been present at that moment, the girl would undoubtedly have perished. Was there such a mission this early on? I felt as though I were caught in a scene from a manga. Yet I also realized that this was likely reality. Miss Yeri hopes you come to understand the entire truth. Then, she wishes for me to protect you. Protect? I have heard about your brother. On the surface, you appear to be neither cursed nor possessing any sorcerer's talent. Yet, since you have become embroiled in this phenomenon, there must be a reason behind it. Perhaps, it might happen again. It is advisable for you to acquire as much information as possible. I cannot see. Therefore, to be honest, even after hearing what was just said, I cannot grasp the reality of it, nor can I entirely believe that Miss Shoko is truly gone. Perhaps. If I had not personally experienced such occurrences, I would never have believed it at all. Next summer, if things continue as they are, I shall likely meet my demise. He stated he would do his utmost to prevent such a situation from occurring. This truly felt like a tale from the Arabian Nights. Knowing full well that others might not believe, yet everyone seemed to accept it so readily, which left me utterly bewildered. Perhaps it is due to having experienced and witnessed numerous curse-related matters that they have become accustomed to it, though it seems there are no cases like mine. From now on, I shall personally teach you about the knowledge of sorcery. However, it will only be theoretical lessons. I will not thrust you into combat. The purpose is merely to help you understand our world. Additionally, it is to provide you with information. The fact that he is doing such things for an ordinary person like me likely stems from his own reasons. Certainly, that must be the case. I could not help but ponder that perhaps similar events would unfold again during this cycle. The knowledge I possess is exceedingly limited. I recall that around the summer of next year, my brother's demeanor became quite peculiar. At the time, I assumed it was merely heat stroke or the burdensome heat of summer. But perhaps something else transpired during that period. This year, numerous calamities are anticipated, so please exercise caution. Tokyo is likely to remain unscathed. However, what? Will disasters truly occur? Yes, indeed. It seems that Professor Yaga has contemplated something. When I inquired about it, he suggested that numerous curses may emerge next year. I see. Curses are manifestations of accumulated human negativity. Perhaps that is the reason. I vaguely perceived my brother's growing animosity toward non-sorcerers. He inquired about the date of the murders, and I divulged the information, leading the professor to assure me that he would swiftly prepare a protective system for me. While this provided considerable reassurance, an equally strong concern loomed regarding the potential changes in my brother. I do not wish to die, nor do I desire to witness that terrifying version of him. Even if I were to be killed, my affection for my brother would remain untainted. Subsequently, my correspondence with Miss Shoko transitioned to communication with the professor. Although she had consistently shown concern for my brother's situation, I learned that the shortage of sorcerers rendered it impractical for her to devote all her energy to this matter. Thus, the professor presented me with a doll. This seemed to be a cursed corpse, animated through the infusion of curses. and he mentioned that this child would serve as my bodyguard. The design, resembling both a rabbit and a demon, perplexed me, yet it was undeniably adorable. However, it exhibited no response whatsoever, leaving me uncertain if it would indeed move. Despite the uncertainty, I chose to keep it close. As the seasons changed, even though I maintained regular contact with my brother, opportunities for direct conversation and email responses dwindled. I occasionally considered that my actions might be pushing my brother to the brink, but after some gentle probing, Professor Yaga indicated that my brother still harbored feelings for me. Nevertheless, his distrust of non-sorcerers appeared to be evident. A junior's life was lost. Originally, there were plans to send Suguru to a certain village, but those plans were cancelled, and he was sent to Gojo's side instead, where he returned with a pair of capable twin sisters. He shared a wealth of information with me. I couldn't help but feel a deep sense of discomfort. Thus, amidst various happenings, the fated day gradually approached. Before that day arrived, I pondered the necessity of taking action. I'm back, Meru. Brother, is today the day you return? Yes, quite a lot has transpired. His gaze was devoid of life. At that moment, I felt as if I had already perished. My actions were hastened, perhaps due to Miss Shoko's demise. In any case, I had failed once more. Observing my brother's indifferent demeanor, I was at a loss as to what emotions to embrace. Although I could not fully trust the words of that sister, the possibility of something going awry was not something I could dismiss. Therefore, I resolved to partake in the escort mission. That child mentioned she was unclear about the specifics, and had it not been for her words, I would never have contemplated this direction. What is the matter? Is Shoko feeling lonely? Nothing. It's just that the two of us seem a bit uneasy. Aren't we the strongest? While that was said, having Shoko present felt safer. Her technique was not suited for combat, but the difference with or without her was significant. I thought to myself that it would be best if everything ended peacefully. If nothing were to happen, that would be ideal. Shoko. Miss Shoko. A foreboding sensation enveloped me, although I believed that Gojo would not be easily defeated. My wariness towards Shoko surpassed even that towards Suguru. Thus, the moment that figure appeared at the exit, I dashed out. As the bullet pierced near my heart, I thought, this is the end. Perhaps it's because I am more versed in these techniques than anyone else. Techniques are by no means infallible. I could not comprehend the conversation between Suguru and that girl. All that surfaced in Shoko's mind was that sister, the girl who would undoubtedly blame herself. My demise might lead Yaga to connect with her. Moreover, I even considered that during the time she spoke of, I likely could not prevent Suguru. With a myriad of thoughts swirling in my mind, I nonetheless accomplished the task of connection, and Shoko Ajichi fell into an eternal slumber during that time. Chapter 5, Senpai Nanami. The moment of Miss Shoko's death, I was prematurely killed. Hence, this time I must ensure that Miss Shoko is not involved. Although our relationship was merely one of correspondence, her absence weighed heavily on me. So, whom should I consult this time? At the very least, I am acutely aware that struggling alone is futile. The most reliable individual is the one who assisted me last time, Professor Yaga. The issue lies in how to make contact with him. Although he is my brother's homeroom teacher, being a sorcerer, he seldom meets with parents. Come to think of it, I don't recall ever hearing of any tri-party discussions. Perhaps due to my brother's reliability, my parents merely assume that such is the nature of that school. While I have vaguely entertained similar thoughts, it still seems rather peculiar. The notes I penned contain more information than before. If I can carry this memory into the next instance. No, I must conclude matters this time. Armed with a clearer understanding of the circumstances, I am certain it can be achieved. For success, I must find a way to contact Professor Yaga. Given my status as a student, the upcoming 3-day break presents a critical opportunity. I tucked the notebook into my desk drawer. All right, brother, I wish to inquire about something. How far is that school from the station? This time, I requested my father to book the same hotel, and I returned to the same location. I have grown somewhat accustomed to visiting Tokyo alone. I had intended to rest well on the first day, but since it was still early and my mind was restless, I ended up aimlessly wandering nearby. Tomorrow, I would need to venture out to the suburbs. I hoped at least a car would be arranged for me. Sitting on a bench, sipping a beverage purchased from a vending machine, I gazed at the pigeons around me. In a bustling city, birds naturally appear before people. It's quite remarkable. While lost in thought, I spotted familiar school uniforms passing by, prompting me to rise instinctively. I staggered after them. Perhaps because they were unfamiliar to me. Is something the matter? What is wrong, Nanami? Oh, you are. In my haste to keep up, one of them suddenly halted, followed by the other. At that moment, I finally realized the absurdity of my actions. I must have appeared quite suspicious. And as I fumbled for words, a kind-looking individual with black hair approached, kneeling down. His warm smile eased my anxiety. Oh, it's just that you're wearing the same uniform as my brother, so I couldn't help but. Brother? Who might you be? Our school doesn't have many students, so it'll be easy to figure out who you are. To be honest, aside from us. There's only that scoundrel. Scoundrel? The black-haired brother called out, seemingly reproaching me. Hey Nanami. So that person's name is Nanami. Although he appeared somewhat troubled, he treated me gently, bending down just like my brother. It was almost as if they were dealing with a child. Though it was merely because they were both quite tall. No, Mr. Satoru is even taller. Is it typical for high school students to be this tall? Are they particularly unique, or am I simply too petite? My whimsical thoughts abruptly ceased upon hearing the inquiry about names. The name? Yes, it is Meguru, isn't it? What a lovely name. I had originally intended to ask for the surname. Ah, yes, I apologize, it's Suguru. Suguru? The reactions of the two caused an involuntary wave of anxiety to wash over me. Surely, the surname Suguru cannot be exceedingly rare. No, perhaps it is indeed rather uncommon? I am not entirely certain. Aside from myself, there seems to be no one else at school, so it might genuinely be scarce. Yet, judging by their expressions, it seems they are both aware. Isn't it odd not to know? I see. Suguru. Is he that senior Suguru? Oh, I had no idea he had such an adorable younger sister. How charming. Senior Suguru is someone I deeply respect, both formidable and kind. Hibara, strong. A term seldom used in daily life. Upon reflection, these individuals are also sorcerers, and just the thought sends my heart racing in multiple senses. Right. Perhaps I shouldn't disclose anything to them. No, it is still too early. They might end up like Senior Karara. Yes, just like her, meeting a tragic fate. Recalling the events of last time, I clenched my fists tightly. I do not wish to be killed by my brother. The struggle to alter the outcome led to such a result. Miss Karara perished in place of a girl I did not know, and my brother arrived earlier than ever to take my life. I cannot act recklessly, for the consequences of my actions are unpredictable. Is everything all right? Yes. I am sorry, I must take my leave now. Wait. If you have any troubles, we are here to listen. Come on, what's the big deal? We have nothing pressing today. That being said, I know of a delightful pancake shop. It would be rather dull for just Nanami and me to go alone. Why not join us? Why am I included in this? You are not going? Come on, it would be rather inappropriate for just two girls who have just met to be alone together, right? His implication was clearly that if you do not wish to go, then do not. However, the more assertive brother, Mr. Hibara, prevailed. Quite impressive. Mr. Nanami appeared genuinely reluctant. I cast a contrite glance at him, and our eyes met, causing him to awkwardly avert his gaze. Under normal circumstances, he would likely find this bothersome. I attempted to decline several times, but Mr. Hibara seemed entirely consumed by thoughts of pancakes, showing no signs of relenting. Ultimately, it was Mr. Nanami who acquiesced, saying it was fine. Thus, we arrived at a place that was clearly popular among girls, bustling with female patrons, making us feel somewhat out of place. No, I did not mind. Mr. Hibara was likely accustomed to it, but Mr. Nanami appeared exceedingly uncomfortable. I recommend the seasonal strawberry special. Strawberry? What will you have? Nanami. Then I shall have the chocolate banana. Don't decide for me. I had seen such a scene before. It reminded me of the time I had to confess to Senior Satoru about my brother, the words I shared with him pouring out. Though it was long ago, the vivid impression remains etched in my memory. Do you two know about Senior Satoru? Of course. He is quite famous in our circle. Hibara. It's fine, I know. Upon uttering that he is a sorcerer, Senior Hibara seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Senior Nanami appeared somewhat puzzled. Did Senior Suguru tell you? No, a lot has happened, and I heard it from elsewhere. Could you please keep my brother's existence a secret? Why? Just knowing about sorcerers is, to be honest, rather perilous. It would be better to inform Senior Suguru. Please do not tell him. I lowered my head, pleading. It would be of no benefit for my brother to find out. Rather, if death is inevitable, it is better that he remains unaware. This way, I would not harbor any false hopes. If merely speaking about it could resolve the issue, it should have been addressed from the start. We had made an agreement after all. He had promised not to kill me, yet I was still slain, and in the end, it was all dismissed with a nonchalant remark. If apologies could mend everything, then what need is there for the police? Though I understand this is a matter beyond their reach. Nevertheless, I had once believed in such assurances. Because he is family, because we are siblings. But now, things are different. I can no longer trust such words so easily. No matter how reassuring the other party's demeanor may appear, I must remain vigilant. How frustrating. I will not say anything. So, please do not wear such a troubled expression. Let us enjoy this moment. As Senior Hibara inquired within him, I unconsciously nodded. How should I express it? He embodies a spirit of positivity and optimism. Senior Nanami also suggested that I need not feel compelled to say anything, which relieved me. Sorcerers are indeed gentle souls. Such wonderful individuals, engaging in work that risks their lives. To me, they exude an undeniable charm. I inquired about my brother's life at school, and they mentioned that he is mostly out on missions. Are there truly that many cursed spirits? As mentioned earlier, He is indeed strong and possesses a kind nature. Being told that I aspire to be like my brother undoubtedly fills one with pride. However, to be frank, I can no longer feel the pure joy I once experienced. It is true that my brother is gentle, and I believe he is strong. During times of crisis, he has always been there to protect me. This was also the case in middle school. Yet now, I find myself perplexed. I understand that gentleness can transform into something else, and I can trace the clear line that marks the change. It was not always like this. I have an inkling of the catalyst. However, the matters I can intervene in are indeed limited, as Mr. Yaga had previously stated. You possess not a shred of talent as a sorcerer, just an ordinary person. Faced with such blunt words, I was at a loss for how to react. Should I feel relieved or regretful? Mr. Yaga, right, that was the original intent. I have not forgotten. Are you going to school tomorrow? Yes. Are you on break? Yes, a 3-day holiday. So, I wish to visit the Jujutsu High. Then just tell Senior Suguru. Nanami. She came to us for help precisely because she cannot. I nearly blurted out. Nanami, are you even listening? Senior Hibara immediately came to my aid, suggesting that it need not be explicitly about sorcerers. A simple request for a visit would suffice. Yet, matters are not that simple. It took considerable courage for me to voice it, and I hope he can understand. I must first seek permission from the teacher. Could you provide me with Meguru's contact information? If we obtain permission, we will come to fetch you. Why am I being included again? What does it matter? It would be rather pitiful for her to come alone. No, I believe Senior Nanami meant that you could go alone. Observing the exasperated expression on Senior Nanami's face, I quickly reassured him that I would be fine going alone, but Mr. Hibara remained steadfast, and eventually, Senior Nanami nodded in agreement. As I was contemplating my sincere apologies, the items I had ordered arrived just in time. I have always found great cities to be truly remarkable. What makes them so impressive? The portion sizes. Senior Gray stated that it was a rare opportunity, suggesting we share the meal, and so he portioned some of his own onto the small dish he brought for me. I felt compelled to reciprocate in kind, and before long, Senior Nanami was swept into the sharing as well. Regardless of the circumstances, he indeed possesses a gentle nature. Subsequently, the two of them escorted me to the hotel, where I once again bowed deeply in gratitude. I later sent them both emails, for some reason. I also exchanged messages with Senior Nanami to express my appreciation, and both responded graciously. Senior Gray's reply was filled with exclamations and emojis, while Senior Nanami maintained his characteristic cool demeanor. It felt as though their responses were perfectly aligned with their personalities. Tomorrow, what shall I say? How much will Mr. Yaga believe me? The last time, it was due to Miss Shoko's presence that he deemed my tale too unbelievable. This time, however, I must explain solely to him. What if he does not believe me? After finishing my bath, I emerged, troubled, only to find my phone screen lighting up. The permit has been obtained. How swift. He also informed me of the time he would come to pick me up tomorrow, indicating that he had managed to keep it a secret from Mr. Yaga. In matters such as these, things have proceeded surprisingly smoothly. Chapter 6. This is the final mercy bestowed upon my only sister. Good morning. Morning. Shall we be off? Good morning. This time, they arrived to collect me bright and early. Although it seemed utterly fantastical, they agreed so readily, likely thanks to Senior Gray's influence. Their eagerness made me worry. Was this truly wise? After all, shouldn't they first confirm if I am indeed my brother's sister? However, that matter had been resolved during our conversation. Yesterday, I casually mentioned my sister to Senior Suguru, who then revealed that he also had a sister and even showed me her photograph. His social skills are remarkable. This has always been his way. Speaking of which, what photos did my brother share? Have I sent him any such pictures recently? No, I cannot recall anything from before the loop. I have repeatedly relived the same moment countless times, and the events prior have long since faded from my memory. I hesitantly inquired about the photographs, and he mentioned a picture taken last year of the two of them together. Did I take that? I simply could not remember. Thus, I checked my phone, and to my surprise, there it was. It has been a long time since I last perused my photo album, and the feeling is indescribable. The first Jujutsu high school they brought me to made me question whether I was truly in Tokyo. However, Senior Gray explained that such areas are typical of the outskirts. It seems Tokyo is not uniformly bustling and vibrant. I have learned something new. He occasionally asked if I was tired, offering to carry me, but I felt too embarrassed to accept and graciously declined. Nonetheless, by the time we reached the school, my legs were indeed a bit sore. Just as I was catching my breath, a familiar low voice resonated. I looked up sharply and saw the man who had previously assisted me and whom I had come to find. Are you Suguru Geto? Yes, that is correct. Are you Mr. Yaga? Indeed. As I was about to express my request, he interjected, please follow me. Senior Gray and Senior Nanami bid farewell, and I thanked them once more. They truly are kind-hearted individuals. I then followed Mr. Yaga, keeping pace behind him, as he instructed. Remarkably, I have only met him once before. After discussing Miss Shoko and the task that had initiated everything, we had only sporadic contact since. Even so, his presence grants me a sense of security. Although the situation ultimately unfolded as it did, he is the one I can rely on now. He led me to a space resembling a dojo. I was surprised to see dolls placed within, and he remarked that I had made them. I had sensed this previously. Mr. Yaga has a rather unique style, albeit somewhat peculiar. So, it seems you have come to see me for something. Who instructed you in your jujitsu? It appeared that Senior Gray and Senior Nanami had already briefed him on the relevant circumstances. This was advantageous, as it allowed me to delve straight into the matter at hand. Mr. Yaga, the truth is, I have been reliving the same year repeatedly. Reliving? What do you mean? Next summer, I will be killed by my brother. I articulated this statement smoothly, and he displayed a look of profound shock. He must be pondering whether I might be mistaken. I sensed that as I uttered those words, my hesitation had dissipated. Rather than worrying about whether he would believe me, the imperative to act swiftly took precedence. Why would Suguru? What exactly are you implying? Could you take a look at this notebook? It contains a record of everything I remember. During the 1st through 5th loops, I was not aware that I was in a loop. Thus, I documented the events from the previous loops. In the one before last, I attempted to inform my brother and Mr. Gojo, but nothing changed. In the last loop, I revealed it to Miss Shoko, and as a result, she died. Afterward, I managed to contact Mr. Yaga, whom Miss Shoko had entrusted with her concerns, but I was still killed early in the process by my brother. I noticed his fingers pause intermittently as he turned the pages. Within were details about the tasks I had inquired about, and Mr. Yaga's brow furrowed ever tighter, which was somewhat intimidating. However, I reassured myself that he would certainly. Incredible, yet written with such detail. So, I understand what you wish to convey. However, I am afraid I cannot fully trust you yet. What? I froze, and he displayed a look of consternation. I had not anticipated such a response, yet. The possibility was indeed valid. Our previous conversation had gone so smoothly that I instinctively dismissed the likelihood of being met with skepticism. What should I do? After gathering my courage to come forward, only to receive this reply. Observing my flustered state, he added, I am not suggesting that you are lying. This statement relieved me. Yet it simultaneously birthed a new question. What did he truly mean? If your words are true, then Suguru is a traitor in the jujitsu world. To trust your words blindly would mean I must eliminate him immediately. Given your reaction, I assume I did not mention this in the last loop. I nodded. Our previous discussion had revolved around future matters and did not touch upon the need to deal with my brother. However, at that time, you noted that you had informed Kaori. Yes, indeed. Then Miss Shoko helped convey that to you, Mr. Yaga. Therefore, it can be assumed that the necessary conversation has already transpired between Kaori and me. But this time, you have come to see me alone. Is this to prevent Kaori from dying? That is one of the reasons, but more importantly, you are the only one I can rely on now, Mr. Yaga. He mentioned that he could not fully trust me yet. While this was a reasonable statement, it nonetheless stung, and I scrambled for words. It seemed that being able to confide in Miss Shoko had been fortunate. If I were to speak of such matters indiscriminately, there might indeed be those who would advocate for preemptive measures to quash any potential threats. Mr. Yaga pondered for a moment before inquiring, what do you wish to do? After all, I am still their homeroom teacher. If Suguru is truly destined to become that way, I too would seek a way to avert such a fate. However, you have undoubtedly faced death numerous times, have you not? I do not wish for my brother's demise. This exclamation escaped my lips. Indeed, I find myself somewhat fearful of my brother at this moment. Yet, despite this trepidation, I cannot relinquish the hope that perhaps there remains a way to alter his fate. Since Miss Shirako's death hastened my brother's demise, it stands to reason that it could also be postponed or even averted, or so I hope. To be honest, I am uncertain of the precise steps to take, but mere conversation will not suffice. Thus, I must implore this individual. Your cursed energy is below the average threshold. At this rate, you may not even be able to perceive it. It seems you lack any talent for jujitsu. I have indeed been told this before. You are merely an ordinary person, not a sorcerer. That is why you have come here, is it not? There has not been anyone like you thus far. But given that the person in need of protection has come to consult, I cannot disregard this matter. Therefore, on the surface, I shall accept that you are indeed caught in a time loop. Upon hearing this, I breathed a sigh of relief. Implicitly, it seems he must also believe in the situation concerning my brother. Nevertheless, I ventured to ask, why would someone like me, who has taken the initiative to consult, be so readily believed? He replied, I do not wish to doubt a child who is trying so earnestly. I had thought myself rather composed. It appears I must have seemed quite desperate. Afterward, as I contemplated returning before encountering my brother, he remarked that Mr. Haihara and the others were about to finish their classes and would escort me back. I insisted multiple times that I was imposing on them, but he remained adamant. stating that it was merely a precaution. The words of a teacher from jujitsu high carried a weight that compelled me to acquiesce. I would also need to extend my apologies to Mr. Nanami later. Thus, it was settled. I inquired about my brother, and he mentioned that he had assigned him a simple task. The authority of a teacher is indeed formidable. I was surprised that tasks could be arranged so effortlessly. Although I was unaware of the specifics of the battles they would engage in. By the way, Mr. Yaga, could you assist me in creating a cursed doll? You have heard of this as well? Yes, I was just thinking the same. What kind of cursed doll do you desire? Please, do as you see fit. I had initially intended to request one similar to the last, but the words caught in my throat. It seemed wiser to allow him to decide on such matters, perhaps. Mr. Yaga merely remarked, I see. Are those dolls also cursed dolls? They appeared merely to be ordinary dolls. I was about to step closer for a better look when he cautioned me against the dangers nearby, instructing me to observe the ones over there instead. What did he mean by danger? However, there was nothing among them resembling the type I had received previously. Was it still in the process of being made? At that moment, Mr. Yaga seemed to suddenly remember and inquired about the cursed doll he had given me last time. Since it was given to you as a guard, even against an opponent like Suguru, what I created should not have been easily vanquished. Actually, I had placed it in the doll room back then. Although Mr. Yaga had instructed me to keep it with me at all times, I had indeed brought it along, but well, due to the lack of memory during the time of my death, it felt like merely a fleeting moment. In terms of alertness, no, if it's Suguru. Next time, I will definitely keep it close. Well, that is good. I had been entirely negligent. I had never anticipated my brother would return so swiftly. These dolls here seemed to lack any infused cursed energy, and thus would not move. They were merely charming dolls. After Mr. Yaga departed for an errand, I found myself alone in the spacious dojo. Once silence enveloped me, my mind began to wander to myriad thoughts. How can I avoid death? How can I prevent my brother's fate? What is the right course of action? Should I explain once more to Miss Shirako, urging her not to partake in that task? She had mentioned it would be later. However, because she intervened, that girl was saved. No, if I do not comprehend the specifics, I could inadvertently cause her demise. The notion that my actions could lead to such significant consequences filled me with dread. I was saved, yet I might endanger others. Still, I felt compelled to act. Should I simply ask Mr. Yaga to protect me now? But my brother is still so gentle. If I were to do something that harmed him, would that not change nothing at all? I could find no resolution. Tears began to well, and as I dabbed my nose, absorbed in manipulating the dolls, I suddenly heard the sound of the door opening. I assumed it was Mr. Haihara and the others arriving, but instead, I beheld a woman. Not here either. Oh, you, hello? I thought, what a beautiful sister, while my gaze was momentarily drawn to her attire, which resembled that of a shrine maiden rather than a uniform. Is she also a student? She seems far too young to be a teacher. I was pondering that she must not be in uniform when she approached me. Are you all right? You're not a student, are you? I have never seen you before, nor have I heard of any new students or transfers coming. I'm in the second year. I'm not one of the students here. I see. Then you must be someone known to Mr. Yaga. I tentatively replied to her inquiry, and she handed me a handkerchief, suggesting I wipe my tears with it. It was only then that I realized, it was because I had shed a few tears earlier that she was concerned for me. Just as I was about to express that I was fine and thank her, a sudden lump formed in my throat. I instinctively lowered my head, but she pressed the handkerchief into my hand. I clutched it tightly, finally managing to utter my thanks. I could hear the tremor in my voice. It was utterly dreadful. This kindness, while soothing, pierced me deeply. Mr. Yaga has just stepped out. I see, thank you. Are you waiting for someone here? Yes, someone is coming to escort me, so. I understand. It's not that you feel lonely. Yet. I could not explain why I was crying. During this time, Mr. Haihara and Mr. Nanami arrived, both looking quite surprised. They checked to see if I was injured, but I denied it. Crying for no reason, I must have appeared a disheveled and strange child, and although they earnestly tried to console me, each act of kindness only served to intensify my tears. I truly wished they would not be so gentle with me. Eventually, I calmed down, and the woman who introduced herself as Ms. Cageheim accompanied me as well. She offered to take me to the school gate, for which I could only express my heartfelt gratitude. Mr. Haihara, without waiting for me to explain, took it upon himself to declare that I was Suguru's sister, which relieved me, and he also reminded me to keep it a secret. Listening to their conversation, I vaguely sensed that perhaps Ms. Cageheim harbored some disdain for my brother and Mr. Gojo. Under normal circumstances, I would have inquired like I did yesterday, but now I was utterly at a loss. Kagami really is wonderful. She bears no resemblance to that fellow, Ms. Cageheim remarked. It seemed she had graduated last year, making her my senior. I see. I suppose graduates do return. But she had come to see Mr. Yaga for a reason. Is that acceptable? I expressed my gratitude for her care towards my brother, and she responded with a tone that suggested she was somewhat moved, admonishing me not to become like that fellow. A flicker of hope stirred within me towards Miss Cageheim. Perhaps she could do something? Yet, I could not voice it, and she did not reproach my silence. Her gentle reminder that I need not force myself felt different from Miss Shirako's kindness, despite the gentle demeanor of everyone around. Why has my brother transformed into such a being? Can the identity of a sorcerer truly alter one's personality? Is that not the songstress? Oh, what does that mean? What sort of gathering is this? By the way, who is this little one? She is of no concern to you. She seems to have lost her way. There are cursed spirits nearby, so I thought I would exorcise them and keep an eye on her for a moment. I am just about to escort her back. Mr. Nanami spoke fluently and casually, which left me quite astonished. Mr. Gojo felt entirely different from the last time I saw him. Although he appeared aloof then, I sensed a certain gentleness within him. However, that warmth is utterly absent now. How should I put it? It feels as though he harbors no emotions towards me at all. Previously, I had heard from Mr. Yaga that Mr. Gojo possesses overwhelming strength. It seems that the manifestation of his talent occurred after a mission that followed. I had held on to a glimmer of hope, wishing to converse with Mr. Gojo. Perhaps to prevent my brother's atrocities or to erase the events from ever having transpired. But now, I not only lack the desire to speak with him. I do not wish to approach him at all. I clutched Mr. Nanami's coat tightly, while the songstress urged him to leave, calling him scum. Gojo, it is precisely because you did not come that I had to summon you. Hurry and report. How troublesome, came Miss Shoko's voice. I instinctively lifted my head, and indeed, Miss Shoko was there. She appeared unchanged since the last time I saw her, merely standing there, as if alive. The songstress seemed quite friendly towards Miss Shoko. While I gripped Mr. Nanami's clothing even tighter. We will ensure she reaches her destination. Well then, seniors, we shall take our leave. I heard Mr. Gojo teasing Mr. Nanami from behind, but this time, Mr. Nanami chose to ignore him. Mr. Hibara remained silent, as did I. As the voices around us grew increasingly raucous, I realized I had been holding on to Mr. Nanami's clothing the entire time. I hastily released my grip and attempted to smooth out the wrinkled fabric, but Mr. Nanami reassured me that it was fine. Miyaru, if anything arises, do reach out to us. You can contact either me or Nanami. Mr. Hibara interjected. There must be something going on. It's rare to have this connection, so next time I will introduce you to my sister. She is a child who can see. I see, I nodded thoughtfully. Mr. Nanami did not delve deeper into the conversation, but through this series of events, I understood that he was indeed a gentle person. After they escorted me home, I spent the remainder of the day idly passing time in the hotel, devoid of any desire for sightseeing. However, from that moment on, I began to keep in touch with Mr. Nanami and Mr. Hibara. Naturally, I also reached out to Mr. Hibara's sister, thus forging friendships that seemed improbable. Concerning the missions, I suppose Mr. Yaga would find a way to resolve them. After all, they must have realized that if only the two of them were present in a certain location, Miss Shoko would perish. Additionally, the puppet I had asked Mr. Yaga to create arrived. It was of the same design as before, and knowing it was made specifically for me filled me with both joy and a twinge of guilt. At that moment, I recalled the teacher mentioning that a junior had died, although I regretted not asking for their name at the time. I remembered the teacher saying it was due to a miscommunication. I conveyed this information verbatim, only to be told it was difficult to pinpoint which mission it referred to among many. After all, the scope of junior is limited. Thus, after much contemplation, I seized the opportunity of being on the phone and merely informed Mr. Nanami that I had such a dream, hoping he would exercise caution. Perhaps such warnings only exist in stories. In the end, Mr. Nanami still perished. It should have been I who died, yet he protected me at the final moment. The voice on the other end was somber, remarking that it felt as though a prophetic dream had come to fruition. At that moment, I realized that perhaps it was Mr. Hibara who had perished last time. I also considered that I should perhaps inform Mr. Hibara about the nightmare, feeling as though I had made a grave error. Subsequently, I reached out to my brother, his voice as familiar as ever. However, I suppose I still felt it was futile. Up until now, nothing had ever proceeded smoothly. Thus, I contacted Mr. Yaga to request his assistance. Consequently, my parents and I were placed under secret protection. While I was anxious about how to explain this to my parents, I trusted that the teacher had made the necessary arrangements. I lost contact with my brother at some point. The teacher informed me that he had slaughtered the inhabitants of a village and had become a sorcerer. The following 2 years passed peacefully. My parents and I lived together in a new place. Thus, I had once again become complacent. Long time no see, Miyaru. My brother appeared with 2 girls. He remarked how he had searched for me with great difficulty, yet I had only just begun high school. That outfit does not suit you. Is that so? My brother, whom I had not seen in a long while, was dressed in a garb reminiscent of a monk. If that were the case, he might as well shave his head. Otherwise, he merely seemed like a suspicious character. How could he speak so casually? As for the 2 girls, they stared at me intently, making me feel quite uncomfortable. Hey, what do you intend to do? Miyaru, how many people are here now? I did not comprehend my brother's question. No, that is not right. He was confirming. Surely it could not be just 3 people. I clutched my bag tightly. I cannot see. Not for me. For no matter how hard I tried, I could never become like my brother. Who are those children? They are my new family. Family. The girls looked delighted. Family, I see. Family, family. Brother, do you know? Ever since we lost contact with you, father, mother, and I have not smiled since. Forming a new family, I would not say it is a bad thing. Yet, I feel a sense of injustice. Because my brother could abandon those of us who had lived together for so many years. Just because we are non-sorcerers, just for that helpless reason. Brother, you probably have no idea how we, as a family, are living and the feelings we harbor. Although you may not be interested. It even raises the question of whether we can still be considered family. I remember when it was. No, it was last time. Mr. Gojo, who undertook missions in place of my brother, mentioned that he had protected a pair of twins. It must be them. I also conveyed this matter to the teacher. But yes, at that time, I did not know whether this was the catalyst for my brother's transformation. These 2 children have continually faced unjust treatment from non-sorcerers. Why must we protect those monkeys? That has nothing to do with our family. Such matters must have long ceased to concern you. Songstress, I recall it was in Kyoto. If I were to contact someone to inform my brother of being here, I could only seek her out. But why go to such lengths? At that moment, the cursed object hidden in my bag suddenly sprang forth to do something. What did it do? Did it strike down something? My brother's eyes widened in surprise. And then he muttered something about being a fool. Following that, the child was desperately attempting something. As I could not see, I was unaware of its actions. Yet unknowingly, I was unable to abandon it as it gradually deteriorated, nor could I escape alone, as there was no chance of escape at all. Miyaru, enough, it is enough. I could not lift my head. It no longer mattered. Ultimately, I understood, I comprehended completely. Ultimately, I find myself utterly perplexed. I refuse to be slain by you. Dear brother, I have long since resolved myself to this fate. Perhaps, matters shall not conclude peacefully. Thus, I am compelled to take action. I retrieve the kitchen knife, which I had concealed at the very bottom of my backpack, and thrust it fiercely into my throat. My brother's eyes widened in shock. Huh, success. And so, I have returned, back to the gentle embrace of my brother, where I belong. I sit upright, instinctively clutching my throat. Though I did not hesitate in that moment, now I am drenched in cold sweat. Sitting up, I realize this is not the customary way of beginning. With trembling hands, I glance at my phone, which displays the date of the morning I was killed by my brother. It is 6 a.m., and I have returned to this morning. Rather than that fateful day, confirming the curse remains intact, I ponder, was that merely a dream? No, it was no dream. The sensation of piercing my own flesh. The residual consciousness of pain as the blade penetrated my throat, I recall it vividly. I dial a number on my phone. Whether I am mistaken is irrelevant. The divergence in the moment of my return matters not. Now, I have chosen to flee. I lift my lifeless sister, announcing the dissolution of our gathering to those around us. Then, I eradicate the cursed spirit that inquired, can this be eaten? I shall annihilate all curses present. My sister, until her last breath, seemingly could not perceive the curse. Master Suguru, you all may leave for now. I have some matters to attend to. Suguru declares as he departs the scene, carrying the body of the once warm girl, now utterly still. He had intended to end his family's suffering first. But for reasons unknown, they had been shielded by Jujutsu High. This was a predicament Suguru found himself powerless to change. In the instant my sister drove the blade into her own throat, Suguru experienced an unprecedented shock. He never anticipated she would resort to such an act. How meticulous she was to carry a kitchen knife. How splendid it would have been had she wielded it against others, though perhaps she would have failed even then. In excruciating pain, yet unable to struggle, she succumbed to death. Such a foolish child. Had I been the one to handle it, she need not have endured such suffering. To grant her a gentle death with my own hands would have been the final act of compassion I could offer. Yet, this child chose to rebel through self-termination. She shall not have her wish. Suguru believed she would attempt to persuade him, or perhaps weep and plead. My you father, mother, sister, each holds undeniable significance. Yet, what can be done? I have established a greater purpose in my heart. For the sake of this goal, in order to remain resolute, I made my choice. The cursed entity entrusted to him by Yaga is indeed formidable, but ultimately, it is merely a puppet. What is it that I truly wish to accomplish? Why can I not relinquish that soulless child? Why do tears flow uncontrollably? This must end here. This is the final act of compassion bestowed upon the non-sorcerers, those monkeys. And my soul sister. I hope you can see all of this too, a thought I once cherished, wishing you could comprehend it. Chapter 7. Siblings should share some semblance of similarity. I ultimately failed to survive, although I remain unaware of how they came to know. It appears our parents are aware of my brother's transgressions. On the day 6 months after my escape, my father and mother, tears streaming down their faces, grasped my throat. I never imagined even my biological parents would wish to end my life. Perhaps they sought to spare me from too much suffering. In a long-awaited gesture, my mother prepared a cup of cocoa for me, seemingly laced with something that rendered me incapable of proper resistance. I apologize. It was only as consciousness began to fade that I recognized my parents were simply exhausted. I am a complete fool. Yet, even with my lack of intellect, it would never have crossed my mind that our family would contemplate suicide together. Subsequently, I was returned to the days when my brother was present. This time, it took 2 years. I could not help but think, why has it come to this? I believed I had done my utmost to act. I am so weary, truly. So weary. You say you were tired? Tired of what? Did I say that? You did. If you're tired, just drink something sweet. Hearing this, I replied yes. I fervently wished that this moment could last forever. My beloved brother is terrifying. I fear the day he will come to kill us. Yet, despite this time we share is precious. However, leisurely moments do not exist. It was a stroke of fortune to have inquired in detail with Master Yaga last time. This time, I am aware of the specific date and time of the tasks my brother and the others are undertaking, as well as the outcome that will be revealed in 3 days. Moreover, Master Yaga seemingly ensured that the internal security of Jujutsu High was thoroughly prepared. It is said that the girl known as Star Plasma successfully reunited with Master Tenjin. I recall him stating that Master Tenjin is an indispensable presence in the world of sorcery, though I do not fully grasp what it means to become one. It appears the mission was deemed successful. Thus, I need not worry about that matter, I think. The key lies in next year. Mr. Higuruma informed me that the content of that mission exceeded their capacity. I remember that date. It was the day Mr. Nanami perished. Moreover, if nothing is done, it shall also be the day Mr. Higuruma meets his end. I must convey this to the teacher. Those two will likely remain unchanged regardless of what I say. Additionally, there is my brother's mission to protect a village housing a pair of twin children, and the location to which Mr. Gojo later proceeded is likely the same. Thus, in summary, all I can do is relay this information. I have ingrained the contents I have written countless times into my mind, repeating them daily. I feel I have devoted more thought to this than to regular studies. However, the issue lies with my parents. In order to secure protection, I likely made some arrangements behind the scenes, transforming our family into a clan of frequent relocators to accommodate my father's work. Yet, I am uncertain when things began to go awry. Even after severing ties with my brother, it was not always like this. When did it change? Did receiving protection become meaningless? How did my parents learn that my brother had become a criminal? Mayu, come here. The cocoa is ready. Thank you. Is it okay to drink it cold? I could not bring myself to drink the cocoa offered. I feigned nonchalance, stating I would take it to my room, creating distance from my brother. Soon after, the ice had likely melted, rendering the cocoa insipid, and when no one was watching, I disposed of it in the kitchen sink. For I could not swallow it. No matter what, I could not bring it to my lips. Even so, I felt a pang of guilt over such actions. It is abnormal for me to feel this way. I am not the one at fault. Mayu, could you help your mother fetch the sugar? Yes. Today, I will make the dishes that Aki and Mayu love. Yes. On this day, Mother would always put great effort into preparing our favorite meals. I apologize. Those hands that grasped my throat belonged to a gentle person. How I despise this. I detest it. I wish I could escape right now. I even think, since I am destined to die, why not let me escape alone? For I truly do not wish to die. I suppress my tears. It's all right this time, surely. This time it will go smoothly. This time, Teacher Yaga is certain to succeed. The subsequent actions will be akin to those taken previously. I refrained from meeting Mr. Nanami and Mr. Hibara, choosing instead to venture alone to the technical college. I dialed that number, which remains etched in my memory. Are you Suguru Geto? How did you acquire my number, Teacher Yaga? I handed over my notebook and requested, please take a look at this. It naturally contained the events of last time, along with all that I could recall prior to that moment. The details of the task, the dates, everything was documented. As the teacher perused it, his brow furrowed. Just as before. Will they die? I do not know. However, I believe that as long as we can surmount this hurdle, my brother will undoubtedly escape the fate of becoming a curse user. This is quite a significant secret, Teacher Yaga remarked, assuring me that he would safeguard it. To which I nodded in agreement. The content was already deeply ingrained in my mind. I, as usual, requested the cursed corpse from the teacher. He inquired if I had any specifications regarding its shape, and I told him it was at his discretion. I presumed he would create something similar to last time. This time, I wished to inquire why that particular shape was chosen. Having avoided Mr. Nanami and the others, I found myself walking with Teacher Yaga in the corridor when we encountered my brother and Mr. Gojo. By the way, that task was originally assigned to Mr. Nanami and the others. Although I felt a tinge of anxiety given the previous experience, I thought, perhaps, it wasn't yet time for that. Just the thought of having grown so close to them before, and now facing them anew, stirred a complex feeling within me. What are you doing here? She was targeted by a cursed spirit in Shibuya just now. She said she was lost, and upon hearing she was your sister, I took her under my protection. Last time it was Mr. Nanami, and now this. Am I destined to be the lost child? I thought to myself, while outwardly I expressed. How fortunate to see my brother's teacher. Mr. Gojo remained as strikingly handsome and tall as ever. Thank you, teacher. However, I did not hear you were coming to Tokyo. I didn't mention it. Does it matter? Have you been too indifferent toward me lately? Next year, my brother will defect. I surmised that last time. The teacher worked diligently with this premise in mind. Even so, the failure indicated that mere effort was insufficient. I abruptly averted my gaze, retreating slightly behind the teacher. Having always relied on him, Teacher Yaga was now my greatest source of solace. Speaking of which, they don't resemble each other at all. Shouldn't siblings share some semblance? Perhaps because I am the sister? You do resemble him somewhat. No, not at all. Indeed, not at all. It was peculiarly strange that everyone echoed the same sentiment. Regardless, my brother offered to escort me home, to which I declined. It was no trivial matter. It was neither fear nor resentment for him abandoning our long-standing family to form a new one. However, I hope you understand. How could I not feel troubled? Those two children may indeed be pitiable, but that does not constitute a reason for me. Knowing that one cannot become family with a non-sorcerer and having chosen that path, I am now beset by emotions I cannot fathom. Geto, you haven't submitted your assignment, have you? Oh, serves you right. You'd better watch out. I still have something to discuss with you regarding the accounts. Just from this exchange, it was clear how much the teacher was concerned. Speaking of which, I had never seen such a scene before. Just as I was about to follow the teacher's lead and suggest we leave, my brother called out to me. If anything happens, contact me immediately. Even the slightest anomaly must be reported. Tokyo is particularly perilous. Okay, I understand, brother. Hey, isn't this a bit overly protective? If you're so worried, why didn't you just not abandon me back then? I know he must have suffered greatly too, but even so, there was no need to spend 2 years specifically coming to kill me. Mr. Gojo, I entrust you with my brother's affairs. Having uttered this brief sentence, I finally departed from the technical college. Mr. Gojo appeared somewhat perplexed, but he would likely forget soon enough. Nevertheless, I softly murmured once more, please, I beg you. Chapter 8. Why do such things? The news arrived that my brother's mission had been successfully completed. Although I had considered the possibility of preemptively eliminating those organizations targeting us, it seemed unlikely given the unpredictability of their actions. The protected individual appeared to have safely rendezvoused with Master Tenjin. Thus, while diligently taking notes and maintaining frequent contact, a seemingly monotonous year passed. The days of sleeplessness continued. The cursed corpse that Teacher Yaga sent was indeed childlike, reminiscent of a rabbit. Seizing the rare opportunity, I contemplated embellishing it in some manner, which led me to recall the existence of a pocket watch. I measured the cord's length and hung it around its neck. And it fit perfectly. What was it again? Where did I purchase it? One day, a mission originally assigned to Mr. Nanami and Mr. Hibro was urgently reassigned by Teacher Yaga to Mr. Gojo. The news indicated that the task would indeed have been beyond the capabilities of those two, and I breathed a sigh of relief. It was truly fortunate to avoid their demise. Subsequently, I observed my brother's condition as best as I could, concluding that he seemed mentally strained, prompting me to suggest he return home for a while. To be honest, I was not without my own apprehensions. If something were to occur during that time, it would be utterly futile. However, that worry dissipated swiftly, seeing my brother's gone appearance. Both mother and father did their utmost to care for him, as did I. He attributed his condition to the burdens of summer. But I knew it was more than that. Brother, let us sleep together tonight. Aren't you in middle school now? Yes, but I still want to sleep together. You're quite the handful, aren't you, Mayu? It had been a long time since I slept in my brother's room. Although I had prepared a futon, I ended up crawling into his bed. He sighed and commented on my presence, but ultimately, he acquiesced, for which I was grateful. I did not mind being teased. I felt that being by his side was the most important thing. I could not let him be alone. I admit I was somewhat reckless. Yet, if that future is one that anyone can avoid, then surely I would do anything to prevent it. In reality, Miss Shoko, Mr. Nanami, and Mr. Hibro were all still alive. I truly wish you could meet Riko. Is she the girl you like? Not at all. She's an interesting person. But that child is no longer here. Wait. Who is Riko? What do you mean she is no longer here? Is there something I should have done but didn't? Even if I protected her, in the end, that child still. Brother? Cursed spirit, this is not good. My brother's voice sounded weary, somewhat hollow, but I desperately tried to clarify. What is going on? What does not good mean? Vomit, cleaned, cloth. I could not comprehend. It seemed I had heard some dire words. Wait, are you talking about the smell? Can cursed spirits eat? Huh, what is going on? To be honest, I wanted to shake him awake and demand clarity, but he seemed to have already fallen asleep. I'll contact Teacher Yaga tomorrow. That way, I will surely understand the truth. I shall also inquire about the individual named Rico. On that day, I too succumbed to slumber. The lurking dread of potential demise began to resurface within me. Strangely enough, I found solace in the very hands of my brother that had claimed countless lives. The following day, he returned to the technical school, seemingly relieved. Observing his refreshed demeanor, I could not help but hope that this light-hearted expression would not veer into darker territories. I am aware that my brother is a deceiver. Nevertheless, our communication remained unbroken thereafter, leading me to anticipate that perhaps this time, all would indeed be well. Later, I reached out to Teacher Yaga, and for the first time, I learned that my brother possessed the ability to wield a technique known as cursed technique manipulation, which entails the absorption and control of cursed spirits. This was entirely unbeknownst to me. I was told that such abilities ran in our ancestry, yet I pondered if that were the case. Why was I devoid of such gifts? If I too were a sorcerer, perhaps I could effectuate some change. Subsequently, I began to frequently send my brother sweets and homemade bento prepared by our mother. If these gestures could resolve our issues, I would gladly make as many as necessary. Although uncertain of their efficacy, I thought that should the taste be too dreadful, I could simply cover it with something new. Speaking of which, I recall that back in elementary school, my brother had indeed often vomited. At that time, I merely assumed he was unwell. But perhaps he had begun absorbing something even then. What sort of flavor would that be, visible only to oneself? Even so, I still wish for my brother to remain unchanged. And finally, we truly crossed that significant date. I was able to contact my brother once more. How wonderful, I thought. Yet I remained vigilant, for there had been instances of Miss Shoko's demise, as well as the events of the previous incident. However, our communication continued uninterrupted. It seemed he had not undertaken that mission. Perhaps this time, everything would indeed be fine. I did not entertain any other possibilities. Discard the rubbish that obstructs the way. As autumn approached, it was time for the school trip. Although it had been cancelled due to last year's earthquake, thanks to the teacher's efforts, it was postponed to the following year. Since I had been killed before each school trip, I had missed the last one due to hiding. Yet this time, I had managed to persevere until now. To be honest, I was immensely excited. Although the destination was merely Tokyo, I had heard we could visit the Dream Kingdom, Disney. And everyone was absolutely thrilled. After all, it had been quite some time since our last visit. The itinerary also included sightseeing in Tokyo. But most of the girls were eager to go to Takashita Street. While I thought it inconsequential where we went, I still hoped to indulge in a crepe. This trip was meant to be a delightful experience. I had intended to make this journey enjoyable, yet at this very moment, I found myself in an unfathomable situation. It should have been done this way from the start. If I were to take it seriously, I could effortlessly eliminate all of you non-sorcerers in an instant. That would be much swifter, wouldn't it? Oh wait, is that Mr. Gojo? Huh, why is it Mr. Gojo? This scene is beyond description, even with the most vivid of exclamations. In an instant, everyone was dead. It was no trivial matter. I was merely reflecting, oh, it's Mr. Gojo. Naturally, I lacked the courage to speak to him, and there was nothing to discuss, though I did wish to inquire about my brother's condition. However, Mr. Gojo seemed to have transformed entirely. Although my understanding of him was limited, he appeared to be in an unusually high spirits. He would occasionally kick someone away, and I could hear the sound of bones breaking, the cries of agony abruptly ceasing, including those of my classmates. Huh, hey, do you even know what this is? Mr. Gojo wielded something, yet I could discern nothing. A faint sigh escaped my lips. I must contact my brother. The moment this thought crossed my mind, my trembling hand stealthily reached for my hidden phone, attempting to retrieve it. Playing on your phone while others are talking is not permissible, you know? Didn't the teacher teach you that? Ah, a sharp crack echoed. It hurt, it hurt, it hurt. What was happening and why? Gojo, sir, huh? How do you know my name? I am Suguru. Ah, I see. You're J's little sister, aren't you? Why didn't you say so earlier? That cheerful voice was terrifying, far too terrifying. He was certainly never like this before. Teacher Yaga, my brother, anyone would do. Mr. Gojo, what are you doing? Suddenly, the child from my bag leaped out, launching an attack on Mr. Gojo. Yet it missed. Huh, Mr. Gojo remarked. Oh, isn't this Yaga doing? As he obliterated the child into fragments. I knew not what he had done, but it was undoubtedly his doing. These guys, they're all pushing their mess onto me. Don't you think that's excessive? Well, talking to a monkey is probably futile, huh? Ah, a kitchen knife. Right. Just in case, I had concealed one on me. I could use that to take my own life and start over. I desperately crawled towards my bag. Hurry. I must die quickly. Start over. Otherwise, don't ignore me. In that moment, I felt something in my back snap. Tears cascaded down my cheeks. It hurt. Oh brother, don't. Why? Where did I go wrong? Mr. Gojo's transformation was undoubtedly one of the reasons. Yet I know not why. I cannot comprehend when or where I made a mistake. I could hardly breathe. It was unbearable, so painful. In the beginning, he, who was willing to listen to me, though not gentle, was certainly not a cruel person. Despite his harsh words, it was clear he shared a close bond with my brother. Mr. Gojo, even as J's sister, I was now akin to refuse. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I merely wished to survive. I only yearned to grow up. I just wanted to live with my father, mother, and brother. Such a trivial desire. Why must it be so arduous? What the hell? Well, whatever. Rubbish is simply rubbish. I never anticipated that Mr. Gojo's life would spiral into such chaos. Why? Must someone be sacrificed? Why can't I see? Whether it be my parents, Miss Shoko, Mr. Nanami, or Mr. Hibara, I simply wish for them not to perish. I could no longer discern where the pain resided. In the throes of intense agony and torment, I struggled and succumbed to death. It felt as though my brother was by my side. Brother, what is it? I wish to die. My brother appeared startled, turning to me. How terrifying. I had never realized that death could be so fearsome. I could endure no longer. Everything was so frightening. What has happened? What has transpired? Ah, how infuriating. Isn't this all your fault? Because you sought to kill me, to kill father and mother, I exerted every effort, yet despite my struggles, even my parents were dragged down with me. Just when I thought I had finally evaded it, I was inexplicably killed by Mr. Gojo. I cannot fathom why he would want to kill me, why he would instigate such an incident. Had he ever been like this before? Or is he merely embodying my brother's darkness? How could I possibly know how to deal with Mr. Gojo? I was already overwhelmed by matters concerning my brother. Why must it always be like this? I have had enough. Maru, no, I do not wish to die. If I cannot change anything, then do not let me start over. What more do you want from me? In any case, since you will eventually kill me, do not show me kindness. Do not allow me to harbor any hopes. My brother held me tightly as I wept inconsolably. Yet, despite this, you still intend to take my life, do you not? For I am a non-sorcerer, and one day, I shall surely become an encumbrance to you, no longer even qualifying as family. It is this very disdain for my existence that drives me to resist fervently, but if the culmination of my struggles leads to such a conclusion, then I wish to cease my resistance altogether. Who will come to my rescue? I am powerless to effect any change. On the contrary, my efforts have only exacerbated the situation. I wish to die, yet I wish to live. My tumultuous emotions finally spiraled out of control at this juncture, rendering me incapable of stepping beyond my threshold. The tragedy that unfolded in Tokyo not only engulfed the nation, but also ascended to the status of global news. Suguru Gojo, labeled as the most nefarious curse user in history, was placed on a wanted list. The Gojo family, desperate to erase the stain of having a curse user among them, implemented various strategies, yet in the presence of that man, all efforts crumbled to dust. The reason he refrained from exterminating all non-sorcerers immediately was likely merely for his own amusement. Now, no one can comprehend him any longer. Even the man who was once his closest friend has lost the ability to understand. Teacher, who is this? It is my younger sister. Ah, how adorable. By the way, did you know that teacher had a sister? Yes, I did once. This brief exchange plunged the students into a profound silence. The use of the past tense conveyed the gravity of the situation, allowing them to grasp everything instantly. The photograph captured a girl slightly younger than them, standing alongside their youthful homeroom teacher. It was said she was a middle school student at the time. Thus, she must have perished at around that age. None dared to inquire about the cause of her death, recognizing the insensitivity of such a question. Yet, the teacher's eyes were filled with love and regret. What was your sister's name? Her name was Maru. Maru, what kind of person was she? She was a good child. Although a bit peculiar, being a non-sorcerer, she was more lovable than anyone else. Wow, is teacher a bit of a sister con? Perhaps. At this point, there are still many things I wish I could do for her. On that fateful day, where his dear friend incited chaos, countless lives were lost. Only his sister passed away in a manner distinct from the rest. For reasons unknown, her body was found intact. Yet one could easily imagine the suffering she endured before her death. Surely, it must have been excruciating, as he laid her down as if she were merely sleeping. He once believed she would awaken. Ultimately, it was he who dismissed that thought. Their parents, plunged into despair due to their daughter's entanglement in the rampage of a madman, saw the mother descend into a state of mental instability. The father, affected by this tragedy, spent less time at home, epitomizing a family in disarray. If only time could be reversed, he would surely warn her, do not go on the school trip. Why would you do such a thing? You should understand, right, Jet? Understand? Ah, of course I understand. But even so, I cannot muster the magnanimity to forgive a family member for the murder of my sister. The suspicion towards non-sorcerers is not mere rhetoric. Yet even so, to kill family? Perhaps, for him, There was neither anyone to stop him nor a reason to halt. In place of himself, he was sent to carry out tasks, slaughtering the populace, disappearing only to commit further atrocities. Perhaps he recalled or thought of his sister's visage. If he still chose to act, then so be it. Suguru Gojo possessed no noble cause. He slaughtered non-sorcerers, and if sorcerers harbored hostility, he would likewise eliminate them. At times, it seemed he rampaged in other countries, evolving into an international dilemma. Thus, even if I must take his life, I must prevent him. This serves as the faintest gesture of friendship towards the man who was once my dear friend, and I hope it may provide some solace for my departed sister. Chapter 9. Maru. Where does it hurt? The knocking and the worried voices only serve to irritate me further. This version of myself feels like an irredeemable mess, ensnared in profound self-loathing. This period encapsulated a space rife with such emotions. The 3-day holiday, which should have been utilized meaningfully, was squandered as I isolated myself within my room. Shortly before returning, a deceased friend's belongings arrived, and I could do naught but weep openly. My parents, concerned for my self-imposed seclusion, checked on me daily. Even as I recognized that their voices would eventually fade, I found myself incapable of taking any action. Truly, I am a useless child. School teachers even came directly to my home, subtly inquiring if I had been bullied or if things at home were troubling. I am sorry, but please do not concern yourselves with me, for no matter what I do, I will ultimately meet my end. I have come to understand that stopping my brother is not the answer. Isolating myself, though I wish to do nothing, I cannot cease my thoughts. What exactly went wrong? My first direct encounter with Mr. Gojo was at that vocational school, the first meeting at that specific moment, and until the time of his murder. We had no further connections. Given this, it could only be assumed that my brother's actions incited a change. Is such a thing truly possible? The last time, I should have guided events toward a far better conclusion, perhaps by altering the location of the school trip or outright canceling it. No, if Mr. Gojo were capable of annihilating numerous individuals in an instant, possessing such power, he would eventually vanish as well. Not merely my brother. Even if I were to stop Mr. Gojo, it would not guarantee that others would not become like him in the future. What if Mr. Hibara became like that? Nanami, Shoko, or perhaps Mizutaha? Though they have no ties to Mr. Gojo, the thought of any of them being killed by someone else is utterly intolerable to me. Yet, merely contemplating these matters saps my motivation to do anything. Little Maru, do you feel your parents are unreliable? It has been several months since I returned here to live like this. Apart from maintaining the bare minimum of daily life, I am incapable of doing anything. And the necessary tasks are nearly all done when my parents are absent. I eat the food left at my door, only to collect the dishes under the cover of night. Yet recently, I have even lost my appetite. I am simply wallowing in degradation, avoiding human contact. Oh, there are moments when I think it would be better to die like this, but then I recall that such a choice would lead me back to the same suffering, making it unbearable. I am sorry, Mother. No, Mother does not wish to hear your apologies. She merely watches you endure such pain, yet is powerless to assist you or comprehend it. Mother is not at fault. I am sorry. I am sorry. These are the only words I can utter. Perhaps I should at least fabricate an excuse. Yet, I cannot think of anything. There is fundamentally nothing wrong. To Mother, I must seem as if I have suddenly become strange. Still, they do not force me to attend school. I know they are protecting me, believing I must have my reasons for not wanting to go. Yet, I am utterly exhausted. Everything wears me down. I recognize that no one will understand or comprehend. But whether it is sorrow, anxiety, hope, or despair, all of it leaves me utterly drained. Most importantly, I cannot endure such pain. Death is terrifying, but suffering is worse. I do not wish to die, yet I yearn to be killed. In retrospect, that experience may not have been lengthy. However, for me, it felt like an eternity. Far more dreadful than being killed by my brother is being slain by him in a manner devoid of any pain. I cannot delude myself. After all, my brother ultimately took the lives of our family, an act that is utterly unforgivable. I must not perceive him as gentle during that time, for he was devoid of tenderness. His abandonment of compassion led him to commit murder. Yet, merely recognizing this truth has plunged me into profound anguish, a torment that remains unacknowledged by others. As I repetitively ruminated on these thoughts day after day, a sudden realization struck me. Wait, on what grounds do I assert that no one knows? I abruptly rose from my bed, feeling as though I had emerged from a long slumber. But indeed, I had come to a realization. Ultimately, the solution lies in simply informing everyone, doesn't it? Why had I not thought of such a straightforward course of action before? Yes, my brother, Mr. Gojo, and Ms. Shoko, all of them believed in me. Even Mr. Yaga had faith in me. My previous hesitance to confide in my brother stemmed from the fear that such conversations would lead to my demise. However, the situation has changed. Now that I understand that change can yield different outcomes, if I merely share my thoughts, perhaps they will unite to assist me. Yes, That shall be my course of action. Winter is swiftly approaching. Although I had initially resolved to remain inactive throughout this life, my creed is to act immediately upon thought. The decision is made. Even though the opportune moment has long passed, it is surely not too late to commence now. I retrieved my notebook and pen from my bag and began to write, reminiscent of days gone by. Fortunately, the repetition of this year has left my mind vividly aware of the events that will unfold next year. It is ironic that harboring hope can be so exhausting. Yet once hope takes root, the impulse to act becomes remarkably clear. How naive I am. I must inform Mr. Yaga, of course. And as long as I can relay the message to Mr. Nanami and Mr. Hibara, both shall be spared, and perhaps I can prevent my brother from causing harm. Mr. Gojo, while a more complicated matter, should listen to me, based on my memories from the initial period. As for Ms. Shoko, to be frank, I hesitate to disclose anything to her. Her death continues to sear my heart. However, the circumstances now differ from those of the past. I have grasped the means to alter the course of events. Though that moment has passed, I trust that Mr. Yaga will make the right judgment. Indeed, it seems prudent to consult with him first. Mr. Gojo may threaten my life, but is it truly all right? In that fleeting moment of doubt, my earlier enthusiasm waned. If I prevent my brother from acting, Mr. Gojo will surely intervene. Even if I succeed in thwarting them both, I cannot guarantee that Mr. Yaga will refrain from taking action. No, I must not succumb to negativity. This malaise is undoubtedly the result of my prolonged confinement and despondency. Yes, that must be it. Mr. Gojo's attempt on my life was an isolated incident. This time, I shall not harbor hope. It will be fine, perhaps. This time it will surely work. This time who will intervene? Ugh. The cacophony of thoughts in my mind is unbearable. I aim to think positively, yet I find myself ensnared in negativity. How revolting. The contents of my notebook are entangled in an indescribable, chaotic emotional turmoil. This will not do. Clearly, I am unable to proceed. And thus I tore the paper into shreds. A sudden aversion to its sight overwhelmed me, and I discarded it into the wastebasket. How revolting, how revolting. I feel nauseous. I lack the strength even to return to my bed, relegating myself to a crouched position. At that moment, a series of knocks resonated at the door. I'm coming in. It was my father's voice. Upon entering and spotting me crouched, he called my name and rushed over. My mother, hearing my father's voice, hurried into the room as well. Yaru, are you in pain? How revolting. Then, my stomach began to ache. Upon hearing this, my father acknowledged my distress and lifted me into his arms. I suppressed the nausea brought on by the movement, while my mother frantically prepared a bag. We're going to the hospital. As my father said this and took me to the car, I wondered if I was truly going to die. If that were the case, perhaps I could return to that day. Perhaps that would indeed be preferable. I felt lighter. I'm sorry, Dad, I'm so useless. Hearing those words filled me with profound sorrow. That isn't true. It's not my father's fault. If only I could articulate that. For some reason, the image of his and my brother's faces when they took my life together surfaced in my mind. Their haggard expressions seemed so similar. Chapter 10. Mr. Gojo becomes a murderer, diagnosed with a gastric ulcer. I was advised to remain under observation for about a week before undergoing an endoscopy, which is utterly exasperating. The cause is undoubtedly stress. It's peculiar. Despite having done nothing to rest this time, I am still told it is stress. I can hear them say that a middle schooler with this condition must have undergone something quite severe. Perhaps they might even investigate for signs of abuse. How strange. Despite doing nothing, misfortune seems to abound. No, it is precisely because I have done nothing. I should at least have gone to school. Such regrets are futile. After receiving N4, I discovered at the hospital that I had lost 8 kilograms. The atmosphere was far from one where one could jest about successfully dieting. I hadn't even realized I had been driven to such a state. Looking closely at my reflection in the mirror, I noticed my cheeks appeared somewhat sunken. Is it really that severe? I was taken aback. Indeed, the accumulation of stress is overwhelming. Yet, I never anticipated I would find myself in such a condition. Although the nausea and abdominal pain subsided, the mere thought of the pain returning sent throbbing pangs through my head. Is this truly a gastric ulcer? Prior to being informed of my hospitalization, I had vomited several times, but with a nearly empty stomach, I could only expel gastric fluid, and ultimately, there was even blood mixed in. Shouldn't I have drunk some water beforehand? I do not know. Is this not akin to dying? Upon that thought, I unexpectedly realized that human beings do not perish so easily. The doctor merely stated it is just a gastric ulcer. It likely isn't anything serious. Despite how terrible I feel. So, at the very least this child, without asking as I drifted into a state of exhaustion. The voices of my parents lingering in the hospital room roused me slightly. They had not yet realized I was awake. Getting up felt arduous. And as I contemplated dozing off again, I noticed they were discussing me, which made me more alert. Perhaps we should have her undergo a psychological evaluation. It shouldn't have reached that extent. But this is indeed not normal. There must be a reason. Even if there is, it would be best to wait until the child is willing to speak. Wait. Until when? What if the child is also waiting? What are they discussing? I slightly opened my eyes, nearly gasping aloud. I managed to restrain myself, which is truly commendable. What are they saying? The crumpled paper in my mother's hand is precisely the one I discarded this morning. This cannot be. They saw it. As I felt an unusual cold sweat beginning to form, my father led my mother out of the room. What to do? The answer is already painfully clear. To die. That is the only option left. How should I put it? I now face such matters without a shred of hesitation. It is astonishing, truly devoid of any doubt. I slipped out of the hospital room, contemplating the excuses I would offer when caught, and surprisingly felt that it was not a significant matter as I took the elevator to the top floor, randomly found a window, and leapt out. The sensation of falling was rather peculiar. Even knowing it would not grant me relief, the comfort of potentially ending everything headfirst seemed to prevail. As for the final sight, my thought was, the sunset is beautiful. I have died many times thus far, but only this time did I entertain the notion that death is indeed a release. Because even if I were to speak to my parents, they would not understand, nor would they accept it. Submitting to psychological evaluation would be a futile endeavor. Yet without a means to explain, as both my father and mother are ordinary people, it pains my heart to realize that they cannot comprehend. I am indeed the one who yearns for their understanding the most. How foolish of me. Had it not been for this phenomenon, I would not have believed my brother's words myself. Has my brother always harbored such feelings? It's morning. The clock strikes 6, marking the day I was admitted to the hospital. I have not returned to that day. In a panic, I check my notebook, realizing I have yet to write anything. That was meant to be done around noon. Well, I shan't write anymore. I will cease to ponder it. Wrapping myself tightly in the quilt, I close my eyes. Speaking of which, I have returned to that fateful morning before. Could it be that the timelines of murder and suicide differ? I clutch the quilt tightly. Does this mean I ultimately cannot escape hospitalization? No, that is precisely why I said it was futile. Such entanglements are meaningless. In the end, I was still taken to the hospital by my father, vomiting as I was informed of my admission. It is truly distressing. It is only natural that my physical condition had deteriorated to this point. Fortunately, since I did not write in my notebook, my parents remained unaware of that incident. I was incapacitated for about 3 days, but by the 4th day, I finally stabilized a bit. At this time, I managed to contact my brother, who expressed his intention to visit me. The thought of him coming to see me indeed brought a smile to my face. It seems a friend will accompany me as well, but do not worry too much about it. The email I received caused me to exclaim in surprise. Thankfully, I am in a single room. But wait, I wonder who this friend is. I directly inquired, and the reply indicated it was a girl. Surely, it must be Miss Shoko. What should I do? Will I be able to converse with her properly? No, as long as it is not Mr. Gojo, I shall be completely fine. Perhaps even delighted. Thus, I merely responded with an acknowledgement. At the same time, I realized this might be an opportunity. So, using the kindly provided pages from my teacher's notebook, I tore off a sheet and began to write messages for the future in pencil. If I give this to Miss Shoko, it should reach Teacher Yaga. I shall ask her to help disseminate the information. In that case, there might indeed be some changes. The teacher will surely understand. How many times have I failed like this? How noisy, I muttered. Beep beep. This marks the 10th instance, not counting suicides, of Shigeru Mei. Pass me. Can you hear me? Regardless, even if I do nothing, dying and then reincarnating will not alter anything. I think and think until I feel nauseous. And then I end up hospitalized due to the pressure. Life is so miserable, yet it seems humans do not die so easily. However, fate will not change if one does nothing, so let us strive as I did in my 9th instance. This time, I must be careful not to let Mr. Gojo become a murderer. Just kidding, haha. Chapter 11. My brother has come to pick me up. A grave situation has arisen. This must be what it feels like to have one's heart gripped tightly. The pain is intense. My brother, who stands before me, calls my name desperately, yet I can no longer discern his words. I can scarcely breathe, feeling as though inhaling will lead to my demise. The pain is that severe. A staggering amount of blood spreads across the floor, dripping from my nose and mouth. Could it be that the tears are actually blood? Fear begins to creep in. The agony I experience is unlike anything I have encountered before, entirely different from the pain inflicted by Mr. Gojo. It feels as though my body is being destroyed from within. In this state, I am once again returned, unable to hear my brother's voice, back to that familiar routine. How strange. After all, I have done nothing at all. I have merely been hospitalized. Why is this happening? Is it retribution for my irregular lifestyle? Even so, such a death seems exaggerated, akin to a miniature crime scene. Those around me must be terrified. Was I murdered? Was I poisoned? But why me? I desperately try to recall my actions leading up to my death, seeking to uncover where things went awry. Surely, everyone has their limits. My previous state was already quite dire. Frankly, I am still affected by it, and I should have been able to just barely survive to my limit. This death should not be related to my brother. He fought valiantly at that time, though I cannot forget that he killed me. Indeed, I must finally be honest with my parents. It was disastrous that the paper was seen, and in a moment of impulse, I attempted to take my own life. Now, I find myself relying solely on my parents. However, I will not speak of the cycle. I will emphasize that I have been plagued by nightmares. I will say that I often dream of being killed, but I will not disclose that the murderer is a family member. My parents assure me that it was merely a dream. Yes, they say dreams are just dreams, repeating what my brother said. Life holds no certainties. Yet even after discussing it with my parents, it is futile. If I were sent for a psychiatric evaluation, I would undoubtedly be labeled as abnormal. So I can only acquiesce. And then, because my brother came to see me, I found myself entangled in my own thoughts, clinging to a faint hope that my brother might still be all right. I confided in him. I handed him the contents of my notebook and asked him to share it with everyone. In that moment, as I spoke, an unbearable sensation gripped my chest, my heart feeling as though it were being mercilessly twisted, producing a pain that was all too real. Following that, I experienced a ringing in my ears. Blood flowed uncontrollably from my mouth and nose, and as I cried, the tears mingled with blood, raising the haunting question of whether those who die in horror films experience such pain. Perhaps it was a result of my self-imposed isolation that triggered some ailment. Even without seclusion, accumulating pressure serves no purpose. Am I not even allowed a moment of respite? Though I do not feel I have truly rested at all. Ultimately, I must take some action. I can no longer recall whether I wrote anything in my notebook. Typically, such records should be preserved, should they not? Human memory is finite. Eventually, I will forget what happened at which juncture. Thus, I can only commit it to memory now, though I am reluctant. I must acknowledge that death may not be entirely behind me. Furthermore, during the time frame when Mr. Gojo transformed into a curse user, events ought to have progressed smoothly. If I merely inform him of his impending transformation, he will undoubtedly find a way. It will be all right. There will always be a solution. I shall persevere. I wish to believe that enduring until winter without action during that last time frame was not in vain. Indeed, just as initially planned. I will go to Tokyo during the long holiday and have my brother come. Naturally, they, Gojo and Shoko, will follow. It will be fine, without a doubt. So, I forgot to book a hotel and contacted my brother. He has come to pick me up, and Mr. Gojo and Ms. Shoko are accompanying him. Up to this point, everything should have proceeded as planned. It was meant to unfold this way. If I feel unwell, I should simply voice it. Suddenly, I am overcome with discomfort. The moment I reunite with my brother and the others, a wave of intense nausea and dizziness crashes over me. How peculiar. I have been so attentive to my health. Ms. Shoko immediately came to check on me, declaring that it was nothing serious. I merely felt exceedingly nauseous, particularly when Mr. Gojo came into view. I pondered whether it was his visually violent presence that caused this reaction. Nevertheless, I have gleaned a clue. Perhaps my body remembers the experience of being killed. Although there were no flashbacks, a primal aversion arose instinctively. While I wondered what to do, ultimately, as long as I can convey this to Teacher Yaga, Mr. Gojo's message can be relayed through someone else. Brother, I have a favor to ask. Please have everyone read this notebook. Everyone. Yes, those whom you trust. In truth, I had planned to tell 3 individuals in person. However, encountering Mr. Gojo induces physical discomfort, so I decided to entrust everything to you. Of course, I also contemplated that Miss Shoko might be a safer choice. However, my brother remains the gentle soul he has always been. I am acutely aware that mere words are insufficient, thus I can only implore those around me to devise a solution. Though it is dubious whether my brother comprehends the implications of this matter, whether it will yield positive or negative outcomes, since there is no escaping it, I must proceed. Despite his apparent confusion, I beseeched him, emphasizing the significance of this matter and urging him to ensure that everyone reads it. He consented, albeit with a puzzled expression. Even if he were to read it without permission, it would not matter. Surely, he would reach out to me afterward. Mr. Gojo should be able to intervene as well. How splendid it is that events are finally poised to unfold in a favorable direction. If such good fortune were to manifest, it ought to have transpired from the very beginning. Just like last time, blood gushed from my eyes, nose, and mouth. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of my phone screen illuminating, and amidst the excruciating pain that felt as though my heart was being squeezed, I succumbed to darkness. Why? Chapter 12. Suguru Geto vanished from the world of jujitsu, taking with him the belongings of his sister. The notebook sent by Geto's sister was filled with incredulous accounts. In essence, it chronicled future events. To summarize, it foretold that either Geto or Gojo would become a curse user, that Shoko would perish, and that either Hybara or Nanami would meet their demise the following year. The dates only served to amplify its credibility, truly astounding. Initially, I regarded it with skepticism. But as the content grew increasingly bizarre, I could not help but be astonished. Geto seemed to be enacting a spree of chaos. I failed to recognize the pattern for the first 5 iterations. By the 6th, I became aware and consulted my brother and Gojo, yet took no action and ultimately fell victim to my brother's hand. In the 7th iteration, I sought counsel from Shoko, but she was aware of the dangers and, in her protective duty, lost her life. Following this, Yaga learned of the situation through Shoko and maintained contact, acquiring a deeper understanding of jujitsu. Yet he too met his end at the hands of my brother. In the 8th iteration, I interacted with Nanami and Hybra, relaying to Yaga the events thus far and obtaining information distinct from previous encounters. A year later, I subtly warned Nanami of impending danger under the guise of a dream, but ultimately sacrificed myself to protect Hybra. It was at this juncture I realized that Hybra had already perished. 2 years later, facing my brother who had come to kill me, I took my own life, only to find myself returned to that fateful morning, prompting me to urgently implore Yaga to help me escape with my parents. However, 6 months later, my parents, having learned of my brother's atrocities, forced me into a suicide pact. In the 9th iteration, I engaged with Yaga alone. The information was ultimately classified. By this point, due to Yaga's intervention, my brother's missions may have diminished, and he returned home for a visit. After the date of my initial murder had passed, I went on a postponed school trip, only to be killed by Gojo, who had become a curse user in my stead. In the 10th iteration, feeling weary, I intended to take no action, but succumbed to a gastric ulcer due to overwhelming stress, leading to hospitalization. My parents discovered the abandoned notebook, and I leaped to my death, returning to the morning before my hospital visit. Yet my physical condition remained unchanged, resulting in another hospitalization. However, as this was not recorded in the notebook, my parents remained oblivious. Nevertheless, my mental state continued to deteriorate, ultimately leading me to confide in my parents under the pretext of nightmares. When I attempted to open up to my brother, I likely succumbed to cardiac arrest or something similar, though the specifics elude me. Blood flowed from my mouth, nose, and eyes. In summary, this is the grim reality I faced. Confronted with such harrowing records, no one could utter a word. One could only say, albeit delicately, that this is akin to hell. Furthermore, during the 10th iteration, the so-called previous occurrence, I was even impulsive enough to take my own life. Although it seemed as though I had shut myself away, it was precisely this isolation that led to excessive contemplation, ultimately steering me down a detrimental path. As for Shoko, she inquired with her gaze how things were, yet both of us firmly declared it impossible. Nevertheless, the notebook indicated that his sister had once been gentle. Something monumental must occur to instigate such profound changes in both of them. While Gojo dismissed it as absurd, there was a certain seriousness in his tone. A calamity is anticipated this year, and an increase in curses is projected for next year. Such possibilities exist. As long as we remain vigilant during tasks on those dates, we should be fine, correct? However, if Shoko had not intervened, it would have certainly ended in failure. Thankfully, Yaga's guidance seems to have yielded success. Surely, it is correct to inform Yaga. That said, it is hard to believe we could fail at all. Moreover, next year, either Nanami or Hybra will perish during a mission. What? The information appears erroneous. Surely, they would not assign them tasks beyond their capabilities. How I wish I could reassure Shoko that it is impossible. Yet, given the existence of this notebook, I cannot allow myself to tread the same path. Rather, I must come to the realization that I cannot become like that. Did Geto, during the 9th iteration, manage to evade becoming a curse user? Or did he choose the same path? The latter is a thought I am loath to entertain. The belief that non-sorcerers are worthy of protection is a conviction held by Geto, one that both of us are well aware of. Thus, it is unfathomable that he would overturn this principle or even harm his family. Geto himself cannot comprehend it. He cannot fathom why he has descended to such depths or for what reason. That child is not a curse user. So the intricacies of what transpired between them will likely remain a mystery known only to them. It is hard to believe, and I am unwilling to accept it. Yet, this is certainly no fabrication. I shall attempt to make a phone call. Yes, I must inquire properly. 1 ring, 2 rings, 3 rings, 4, 5, 6. No one answered. And ultimately, I had to concede defeat. Perhaps I am fatigued. There are no tasks tomorrow, so I shall visit her then. It is possible that child fears Gojo. Her physical discomfort is also a result of you. I have done nothing at all. To her, it must feel as though I have. Tomorrow, I shall go to Maru. If necessary, I shall bring 2 people. No, Shoko, you should join us as well. Why me? Gojo is not at fault. But for the sake of his sister, I apologize. While I think it unreasonable, given her demeanor or state, if it is better not to meet, then so be it. After all, we are not close, Gojo readily conceded. Yet, the following day, I realized this judgment was profoundly misguided. No, even had I acted at that moment, I likely would not have accomplished much. It should have been checkout time at 11, yet she had yet to emerge. Anxiously, I approached the front desk to inquire. The staff recognized Geto and promptly disclosed his room number. Fortunately, this place is affiliated with the jujitsu world. Maru, are you still asleep? I knocked several times. Yet there was no response. Anxious, and despite my reluctance, I resorted to using my cursed spirit to breach the door lock. The lights were still on. What on earth was happening? Taking a few steps forward, I stumbled upon a pool of blood. Eyes wide with shock, I summoned my cursed spirit to remain vigilant as I rushed forward, only to find my sister sprawled in the blood, lifeless. I called her name in a voice choked with despair, checking for a heartbeat. In truth, I already knew she was dead, yet I could not refrain from doing so. Her body, cold and beginning to stiffen, was an unfathomable sight. What could have transpired? Why did this child come to such a fate? With disbelief coursing through me, Geto summoned his cursed spirit and flew out the window, cradling his sister, swathed in a sheet. She felt terrifyingly light. Upon returning to Jujutsu High, he immediately sought out Shoko. Upon seeing what he was carrying, her voice faltered. Can you perform an autopsy? He implored, lowering his head. There was no one else he could turn to. The manner of death mirrored the final entry in the notebook. She suspected cardiac arrest, yet from an outsider's perspective, it appeared far from ordinary. No matter how one looked at it, it was distinctly abnormal. After washing away the congealed blood, changing towels repeatedly, she finally cleansed the young girl's face. Shoko acquiesced to Geto's request, believing it imperative to do so. Although still a student, she possessed experience in such matters. Even so, she never imagined she would find herself dissecting a friend's sister in this manner. Shoko's knowledge of the girl was limited. Aside from the information regarding Suguru and a fleeting glance at his downfall, there exists no connection. Yet, a sense of disdain is inescapable. All that needed to be articulated is inscribed upon this paper. Thank you. In Suguru's view, a written medium is preferable to direct conversation. After finishing her tasks, Shoko indulges in a cigarette on the rooftop. Ah, what a wretched mood. And then, my heart feels as though it has been flattened, quite literally. It could even be said to have contorted. Speaking of which, Gojo's brow furrows as he appears from nowhere. That unmistakably suggests some form of curse. However, there are no apparent traces, which piques one's curiosity. The time of death coincided with their discussion just yesterday. Perhaps, she had already succumbed when Suguru made the call. Or she perished amidst the ringing of the phone. If it is the latter, it is far too cruel. They never even considered checking. The notebook has been handed over? Ah, the response was as anticipated. Regarding that child, if her demise had been precipitated by some physical ailment, it would be understandable. Yet, this time is different. Shoko ponders the reasons. It neither resembles a murder nor a suicide. Surely, she would not wish for such a torturous end. Murdered by her brother, killed by her parents, losing close friends, slain by her brother's acquaintances, or taking her own life. Then, is there a condition? A condition? Perhaps something like not being allowed to disclose it to others. This contradicts the previous situation, does it not? I am at a loss. Gojo clicks his tongue. Nevertheless, he is unusually cooperative, likely due to his bond with his dear friend. The irony lies in the fact that it is the cause of her death that has transformed his skepticism into unwavering belief. A condition? The stipulation of not informing the same person does not apply here due to the presence of Yaga. She had conveyed crucial information to the relevant parties. That does not constitute an illness. According to the notes, when she died in the same manner previously, she returned to what is referred to as the initial day. So, was she murdered? Yet, only that child is caught in the cycle. Are there others trapped in the repetition? It cannot be dismissed as impossible. But if that were the case and remains unresolved to this day, then they become our adversary. However, neither explanation sits right. What is actually happening? What have we overlooked? Gojo. That child, each time she loops, seeks counsel. She has approached me, you, Suguru, and even Yaga-sensei. Yet, it has always been one or two individuals at a time. I do not recall the details clearly. Gojo suddenly looks at Shoko, as if he has come to a realization. Shoko, too, displays an expression of distaste at this discovery. How I wish she had not found out. She merely repeats the cycle, uttering the same introductory phrases. And time and again meets her demise at the hands of her brother or others. But perhaps it is not limited to that. Although there is no concrete evidence, it seems akin to some form of binding through sorcery. However, the individual who should have been informed is already deceased. It is possible she returned to the initial day. Yet the fact that she has vanished at this moment remains unchanged. Suguru Geto's sister has died. Aside from this grim truth, the world is devoid of meaning. All that can be done is to endeavor to develop the remnants she left behind into something positive. Please do not inform Suguru. After uttering this, Gojo vanished from the rooftop. Thus, if this is indeed the truth, it implies that their awareness of it led to her demise. At this moment, Shoko contemplates for the first time, what kind of child was she? After that, Suguru Geto disappeared from the realm of jujitsu sorcery. He did not become a curse user, nor did he return home, but carried with him his sister's belongings. Chapter 13, a gaping void opened within me. How many times has this thought crossed my mind? I feel joy at returning safely, yet am plagued by anxiety regarding the future. What is happening? Why have I died again? Grasping my chest tightly. What is wrong with my heart? I informed my brother that I was tired and retreated to my room, receiving his nonchalant response. It seems that humanity is surprisingly resilient to mental collapse. I collapsed onto my bed, lost in thought. The notebook has been entrusted, and I hope everything goes smoothly at that time. However, I have returned, so it is likely futile. Despite my efforts to manage my health, I have no underlying illness. So what is it? Although I still fear Gojo, that pain is extraordinary. Externally and internally, they are entirely different matters. What has transpired? Where did it all go awry? Contemplating this question for what feels like the umpteenth time in my chaotic mind is simply agonizing. I resent my currently healthy body, yet must maintain it. As I ponder this, I seem to have truly fallen asleep, only to awaken when called for dinner. No matter how many years I repeat this day, it will never fade from memory. The table is laden with the dishes my brother and I adore. In this moment, I realize that what I once took for granted is an immense blessing. Perhaps humanity only comprehends such truths when pushed to the brink. Do you have any worries, Maru? Yes. Many indeed. Even if I were to speak honestly, I know my parents would insist on a psychological evaluation. I am well aware of that. Perhaps I am having nightmares. Oh, have you been dreaming of nightmares? Yes. Dreams of being killed. Clang. Something has fallen, accompanied by a sharp pain in my chest. A pool of blood gradually forms on the dining table. Only my mother's piercing scream reaches my ears. The overwhelming metallic scent of blood chokes me. The food is wasted. Why? What do you mean why? No, I did nothing at all. Who could have anticipated returning unscathed on the very first day? What is this? Is it the 12th time? No, it is not that. Why? I can no longer respond to what is happening. But all I did just now was speak. Is even that not permissible? At this point, it must be a cruel joke. I muttered a brief remark about sleep before swaying back to my room. Despite my intense aversion to that agonizing death, I continue this way. However, without relying on others, I am utterly powerless. I have no means to directly halt my brother's actions. Even if I think it is enough and wish to hide, having experienced such an ending, I ultimately must do something. Even death does not grant me relief, in stark contrast to what I have read in novels. The repetition of time is nothing but suffering. As I dawdled, the 3-day holiday swiftly passed. I am utterly foolish. I can no longer find a breakthrough. So, racking my brain for some solution, I fled when no conclusion arose. In the dead of night, I packed my belongings and ran away from home. I had not even considered the possibility of police intervention. All I wanted was to escape, as if that place itself were evil. There are hardly any places a minor can go, but that is of no consequence. I simply kept walking, resting when tired, and hiding. Repeating these actions, dawn broke, and the streets became busier. I blended in, beginning to wander, and boarded a bus without any destination in mind. Please let me on. Okay. As the bus grew crowded, a man with a remarkably handsome face sat beside me, though there was something somewhat intimidating about him. The scar at the corner of his mouth left a lasting impression as I leaned against the bus window, feeling the sway of the vehicle. Running away from home. Seeing a child like you, I can understand. Were you bullied? Not in that way. Everyone is very kind, and my family too. What is this person about? Although I thought this, I lacked the courage to meet his gaze. Just as I pondered that, I heard him respond. Oh, is that so? The reasons for running away from home are hardly significant. Am I merely evading? Yet, is that inherently a negative act? After all, I have made considerable efforts, quite earnest ones. My parents might be worried, though. While clutching my meager backpack, that individual suddenly exclaimed, "Excuse me, could you lend me some money?" Is this not enough for my fare? How much do you need? 2,000 yen. This hardly seems an insufficient sum. Stunned into silence, I listened as he implored me. I hesitated. Even if I lent him the money, what assurance would I have of repayment? Asking a middle school student for money is rather pathetic, is it not? Nevertheless, seeing his apologetic expression stirred a pang of guilt within me, compelling me to reluctantly extract 2 bills from my wallet. He mumbled an apology before alighting from the vehicle. I hardly have ample pocket money myself, so I had no choice but to disembark after him. Who on earth was that person? Excuse me, could you return the money? Hey, shall I call the police? I forgot my phone. That individual nimbly evaded the crowd, vanishing into some obscure place. Surely this is a trick. To be abandoned in such a manner? It dawned on me that he had no intention of repaying the money, and I ceased my futile pursuit. I had been deceived. How outrageous. 2,000 yen for a middle schooler is a considerable sum. Wait, in truth, this distance hardly warrants 2,000 yen, does it? It was only then that I realized. How miserly. What sort of person is he? Even when running away from home, one requires money. This is the epitome of good intentions met with ill fortune. Is it truly my fault for being deceived? Wandering aimlessly in an entirely unfamiliar place. I sat down upon a bench. A homeless man I had glimpsed on the way made me ponder whether I too might end up living in such a manner. As I strolled devoid of energy, I contemplated my future. Given that I am already homeless, shall I simply perish on the streets? If so, where would I return? To the beginning, or would I be perceived as having committed suicide, returning to this very morning? I truly do not wish to start from walking again. How can I? Hey Gojo, what does it matter if the task has ended prematurely? I instinctively pressed my hat down further. Gojo and the songstress. What a time for levity. No, remain calm. At this juncture, I have yet to meet them. However, time is of the essence. I must procure the local delicacies without delay. Oh no, my brother is here too. No, this is Shizuoka, isn't it? Ah, now that I think about it. My brother indeed sent me local delicacies from Shizuoka. I had assumed it was merely a standard travel gift, but in hindsight, it was likely related to his duties. Wait, is it truly possible to encounter them here? Despite such thoughts, I surveyed my surroundings, observing that this area appears to be a specialty merchandise zone. Indeed, it is bustling with activity. Gripped by a sense of panic, I remained motionless. They seemed so joyous. Even so, life can take unexpected turns. Did they purchase the local delicacies here? I noticed unfamiliar faces among the crowd. Who might that person be? Gazing at a particularly conspicuous group, I suddenly recalled something. Wasn't it when I was discussing the future that I met my demise? I frantically racked my brain, sensing I had overlooked something. At that time, I had confided in my parents and brother, stating that next time, I would hand the notebook to my brother for everyone to see. The subsequent time, I had mentioned it again at the dinner table with the three of them. Is it forbidden to speak to my parents? No, that cannot be right. At this moment, I finally recognized that I had made a grave misunderstanding. Is it forbidden to speak to more than 3 people? No, how could such absurdity exist? Yet, the more I pondered, the more it began to make sense. Up until now, I had only spoken to 1 or 2 individuals. Perhaps the notebook was seen by my brother, Miss Shoko, Mr. Gojo, and Teacher Yaga. So did that lead to my demise? Wait. Does that mean those 3 instances were all self-inflicted? The realization sent chills down my spine. Must it remain undisclosed? Where lies the boundary? Is it that I cannot let them know what I comprehend, or does it merely require me to conceal my identity, allowing for the possibility of disclosure? Are there still such restrictions at this stage? While I ponder this, I find myself unable to think of anything else. Though uncertain, I lack the courage to confirm anything. No, it should be fine to speak to 2 individuals. Who should I choose? Should I disclose all my experiences thus far and seek Teacher Yaga's help? Yet, relying solely on the teacher may not suffice. Whom else should I turn to? Can I trust my brother once more? Trust Mr. Gojo? Inform Ms. Shoko, including requesting that she refrain from accompanying me on tasks. Hey, are you okay? Hearing a voice directed at me, I instinctively lifted my head. This marks the 2nd time I have been addressed in such a manner. The first time, she expressed concern for me. What is the matter, songstress? Ms. May, no. This child has been sitting here with her head down. I'm somewhat concerned. Oh dear, you don't look well. Are you a middle school student? While I pondered what to do in silence, I heard the voices of 3 individuals approaching from a distance. I stood up and shouted, I'm fine, before sprinting away. Hey, stop, Miss Songstress. But I chose to ignore her, pretending not to hear. I could care less if they consider me bothersome. What matters now is that I must not be discovered. I must blend into the crowd and remain undetected. It is not too late, yet. Maru, brother, you are far too fast. There is no way to deny that I am mistaken for someone else. I am exposed, completely revealed. As panic set in, I veered off the path and ran toward the guardrail. Using the momentum, I vaulted over it, landing on a bustling road filled with cars. I must do it again. This time, I shall not be deceived out of 2,000 yen and shall avoid an encounter with my brother and the others. I tightly shut my eyes, and suddenly, something abruptly grasped my clothing. What is this? No, who is it? I cannot discern what was done to me by the person who so roughly seized me. But I certainly felt a sensation unlike falling, a feeling of floating. Then, where I was unceremoniously thrown was solid ground. Did this fool just leap down? Thanks, Gojo. But try not to be so rough. She is my sister. How annoying. All right, let us handle this quickly. My heart raced, but it was not due to anything romantic. In such circumstances, the bridge effect is utterly impossible. Facing my bewilderment, my brother inquired whether I had sustained any injuries. His tenderness remains, the very same warmth I cherish. Why did you save me, Maru? Even now, you rescue me, but I cannot say. It is forbidden. I remained silent, prompting my brother to respond with slight irritation. What are you talking about? Why is Maru here? Isn't today a day off? Do Mom and the others know? How would I know if I don't speak? My continued silence elicited a sigh from my brother. My heart feels heavy. Why must he assign blame to me? If I declare that I shall never return home, they will inquire what has transpired. If I say nothing, I will only be a source of concern. Indeed, that is how it will be. Yet my right to respond is limited. At least, I cannot speak now. Moreover, even if I confide in my brother, I have grown weary of such expectations. Mr. Gojo, too. Despite his strength, he fails to prevent me, and with a slight misstep, he would end my life. I understand that they have all experienced something that has shaped them into who they are, likely not by choice, each burdened by their own justifications. My brother has a goal that he is willing to pursue even at the cost of family, and though I do not fully grasp Mr. Gojo's motives, it seems he too has been driven by some form of discontent. To say such things after saving you is truly irksome. I apologize, Gojo. She appears to be rather disoriented. Maru, let us calm down and discuss this. Discuss what? Now, even if we talk, will my brother pause? That is impossible. I am aware that any words spoken at this juncture are futile. Regardless of what I do, it all seems the same. Mr. Gojo cast a reproachful glance in my direction, but why must I be subjected to such scrutiny? Why? It is certainly not my fault. Yet, I still cannot say anything. To utter such pain is to invite it. Indeed, it is excruciating. Brother, you remain unaware, do you not? Even Mr. Gojo is oblivious, as is everyone else. To the torment akin to one's heart being clenched tightly, the blood surging forth from my countenance, an unrelenting terror, a cycle of despair that perpetuates itself. Do not lay all the blame upon me. I have striven as well. What is wrong with fleeing once? If rest is unattainable, must I not flee instead? It is not as though I am devoid of thoughts. If only I could become a sorcerer, perhaps in that state of recurrence, there might still be hope. Perhaps I could glean more information. Yet, at present, I am unaware even of whether everyone is here. Each repetition unveils new revelations, emerging incessantly. From where should I instigate change? How should I alter the course? I remain utterly bewildered. You, brother, and Mr. Gojo, having glimpsed hope with such difficulty, only to perish thrice before discovering the limitations of those who could impart knowledge. Despite having looped 10 times, I am bereft even of such fundamental understanding. Father as well. And mother, I know you both have exerted yourselves in your respective times, risking your lives to protect something dear. I am aware. I simply cannot comprehend. Your words are a jumbled mess, devoid of clarity. Is it not merely self-indulgence on your part? Gojo, you should truly step aside. Yet, what Wataru says holds merit. Mayu, I know you are undoubtedly striving for something. However, there are matters you fail to disclose, leaving me in ignorance. Is your brother truly so unreliable? I find myself at a loss for words. That is not my intent. That is not what I wish to convey. It is just that I apologize, I was somewhat out of sorts earlier. It is merely that I encountered a rather disheartening incident. I am sorry, Mr. Gojo. Yet, at this moment, no one can fathom my current state. I am uncertain whom to rely upon. They say that action speaks louder than contemplation, but I continue to dread that unpredictable agony. Subsequently, comforted by my brother, I returned home. Father and mother were deeply concerned, or rather, after mother struck me, she embraced me tightly. They truly worry for me. I understand that. Nevertheless, my heart feels as though it has been hollowed out. Chapter 14. I have taken a life. Afterward, everything became inconsequential, merely passing time in an ordinary manner. Still, the matters concerning Nanami and the others lingered in my mind, ultimately leading me to contact Teacher Yaga. Although I was queried on how I came to know such things, I merely stated it was akin to a prophetic dream. Providing detailed explanations proved too exhausting. As long as I conveyed the gist, the teacher would surely devise a means to cope, having received much guidance from him. I also informed him of the possibility that my brother and Mr. Gojo could become curse users. How simple it was to articulate that. Though I remain uncertain if speaking it would affect any change. A year passed, and as the time for Nanami and Hibara's mission approached, I found my parents lying in disarray. I had yet to acclimate to witnessing dismembered family members and maintaining composure amid such chaos. I berated my brother for employing such a brutal method to take a life. Another failure, it seems. Indeed, I searched for my brother, but he was nowhere to be found. Did he leave me alive? I am far from pleased with this situation, gritting my teeth against the pervasive scent of rust. I stepped outside, only to find someone collapsed on the ground. The night was devoid of light. I approached cautiously, only to discover it was Teacher Yaga. Teacher, why are you here? What? Why? I repeated like a fool. Why was Teacher Yaga here? With such thoughts, I attempted to lift the fallen body. But a chill gripped me. Both arms were missing. Why? Are you Mayu Yaga? I am sorry. I was unable to reach your parents. Why, brother? Brother? No, it is not. I was on a mission nearby. A curse appeared. How could this be? Such a thing had never occurred before. You are not at fault. The unconscious teacher's body was cold. I must call someone. An ambulance. No, the school. Who should I call? I frantically dashed into the house to grab the phone, but it would not connect. I rushed back to my room, trembling as I clutched my mobile, dialing a number from the phone book. I cannot recall whom I called, but afterward, my brother, Miss Shoko, and several others arrived. As for me, I remember babbling incoherently. But since I did not perish there, perhaps it was because I refrained from voicing certain matters, although someone held me back from my state of panic. It was not long before my consciousness abruptly faded. When I awoke, I found myself on a white hospital bed. As I lay in confusion, several individuals who appeared to be significant figures entered. Your curse has killed someone. It seems both your parents and teacher Yaga have perished. My curse is killed? A curse? Me? At that moment, my brother burst into the room, followed closely by Mr. Gojo. Upon recognizing them, the others vacated the room. Mr. Gojo glared at me intensely. Brother. No, it was me, they said. No, you are not at fault. It is not your fault. But just now, they claimed it was my curse. How could there be a curse? This is a deception. My brother is a sorcerer. How do you know this? Is it me who is killed? Is it I who is killed? I had learned previously that non-sorcerers could generate curses. But when? Why? Would I curse my parents? What curse did I cast? On whom? My curse. Mayu. I am a fraud, brother. To claim it is not my fault, to assert I am not the sole villain, is an unfathomable lie. For I am the one who has taken a life. At this moment, the only malevolent entity is me, solely me. What a great deceiver I am. Just like my brother, perhaps it is a hereditary trait of siblings to inherit such detestable qualities. Even if I were to commit suicide now, I could not return. Thus, I must begin anew. Brother, kill me. Mayu. Mr. Gojo, you too may do so. Mr. Gojo, how could you wear such an expression? Not long ago, I was terrified, yet now I am utterly unafraid. Neither of them would take my life. Of course, they remain unscathed. Perhaps they can avoid becoming curse users. Yet, I cannot feel any joy. I entered. With a click, Miss Shoko stepped inside. Oh, I have a brilliant idea. I thought of it. Now that I am aware, it should be fine. That is, I know the future, you see. Although it comes with the fact that I have become a murderer here. As I intended to convey this, my mouth suddenly ceased to function. In the midst of this thought, all three of them furrowed their brows. Why? Then it should be written on paper. I inquired if there was paper and a pen. My mouth can move again, and upon receiving them, I attempted to write it down. However, I could not form any characters. Even when I tried to draw, it merely resulted in a chaotic mess. It was as if my body itself was refusing to act. It is Teacher Yaga. He forbids you from uttering prohibited words. He stated that if you spoke certain things, Mayu would likely find it difficult to remain safe. That technique has already taken effect. Mayu. No, please don't. If that happens, I won't be able to do anything. I repeatedly endeavored to communicate, wishing to write it in my notebook. Yet, the pen would not obey. My brother's gentle hand held mine. This is a deception, a deception. This is utterly meaningless. I cannot even convey my thoughts. This is my sole means of communication. Why must it be like this, especially when I wish to die? Brother, kill me. I will not. Why? Why is it that things have come to this? It is quite peculiar, not at all what I had anticipated. If only I could be killed and return. The words remained unspoken. If given another chance, I would not utter curses. This time, I shall endeavor earnestly. However, if this continues, it is possible that either my brother or Mr. Gojo will take my life. If that is the case, so be it. I am certain death awaits me. In that event, I must ensure that I start anew. I shall make every effort, no longer sparing my own life. If necessary, I would endure countless deaths. Therefore, regarding the act of taking my life. Chapter 15. I am truly a useless being. Days pass by like hollow shells. At this juncture, I find myself utterly powerless. My parents are deceased. I was the one who killed them. And Teacher Yaga is also dead. I was the cause of that too. I have relinquished this moment in time. Someday, my brother will surely come to kill me. Or perhaps Mr. Gojo, or someone else entirely. Regardless, I must be slain. For without such an occurrence, I cannot return to that fateful day. Thus death is imperative. I do not leave jujitsu high. I merely await my demise. Maru, eat well. I have eaten. You have hardly touched your food. It matters little. I will not perish from hunger. If I were to starve to death, would that be considered suicide? That holds no significance, because I do not eat. My brother remains present, and so I must consume something. I confine myself to the assigned room, eating and drinking, only to shut myself in again. The doll that Teacher Yaga seemingly left for me, no, the cursed spirit, indeed resembles a rabbit, though it may seem childish. It has become the most significant possession for me in this moment. I have expressed many times that if my brother and Miss Shoko are busy, they need not visit. And I have refused them on multiple occasions. Yet they continue to come without hesitation. Especially Miss Shoko, when my brother is absent. She seems to linger in my room for extended periods, making it feel as though I cannot go a single day without seeing her. Once, I asked her if it was all right for her to visit so frequently, and she replied that she was bored and sought companionship. I fell silent. Miss Shoko is not one for many words, yet that comfortable atmosphere only intensifies my suffering. I wish they would find me bothersome. No, perhaps they do think that. Though I cannot be certain. I concentrate daily on halting my thoughts. Originally, I merely wished to avoid being killed by my brother. I did not want to die. Yet everything has become unbearable. I only wished to do what I could, but the situation continues to worsen. However, I at least understand that surviving in this moment does not lead to happiness. Is it so wrong to desire happiness with my family? Is it a sin to long for life? What is it that I truly wish to achieve? It is not my fault. It is not my fault. Yet, now it is different. Everything is my fault. It is not your fault. That is enough, brother. On the calendar marked by either my brother or Miss Shoko. I realize I have been here for half a year. Soon, that time will approach. Just as I ponder this, a thought suddenly arises. I want to die. I think this, even though my time is drawing near. Well, I suppose I will return to this morning regardless. As I contemplate that Miss Shoko is absent today, I step out of my room and climb the stairs leading upstairs. There is nothing particularly special about it. Perhaps I merely feel that ascending is sufficient. Although I have been here before, I am still not very familiar with the school, yet strangely, I encounter no one. The cursed spirit that the teacher left behind follows closely behind me. I pick it up. 1 level, 2 levels, 3 levels. I count as I ascend, but soon give up. Merely climbing the stairs in silence, and before long, I reach the top. It appears to be the staircase leading to the rooftop. The rooftop of our school is sealed off, prohibiting entry. Even if one were to ascend, the door is locked, yet here it seems easily opened. Is this how it is in high schools? It feels as though I have breathed in the outside air after a long time, taking a deep breath. At this moment, I finally feel alive, even though I am about to die. There is a picture book titled The Cat That Lived a Million Times. But I find the notion of living a million times far too painful. As I think of that cat, whose content I can barely recall, I realize I am ultimately still planning to engage in a self-contradictory act. I have contemplated the possibility of time reversing. In the past, I have thought this many times for trivial reasons. However, it is of no use whatsoever. How bothersome. Well, it matters little. After all, there is no need for a farewell letter, nor must my shoes be neatly arranged. I will be returning anyway. I climb over the railing. Looking down at the ground that seems both near and distant, I adjust my position, seeking a place below without anything to cushion my fall, hoping to die in one swift motion. If I fail to die, it would be disastrous. Even so, something transcending fear pushes against my back. How easy it would be to simply end it all. The cursed spirit merely protects me from external dangers. Choosing death is of no concern to it. So, I should have fallen. No, before I fell, it seems something caught me. I intended to drop straight down, but it did not go as planned. An arm encircled my waist. My feet dangled in midair, swaying, on the brink of falling at any moment. Is Nanami all right? I'm fine. Can you help pull me up? Hang in there. Pull me up now. The arm around my waist constricts painfully. I completely relax my body. But as I attempt to pry Nanami's arm away, he lets out a roar that startles me. I was taken aback. I hadn't realized he could make such a sound. Nanami and Hibara pull me up, my limbs still dangling in the air. Since I did not wish to be saved, I did nothing, wanting only to be let go, but Nanami did not loosen his grip. And Hibara continued to hold onto my body. I offered no words of gratitude. I even felt that they were meddling in my affairs, nearly expressing my resentment. They were in no way at fault. They simply did what any person would do, but to me, it was nothing but an annoyance. It seems I have truly become a useless waste. Maruchan. That name, I heard it from Mr. Geto. Hibara and Nanami. So, you knew after all. Though I did not mention the reason, they likely made their own assumptions. Honestly, I now find even introducing myself to be exhausting. Yet both continue to grasp my arms. Really, I suppose I have failed. I only attempted to die a little bit. It matters little now, after all. I can only return to this morning. They asked nothing, and that stung me again. Hibara said, though it is summer, the wind is chilly today, and wrapped his coat around me. In truth, I am not cold. Nanami, apologizing, lifted me up. I ascend it heavy, though it would be fine to drop me. Hibara incessantly spoke to me, yet I ignored it all. It went in one ear and out the other, yet he remained undeterred. I had never thought this way before. That sheer brightness and cheerfulness had indeed encouraged me in the past, but now it only feels exceedingly bothersome and unbearable. No good. I am truly a useless being. Even while carrying me, Nanami remains steady and unwavering. Though I am merely being carried, I now lack even the strength to resist. Maru, my brother, with an expression of extreme concern, seems to breathe a sigh of relief upon recognizing me. I don't understand anything. Those eyes, devoid of any intent to kill me, hold no value for me. Hibara and Nanami seem to be trying to smooth things over, stating that I merely appeared a bit unwell. Yet I doubt my brother is easily deceived. That is enough, I said to Nanami for the first time. I shook off my brother's outstretched hand and set my feet on the ground. Hate me as you wish, just kill me if it pleases you. Will my brother become a curse master? At this moment, I could not care less. To return, to start anew, perhaps I should seek alternative solutions next time. The path revealing that my brother shall not become a curse master is becoming evident, despite the possibility of Mr. Gojo transforming into one. Yet, my brother does not permit me to walk freely. He steadies my unsteady form and effortlessly lifts me into his arms. Normally, I would feel a sense of shame and anger at such a display, but it appears that even that modesty has abandoned me now. How tiresome, how detestable. Leave me be, just end my existence. I attempted to resist, but the disparity in strength was too great, and I swiftly surrendered. I am weary. Perhaps it is merely a decline in my stamina. Is there a way to escape from this place? I noticed Nanami seemed about to speak. Yet I feigned ignorance. Chapter 16. So this is what happiness is. Though Miss Shoko and my brother said nothing, I sensed that they had begun to keep a watchful eye on me. The atmosphere had shifted from what it once was. The items in the room had diminished. And it was inevitable that someone would follow me when I left. Most often, it was Miss Shoko, with my brother appearing occasionally. While it was not as if I was confined to my quarters, the judgment seemed to dictate that it was perilous for me to roam alone. I had complained about such surveillance being unnecessary, but of course, it fell on deaf ears. Although I was gloomy, I occasionally found myself pondering methods of death. But that was the extent of it. The phrase ideal way to die flickered through my mind, perhaps indicating that I was in a troubling state. Lacking a point of reference, I could not ascertain just how dire my situation was. Yet, I suppose it matters little. No, but if it were only to that extent, would it still be considered normal? Am I still normal after all? I killed my parents and those who cared for me, and yet my spirit remains intact. Quite ordinary. Indeed, perhaps it would be better if I simply lost my mind. Next time, I shall introduce you to my sister. Today appears to be a day for Mr. Hibara. He is concerned for me, but since that encounter with Nanami, we have not crossed paths again. He likely perceives me as a troublesome child. Whenever he finds the time, he comes to my room, seemingly having received permission from Miss Shoko or my brother. Have my own permissions been disregarded? He grips my wrist, supporting my unsteady self as he strolls through the school or takes me out, offering me food with the promise of deliciousness. It feels as though he has come to fill the void left by my brother's busyness. My brother has stated that Hibara is a good person. I know. He truly is a fine individual. Is that you over there, Suguru Geto? Mr. Geto has gone on a mission. Is that so? I heard he would be here today, but it seems I have missed him. Originally, there was no mission, yet it appears the locations have been changing frequently of late. I have heard that if he does not take it more seriously, he will face reprimand. He is a handsome fellow. Who is this person? I find myself unexpectedly curious about my brother's affairs. Presumably, they are a sorcerer. I hide behind Mr. Hibara, secretly observing, and discover her gaze fixed intently in our direction. Are you a student of Jujutsu High? No, I am Mr. Geto's sister. Ah, I see, so it is you. What do you mean by I see? Why did Mr. Hibara answer without my consent? Feeling quite uncomfortable, I cast my gaze downward, only to be invited to sit. Mr. Hibara pulls at my wrist. Why must I also take a seat? I do not know much about her, so centered around Mr. Hibara. I let their conversation flow in one ear and out the other. I only wish for it to conclude quickly. I would rather return to my room. Is Miss Tsukumo a special grade? Yes, she is usually abroad. How impressive. A special grade. At the mention of this term, my heart trembles. I had resigned myself to despair, yet upon hearing special grade, my mind becomes a tumult of thoughts once more. I clutch onto Jogo tightly, and at that moment Mr. Hibara abruptly rises, saying, "Excuse me, I must take this call." I initially feared he would abandon me here, but reconsidering, I realized I need not remain compliant. And I prepared to stand as well. It is this individual named Tsukumo who halts me. What about you? What sort of man do you prefer? I do not care. Truly, I feel indifferent. Just as I was contemplating her peculiar behavior, she remarked, "Do not be so cold. I have heard your story, Sugurumaki." Is she referring to the matter of my killings? Well, in a sense, that is the implication. However, I have many questions regarding this incident. Cursed spirits, in essence, are conglomerates of negative energy, resentment, regret, shame, and the like, embodying the negative emotions that leak from human bodies and possessing will, a manifestation of human intent. However, the mere embodiment of one person's negative emotions results in a maximum of a grade 4 cursed spirit. It is particularly difficult to conceive that a grade 2 cursed spirit could arise from you. The evolution seems far too rapid. Initially, I believed this person had mistaken me for a sorcerer, but I quickly realized that was not the case. She had mentioned that cursed spirit manipulators do not generate cursed spirits. Therefore, her understanding that I am not a sorcerer and yet making such statements indicates that she knows I am aware of sorcerers. I am unsure from whom she has gleaned this knowledge, but it no longer matters. Even so, I found myself absorbing her words. They could not simply pass through one ear and out the other. The cursed spirit may belong to you. However, I believe some malevolent force is exploiting it. Some malevolent force? For now, it is merely speculation. Such matters are of no use to discuss with me. Well, ultimately, it is just conjecture. Uncertain matters cannot be divulged to sorcerers. Yet, there is one thing you should remember. Not all sorcerers are good people, like those you have encountered. Rather, the higher-ups are often corrupt individuals. Do not easily trust unfamiliar sorcerers. Although I do not particularly like Jujutsu High, so I suppose that makes me an exception, she added, leaving me bewildered. Miss Tsukumo, do you believe it would be better if non-sorcerers were to disappear? That is a difficult question. I have not considered it so directly. However, they are practicing symptomatic treatment, while I wish to pursue a root treatment. I genuinely wish to create a world where cursed spirits cannot be born. If all of humanity were to become sorcerers, that could potentially be realized. To eliminate cursed energy or to enable humans to control cursed energy, if either could be achieved. I would desire to pursue that. In such a case, there would be no need to kill anyone, including my brother, she stated, revealing that she was researching this matter. Perhaps, I inadvertently glimpsed the hope I ought to have forgotten. I had truly given up, yet could not help but yearn to learn more. However, you are aware, are you not, that sorcerers do not produce curses? In truth, I had intended to convey this to your brother. I wanted to hear his thoughts, as well as those of Mr. Gojo. The fact that sorcerers do not generate curses is not common knowledge, after all. She inquired if your brother was aware of this. I froze. Cold sweat poured down uncontrollably. Come to think of it, I had assumed my brother believed non-sorcerers should be eliminated due to some terrifying incident related to non-sorcerers amidst numerous missions and exhaustion. That may indeed be the case. However, I have yet to learn the specific details. Wait, did she not just mention that she intended to tell my brother? Reflecting on her initial words and actions, it was clear she sought my brother. Wait, I had always thought that was foundational knowledge. But what if it is not common sense? Then, could it be that my brother remains unaware? If he were to hear this at that time, non-sorcerers, if they were to disappear, that ideal. As a notion, it is feasible. Or rather, that is likely the simplest solution. But rest assured, I am not mad enough to that extent. Perhaps it was because I am not a sorcerer that she refrained from elaborating further. Yet, if my brother were to hear this, he would undoubtedly harbor a different perspective. Even if she did not possess such thoughts, the ideals that my brother would cultivate are precisely of that nature. Being a non-sorcerer, I never contemplated the deeper reasons behind it. I merely assumed that he simply grew to despise them. My brother seeks to annihilate non-sorcerers in order to forge a world devoid of cursed spirits. How reckless and foolish. Perhaps the root of this lies in my brother's inherent kindness. Though twisted, it led him to eliminate not only me, but also our parents. As cursed spirits were born from us, I have come to recognize this colossal ambition. In light of that, my words would carry no weight. I finally grasped the notion of having to kill, not out of hatred, but necessity. So that is how it is. This idea likely emerged after my encounter with her. I could not help but clench my fists tightly. No, even after hearing those words, my brother could have chosen a different path. It is you. It is indeed you. No, it is not like that. It is not like that. Yet I cannot suppress my anger towards this individual before me. If it were not for this person, no, that is not right. Perhaps it would have come to this eventually. The one who makes the choice is my brother, but the one who presented the options is this person. I am at my wit's end. Everything about me is in disarray. Yet I cannot stop. Did you not consider that my brother might kill someone after saying those words? Did you not think he might slay family? Did you not ponder the possibility of him betraying friends? Am I a non-sorcerer? Truly such a terrible thing. That is not what I meant. I did not intend that. No, it is not like that. This person is not at fault. I am certain of it. A bitter sensation wells up in my throat, and tears flow uncontrollably. For such a thought, I was killed. My parents were also slain. The reason I gave rise to cursed spirits in this life is entirely, no, it is not anyone's fault. At least, this time, it is my own. Even so, I long to blame someone. Before I became this way, I wished for death. I yearned to be slain. My chaotic thoughts assault my mind, each wave causing sharp pain. I want to die, I want to die. I want to die. Will you kill me? In my hazy consciousness, I posed the question, but how she responded, or if she even did respond, I can no longer recall. My brother's dream cannot be realized with my existence. I truly should have remained oblivious. Should have never known. My parents and I have become burdens to my brother. If that is the case, even if we were to start anew, it would be of no consequence. Even if this encounter were to be thwarted, my brother would eventually discover the truth. When I regained my senses, I found myself in the infirmary. I had been vomiting and sleeping intermittently, and it seemed I had developed a fever. The large hand that wiped my back and the gentle voice calling to me were nothing but sources of profound anguish. Because I am a non-sorcerer. Because I was born a non-sorcerer, I wish I had never been born. Even if the matter of cursed spirits is not entirely my fault. A portion of my curse must have transformed into it. I wish I had never been born. I never wanted to know that happiness is such a difficult thing. At this moment, my happiness has ceased to exist. So I shall give up. Someone, please, in my life. Chapter 17, Gojo, why do you wish to die? The week tormented by a high fever was dreadful. An accidental bite on the inside of my cheek developed into a mouth ulcer that refused to heal, ultimately cracking open, rendering me unable to eat and causing bodily pain. The pain in my cheek kept me awake, leading Miss Shoko to finally notice the ulcer. She remarked, "This minor injury can be treated. You must learn to express your discomfort." Although she lamented that a cold could not be cured, she advised me to bolster my immune system. But what good would that do? As soon as my fever subsided, and just after Miss Shoko left, I shattered my vanity mirror. I smashed it. The reflection of myself within seemed to mock me, twisting in derision, prompting me to question, what am I doing? Why would I resort to such actions? Driven by a return to rational thought, I realized I must clean up the mess. I picked up the scattered shards of glass with clumsy hands. With a mind devoid of distractions, I sought a place to dispose of the chaotic remnants. Upon exiting the room, I bumped into Mr. Gojo. The designated place for non-burnable waste. Before I could utter a word, he seized my hands, forcibly prying the shards from my grasp, causing them to scatter across the floor. As I pondered his intentions, I was rendered speechless by the sight of his face. What are you doing? The mirror, it's broken. That is not what I am asking. Forget it. He wrapped his arm firmly around my waist, leading me back into the room and seating me in a chair. He retrieved something from the cabinet and knelt down to tend to my hands. I have never had someone handle wounds like this before. Is that so? It is hardly necessary, especially with Miss Shoko present. Why do you wish to die? I have already expressed what I could say. That is true. Mr. Gojo, absolutely not. Despite my silence, he audibly rejected my words with a dismissive click of his tongue. Though he is shorter and skinnier than most, he appeared even smaller in that moment. Are you a hamster? I nearly laughed at that. No. I did not expect him to use such an adorable analogy. He did not liken me to a rat or anything of the sort. As I pondered these thoughts, I observed the shards that had been extracted from my hands, now wrapped in bandages. Am I expecting something? Jujutsu Kaisen is down to just you. But Mr. Gojo, you are here too. I cannot. Although we are comrades, Jujutsu cares more about you than you realize. That kind of thing, I am aware, that is precisely what causes me pain. He cares for me deeply, but my brother will eventually come to resent me. He will hate me for having killed our parents and curse them. He will despise me for wishing to be killed, unable to escape the cycle of hatred and resentment. Mr. Gojo remained present. I murmured, why am I still alive? He replied, because you are expected to live. Expected to live, yet I know that expectation will eventually fade. Shortly thereafter, Miss Shoko returned. I was still contemplating what these individuals would do during class, but it seemed they had not completely skipped it. It's merely that the location of skiving off has shifted, she remarked. Since that day, after my conversation with Miss Tsukumo, though my emotions remained tumultuous, I felt a slight sense of calm. Surely, it was merely a matter of timing. I hope to one day apologize to her. Someday. It had been a while since I last saw my brother. However, I am unsure how Teacher Yaga managed to mend relationships. It seemed that Mr. Gojo had resolved the missions of Mr. Hibara and Mr. Nanami. My heartfelt gratitude surged at this realization. On such a day, as Miss Shoko and I walked together, she suddenly halted, prompting me to stop as well. She seemed to be blocking my path, and just as I was puzzled, I heard a voice. Oh, you are the child who killed Teacher Yaga, aren't you? This child is apologies. That was poorly phrased. You gave rise to a cursed spirit, did you not? A rather powerful one, at that. The words struck harshly. Hurry and get away from me. You know, a child like you could also become a sorcerer. Huh. It was Miss Shoko who reacted, visibly agitated. I could sense her rising irritation. Had this occurred earlier, I might have considered it an opportunity to engage. I have no interest. This was my genuine sentiment at this moment. I had relinquished any concern regarding this matter. It was utterly inconsequential now. At this point, it was too late for everything. The individual retreated surprisingly quickly, but Miss Shoko advised me, Never trust what that person says. If a stranger approaches you, consult one of us. Though I felt she need not worry so much, I still nodded in agreement. I did not wish to dwell on troublesome matters. Chapter 18, 99. Mother. Two twin girls entered the room, familiar faces I had encountered before. When was it? Perhaps it was around the 8th time my brother brought them along. As I pondered how I could still recall the count, I couldn't help but feel resentment towards the culprit who had introduced them. I stifled the impulse to question their audacity. Yet, at this point, such feelings were inconsequential. They were children rescued from a mission site. Ah, I see. They seemed rather shy. May I play with them for a while? I asked. No, what should I do? I can hardly take care of myself right now. My brother had mentioned something, but then he disappeared without a word. How foolish. The two girls continued to gaze at the door. But soon their attention slowly shifted towards me. Their scrutinizing stares made me feel quite uncomfortable. My brother's new family. Given that he had abandoned the old me and our parents to choose them, they must possess some talent for sorcery as well. I wondered what my brother was thinking, involving such young children in the affairs of curse-bearers. However, they were likely happy with him. I still remembered those times vividly, in the silence that enveloped the room. I was troubled about what to do. Were these two really here to play? May I ask your names? Miko. Nanako. I see. I am Yagamaru. Even though I felt indifferent, I ultimately could not treat the young ones with coldness. Did my smile appear somewhat natural? It felt like a long-lost expression as I raised the corners of my mouth. Yet, I still did not know what to do next. They must have been taken from that village. Would asking too many questions lead to trouble? I truly wished my brother would provide more clarity. Do you two like my brother? Yes. We like Master Yaga. They referred to him as Master. I had thought it would evoke a warmer sentiment. Could it be that he truly walked the path of a savior? What would happen now? Well, it no longer mattered. The only point of concern was that, according to the timeline, they were supposed to be killed tomorrow, yet there were no signs of that occurring. Was it because they hadn't encountered Miss 99? Perhaps it was due to what Teacher Yaga had done. The self-loathing surged back as I recalled having killed such a person. The words of the individual I had met previously flashed through my mind. They had mentioned that there were ways to become a sorcerer, but I could not muster the energy to pursue it. I simply felt envy towards them. From then on, someone would bring the two girls to the room at a specific time every day. Did this mean that, at this juncture, my brother and Mr. Gojo had no intention of killing me? It was ironic that, in this timeline filled with so many changes, I was being shown mercy now. To be honest, I had contemplated what I would do if I were not to be killed. The possibility of that outcome frightened me more than anything else. Miss Maru, do you dislike Master Yaga? Nanako asked. I had insisted that they refrain from addressing me as Mississippi. The title of Master seemed not to be my brother's intention, yet they stubbornly refused to change it. I do not dislike him. Do you like him? Yes. I thought that if I could simply hate him, perhaps it would be easier. Even when I found him despicable, and despite my grievances, I still could not bring myself to despise my brother and our parents. My brother's ideals were, to be frank, excessively reckless, yet I couldn't help but wonder if they were born from a twisted sense of tenderness. What about you? Miko and Nanako. Suddenly, an anxious voice inquired, and I lifted my downcast face slightly. I had done nothing for them, nor could I do anything. Most of the time, I remained silent, unsure of what feelings I should harbor towards them. But, I do not dislike you. Although I couldn't say I liked them yet, they echoed back. We do not dislike you either. Their response brought me a sense of comfort that was even more reassuring than straightforward affection. After that, I felt as though my heart had been saved. Following my face-to-face conversation with them, it had been months since I had truly looked at my brother. Despite our frequent encounters, it felt as though an eternity had passed since we had last seen each other, far longer than the 2 years of separation. Yet even so, I still could not relinquish my desire to die. I yearned to return. I do not wish to resent anyone, nor do I wish to hate anyone. I know. My brother replied. Do you understand that non-sorcerers give birth to cursed spirits, while sorcerers do not? If I stated this, perhaps I could shake him. Yet how insidious children can be. The thought that they too would eventually become curse-bearers silenced my voice. I longed for death, for a painless demise if possible. However, the thought I had deliberately avoided. I did not want my brother to become a murderer, surfaced once more. Despite my wish to die, my brother's fate could not be so. I was gradually losing clarity about what I truly desired. Even though it should be okay. In the end, I swallowed the words that could not escape my lips, and at that moment, my brother ruffled my hair absent-mindedly. Do not do that. It brings me comfort. After all, neither my brother nor I could attain happiness at this moment. However, just a little. Is it possible to try a little harder? If, at this point, my brother and Mr. Gojo could maintain the status quo, and if nothing were to happen to anyone, then at the very least, let us try to find a way out. A month later, that person reappeared. This time, he intruded into the room without permission. I turned my back to the two girls who were playing and asked, Is there something you need? At first, I did not recognize him. But then I remembered him as someone I had seen before when I was with Shoko. I am here to find those two children. Well, they may be young, but they are capable of using sorcery, correct? The two girls clung to my clothing. I could deeply sense their reluctance to leave. I wished desperately for an adult to be present, yet I was the only adult here. Could you please come back another time? I do not have the authority to permit them to leave with you. I do not require your permission. They do not wish to go. That is of no consequence. No, it cannot be. How could someone who barged into another's room be worthy of trust? If it were just me, perhaps it would be different. But I still retained enough human conscience to feel the need to protect them. Thus, after contemplating for a moment, he proposed. If you are willing to cooperate with my experiment, I may consider letting them go. Experiment? Ah, did I not mention before? Even children like you can become sorcerers. He chuckled softly, and that sound sent chills down my spine. Was I being threatened? Upon reassessing my circumstances, I realized this was certainly not a good situation. An anxious voice called my name. I had an ominous premonition as the words of 99 flickered through my mind. But this person, he was likely someone untrustworthy, right? However, he had indeed mentioned exploring methods to enable non-sorcerers to control sorcery. As one of the methods, this must also be feasible. Just this once. I thought of what awaited me upon my return. Will you truly not do anything to them? Ah, of course. Then, very well. The moment I uttered my understanding, an intense burning sensation erupted within me, the agony overwhelming, and I collapsed to my knees. The desperate cries of the two girls seemed so distant. Yet that person's voice echoed in my ears with chilling clarity. Oh dear, the effects are faster than anticipated. What have you done to me? All right. You two, come with me. It seems the experiment did not go as planned. Next time, I will need to be more. My body is burning, it hurts. It hurts so much. I feel as though I am melting, my feet are immobile. Help me, Jujitsu mother. What is this? Is it a technique? Could it be the holy protection? Bang. Chapter 19. Suguru Gojo will save Maru's Suguru. Suguru Geto has fled with his sister and the twins he was protecting. The sister's room is stained with blood. Forensic analysis reveals that the blood belongs to his sister and a sorcerer present at the time. Since then, Suguru has become a sworn enemy of Jujitsu sorcerers, relentlessly hunting them down. Based on the amount of blood at the scene, people believe his sister is likely dead. She had longed for death ever since the higher-ups informed her that her cursed spirit had killed her parents, despite two juniors preventing her from jumping off a building. Suguru sensed that something was amiss. Nevertheless, Suguru was likely determined to save his sister in his own way. He bowed his head and earnestly pleaded with Satoru, resulting in an increased number of missions taken on by Gojo. For Satoru, it was merely a troublesome matter, yet he was fearless at that moment. When his dear friend humbled himself to plead, the weight of Suguru's emotions and the fact that he was relying on him in such a manner evoked a profound bond within Gojo. Thus, during that period, Suguru did not become a curse user. He understood the reasons behind their circumstances, and both parties accepted it. There were no signs preceding the incident involving Suguru. He indeed did not encounter Jujitsu, and he was indeed protecting the twins, maintaining a calmness that prevented the onset of murderous intent despite his disdain for non-sorcerers. He always believed that everything stemmed from his sister's initial breakdown. Witnessing someone in panic can sometimes bring about a sense of calm. This was likely the case for him, although she was completely unaware of it. All the blame lay in that very moment. Just when everyone thought that allowing the twins to meet with his sister would gradually mend her heart, that incident occurred. Only Suguru and the others knew the details. But it was undoubtedly an extremely tragic event. On that day, both Satoru and Suguru were on missions, but Suguru's task concluded first, allowing him to return to the Jujitsu High. He had long wished to inquire about what transpired in his sister's room. To ask that friend who vanished without a word. That friend who had slain Jujitsu sorcerers. Did you truly kill my sister? Satoru, that day I realized something. There is no reason to sacrifice the ones you love to continue being a Jujitsu sorcerer. Ah, indeed, that is how it is, Gojo thought. Over a decade later, Satoru became a teacher at the Jujitsu High. He aimed to alter the Jujitsu world, hoping for unchanging friendships there. On that day, Suguru did not kill his sister. It was likely another sorcerer present for reasons unknown. Though he was originally an inconspicuous man, Satoru had heard he was peculiar, displaying an unusual enthusiasm for investigating non-sorcerers. As Kiyotaka had said, while Yaga was still alive, that individual never approached the Jujitsu High, but after Yaga's death, he suddenly appeared, leaving Satoru perplexed. Thus, Satoru kept a close watch, and thanks to that, the individual seemingly did not cause any significant disturbances. That cursed spirit incident always felt somewhat suspicious. Even if the spirit originated solely from her, a detailed investigation revealed it was merely a low-grade spirit that suddenly evolved on the day of Yaga's demise. As concluded from the inquiry, even when informed that it was not impossible, Satoru could not accept it. Most importantly, that curtain may have fallen before Yaga arrived. Or rather, it indeed fell. However, aside from Yaga, there were no other traces at the scene, which only deepened the mystery. I will kill you. You have slain far too many comrades. Once a peer, once a friend, he barged into the jujitsu high, smiling as he said, indeed. Satoru could not ask why. Satoru, can I ask you for a favor? Of course. Save that child, save my sister. I could not do it. Satoru initially intended to ask what he meant, but Suguru was already on the brink of death. Thus, Satoru took his life. Subsequently, to fulfill his dear friend's dying wish, Satoru ventured to a location where Suguru and the others might have established a base, where he discovered it. That being, which was presumed to be a cursed spirit, was cradling something, crawling while cherishing it. Its appearance was pitiful for a living creature. As Satoru approached, he thought, could this possibly be a degraded version of a limp panda? Its round eyes appeared unable to blink, occasionally emitting a sound akin to a voice as it dragged its body, moving inch by inch. Upon closer inspection, its viscous exterior resembled human skin. Satoru picked it up, simultaneously stifling any noise it might make and releasing a technique. Then, his gaze fell upon something that thudded to the ground. It was a tattered, filthy, and damaged doll resembling a rabbit. No, this is a cursed corpse. Satoru was drenched in cold sweat. His heart beat uncomfortably, nearly causing him to drop the child he held, quickly adjusting his grip. Maru? This is the first time he called her by name. The being's perpetually rotating eyes turned towards Satoru. So I? Huh. So I? No, 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 it cannot be. Even though he felt this was absurd, he could no longer divert his gaze from the child. He removed his eye mask and stared at her with his blue eyes. He understood everything. He recognized that. He comprehended. Ah, this child is Suguru Maru. Why? It was not that fellow who did this. The one he cherished most was her. What truly transpired that day in that room? What did she witness? Satoru's mind began piecing everything together. The remnants left at the scene were Suguru's, and also, it was you. Satoru recalled his peer's words. That man had claimed to know how to turn non-sorcerers into jujitsu sorcerers. Moreover, she was now utilizing a technique. Satoru would rather believe that this was not of her own volition. Accompanying her were the twins, the girls who appeared alongside Suguru. Satoru also knew they harbored a deep resentment toward jujitsu sorcerers. So I? Huh. What? So I? Your word so I? So I cannot understand. Satoru shouted. But she continued to emit some sounds. Upon closer listening, it was the same sequence of syllables. Not human language, yet she desperately tried to convey something. Large tears streamed from her big eyes, and then she emitted a different sound. Maru? Maru? Do you? Maru? Even in this state, do you still recognize me as me? Does that seemingly broken brain still retain your sense of self? Do you still possess reason? How could this be? As he pulled out his phone, he could not help but chuckle at his trembling hands. I have become like this, he thought while dialing a number belonging to another peer. Kiyotaka, has it ended? Well, sort of. By the way, Kiyotaka, regarding Maru, is there something you haven't told me? Maru, she is right here, that child. Though she is no longer in her original form. Is that so? That fellow, as expected, has failed. Indeed. It seems that Shoko had encountered him prior to Suguru's betrayal, and it is highly likely that she was entrusted with a task, to heal him. Satoru wished to inquire whether she was, in fact, privy to the details, yet ultimately refrained from uttering a word. For the sake of her friend, Shoko had woven a solitary lie, one that was undoubtedly born out of the fear that, once revealed, her actions would be construed as treason. It appeared that Shoko understood her own voice. She merely offered Satoru an apology. How annoying. This is so unlike you, Shoko. Satoru, she replied, I am aware. Allow me to liberate her. With that, Satoru ended the call. He gazed down at her, his eyes brimming with affection. I am sorry. I was but a child then, and I must have hurt you. The girl, who had run away from home, always desperately yearned to express something, yet remained silent. Satoru had once felt exasperated with the girl who could only repeat, I am just. When he learned that she had inadvertently caused the deaths of her parents and mentor due to his curse, he initially felt, for a fleeting moment, as though he had encountered an enemy. However, that sentiment swiftly dissipated when she implored him to kill her. When she said, Mr. Satoru, you can do it too, indeed. For that brief instant, he found within himself an inclination to agree with that notion. Subsequently, due to the earnest pleas of a dear friend and the demands of his duties, he had not seen her for quite some time. Yet, on one occasion, he stumbled upon her emerging from a room, her hands bloodied and clutching shards of glass, which sent a chill down his spine. For her eyes, darker and more clouded than when he had last seen her, spoke volumes. Though her words were normal, that hollow gaze remained unchanged. In the time that followed, he only noticed her occasionally, realizing that her eyes would only exhibit a glimmer of light when she was with the twins under his protection. Just as he pondered that perhaps being with those individuals might bring her solace, he remarked, "You know, your eyes are rather beautiful. They sparkle. I prefer you that way. It's all right. You'll be fine soon." He gently lowered her from his arms and handed her the doll that had fallen to the ground. No, it was a cursed object, which she embraced with great care. Yes, Satoru Watanabe prepared to save Megumi Shiro. Chapter 20. There is but one way to save my sister. When Suguru arrived, the scene was one of utter devastation. A man, his arms severed and bleeding profusely, was in a state of madness. He was the very individual they had vigilantly guarded. The twin sisters entrusted to him were weeping, cradling something from his severed limb. That distorted object emitted an inexplicable sound as it wept in their embrace. "What have you done? This creature. You wretched sister." "No, it is not Miss Megumi's fault. Lord Suguru, this man has done something to Miss Megumi. She acted to protect us." "Huh, could it be that the object from the severed arm is my sister? That grotesque form?" Suguru's mind went blank. The man behind him was shouting about a rare opportunity and a failed abomination, and so forth. "Ah, I see. This is all you're doing." Suguru swiftly concluded, he must kill this man. As he released the summoned cursed spirit, his sister emitted an even louder sound, causing him to momentarily recoil. Instantly, that sound propelled Suguru, piercing a hole through the man's abdomen. Miss Megumi, no? Memiko and Nanako desperately attempted to subdue him with the techniques they had just learned. Rather than confirming the man's demise, Suguru drew closer to his sister. Each time he approached, she unleashed a certain technique, yet that immature power was swiftly nullified. "Megumi, it's me. Don't worry, I won't harm you." Suguru took his sister from the twins' embrace. She seemed to still be in a state of panic, her body alarmingly frail from continuous blood loss, as if she wished to struggle. Yet the viscous movements of her body appeared to reach a limit, rendering her unable to escape. That man said that once Miss Megumi regains consciousness, the cursed spirit will enter her body, and she will be rendered powerless. I see. Megumi cannot see, or rather, even if she could, she would be unable to evade it. That man has likely targeted this child for some time. I thought Satoru would remain today. Was that man suddenly assigned a task? Was it a setup? At this moment, Suguru could no longer place his trust in the higher-ups of Jujutsu High. The upper echelons were inherently suspicious, and the death of Yaga only exacerbated the concerning dynamics at play. Even his sister, due to her ability to wield such formidable cursed spirits, was regarded as a dangerous individual, and he and Satoru had been striving to protect her. Yet as a student, he found himself lacking in strength. Nonetheless, this was meant to be the safest place. Thus, he had endured, waiting for the opportune moment. When he learned that his sister's cursed spirit had killed their parents, he was taken aback, but his foremost concern remained with her. He could not fathom how she had come to understand the world of sorcerers. It was precisely for that reason he wished to do something for his sister, who was gradually unraveling. Each time she pleaded for death, his heart felt as though it were being crushed. Yet when she ultimately expressed that she should never have been born, the anguish she voiced transcended any prior suffering. He did not wish for her to utter such words. He merely wanted to protect her. At that moment, he heeded Shoko's counsel and brought the twins he was tasked to protect to visit her. Although he knew they harbored some resentment and felt a sense of unease, to his surprise, they got along remarkably well. The village where the twins resided had since been obliterated. It was not Suguru's doing, but rather a consequence of societal retribution. Had his sister not existed, perhaps he would have been the one to take action and destroy everything. "Lord Suguru, please take us away. We wish to become strong enough to protect Miss Megumi." He could not abandon the two who were expressing their fears of this dreadful place. Suguru eradicated all traces of Megumi from the scene, leaving behind only his own impurities before vanishing. For the sake of his sister, he chose the path of a cursed user. He understood full well that this was not what she desired. Observing her tear-stained visage, he could not help but ponder whether she was suffering immensely, perhaps even contemplating her demise. Yet he found himself unable to act upon that thought. At this moment, Suguru was filled with profound loathing for sorcerers, a hatred that ultimately extended to those who were not sorcerers. His sister could wield cursed techniques. Thus she was no longer an ordinary person. However, the price paid for such a body was not what she wished for. She should have been able to live a mundane life. Yet he began to resent those who, unlike her, could exist and thrive without consequence. "Come here, Megumi." The first to be taken was the friend who had been caring for his sister. Though the friend was taken aback, she ultimately could not heal her. She too was being summoned by the higher-ups of Jujutsu High. That day, those who should have been present at Jujutsu High were conspicuously absent. And this was likely not solely the fault of that man. Ah, how utterly decayed. Thus, amidst the years of searching for a way to heal his sister, a decade passed. Suguru was ultimately bid farewell by a once dear friend, and it was he who saved his sister. Ultimately, there was but one way to save her. He himself could not accomplish it. Chapter 21. With that expression on the verge of tears, you wish for my demise. I found myself bound to the bed. Bound by my own flesh and blood. Following my return from that horrendous moment, I immediately sought to end my life, only to be thwarted by my brother, leading me to unleash a frenzy of chaos. The harrowing dread, the excruciating pain, the sensation of my body seemingly melting away, just the recollection of it incites a fierce struggle within me once more. I had scarcely grasped the gravity of the situation when I returned. The only clarity I possess is that this individual became one of the catalysts for the demise of Teacher Ye. Why, one might wonder. Perhaps it is because that person enabled a cursed spirit to infiltrate my being. To be candid, my memories have grown exceedingly nebulous. Yet, there are moments of tranquility that occasionally grace me. The final instance was no exception. I incessantly cried out to some unknown figure, urging them to end my life. Simultaneously, I found myself pleading for salvation from my brother. Although the ordeal has since passed, I recognize that a fragment of rationality lingered within me at that time. Now, as I reflect upon the near total collapse of my psyche, I ponder, what has become of me? I can no longer maintain a semblance of normalcy. I am haunted by hallucinations and auditory delusions, even experiencing flashbacks. My parents likely could not bear to witness my suffering. Ultimately, I was confined to a psychiatric hospital. The roars and shrieks emanating from various rooms may merely be exaggerated manifestations of heightened sensitivity. In truth, perhaps they are not as dire as they seem. Even with this understanding, I find it intolerable. This unease is entirely distinct from the terror of being murdered or facing death. This disquietude is a burden that only I can truly comprehend. It cannot be dismissed as mere overthinking. Rather than languishing in such a place for eternity, would it not be preferable to embrace death now? When my brother arrived, I realized how much time had elapsed. He was accompanied by his twin children, who had previously evoked a modicum of familiarity in me. At this juncture, I found myself genuinely intrigued by them for the first time. I intended to express my concern for their apparent pain, only to falter, "Lord Suguru, how unfortunate for you to have a monkey sister. Perhaps the monkey is no longer needed." I felt an overwhelming sense of betrayal, as if I had suffered a cruel injustice. Thus, for the 13th time, my brother ended my life. It had been so long since I had experienced such a sensation. Yet, my condition did not improve during this cycle, and I endured 5 more similar occurrences. Initially, I endeavored to maintain hope, repeating to myself that everything would be all right, but at some point, I abruptly crumbled. I tore my stuffed animal to shreds, grasped shards of glass that left my hands stained with blood, and even wounded my father, who attempted to intervene. At school, in an effort to suppress the impending breakdown, I leapt from a height, only to survive and find myself hospitalized. Knowing that my classmates regarded me as mentally unstable, I spent another year only to be killed again, repeating this foolish cycle. So, let us tally, 18 times perhaps, even as my intellect dulled. This number remains etched in my memory with peculiar clarity. What a waste of time it has been, and I must reiterate, I am utterly exhausted. Even the act of dying has become tiresome. What is this existence? Brother, have you never contemplated leaving Jujutsu High? Never crossed my mind. Why not? Because there are things only I can accomplish. In this world, even the gentlest souls can be warped. Now, I seem to faintly grasp my brother's sentiments. As my sanity teetered on the brink of collapse, I began to choose locations where I could end my life without anyone discovering my intent. When I returned to that fateful morning, I found a modicum of calm. Some days, I would succumb to despair. Other days, I would not. On those days of despair, I employed various methods to take my own life, as if punishing myself. The 18th time, my father plunged a knife into me. This time, my mother wept, attempting to intervene. My father, too, was in tears, and perhaps I felt the need to apologize. However, I was devoid of such sentiments. Thus, it concluded, ushering in my 19th demise. The date hardly advanced, yet I became aware of something significant. I could no longer feel pain. No sensation of hurt. Whether I collided with something, fell, or tumbled down, I remained impervious to pain. Upon realizing this, a sense of relief washed over me. Previously, I had always succumbed to despair and death. Now, it felt remarkably vivid. How splendid. I understand that I have perhaps become somewhat abnormal. Yet, since the absence of pain, the flashbacks have ceased, and my mental state has stabilized. I feel as though I have returned to my former self. In this euphoric state of existence, I almost forgot that my brother would eventually kill me. Strangely, I feel indifferent about it now. Even if Mr. Satoru were to end my life, it hardly seems terrifying. Brother, what does it feel like to die? Only those who have experienced it can truly understand. I had long been mired in gloom. Yet a slight alteration has rendered me remarkably serene. Gazing at the lifeless forms of my parents, which I had seen countless times before, I smiled helplessly. They regarded me with the eyes of a monster, which I found exceedingly rude. How many times do you presume I have died? How many times do you think I have been killed by you? Ah, yes. Thank you, brother. I finally recalled that when I transformed into something else, it was you who remained by my side. You have always watched over me, though I suspect that the current version of you is unaware of this. I am sorry for the trouble I have caused you. Ah, but perhaps it is inconsequential. Just as I uttered those words, my brother unsteadily placed his hand upon my head. Oh, is this a new mode? Meru, what has happened to you? Huh, right now? Nothing at all. Why? At such a moment, do you still possess that tearful expression while preparing to kill me? Chapter 22. A new mode, a new development. The 20th instance. A moment worth commemorating. I passed through it as I usually would. Aside from the peculiar insensitivity to injury, I remained unchanged. However, it became too bothersome, and I relinquished any attempts to interfere with my brother, although doing nothing would inevitably lead to my demise. Even if I took my parents along, the disintegration of our family would be inevitable, and I lacked the energy to strive for anything further. Well, it seems that this mindset prevailed. So I resolved to let things unfold naturally. The sensation of pain has vanished. This time, even my sense of taste has grown peculiar. I can feign enjoyment while consuming food, but I no longer desire the sweet treats I once adored. Instead, I crave stimulation. I began to clandestinely douse my meals with copious amounts of Tabasco sauce, or indulge in black coffee. I am not one to relish spicy food, nor is black coffee particularly palatable. Yet, while it may not be enjoyable, as long as it offers a modicum of stimulation, I am willing to accept anything. I do not believe I am unwell. However, reporting it would be a hassle, so I remain silent. As long as I smile and declare that the food is delightful, I can evade scrutiny. Despite having done nothing, I possess no sense of guilt. Perhaps doing nothing is, in fact, a blessing. I even pondered the possibility that I could now slaughter living beings without batting an eye. However, despite my inability to feel pain, I can still sense temperature. I cannot bring myself to strip away the warmth from an animal's body. How wonderful. It seems I still possess some semblance of normalcy. Although I remain unresponsive to the sight of animal corpses, I have inexplicably begun to habitually bury them. Those nearby either regard me with strange expressions or merely utter, "How remarkable." They do not offer assistance. I began to carry a cardboard box with me, seeking out carcasses, wrapping them in pieces of my own clothing, adorning them with flowers, placing them in boxes, and burying them in the earth. I cannot incinerate them. Please forgive me. I ride my bicycle, transporting the boxes, and discreetly bury them among the trees of a nearby temple. I place inconspicuous stones as markers, yet occasionally I find myself digging in the same spots. Will they transform into cursed spirits? If they could attain Buddhahood, it would be ideal. Thus far, I have not been discovered. The boxes I use are relatively small. At times, I try to tie them with ribbons meant for gift wrapping, wondering if that would make them appear cuter. Even I cannot fathom why I engage in such behavior. Suddenly, I realize that the time for my next demise is drawing near. I suppose it is almost time for me to be killed again, and then I can return. Return. A sense of vexation swept through my mind. Should I abscond with my parents? What should I do? My brother has returned, and looking into his eyes, I am reminded of the trouble. Thus, I fabricated a story about visiting a friend to retrieve something I had forgotten. I mentioned that I would merely be nearby, and as I stepped out of the house, I unknowingly wandered all the way to the neighboring town, venturing even further. Ultimately, I was intercepted and safeguarded by patrolling officers. It is indeed inappropriate for a middle school student to be wandering about at this hour. After a quarrel with my family, I had fled without realizing it. Let me contact your parents. Could you provide me with their number? I relayed Mr. Yi's number. I expressed a desire to apologize first, and the officer handed me the phone. Beep, beep. Surprisingly, the number I thought I had long forgotten remained etched in my mind. Hello, who is this? My father responded. Who? I have no children. I informed him of my quarrel with brother Jay and that I was at the police station, hoping he would come to collect me. Jay. Older brother? Yes, please come for me. I'm currently using the officer's phone. Please relay the message, convey it. As I anxiously contemplated, the phone was swiftly returned to the officer. My heart raced as it had not in a long time. The officer soon hung up and informed me. He said he would come to get you. Young people often have a myriad of troubles. Keep pushing forward. I smiled faintly. Officer, I have been trying my utmost. Before long, Mr. Yi unexpectedly arrived rather promptly. He cast a fleeting glance my way and engaged in extensive conversation with the officer regarding the trouble his daughter had caused. It seemed he was cooperating quite well. The officer remarked that families should coexist harmoniously, to which he expressed gratitude. I climbed into Mr. Yi's vehicle, and once the engine roared to life, he finally spoke. You must be Yumeyaru, correct? How nostalgic. He always asks me that. I offered a slight smile and confirmed. The questions he wished to pose were, how did he know me? Why did he call me? Indeed, I had heard about him from my brother. Although I had surreptitiously noted his number from my brother's phone, I thought to rely on him in moments of urgency. Is this an urgent moment? Well, never mind. For now, I will take you home. I felt it would be better not to go back. I slipped up. What he intended to do was indeed the right course. However, witnessing someone who had once cared for me being betrayed by their kin was disheartening. No, never mind. I apologize, but that may not be feasible. I must also apologize. Jay will be worried. He seemed to know my home's location, and in no time, we arrived at my doorstep. However, sensing something amiss, he stated, "Please wait a moment," before entering alone. Surely, it would be fine. After a brief interval, Mr. Yia returned with a pale countenance, seemingly grappling with how to explain matters to me. Perhaps it would be best not to go back. Is brother home? How did you know? Because I escaped. I could have brought my parents with me. I could have sought your assistance much earlier, yet for some reason, I refrained from voicing my indifference. Mr. Yia appeared to need a moment to gather his thoughts. He expressed his apologies but continued to drive me to the vocational school. It seemed he had made arrangements elsewhere, not intending to shield me. How fortunate. What exactly was fortunate? Thereafter, silence engulfed us. Yet I sensed he was eager to understand. Although I contemplated whether to provide an explanation, for some inexplicable reason, I lacked the motivation. Although this was not the time for such discussions, Mr. Hyujin had likely passed away by now. Why? Despite receiving so much kindness from him and having developed a good relationship, I felt nothing. Upon arriving at the vocational school, the room to which I was escorted was unlike any I had encountered before. What should I do? I could use the items in the room to take my life. I could leap from the window. The date had not yet passed. If I were to perish now, I could still save my parents. I could extract them before my brother returned. The gentle souls, the two I cherished most. Yet, my body remained immobile. It was not a matter of what to do. It was a necessity to die. If I returned now, I could begin anew. Should I return or perish now? Only the sound of the clock echoed monotonously. The happy imagery of family began to warp, my father and mother crying as they killed me. My brother with a blank expression or one of sorrow as he did the same. Why? No matter how many times I recalled the necessity of returning, I could not summon the will to end my life. Thus, I lingered, and dawn approached. Sigh, this day must come to a close. Yet even so, I could likely relive it countless times henceforth. I could shatter the mirror hanging in the room with a chair, gather the shards, and then simply pierce my throat. It was that simple. However, I merely observed the blood flowing from my palm, my body refusing to comply. My brain commanded, yet my heart resisted. No. What am I doing? Why engage in such a futile endeavor? Why not hasten my demise? Yet again, why must it be me who dies? Because my brother kills for the sake of ideals, correct? Because my parents could no longer endure, correct? Although the second time was my fault. If I strayed from the path, Mr. Gojo would surely take my life. After all, having undergone this cycle countless times, why is there no one to intervene? Is this not a futile exercise? The blood that flowed was red. In the past, I would have found it nauseating. But now I gazed upon it with an inexplicable calmness. I did not feel particularly alive. I merely thought, it is blood. Beyond that, I had no further thoughts. Hasten the thrust, and then begin anew, returning once more to that period of happiness. No, returning would yield no results. I could accomplish nothing. I no longer even harbored the desire to act. In the past, I felt weary and wished to rest, to escape, but that was entirely different from now. This is a never-ending cycle, and information gradually forgotten. No, new information, new patterns, new developments. No, a body devoid of sensation, death without fear. Yet I remain a non-sorcerer. No, what, precisely, did I wish to become? Why do I wish to live? Yet at least now, that nearly extinguished instinct for survival seems to be reviving. Little by little, I am tired, truly exhausted. Perhaps I merely deluded myself into believing I had made an effort, but I have died too many times. Returned too many times. At least more than 20 times. If I had lived a normal life, I would likely have grown into adulthood by now, realized my dreams. Or perhaps had children. If I had lived a normal life, my thoughts would likely be more mature. If I had lived a normal life, yet my normalcy, the time I should have spent growing up, has been stripped away in abundance. I cannot even recall what dreams I once had. I no longer know what I wish to do. The incessant repetition of cycles does not guarantee happiness. I cannot live positively and optimistically. My heart has shattered, long since ground to dust, leaving me with no strength to restore it to its former state. I promise to strive, but I apologize for I have lied. Since that moment, I have failed to accomplish anything worthwhile, only causing others to suffer. I am sorry, I cannot manage this. Though I am weary of both living and dying, I am even more weary of this incessant cycle. Whether it is to prevent my brother, protect my parents, assist anyone, to be killed, or to suffer mental anguish. I am utterly fatigued. I am tired, simply that. For this reason, I ultimately turned a blind eye to my family and neglected my brother. I apologize. I can no longer strive. I cannot be a hero nor the protagonist. Don't give up. Keep pushing forward. I cannot do that. If I were to possess an indomitable spirit akin to that of the protagonist in a certain tale, perhaps I could traverse a more auspicious path. You may reproach me, deem me capricious or selfish, or even consider me a worthless individual. Nonetheless, I implore you to grant me this respite, merely to exist during this fleeting moment in time. The dawn has arrived. The clock strikes just past 6 in the morning. I have, at long last, relinquished even death. I am weary. Chapter 23. Teacher, Father, Principal. I have dyed my hair a vibrant shade of chestnut. I have begun to adorn my face with makeup. I have taken up smoking. I have started drinking black coffee. I have donned high heels. The reflection in the mirror reveals a visage that bears no resemblance to my adolescent self. I have undeniably metamorphosed into an adult. I wish to briefly retrace the narrative that has led me to this juncture. On that fateful day, my teacher, Night Moth, entered my room to assess my condition. He discovered me, dazed, seated amidst a scattering of shattered mirror fragments, and promptly tended to my wounds. I can only imagine that my self-destructive countenance at that moment was a sight most distressing. I recall murmuring to myself, "This is the last time. This is the last time." In the time that followed, I was unaware of his actions, but I now comprehend. He was orchestrating various arrangements on my behalf. For someone like me, who was stagnant in the throes of adolescence, I possessed no knowledge in this domain, and he did not enlighten me. When he expressed his desire to adopt me as his ward, I merely nodded in acquiescence. That was all. My surname transitioned from Shoyu to Night Moth. Yet my heart remained untroubled. In the past, I might have yearned for the familiarity of my original surname. However, I have since relinquished any attachment to such sentiments. I am acutely aware of my own shortcomings, yet I ultimately accepted everything. Yet, if one were to assert that this altered our relationship, that would not be entirely accurate. I continued to address him as teacher, and he never denied this bond. Remarkably, I found a sense of security. It was only upon reaching adulthood that I understood it was perhaps due to his presence that I received complete protection. Prior to that, I was consumed by thoughts. Why now? Though I had surrendered, the human heart is such that it cannot help but ponder. Even when I believed I had grasped and accepted the situation, emotions remain uncontrollable. Nevertheless, I resolved to endure this period of my life. Thus, I dedicated myself to my studies, for I understood that knowledge was akin to a lifeline for me. Fortuitously, my adoptive father was an educator, allowing me to seek his guidance directly. He never pried into my affairs, nor did I encounter any information about the sorcery realm. Perhaps it was because the more one knows, the greater the risk of being targeted. He is truly a person of meticulous kindness. However, to speak candidly, life was devoid of freedom. The high school existence I once longed for was as if it had never existed, and university was certainly beyond my reach. All of this was to safeguard me from the threat posed by my brother. I understood this, and to be honest, I held no grand expectations for such experiences. So I heeded my teacher's words. As long as I could survive, nothing else mattered. In the face of his ever-apologetic demeanor, I often yearned to reveal the truth. I wished to tell him it was not his fault, to articulate my reasons clearly. Yet ultimately, I could not find the words to speak to my teacher. My cowardice kept me from disclosing the truth to anyone, and I continued to live in the suffocating shadows of my existence. Yaru, there is someone who wishes to meet you. At that time, I was 19, grappling with the question of my own existence. In the room my teacher guided me to, I encountered a baby panda. Instead of feeling charmed, my initial reaction was one of confusion, but I was even more astonished when it spoke. It truly took me by surprise. This creature is a cursed spirit I had transformed. It possesses its own consciousness. Did the teacher create it? Who? My daughter. In other words, she is like a sibling to you. Is that so? Though I did not vocalize it, my tilted head likely conveyed the same inquiry. While contemplating how to foster a good relationship, from that day forth, I began to meet with the panda. In the days that followed our encounter, I sometimes found myself reminiscing about the days of my twinhood. I thought I had long forgotten, yet occasionally I would feel an uncontainable fear. The rabbit-cursed spirit hardly moved or spoke. However, whenever I took a step, it would clatter along behind me, leading me to believe it had emotions. But thanks to the panda, I realized that was not the case. It was merely a function. Even with this understanding, I still felt a twinge of loneliness. I was astonished by how much I enjoyed dreaming. Panda. I do not particularly like that name. Panda, do you not have a name? Panda is simply Panda. I see. Well, I suppose at this point, names are inconsequential. Holding the panda, clad in a diaper, despite being a mere doll, as I wandered the room, my spirits would settle. The same applied to the rabbit-cursed spirit. When I was in my own room, I would occasionally do the same. I could not fathom why, but I discovered that this action would calm my mind. Growing, learning, and then knowing how childish I once was. Even so, I remained immobile. Those binding memories refused to release their grip on me. It was common for nightmares to plague me, even though I had lost the senses of pain and taste. Emotions lingered. How much easier it would be if even that could vanish. There was no pain, yet sadness remained, along with regret, joy, and happiness. These feelings that should be taken for granted still existed. I thought I had forgotten, and I wished to forget. Even without my brother, even without my parents, I could live a normal life. Ah, how unsatisfactory. Yaru, you are injured. Oh, perhaps I have been scratched. Does it not hurt? It's nothing. I often do not realize when I am hurt. Thus, I always carry a first aid kit just in case. A wound of this nature can surely be treated with a bandage. Although it seems somewhat large, I sat on the ground, quietly staunching the bleeding. And as I was about to apply the bandage, the panda said, "Let me do it." So I expressed my gratitude and handed it over. He was quite clumsy in his efforts. On my 20th birthday, Night Moth congratulated me on reaching adulthood. Although I felt genuine happiness deep within, I did not sense the reality of having become an adult. He remarked that it was precisely this way. While I could not attend the coming-of-age ceremony, I would hardly recognize anyone there even if I went. I could not return to my hometown, nor did I harbor any attachment to it. Nevertheless, my teacher prepared something for me, stating that at the very least, a photograph should be taken for posterity. I once believed I would never have the opportunity to wear a formal kimono. The feeling was somewhat peculiar. Ordinarily, such preparations would be made by parents or chosen in unison with one's mother. The place my teacher took me was adorned with an array of kimonos, each more vibrant than the last. What color do you prefer? When asked, the first colors that sprang to mind were shades of pink or red. Yet the words that escaped my lips were black. While the attendant suggested that if I chose black, a bold pattern would be preferable, my gaze fell upon a fabric that was nearly plain. It resembled morning attire. I requested the attendant to allow me to ponder for a moment and stepped back to contemplate the fabric. Have you found something you like? For instance, this one. Shall we try it on? As the saying goes, one cannot truly appreciate a kimono until it is worn. It is indeed bothersome to admit. Yet I could not bring myself to voice that thought. I noticed the attendant hesitating, as though she wished to say something. Indeed, I had chosen an epitome of minimalism, which, to be frank, could hardly be deemed fitting for an adult. When styled, it certainly lacked grandeur. Perhaps the kimono itself was merely exceptional. As I pondered how this resembled morning attire, the shop assistant began preparing another, entirely different kimono, prompting me to tilt my head in confusion. Your father expressed a desire for you to try this one, she remarked. The red kimono adorned with fan motifs depicting pine, bamboo, and plum blossoms caught my eye. While I couldn't quite determine if it resonated with my personal taste, its vibrancy starkly contrasted with the one I had selected myself. Since it had been chosen specifically for me, it would be fitting to wear it. Surely, he would assert that this was the better choice. The shop assistant also ardently championed this kimono, leading me to opt for the red garment. The yellow obi was embellished with cranes. As I contemplated whether this would truly suit me, I found myself yielding to their arrangements. My thoughts drifted to the realization that wearing a kimono is indeed a time-consuming and cumbersome affair. It was remarkable how individuals from the past could don such attire with ease. I, on the other hand, struggled even to wear a yukata alone. Though I wouldn't typically wear such garments, I mused that it might pose a dilemma should the need arise. As I lost myself in thought, my hairstyle and makeup were completed. Regarding makeup, I had recently begun to apply a bit, yet my skills were nowhere near proficient. After approximately 2 hours of preparation, I felt somewhat fatigued, but the prospect of taking photographs awaited. I stifled a sigh as my instructor, Yaga-sensei, arrived to assess the situation. It suits you perfectly, he affirmed. Thank you for helping me select this. No, I apologize. I contemplated the significance of the teacher's apology. Perhaps he had handed me this kimono knowing I would not refuse. Really, there's no need for concern. Why this particular kimono? I inquired. Each kimono carries its own meaning, be it color or pattern. Thus, this one is a personal wish for you, as well as an atonement. I had heard of such sentiments regarding color and patterns, yet I was not well versed in their intricacies. However, I sensed that he had not chosen it arbitrarily. It became clear that he had contemplated its significance, rather than merely selecting it for its vividness. Sensei, I am truly grateful to be under your care. The words slipped out unintentionally, causing him to pause in silence. Yet his impression remained unaffected. Soon, the photographer summoned us, and after a brief guidance on poses, we were handed an umbrella and took a myriad of photographs. Exhausted, I concluded that day. I had assumed we would select the best photos, but it seemed my teacher purchased them all, including some that were less than flattering. In the images, I appeared considerably more mature than usual. Subsequently, I began assisting my teacher with his work. Although it was termed assistance, I was neither entrusted with important documents nor directly involved in matters related to the Sorcerer Academy. I often thought to myself that, despite not being a sorcerer, there seemed to be roles beyond the realm of sorcery, making it a rather arduous profession. My tasks primarily involved data entry into the computer. Sorcerers were invaluable. They could not possibly engage in such mundane tasks, and the support staff appeared to have their limits. Mr. Ichiji, who was 2 years my senior, seemed genuinely overburdened. Although we worked within the academy, I occasionally heard "don't come here," likely due to my identity as Suguru Geto's sister. My teacher always shielded me. Such was a day in my life. "Ah, you are Yumeyaru?" a man exclaimed, startling me as he arrived unexpectedly, making me late to greet him. It was Mr. Gojo. I barely restrained myself from exclaiming his name and simply offered a greeting. I noticed he had bandages wrapped around his eyes. Could he see? I was lost in my thoughts when he replied, "I can see, indeed." Despite my silence, he possessed an uncanny awareness. I felt a fleeting sense of nostalgia. Yet I realized he was no longer the person I once knew. I was tempted to ask, "Who are you?" as his demeanor had transformed entirely. He would never have referred to himself as Boku. However, since this was our first encounter, I could hardly voice that he had changed. He merely observed me for a moment before departing. What was that about? The following month passed without another meeting until one day. While I idly awaited my teacher's work to conclude. "You've worked hard, Samantha." "Ah, thank you for your efforts." He startled me by appearing suddenly behind me. My heart racing. Had he entered through the window? This certainly wasn't the ground floor. "I have a question for you." "Huh, do you enjoy sweets?" The atmosphere had seemed somewhat significant moments earlier, so I had braced myself, only to be deflated by this inquiry. Although I vaguely understood that Mr. Gojo was quite laid back, his carefree nature was truly astonishing. Sweets, sweets. It had been ages since I had indulged, or rather, my sense of taste had yet to fully recover, rendering the sweetness inconsequential. As for coffee, I preferred it black. "Okay, understood. But you don't dislike sweets, right?" "There's some delicious strawberry daifuku." "I don't like strawberries." My tone inadvertently sharpened. I quickly apologized, to which he replied that it was fine. The ensuing silence felt unbearably awkward. However, he bore no ill will, merely responding with, "Is that so?" I lowered my gaze, deliberately avoiding his eyes as he placed a peculiar item on the table. A charm. "What is this?" "That's a souvenir. It's said to ward off evil." "Why? Farewell." He left abruptly, leaving me with unanswered questions. As I stood bewildered, my teacher finally arrived, inquiring if I was ready to leave. On our way back, I brought up Mr. Gojo, to which my teacher acknowledged with a sound. Seemingly grasping something, although I was utterly lost. He merely instructed me to wait for him briefly, but what was the reason for waiting? What was the purpose behind it? Thus, the year passed without clarity. As I managed to save a little from my salary, thoughts of living independently crossed my mind. Why? Despite being adopted, I still felt a lingering desire not to burden others, or perhaps to experience life alone at least once. When I broached the subject with my teacher, he replied that he had anticipated this day would come and regarded me earnestly. "I do not wish to negate your way of life. There have been many things I have yet to do for you, and I wish to fulfill your desires. However, there exists the possibility that your brother may seek you out. He has done so once before. Although we were unable to catch him, he was indeed searching for you." I see, such sentiments intertwined within me, a mix of understanding and the realization that my brother still harbored intentions to kill me. It had been a long time since that day when I had given up. Having struggled to survive until now, the thought of being killed struck me as profoundly unsettling. Moreover, I didn't wish to be a burden. If remaining by his side meant lessening that burden, then perhaps that would be for the best. Thus, I imagined that throughout my life, I would be perpetually pursued by my brother. "Yumeyaru, do not concern yourself with the details. If that is your wish, I will do my utmost to consider everything for you." I often pondered that perhaps it was unnecessary to be so mindful of my needs. That is not the case. "Yumeyaru, we may not share blood ties, but you are my daughter. As family, I wish to do anything for you. While it would be a falsehood to say I do not feel any sense of atonement, I simply find you to be quite adorable. How I wished we could truly become a family." My teacher had consistently looked out for me, and I had been under his protection all along. For this, I felt nothing but gratitude and could harbor no complaints. However, when he remarked that I could afford to be a bit more willful, I found myself reflecting. In truth, I longed to venture out and see more of the world. No, it wasn't that I couldn't go out at all. Even so, my personal life was exceedingly limited. While I held no dissatisfaction with my current existence, there lingered a yearning for greater freedom. I wished to avoid being killed by my brother and to live this life to the fullest. Was that something I could be permitted? I desire solitude. Just a touch of it. I understand. However, this does not imply that my time spent with my teacher is undesirable. Rather, I wish to practice for the day when I can live independently. I see. A sorcerer is not eternal. It is fraught with peril. And I have come to keenly realize, as I grew older, the necessity of contemplating the day he may no longer be present. Recently, I have finally come to grasp this truth. Perhaps I am not a favorable presence in the realm of sorcery. As a traitor's kin, I may one day be executed by the very world that has shielded me. In the past, I wouldn't have even entertained such thoughts. This is not a place where one can be unconditionally protected. It is solely due to the kindness of Master Yaga that I have this safety. Hence, I must be prepared to part ways. Even so, I doubt he would abandon me. Yet, I have forsaken that time. I failed to save those I could have, living shamelessly, and have yet to disclose the truth. I am merely a fool who exploits the goodwill of others. Master, it is all right if you despise me. I think this yet cannot voice it, a coward at heart. I do not wish to be disliked by this person, and I find it troubling that I feel this way. Time passed, and my teacher became the principal. Chapter 24. She whom even sorcerers cannot see. The panda has grown rapidly. Soon, I will be unable to carry him. After a brief absence, his voice has deepened unexpectedly, diminishing his cuteness. I remarked that I could no longer lift him, to which he replied that he would carry me instead. Though he is quite handsome, he is still a panda. Even as he matures, and though it is not as severe as before, he occasionally finds himself in an uncontrollable mental state. During such times, I take Shikigami with me to the panda. I become exceedingly restless, pacing back and forth aimlessly even in the panda's presence. Perhaps due to having watched him grow since childhood, he appears unfazed. Sometimes, when I embrace him, my spirit finds solace. The Shikigami crafted by my teacher seems to possess an extraordinary power. He likely understands the circumstances of my loss. It is improbable that he would entirely believe my excuse of feeling that my brother seemed somewhat off. I have contemplated that perhaps I am merely being watched. I have always suspected this. Panda, do you fear death? Me? I've never thought about it. Is that so? Do you fear it? I've forgotten, I think. The notion of fearing death, that inherently natural feeling, has long been left behind. Perhaps my senses of pain and taste have been discarded as well. Panda, you are so warm. Really? Yes. You exude the scent of sunshine. While pondering whether he is about to commence formal training, I bask in the warmth of the panda. Thus, as I departed from my teacher's residence, I underwent many transformations. First, I dyed my hair, the once jet black strands now shining a bright chestnut. I discarded all the clothes and items I had hesitated to part with, replacing them with new ones. The matters I needed to handle, I entrusted to my teacher. My new abode was arranged by him. He insisted that I could not be allowed to reside in a place devoid of security, thus providing me with a luxurious apartment. Upon my arrival, I found myself gazing in astonishment, thinking, to live here alone? However, I was told that the presence of sorcerers and personnel from the Jujutsu High made it exceedingly secure. A mechanism had been established to ensure that help would arrive promptly in case of any anomalies. Remarkable indeed. While it seems somewhat excessive, he assured me that this was not solely his decision. I truly felt undeserving of such meticulous protection, and I bowed deeply in gratitude to my teacher. Wow! Rather than a joyful exclamation, it was more of a self-conscious retreat. Although it was meant to prepare me for independent living, this felt overwhelming. This vast space is more than I can utilize. Moreover, it is fully furnished with the essentials. What is this place? I collapsed onto the living room sofa. Immersed in thought, though I have left my teacher's side, I suspect not much will change. Through the computer he provided, I will likely still receive work-related tasks. Only the location has shifted from the Jujutsu High to here. This space is both home and workplace. Life will probably be considerably more relaxed than before. Although he mentioned that documents would be delivered, I wondered if that might become a burden, but I was reassured not to worry. At the very least, I shall do what I can. To be honest, my desire for solitude is more pronounced. While life with my teacher was stable and harmonious, I ultimately find myself unable to shake off that slightly estranged feeling. He must have sensed it too. Hence his intention for me to leave in order to become a true family. The apartment is not devoid of residents, but I have heard that they are essentially absent. Sorcerers are quite busy, and upon returning home, they generally retire to sleep without venturing out. Even so, the few I encounter live surprisingly normal lives. I see. There are not just those influenced by sorcerers, but also ordinary people. Although I worried about potentially encountering difficult individuals or housewives, it appears that only straightforward and capable individuals reside here, making it a relief that interactions are limited to polite greetings. I'm back. Thirsty. I went to the vending machine in the lobby to buy a beverage. Well, the only one to welcome me is my teacher's Shikigami that resembles a rabbit. Can it even be called a rabbit? Though it takes the shape of one, it possesses a somewhat demonic aura. Why does my teacher give it such a fierce gaze? As I pondered these trivial matters, I opened my computer. This is all I can do now, so I am exploring ways to work more efficiently, hoping to manage a few additional tasks as well. Even when searching for sorcerers online, I cannot find the information I seek. If my brother had not killed me, I doubt I would even be aware of such matters. I recalled the repetitive memories. My brother never once mentioned anything about himself, and I felt increasingly heartless. Around this time, a girl began to appear before me. She was of similar height, covered in blood, her face obscured. Initially, she startled me and evoked fear. But I soon realized that only I could see her. She was invisible even to sorcerers, likely a figment of my imagination. I had no inkling of what she wished to convey. She merely stood there, gradually allowing my heart to grow accustomed to her presence. Knowing she posed no harm and was merely an illusion, I felt no need for fear. Thankfully, she was not an insect. Chapter 25. The Hatred for Mr. Gojo. At 22, I have been living alone for some time now, and I have gradually taken on more responsibilities at work. After much effort, I finally obtained my driver's license. Yet I am still unable to venture out alone. Recently, it seems that Mr. Idiji has also been preoccupied with other matters, and I feel it is rather inconsiderate to summon someone for trivial reasons. I continue to rely on online shopping until one day when I personally visited Jujutsu High and encountered Mr. Gojo. Upon reflection, it struck me that it had been several years since we last met. As I was pondering this, he suddenly recognized me, grabbing my arm and pulling me into an adjacent classroom. There was no one inside. Confused about his intentions, he simply instructed me to stay there for a moment. Though puzzled, I nodded, and he exited the classroom. What could he possibly want me to do? As I stood there in a daze, I faintly overheard voices through the door. Suguru, how long until your sister? All right, I'm getting to it. The voices were faint, yet undoubtedly discussing me. I see. I find myself once again beset by the malaise of tranquility, fully aware that, as a sorcerer, the upper echelons harbor no fondness for me. Even if I were to survive, it appears that no good fortune awaits. Contemplating this, a sense of despondency envelopes me. The malice of humanity has always instilled a sense of dread within me, even though I have long since ceased to fear death. After a while, Mr. Gojo returned, his demeanor nonchalant as he smiled and declared that everything was fine. I refrained from voicing my thoughts. After all, I am an adult now and possess some degree of perceptiveness. By the way, there is something I wish to ask of you. With all due respect, I must admit that I am not well acquainted with you, Mr. Gojo. Oh, is that so? Indeed it is. You are quite the character, he responded, tilting his head in apparent confusion, yet he insisted, I am familiar with you. Whatever the case, his behavior had been rather suspicious since earlier. He seemed a world apart from the person I knew during our school days. I chose to await his further elaboration. He sighed deeply, as if surrendering to some unseen burden, and gazed up at the ceiling. What a headache. Truly, things never go smoothly. You know me, don't you? It's Mr. Gojo, isn't it? Yes, I have a good relationship with your brother. I know, I replied, recalling how often my brother mentioned the names of Mr. Gojo and Ms. Shoko. I noted that my brother frequently spoke of him, to which Mr. Gojo responded, is that so? The conversation seemed to drag on endlessly, prompting me to urge him to get to the point. Yet, Mr. Gojo suddenly shifted the topic, stating that it was actually concerning a child I knew. I thought to myself that this was quite the non sequitur. In essence, he wanted me to assist in caring for 2 children. Here we go again. I remembered how my brother had once hoped I would look after a pair of twins. They truly never articulate their intentions clearly on crucial matters. It seems like kindred spirits attract each other. I suggested that we should first obtain the teacher's permission, only for him to claim that it had already been secured. Was my own will ever considered? Yet, I dismissed the thought. It mattered little in the grand scheme. Upon my arrival, I discovered that the children were older than I had anticipated. Hey, Megumi. How are you? Mr. Gojo, the boy named Megumi, glanced my way, perhaps pondering my identity as well. Though I should have greeted him, I could only manage a tentative hello. Noticing my discomfort, Mr. Gojo interjected, this child is a neighbor. Lives in the apartment. Both Megumi and I exchanged puzzled looks. Although the implications might differ, I found myself surprised. Had Mr. Gojo really been living there all this time? And I had never known despite residing there for almost 2 years? I am Fushiguro Megumi. I am Yagamayu. Following some somewhat awkward pleasantries, Mr. Gojo inquired about Tsutsumi, to which Megumi simply nodded. It appeared they were siblings living together. Wait, are you both minors? This feels problematic. I resolved to refrain from asking questions, but just as I was about to inquire why I had been brought here, Mr. Gojo abruptly declared, I'm hungry. Let us go eat. What a sudden turn of events. Shortly thereafter, Megumi's sister, Tsutsumi, arrived, and for reasons unknown, I was included in their outing. Dining out felt like a long-lost experience. We entered a notably upscale sushi restaurant, and it seemed I was the only one hesitant. The other 2 appeared quite accustomed to this, but was it truly appropriate in terms of financial sensibility? Mr. Gojo urged me forward, forcing me into the establishment and seating me in a private room. How intimidating. He asked what I would like to eat, to which I replied, anything is fine. For ultimately, any meal would suffice for me. While Tsutsumi and Mr. Gojo eagerly selected dishes, Megumi and I sat in silence. No, in my case, I genuinely failed to comprehend why I was present in the first place. Is Ms. Mayu dating Mr. Gojo? After placing the order, Tsutsumi suddenly posed this question. I quickly shook my head, insisting, how could that be? Mr. Gojo, however, wore a mischievous grin, saying, oh, are you shy? I had no choice but to retort. This marked only the second time Mr. Gojo and I had exchanged words. Really? Is that true? Yes. So, I too do not understand why I am here. Tsutsumi wore a look of bewilderment. I understood her confusion, for I too was lost in the circumstances. Oh dear. We live so close, yet have never had the chance to meet. I simply wish to seize this opportunity to strengthen our bond, he said, though it felt quite insincere. Ultimately, I found myself bewilderingly treated to a meal. My stomach was satisfied, yet the taste eluded my palate. When asked if it was delicious, I could only offer a vague smile. As we continued eating, I gradually warmed to the siblings. Tsutsumi took the initiative, suggesting we exchange contact information. Although I hesitated, I ultimately followed the flow and shared my details with both Megumi and Mr. Gojo. What on earth was I doing? It was only on the way back that I regained my senses, glancing up at Mr. Gojo, who walked beside me. This man truly towered over me. Mr. Gojo, why did you bring me along? Please do not deceive me. Tell me the truth. Mr. Gojo abruptly halted, looking down at me. What thoughts lay behind those bandaged eyes? I recalled hearing that his eyes were quite extraordinary. Then he said, well, I'd like to ask you for a small favor. What kind of answer was that? I pondered, yet he insisted he would show me shortly, and I had no choice but to comply. As I placed my hand atop his outstretched one, I was suddenly yanked upward by an overwhelming force, my feet leaving the ground as if I were floating. No, I was genuinely airborne. Even though I claimed to be accustomed to death, I found myself utterly unprepared for this situation. I felt weak, gripping his hand with both of mine for security, while he laughed heartily. Finally, I see some change in your expression. Huh, you simply didn't know? But I've often wanted to talk to you. Knowing you are Satoru's sister, I've wanted to engage you several times. I was not yet calm enough to respond with, is that so? In a fantastical tale, this might seem romantic, yet in reality, it was simply terrifying. It wasn't the fear of falling to my death that unnerved me. Rather, the act of flying itself was sufficiently alarming. The absence of support beneath my feet was unsettling. I even wished he would simply drop me, though he assured me I would not be harmed. That was not the crux of the matter. Moreover, why had he chosen such a quiet place where one could not be heard unless speaking loudly? Was this some form of jest? However, when he mentioned my brother, his tone, though seemingly lighthearted, carried a dryness that suggested deeper sentiments. It was difficult to articulate, but I sensed he was desperately trying to convey something. Perhaps it was merely intuition, or maybe an illusion. You can hate me for it. Upon hearing those words, I involuntarily shuddered and gazed up at his face. The smile had vanished from his lips, his previously carefree demeanor replaced by a solemnity that chilled me. I found myself at a loss for words, for that was a sentiment I often harbored toward them. Ah, I see. I finally comprehended that Mr. Gojo bore feelings of guilt toward me. He felt pity for me, for the one who had lost family and friends, and whom he could not save. Moreover, I knew he must be suffering as well. Still gripping his hand, I realized that his other arm had securely encircled my back, and in the blink of an eye, my feet touched down on the rooftop of the apartment building. I have no reason to hate Mr. Gojo. It is not your fault. No, somewhere deep inside, you still find it hard to trust me, don't you? However, if possible, I wish to understand you. Hearing him say this, I couldn't help but let out a hollow laugh. Impossible. I was still unable to place my trust in this person. I understood my reasons all too well and recognized that they had nothing to do with his current words or actions. Even so, I remained unable to trust him. Understanding? Such a feat was utterly unattainable. No one could truly understand. My suffering is not merely confined to this single lifetime. In the end, Mr. Gojo merely acknowledged with a non-committal HM. Perhaps I should have embraced his kindness. However, the thought of placing complete trust in another is utterly terrifying. After enduring so much to survive until now, I have lived without harboring any futile hopes. What if I were to trust him, only to find myself in a situation reminiscent of that one moment when I was killed? What if he were to make promises like my brother did? Promises he could not keep? My heart has long been shattered. No, it is precisely because it is shattered that I am reluctant to hold expectations of anyone. Nevertheless, when he mentioned that Kei and Sumiki would surely like me, and expressed a desire for us to get along, I nodded in acknowledgement. In the year that followed, I never saw him again. Despite residing in the same apartment building, Mr. Gojo's presence remained elusive. Chapter 26. Is there something in this room? At 23 years old, I sent a congratulatory message upon hearing that teacher Yaga had become the principal. Sumiki keeps in touch regularly, often expressing her concern about Kei, who has been getting into fights. I have had little interaction with him, so I am not well acquainted with the specifics of his troubled nature. Since that night, I have not crossed paths with Mr. Gojo again, but it seems he occasionally visits Sumiki and her brother. I still cannot comprehend Mr. Gojo fully. He probably remembers me. Yet I have no intention of rekindling any connection. Engaging with the siblings inevitably means entangling myself with Mr. Gojo, and that notion repulses me. Even so, I find it impossible to remain indifferent toward the children. Somiki is genuinely a wonderful child. Would he even respond if I reached out to him? There is no real reason for him to do so. The one posing such questions to me is the girl who still appears before me, drenched in blood. She does not seek to take me away. Instead, she oscillates between appearing and disappearing at will. What is she? If she is merely a figment of my imagination, why does such a manifestation occur? I see her at least once every day. Although she is a hallucination, it feels as though she is accusing me of something. Who on earth are you? Even if I were to ask her, there would be no answer, and I cannot reach out to touch her. Sighing as I watch her slowly fade, I contemplate whether I should take a chance and make a phone call. Perhaps an email would be more prudent? After some internal conflict, I ultimately decided to send a simple email. To my surprise, I received a reply the same day, leading to some light exchanges. This interaction hardly resembles that of a boy who spends his days in brawls. I suppose I am the only one still being asked if I am still using a flip phone, though I think it is about time for an upgrade. I merely ended the conversation with a casual remark to behave responsibly. Miss Mayuzumi, do you have the documents in your possession? Ah, I just saw them. Not long ago, I heard that Nanami had returned to the world of jujitsu sorcery. I was unaware that he had ever resigned. The aura he exudes now is markedly different from our school days. His transformation is more profound than I had anticipated. It is not the same kind of change as Mr. Gojo's, but rather, it simply conveys that he has matured. Change manifests differently in everyone. And I too have undergone my own transformation. Yet, Nanami may not comprehend the extent of my changes. While it feels somewhat lonely, what more could I possibly say? Having abandoned Mr. Hibara, his experience as a salaryman seems to have played a role in his current position as a jujitsu sorcerer, and I am responsible for part of his report. Such tasks necessitate visits to the jujitsu high school. Gradually, these responsibilities have begun to fall to me as well, even though I still lack the abilities of a sorcerer. To alleviate my workload, I have learned programming, which earned me sincere gratitude from Mr. Ijichi. Ijichi-kun said, "Thanks to you, I have been able to reduce the mundane tasks significantly." Is that so? Yes. He remarked that you are exceptionally talented. A person like you would surely be in high demand at any company I worked for, though both places are rather dismal. I harbor no dissatisfaction with this job. Contributing as someone who is protected is a positive thing. Moreover, I possess no particular dreams that I yearn to realize. However, I find myself encountering Nanami with increasing frequency and cannot help but engage in conversation with him. He has become the individual I feel closest to. He is certainly no idle person. His visits to the Jujitsu High School are likely primarily for submitting reports and the like. As we chatted, we took a break, and I went to brew some coffee. You drink black coffee? That's a bit surprising. Is it? Yes. I thought you would prefer something sweet. Perhaps my tastes have changed as I've grown older. Nanami remarked that such changes are common, and our conversation continued in fits and starts. I glanced at the mirror in the corner of the room. The person I was in middle school is no longer there. This realization always brings me a sense of comfort. Yet, look, she has appeared again. The girl drenched in blood stands there quietly. Nanami, is there something in this room? No. Why do you ask? I recently watched some horror films and wondered if there might be something invisible lurking here. Ah, this is a jujitsu high school. If anything were to enter, there would be people to exorcise it first. The barriers have been set to prevent easy intrusion. He seems to know me only as the adopted child of Principal Yaga. Do you meet with Mr. Gojo often? Not frequently. Oh, what is the matter? Nothing. I just heard he lives in the same apartment complex. Yet I have never encountered him. That person frequently changes his base of operations. Engaging in conversation with Nanami, we gradually began to connect, reminding me of the past. Back then, he was always willing to listen to me, and then he just died. His words of caution were actually a plea for our survival. Yet, perhaps at that crucial moment during the mission, the path of survival for both of us simply did not exist. In this lifetime, that future should have been avoidable. If I had spoken to that person back then, perhaps I could have saved Mr. Hibara at the very least. I have given up, feeling that it is probably futile. Even so, I cannot help but ponder. Even if I may regret it, the decision to live in this era should belong to me alone. That girl remains there. What on earth does she want me to do? Chapter 27. I possess no capacity to love anyone. At the age of 24, I began to devote more time to my own work. While establishing myself as a web designer, I gradually reduced my assistance at the Jujitsu High School. Of course, I would still accept commissions if they were offered. I am still in the exploratory phase, and I understand that it would be difficult to enjoy such a leisurely existence without being in this environment. It just so happens that I am adept with computers, and this job seems to require minimal outings, allowing me to participate. Sigh, I have saved up some funds, But is it truly acceptable for someone like me, who drags along, to be a member of society? I once yearned to grow up quickly, living each day solely for that goal. Yet, upon actually reaching adulthood, I realized that not much has changed. While I know that my thoughts are to blame, the only thing that has transformed is my outward appearance. Sighing again, I noticed the ping of a new email notification. It is not a work commission, but rather from Nanami. How about dinner together tonight? Perhaps it is because I resonate more with Nanami. I find myself agreeing to go out with him, even if I do not fully understand it. Sometimes Mr. Ijichi is present, and other times it is just the two of us. Since Nanami tends to play a protective role, the senpai has remarked that this arrangement is preferable. I replied that I understood and fell into a daydream. Yesterday, I unexpectedly ran into Shoko. No, it was Ms. Ijichi. I vividly recall the moment I was introduced to the individual who, after being under the guardianship of my senior for 2 to 3 years, eventually assumed the role of the school physician at the vocational college. I was astounded by how remarkably mature she had become. She had already exhibited a notable maturity during her high school years. In retrospect, she was still a minor back then. Ultimately, it dawns on me that we were all merely children at that time. My brother was likely no exception, a realization that has only now struck me. Thank you for waiting, I said. No, thank you for your efforts, Mr. Nanami. Where are we heading? I made a reservation at a restaurant today. Is there a dress code or something of that sort? No, it's South, not an upscale place. I genuinely felt grateful that Mr. Nanami was a person of common sense. The prospect of obtaining my driver's license was always there, but would an opportunity truly arise? I mused aloud that one day I would drive everyone, to which Mr. Nanami responded with an air of anticipation. The restaurant we arrived at was a quaint and elegant establishment, imbued with a familial warmth. It felt less like a restaurant and more akin to a bar, yet they indeed served authentic cuisine. I was pleasantly surprised that Mr. Nanami frequented such places, noting that he would come here when he desired a snack. A tranquil environment fosters relaxation, and I could understand why. However, I do not always wish to be alone. Being in your company brings me joy, and I find solace when I am with Mr. Nanami. He is among the few I can truly trust. Alongside my senior and Miss Yeri, he inquired about my drink choice, and I ordered something called craft beer. I was open to anything, but knowing my limited tolerance, I opted for a lower alcohol option, finding the carbonation invigorating and surprisingly enjoyable. I recounted a childhood memory of mistakenly sipping my father's beer, thinking it was oolong tea, only to spit it out in disgust. He remarked that, in hindsight, it seems inconsequential. I thought my recollections from that time had faded. Yet it appears that childhood memories linger with unexpected clarity, memories of warm moments spent with family. Now, I find myself an adult. I once believed I would never enjoy alcohol, yet recently that sentiment has shifted, particularly in your company. If it could bring him happiness, that would be splendid. Just as I was about to express this to Mr. Nanami, I felt a sudden retreat under his penetrating gaze. I cherish the time spent with you. Ah, thank you. To put it plainly, I like Miss Maru. I like you to the extent that I wish to spend my life with you. Is this a confession? Why? The impact was so profound that it rendered me speechless, overshadowing any shyness. I certainly felt a strong bond with Mr. Nanami, yet this revelation caught me off guard. I was acutely aware that he was not one to jest about such matters. Therefore, despite my disbelief, I sensed the truth in his words. Is that so? In the midst of my shock, our meals arrived, but I was far too distracted to eat. Yet, Mr. Nanami began his meal with an air of nonchalance. Are you not going to eat? I will, but it's fine. I have a faint feeling you might not mean it that way. I fell silent again. I care for Mr. Nanami, but not in that manner. Reflecting on it, my experiences with romance are but vague memories of youth, never having developed into anything substantial. And my yearning for marriage has faded with time. In this lifetime, I have not even considered such matters. Even if I did, I could never envision someone like Mr. Nanami. My impression of him from our school days remains the same. While he is undeniably kind, I never entertained the thought that he would harbor interests in that regard. Why do I think this way yet? You are aware of the nature of my work. As you know, absolute safety cannot be guaranteed. Hence, I believe it is better to express what needs to be said. Well, his candor was striking. Regardless, let us at least finish what is on our plates. I picked up my fork, feeling the need to do something to calm my nerves. Afterward, we ate in silence. And even though I had a sense of taste, I doubted I would savor anything today. I only refilled my drink once, but I felt far from intoxicated. I apologize. I do not harbor any dislike for you, Mr. Nanami. It's just that. It's all right. The one who should apologize is me for being so sudden. Please do not apologize. Mr. Nanami, I do not deserve to hear such words from you. I could have saved your friend, the one who was meant to be saved. Yet I stood idly by until now. What would happen if I spoke of it? Please do not think too deeply. While I hope to maintain our relationship as it has always been, if that is too difficult. No, I cannot reciprocate your feelings. I should take a step back. I do not wish to exploit your kindness. Ah, why? If I were unaware of this sentiment, I would not have to grapple with such unpleasant emotions. I do not wish to be disliked, and this is not solely directed at you. Mr. Nanami has become one of my emotional supports. I am reluctant to let go, and I find myself thinking this way. I hope it is but a fleeting folly. For I possess neither the strength nor the capacity to love anyone. Our relationship will likely, over time, grow more distant. Chapter 28. Gojo Satoru. I killed Suguru Geto. I was warned against coming to the vocational college. The tone was unusually severe, and I suspected something was amiss. While such warnings occasionally occurred, this time the tension felt palpable, and honestly, I was a bit frightened. Despite the stringent security measures, I was instructed not to leave my room, implying that something was about to transpire. My mind was elsewhere, cradling a doll, as I restlessly paced within my chamber. At that moment, I felt the gaze of that girl fixated upon me. Ah, here we go again. Is this acceptable? I abruptly lifted my head. Did you just speak? As I watched the figure vanish into thin air, an indescribable sensation surged within me. It was an illusion, surely just an illusion. Yet the voice? Why did I hear such a thing? It's fine. It's merely an auditory hallucination, just a figment of my imagination, nothing of consequence. At least, it should have been. Yet I could not suppress my unease. That evening, I received word that everything was fine. I assumed this meant I could leave my room. Consequently, I spent the day curled up in my blankets. After receiving the notification, I sluggishly emerged from my cocoon. The principal's hesitant demeanor piqued my curiosity. I decided to step onto the balcony to feel the night breeze and gaze downwards. To this day, I do not find this height intimidating. I suspect that even if I were to fall, it would not pose much of a problem. It would merely be a return to this morning. Although I did not entertain thoughts of ending my life, there was a fleeting moment when I pondered how long it had been since I had faced death. Perhaps it was time to test the waters? Each time that child appeared, I felt increasingly unwell. Hey, be careful. You're leaning out too far. That upside-down face startled me. It was Gojo Satoru. What? It's been a year since we last met, hasn't he? It has been a while. Hey, how about a nighttime date? What? I have something to discuss regarding today's events. He floated effortlessly in the air, and when I mentioned I wasn't dressed for going out, he dismissed my concern. Even without a coat, I have one here. It's fine. I will escort you. Here is a coat for you. Before I could protest, he draped the coat over my shoulders and lifted me into his arms. Thus, why do you not listen attentively to others? Even though I had not yet consented, I found myself being taken away by him. I came to realize that surrendering to the struggle and soaring into the sky felt like this. In my previous desperate attempts to resist, I had no leisure for such thoughts. Mr. Satoru held me as we flew for a while, ascending until we reached a height above the clouds before he finally halted. The view was truly breathtaking, simply magnificent. The moon appeared so near. As I pondered why he had intentionally brought me to such a place, he spoke. Today, your brother has died. I was the one who killed him. I could feel his arms tightening around me. Killed, dead, that brother. In my bewilderment, Mr. Satoru offered me an apology. Why was he apologizing? I finally understood. Once again, I had been protected. The principal, perhaps, wished to convey this matter to me. I requested him to elaborate, and Mr. Satoru recounted the truth. In essence, it was that my brother, accompanied by a new family, had launched an attack on the school. Upon hearing this, I felt that everything that had transpired was indeed my brother's fault. In the end, he had chosen that way of life until the very last moment. An overwhelming emptiness engulfed me. Although I felt no tangible sorrow regarding my brother's death, I had no desire to see his remains. His demise meant I no longer needed to live in hiding. While I did not feel joy, neither did I feel sadness. Regarding my brother, I felt nothing at all. Thank you, Mr. Satoru. Mayu, that's sufficient. The one who is truly wounded is you, Mr. Satoru. He must have always regarded my brother as a dear friend. Mr. Satoru remained silently holding me. I did not harbor any animosity towards that fellow. Even if he became an enemy, even if he had murdered your parents, I still bid him farewell as a friend. Given my brother's character, he must have found it quite uncomfortable in the end. Truly, even in death, he remained a fool. Listening to his intermittent narration, I thought Mr. Satoru truly cherished my brother. What a foolish brother he was, indeed. In the end, he could not live a long life. Hey, Mayu. Can I continue to protect you from now on? No need. Was my refusal too swift? I had just suffered such a great blow. I apologize. But I cannot accept such a proposition, or rather, it's fine. I will unilaterally protect you. He complained that I truly lacked understanding of the atmosphere. But I ignored him. Once we finally returned to the balcony, and he set me down, Mr. Satoru leaned in closely. Mr. Satoru. All right then. But I am serious. I made my refusal clear, and this time Mr. Satoru finally departed. That person likely did not harbor feelings for me. It was solely because I was the sister of his dear friend, the one he had killed, yet also the sister of someone he had once held dear. With various factors intertwined, perhaps he would indeed protect me in the future. How detestable, so utterly detestable. Is this what is termed a period of popularity? I am not at all pleased. Even though I have relinquished everything, they still regard me with such attention. Truly. Detestable, detestable, utterly loathsome. If only I had believed Mr. Satoru a little earlier. I have long wished to continue doubting, to refuse to believe, to remain oblivious to such a self. I had known all along, whether it be Mr. Satoru or everyone else, they had all matured long ago. No longer children, no longer the same individuals as before. I alone remained stranded in the past. Consequently, I have failed to advance since that time. Although my appearance has changed, the essential things have not shifted at all. A timid child stands here. I grasped my hair haphazardly and bit my lip tightly. Is this acceptable? It was so noisy, so unbearably loud. I hurled a pillow with a bang, and there was nothing in front of me. I began to comprehend the true form of that shadow, and it filled me with distaste. That thing was nothing at all. I wished for it to vanish, to disappear from my mind. My brother was already gone. The thread of my existence had dissipated. Even so, my heart remained shrouded in gloom. Chapter 29 Sorry, K. Upon reaching the age of 25, I began to venture out alone, subsequently taking up smoking. Initially, I was unaccustomed to the sensation of smoke entering my lungs, coughing numerous times. But once I grasped the technique, it became quite simple. I did not particularly enjoy it, yet I found myself somewhat intrigued by the bitter taste that people spoke of. Even though I felt nothing at all, I styled my bright hair, applied makeup, drank black coffee, donned high heels, and directly attended meetings with clients. Since then, the scope of my work expanded. I was frequently told that I was truly beautiful, and I began to wear a smile more often. What a relief. I can live well after all. Miss Mayu. Hello, Kay. You always work so hard. No, Miss Mayu, you too have worked hard. I later learned that Sumiki had apparently been in a deep slumber since last year. He said she had not awakened. It seemed he had finally ceased fighting. Watching him reproach himself, I felt as though I were witnessing a mere illusion of myself. I carelessly uttered a thoughtless phrase, suggesting that one should believe in those around them, that they could surely do something. Even so, Kay seemed to be striving in his own way, completely different from me. Surely he would succeed. Furthermore, I had already moved out of that apartment. I now resided in a rented place of my own, and the principal mentioned he was aware of it. To this day, I still cannot believe my brother's death. This is my own issue. I have not even visited my parents' grave. Or rather, I only just learned that my parents' remains had apparently not been found, although it was not elaborated upon. Could it be that after killing them, they fed their bodies to the cursed spirits? Have I too become like that, not even leaving me their bones? What an outrageous brother, truly. Visiting an empty grave holds no meaning. I suppose I will not see my brother's remains again. However, it was the principal who erected a grave for my parents. For this, I am genuinely grateful. Even so, I will not say please forgive this unfilial daughter for not visiting the grave. Truly, how long do I intend to remain stagnant? Hey, why do you do nothing at all? The voice of the illusion grew closer. She merely stood there, yet I could now ignore her, for she could not touch me anyway. The words of her that would appear at an unknown time pursued my heart. Do not hinder me. I have resolved to live on. The opportunities to go out with Nanami as we once did have indeed diminished, but when I visit the school, we occasionally exchange a few words. It is evident that he is concerned not to make me feel awkward. As for Mr. Satoru, there have been no further opportunities to meet. I thought so, yet unexpectedly, that was not the case. Since Kay's enrollment, perhaps the chances of my encountering him have increased. Panda is now also attending school as a second-year student, and upon our reunion, I noticed he had grown quite large. He must be about the size of a Totoro by now. I successfully obtained my driver's license and began driving myself. In the city, walking is faster. So I do not drive much, but my residence is not in the city. Around summer, upon visiting the school once more, I heard that 2 new first-year students had been added. I was not particularly interested. After all, I had no connection with them in this regard. When there is a genuine shortage of personnel, I would be called upon like this. I, too, have matters to attend to, so I would adjust my schedule to come. Yet I was always met with gratitude. The ones who truly work hard are them. During breaks, I went to the vending machine on campus and for some reason, recalled the matter of Miss Tsukumo. At this moment, what might she be doing? Even if I were to see her, I could do nothing. Inserting some change. I prepared to press the button for a black coffee as usual. I craved something sweet, I thought, momentarily taken aback. She stood right beside me. Yet her words were unlike those she typically uttered. I yearn for hot cocoa, she declared. How vexing. I desire strawberries, she continued. What on earth was happening? I wish to live with my family, she lamented. The noise was unbearable. I could hardly endure it. Why utter such things? It felt as though I wished to exist alone. I was the one making the choices, wasn't he? Disappear? Really? I had already made my decision. Really? A bloodied face, sticky and grotesque, stared back at me. At that moment, I finally recognized her visage. Ah, it was the me of the past. That voice belonged to me as well. The past me was reproaching the future me. It must be so, I thought. No wonder others could not see it. This was merely a theater within my mind. I was simply losing my sanity all alone. This was a hallucination, a figment of my auditory perception. Is this truly acceptable? The sensation of being touched was surely an illusion. Yet, I could no longer bear it. I covered my ears and shut my eyes, forcefully ramming my head against the wall. The impact registered, yet it brought no pain. Thud, thud. After 2 strikes, my consciousness remained intact, preparing for a third. Miss Mayu. Before I could proceed, someone intervened. I wished they would leave me be. It was merely a return to this morning. However, an unexpectedly strong arm restrained my resistance. What was this? Why did they always impede me? As I discerned the figure, it was Keikuin. Oh. To have him witness me in such a wretched state made me wish for death. It was a thought I hadn't entertained in quite some time. I felt dizzy. Keikuin, let me go. No. Miss Mayu, what is wrong with you? I wished he would release me. Haven't you already grown up? He would not let go. Go to Miss Yeri, you are bleeding. There are things only you can accomplish. Enough. Was there ever anything I couldn't do as a child? This is intolerable. Stop talking. If you don't take action, he continued. Enough already. The incessant entanglement was too much. I did not wish to listen. The voices of my hallucinations intertwined with Keikuin's words. I beg you, she uttered, leaving me with that phrase before vanishing. What are you? Why do you share my face? My voice. Why? Am I still not permitted to live a normal life? No, perhaps, but, Miss Mayu, if I were to say that I know the future, what would you think? Huh, he replied. Nothing mattered anymore. Truly, it was all right. During middle school, I had perpetually looped through the same time frame. Being killed and returning, endlessly repeating. I had grown weary of it at some point, ultimately failing to save those I should have, leading me to this moment. I muttered to myself, isn't it laughable? Even if I expressed it, it would serve no purpose. Yet Keikuin said, I believe. I have always thought Miss Mayu an extraordinary person. A sorceress is far more remarkable, always has been. It did not seem so to me. May I hear that story? Though I cannot disclose it to more than 2 people. Who else knows besides me? I pondered, no one. Understood. I shall keep this story close to my heart. If speaking of it could lighten the burden, please let me know. For now, let us prioritize your treatment, shall we? Remarkably, my mood began to lift. I suggested a first aid kit, yet Keikuin disregarded my words. Silently, he led me to a place where Miss Yeri regarded me with surprise. Thus, Keikuin vaguely explained that I had accidentally bumped into something. She was astute. Surely, she saw through the ruse. I languidly accepted the treatment as Miss Yeri spoke. Don't carry everything alone. She said she would listen to me. I believed she would understand. Even so, I could not find the words. I have hallucinations. I can see them. Hallucinations? Lately, the voices have become clearer. What sort? Well, perhaps it is the past me reprimanding the me that lives now. It is I who cannot forgive myself. Nothing can change. I cannot grow, and ultimately, I cannot sever the ties to my past. This version of me is being chastised by the past. It questions me. Is this truly acceptable? Ah, look, there it is. The bloodied me beckons me to take action. There is nothing, truly nothing. Do something, she implores. It is impossible to find happiness like this. Miss Shirako. It is fine, I involuntarily exclaimed. My anxious hands sought her, and she gripped them tightly. Can I tell the principal about this? You might be met with some criticism. It is fine. Her assurance carried an inexplicable, comforting strength. Perhaps it was best to entrust this matter to her. That might lighten the load. I nodded vigorously, and she patted my back reassuringly. The wound seemed to have healed without my awareness. Subsequently, the principal entered the infirmary in a flustered state upon receiving contact. Mayu, let us return home. Home. Yes, let us go back together. Together, with the principal and teacher Yaga. He knelt before me, who was seated on the chair, and urged me to return. I felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance from those large hands. Teacher, let us go home. To my tearful self, the teacher nodded. As we departed, I turned to Keikuin, who had been waiting there, and apologized, to which he replied, I will wait for your message. I felt ashamed for causing such trouble for a child. Ah, truly, I am sorry, I am so useless. Chapter 30, Longing, a Profound Longing. It has been about a month since I resumed living with Mr. Yaga. I have completely ceased my online work, attending the vocational school almost every day, with the sole purpose of seeing Miss Shirako, although she claims not to be a psychiatrist and therefore cannot make any definitive assertions. She suspects that I may be suffering from schizophrenia. The diagnosis brings me some relief. So, it is an illness after all. Yet, on the other hand, I cannot help but wonder, is it really just that? After all, entities like curses do exist. So I have this lingering feeling that my hallucinations might genuinely be the past me chastising me. After returning with the teacher, I felt considerably calmer. It is better to continue living with the principal. You say I have calmed down, but it has only been a month. Moreover, when I revealed that this situation had actually begun much earlier, the teacher did not chastise me. He even apologized for not noticing me, which made me realize that my choices had been misguided. I did not intend for him to apologize. I merely wished to avoid burdening him, thinking that if I ignored it, everything would be fine. Did things escalate after hearing about Suguru? No, it existed before that, and I suppose I was just overthinking. Mayu, there is no such thing as overthinking for you. She stated that it was normal. Normal? Perhaps, if I shared the looping matter with her, she would offer me some advice. She would not think there was something wrong with my mind. She would listen attentively. What I wished to convey was directed towards her, or teacher Yaga. The thought that the diagnostic results might change left me unable to voice my concerns. I even felt that, regardless of whether those results were overturned, it would not matter much. I tentatively inquired if medication was necessary, to which she shook her head. If tranquility could be maintained without medication, that would indeed be the ideal scenario. Yes, perhaps it is so. I am aware of this. For my previous physician had once expressed similar sentiments. Reflecting upon that time, when I was inundated with medications and injections, I involuntarily shuddered. I offered a wry smile, remarking that it felt somewhat chilly, and Miss Natsuki acknowledged this before drawing closer to me. She seemed to have noticed, but feigned ignorance. I am perpetually grateful for her gentle demeanor. Yet, that shadow inevitably manifested beside me. Covered in blood, its expression obscured. Yet the words it spoke were unmistakably clear, more so than ever before. However, I no longer wavered as I once did. And this steadfastness was undoubtedly due to the presence of those who accompanied me. Whenever I exhibited even the slightest anomaly, the teacher would position himself in front of my line of sight, as if to shield me from unseen terrors. I could not ascertain precisely when it began, but I found myself taking refuge in the shadow of the teacher. Even though it was merely he and I in that space, an entity only visible to me, existing solely within the confines of my mind, the teacher would consistently engage me in conversation and place his hand upon my head to reassure me. Thus, life progressed. Moment by moment. Is my body healed now? Yes. I'm sorry, Keiko. Please do not apologize. It was I who said it was acceptable. While waiting for the principal, I caught a glimpse of Keiko outside the window and waved to him. He promptly hurried over. He arrived without even catching his breath, which was impressive, or perhaps it was merely a matter of course for him. Nevertheless, he appeared slightly anxious, visibly relaxing only upon seeing me. Then, he abruptly attempted to bring up a previous matter, only to be interrupted by my voice. Please wait a moment. Although this is a vocational school, there might be someone eavesdropping. Let's discuss it in my room. Upon hearing this, I bid farewell to the principal and proceeded to Keiko's room. He mentioned there was nothing to offer in terms of hospitality, and I politely replied that it was of no consequence, then settled onto the cushion. Despite the lack of provisions, the atmosphere was imbued with a palpable sense of life. Watching him pour tea into a cup from a plastic bottle, I found myself smiling. He was undeniably dependable, yet still just a high school student. Previously, I could hardly fathom him as such. Now, I would like to clarify the matter that Miss Maru mentioned earlier. Yes, does that mean you possess knowledge of even future events? That I do not know. What I am aware of is merely the events that have transpired thus far. The occurrence of the cycle began in middle school, so it has been quite some time. Fushiguro remarked, I see, before inquiring if I could elaborate further. The reason for the cycle? I cannot ascertain. It was not something I undertook voluntarily. I merely have a vague understanding of the mechanism. Mechanism? If I am killed, or if I disclose this matter to more than 2 individuals, I will return to the first day of the cycle. In the case of suicide, I will revert to 6 o'clock on that morning. Please wait a moment. The cycle begins after death? Yes. And suicide? Keiko appeared somewhat bewildered. I explained that I was initially killed by my brother, prompting him to ask, does the principal have other children? It was only then that I realized Mr. Gojo had not informed him about me. While it seemed reasonable, I had subconsciously assumed he knew at least a little. This will become a lengthy tale. That's all right. So, why are you so eager to know? If it pertains to Tsumiki, I confess that I was unaware of the reasons. Keiko fell momentarily silent. Just as I thought. If my words hold truth, he might wish to uncover details related to her or ascertain whether he too could find a way into the cycle. Regardless, that notion is likely impractical. Yet, that is not a falsehood. However, Miss Maru must truly seek someone to confide in regarding this matter, correct? Yes. Please, tell me. I embraced my rabbit plush tightly, hesitating. Keiko likely did not lie. Yet, would this revelation bring me solace? A shadow loomed at the edge of my vision. Oh, it is here again, once more. I endeavored to ignore it, the ice melting and producing a faint crackling sound. Initially, it all began with my brother's murder. How could I articulate to Keiko those thoughts I had never shared with anyone before? Perhaps it is because he is a person with whom I have no prior connections. Moreover, I believe he would believe me. Additionally, I sensed that I had reached my limit of bearing this alone. Living alongside the principal has brought me tranquility, allowing my heart to find some respite, and that too is a contributory factor. Yet, every time I recount the tale of this cycle, Keiko becomes increasingly at a loss for words, which weighs heavily on my conscience. When I spoke of being killed by Mr. Gojo, he was visibly taken aback. Thus, out of curiosity, I asked him what he would do if he became a sorcerer, to which he solemnly replied that the world would meet its end, truly. He mumbled that he might not last even 3 days, but what would the world be like at that time? While I had never pondered it, it dawned on me that time would continue even after my death. Upon reflection, it seemed entirely plausible that only I would return to the past while the world as time advanced. If that were the case, how many worlds would be created if I alone returned? Or perhaps it is a matter of the world collapsing and rewinding, with only me retaining the memories. It felt overwhelmingly grand, and I decided not to dwell on it. Regardless, it was a matter irrelevant to my current existence. Even if I were to return once more, I had resolved to live fully until the very end. That was a decision I made for myself. However, Keiko is one who can see. Yes, one might say that. If you could return, what would you do? Miss Maru, I would strive to live well. That is my intention. At least for now, it is so. However, it is indeed possible to return. Though I have continuously avoided contemplating it, should it truly occur, I would undoubtedly be unable to choose the same path of existence. Thus, I wish to inquire. Truthfully, I despise it. I do not wish to return. I long to conclude this current life. Yet, I feel compelled to ask. I wish to prevent Sumiki from becoming that way. Furthermore, if I could return with my memories, I believe I could discover a faster way to grow stronger. By the way, Miss Maru, there is a senior among my predecessors who possesses almost no cursed energy. Is that so? Yes. That individual fights using something called a cursed tool. It is invisible under normal circumstances, but it is said that wearing special glasses allows one to see it. Such a thing exists? I leaned forward instinctively. Could I see that as well? When I posed the question, Fushiguro responded that it was likely possible. He mentioned that while that person is invisible, their physical abilities are exceptional. Although unable to utilize techniques, their strength is considerable. I found myself intrigued to hear about that individual's story. Yet, what would it matter? Go. The voice, the shadow, had repeated this many times. Go. Come meet me. Even after I had seemingly given up, I should have relinquished it. Yet, the past relentlessly pursued me, attempting to entice me. I instinctively covered my ears. And Fushiguro called my name with concern. Forgive me, that is not it. It is merely that the entity lingering there is too loud, too loud, too loud, too loud. But that was my own voice. I apologized, Miss Maru. Let us disregard what transpired earlier. Please do not force yourself. No. I do not wish to acknowledge it, but, Huijun, may I have a moment to meet that person? However, it seems untenable to continue down this path. Indeed, it is imperative to sever these ties. To be honest, I still harbor a significant sentiment of attachment. I confess. Yet, I must resolutely forge ahead through this passage of time. Chapter 31, The Zenin Family. This event is to transpire 3 days hence. Huijun appears to have returned. And after Miss Natsuko has completed her inspection, she comes to fetch me. Both Miss Natsuko and the principal suggest I proceed, perhaps believing it to be an auspicious sign. As I walk alongside Huijun, I inadvertently notice his considerable height. He has grown significantly since our first encounter, and upon closer inspection, his physique is quite admirable. I can't help but marvel at how swiftly one matures. Is this the individual you spoke of? Indeed. Miss Mayu, this is Senior Maki Zenin. She is in her 2nd year and specializes in combat with cursed tools. I detest being addressed by my surname. Simply call me by my first name. You are the principal's daughter, are you not? Why yes, it is a pleasure to meet you. Oh, what a formidable presence. A tall and fashionable beauty. I hurriedly apologize. To which she responds nonchalantly that it is of little consequence. Then she slowly removes her glasses and hands them to me. Puzzled by this gesture, Huijun encourages me to try them on immediately. Can you see anything? It seems there is a dark mist. What are you up to? It is a shikigami. Perhaps a change to a different form would be better? A different form? Come here and try to touch it. It won't harm you. It feels like mist. I can sense something dark and indistinct, yet it lacks form. Even as I timidly extend my hand to touch it, I feel no tangible sensation. Yet I sense its presence. As I cautiously step back, I inquire about this entity's nature, only to be informed that it is simply a dog. A dog, indeed. I would very much like to see it. As I slowly move my hand, Huijun gently guides it towards a certain direction, indicating that it enjoys this spot. I initially thought it was a cursed spirit, but it appears to be his shikigami. How impressive. I have only ever seen such beings in the realm of Onmyoji. Although I cannot perceive it, even with the borrowed glasses, I am at a loss as to why that is. In my eyes, You both appear as if you are waving in the air. Hee hee. Ah, Miss Mayu smiled. I apologize, I could envision it. If I were to see normally, I would likely share the same sentiment. Shortly thereafter, I expressed my gratitude and returned her glasses, only to find her gazing at me intently. It doesn't quite resemble you. Or rather, it is completely unlike you. Never mind. More importantly, since it is not entirely invisible, it must possess cursed energy. It is likely exceedingly faint, however. Is that so? Are you suggesting it lacks even the level of a typical human? I am uncertain. But, even with the glasses, if I cannot see it, consider it akin to having poor eyesight. I see. So, her glasses are not suited for me. I suggested it might be akin to hyperopia and myopia, to which she responded with a non-committal remark. But the principle does seem to hold. In other words, my eyesight is inferior to Maki's? How unfortunate. Yet Maki is engaged in battle. If only I could wield cursed tools, perhaps I would have understood these matters sooner. If only I possessed talent as well. Not a chance. Senior Zenin. Such matters should be stated plainly. Of course, I do not wish to dismiss everything outright. But even if I could see, surviving as a sorcerer would still be impossible. I assert that training would not suffice. I was bluntly informed that I lacked the requisite aptitude. Well, with effort, I suppose one could reach a certain level. I have witnessed ordinary individuals become remarkably strong. But ultimately, in this world, talent reigns supreme. The fact that even my glasses cannot allow you to perceive cursed spirits is already a matter preceding talent. I see. Miss Mayu, it is of no consequence. I have come to understand. Even without sight or the ability to use techniques, Maki compensates entirely with physical prowess. I likely cannot aspire to be like them. Perhaps with effort, I could reach a level akin to that of a self-defense force or police officer. But that would be the extent of it. Merely having that is insufficient. Ultimately, one must possess the strength to transcend the confines of an ordinary person. I am acutely aware of this. It is not that I have refrained from action until now, but rather, as a human, there are limits. Maki's words, although piercing, simultaneously evoke a strange sense of relief within me. I am uncertain as to why. Regardless, I feel a peculiar sense of comfort. Though being a non-sorcerer brings only disadvantages, having nearly been killed simply for my inability to see, the world of sorcerers is equally terrifying. I do not wish to remain in an environment fraught with suspicion, where betrayal lurks at every corner. I yearn for peace, and if possible, to distance myself from it. Thank you, Maki. TCH. She abruptly turned her face away. Perhaps she is a gentle person. Huijun admires her greatly. Although her words may be harsh, they are undoubtedly true. The Shikigami seems quite fond of Miss Mayu. Oh, they appear to be quite close. Truly, a reflection of your own Shikigami. Please refrain from unnecessary comments. Close. Maki remarked that the creature was nuzzling against me, which left me somewhat disappointed. If only I could see it, I would surely be able to feel its fluffy body. By the way, Maki, you are in your second year, correct? Just like a panda? Ah, indeed, you are familiar with pandas. I have seen them in their youth. I have not encountered them recently. As my rabbit plush toy climbed up to my feet, I lifted it into my arms. It is becoming more lively by the day. The principle is truly incredible. With that thought in mind, I exchanged contact information with Maki. She mentioned that she could teach me self-defense techniques whenever I have the time. Such gentle souls they are. Chapter 32. I am not a good person. What are you? As I was searching for Huijun, I encountered the boy I had seen in a photograph. I recall Huijun mentioning that he was a good person. Just as I was contemplating this, he greeted me with unexpected ease, and I returned the gesture, subsequently inquiring if he knew Huijun's whereabouts. At that moment, his demeanor shifted abruptly. A prickling sensation coursed through my skin. In an instant, my neck was seized, and I found myself pinned against the wall. It was so sudden that I was taken aback. Though it was not painful, I struggled to breathe, and as I stood there bewildered, a low voice echoed from above. This voice was entirely different from the boy's. It felt as though my very breath could lead to my demise. What? It was an extraordinarily peculiar curse. No. To classify it merely as a curse would be an understatement. I had never encountered anything like it. What have you done? What have I done? What do you mean? With my carotid artery tightly constricted, breathing became increasingly difficult, prompting me to struggle against his grip. Humph, a temporal entity, is it? I see, little girl. You have reversed time, haven't you? And not just once or twice. Why? Do not presume that even a sorcerer like Suguru Gojo would notice. Of course, this is something beyond human comprehension. After all, that individual is merely a child of humanity. He utterly disregarded my existence. As he spoke, I realized that I had to come into contact with this entity to perceive it, which was indeed troublesome. He released his grip, and as I coughed, his mocking laughter sent chills down my spine. How pitiable. Few are those who are so enamored with death. Little girl, what fate awaits you in this lifetime? I felt exposed. This realization sent a shiver down my spine. I could never utter a plea for silence. that would only exacerbate the situation. Why? How is it that this person knows matters unknown even to Mr. Gojo? What does it mean that they are beyond human comprehension? Who is this person, after all? He certainly does not resemble a friend of Eugen. His hand rests upon my head, and I cannot help but tremble at my shoulders. Am I afraid? Quite so. It is only natural. A mere human should be grateful to remain alive in my presence. Fear not. I shall not take your life. There is no necessity for it. And your struggles appear far more entertaining. So, struggle to your heart's content, dear human. As those words echoed, I felt his presence dissipate. Just as I was liberated from that oppressive weight, a sound of confusion escaped from above, a bewildered from the boy. His hand still lay upon my head as he questioned, what? But his face soon paled considerably. He looked pitifully white, suddenly retracting his hand and lowering himself to the ground, pressing his forehead to the floor, kneeling in supplication. I am terribly sorry. And no, it's all right. Did I do something? I'm so sorry. Truly, it's nothing at all. But your neck. What is going on? Teacher. It's nothing at all. It felt as though I hadn't shouted so loudly in ages. Mr. Gojo momentarily froze, yet urged Eugen to hurry into the classroom. But, exclaimed Itadori-kun, but Mr. Gojo insisted. All right, I request you to do so. I find myself in a state of confusion, with many things left unexplained. However, I understand that voicing them would surely lead to dire consequences. He apologized again, casting furtive glances at me as he retreated. Then, Mr. Gojo inquired whether I could stand. Upon witnessing my struggle to steady my trembling legs, he murmured an apology and lifted me into his arms. He had done this before, his strength overwhelming. Has Sukuna emerged? Sukuna? That child harbors a monster within. Ever since consuming a special-grade cursed object, it has been this way. To put it simply, it's akin to the Nine Tails dwelling within Naruto. I'm not well-versed in Naruto. Oh, is that so? What about Yu-Gi-Oh? I'm familiar with that. I watched it in the anime before. The protagonist has a dual personality, yet somehow it seems he is actually another person? I see. I asked so. Does that mean Itadori-kun is in a state where another person resides within him? Mr. Gojo replied, though the relationship is not as amicable. In other words, it is a strained connection of light and dark. It resembles the dynamic between Malik and Maki, though I am acutely aware that my thoughts are veering off course. Without such thoughts, I would struggle to endure. I recall that anime being shared back and forth. I never fully grasped the rules. Yet I dragged my brother into watching it with me. I remember him calmly critiquing the numerous loopholes in the rules. It seems ordinary memories can still be recalled, which evokes a sense of nostalgia. When I expressed this thought, Mr. Gojo smiled and remarked that he felt the same way. To be honest, Eugen is not exactly a favorable presence in this circle. Although he is currently under my protection, he will inevitably meet his demise. There are compelling reasons for my actions. Itadori-kun, if possible, I would rather it not come to that. If only that fellow could assist us, but that is merely a fanciful thought. Ultimately, the burden of responsibility will likely fall upon me or someone capable of matching me. Yet Eugen himself is gentle. You may fear him, but I hope you can forgive him. It's all right. I don't mind, and I've understood from earlier that Itadori-kun is a good person. I smiled, conveying a sense of reassurance. In response, he seemed to freeze momentarily. I'm fine now. Could you please set me down? He stared at my face, somewhat dazed. What on earth is happening? Indeed, he does not seem like one. No, it's nothing. I must go to class. Please take care. I thought to myself, what should I be cautious of? I am headed to the principal's office. Yet, I merely replied with a thank you. Speaking of which, Mr. Gojo has changed the bandage on his eyes to a cloth strip. As I pondered over his eccentricities, I made my way toward the teacher. The teacher inquired if anything unusual had occurred, and I simply mentioned chatting with the new student briefly. The teacher acknowledged with AIC, and that was the end of it. However, shortly after, I received a call from Yuta, who also apologized. I could hear the commotion of girls in the background, and I ended up conversing with a girl named Nobara Kujisaki. I found both Itadori-kun and the new students brimming with vitality. I expressed to Yuta how wonderful that was, and he likely felt bashful. Subsequently, I met again with Nobara. She mentioned that her surname felt too lonely, and Eugen, though each possesses a distinct personality, I perceive them all as good individuals. Miss Mayryu is nothing like the principal. That's because I'm an adopted child. Really? Itadori, you rascal. And no, I didn't know. It wasn't intentional. It's fine, I understand. It is said that Eugen arrived shortly after his grandfather's passing. I believe his life has not been easy. Miss Nobara, on the other hand, came here simply because she wished to live in Tokyo. She gives off a strong-willed impression. In a way, she resembles Maki. Why does Eugen want to be a sorcerer? Rather than wanting to be, it's more like he has no other choice. But he has resolved one thing. He desires to die surrounded by many people, not wanting to regret the manner of his life. Not wanting to regret the manner of his life. Such awareness at his age reminds me of Mr. Gojo's words. He is destined for execution. Yet if it were Mr. Gojo, he would surely find a way. I hope he can devise a solution. I wish to live authentically. I want the world to know the name of Nobara Kujisaki. Wow, writing it out sounds impressive. Living authentically, as a sorcerer, or rather, that way of living is her authenticity. I believe that those who exist within this realm are incredibly resilient. Even so, high school students are still children. Whether it be injury or risking their lives, I hope such things do not become commonplace. Perhaps it is because I am not a sorcerer that I think this way. I wish to help the good people. Yuta mentioned you are included in that. I insisted that I am not a good person, but he countered, to me, you are. Will they, one day, also make mistakes? No, it's all right. They will never become like my brother. I hope they never become like that. Chapter 33, The Brother Appears. I wish to take a solitary stroll. Upon voicing my desire, Miss Shoko displayed a troubled expression, yet remarked that I indeed appeared to be in good spirits recently, and consented. However, she repeatedly emphasized that should anything unusual occur, I must contact her immediately. I could only nod in agreement. Under the condition of regular communication, I ventured out onto the streets after a long absence. The streets bustled with life, which was just right for me. To be honest, I still experience hallucinations and can hear auditory illusions. Yet, I am gradually becoming less susceptible to their influence. I can now ignore them as I did before. However, after walking for a while, fatigue inevitably sets in. I sent Miss Shoko a message, informing her that I would briefly enter a nearby family restaurant, and then I stepped inside. In the city, it is not unusual for someone to dine alone at a family restaurant, yet perhaps due to the long absence, I felt a tinge of awkwardness. I ordered something simple to eat along with a drink. While waiting, I occupied myself with a puzzle game. Alone, I heard that voice and abruptly raised my head. It was impossible. It must have been an illusion. Yet, it was a voice I recognized all too well. I stood there, frozen, but I undeniably recognized him. He hadn't changed much, although a peculiar mark adorned his head. Wait, was that a mark? Was it stitched on? It had been far too long since I last saw him, and I had heard he was dead. Now, witnessing a living person standing before me left me utterly perplexed. Stealthily, I captured a photograph and sent it to my teacher. He seemed quite busy today and might not see it immediately. Hastily, I settled my bill and departed the restaurant. Though the distance was not great, being discovered could prove fatal. Though his appearance had altered, it wasn't as if he had undergone plastic surgery. I wondered with whom he was conversing. He had clearly stated he was alone. Yet he was indeed engaged in a conversation. Moreover, it seemed so natural. Shouldn't he be somewhat mindful of the gazes around him? In any case, I had to flee. I hurried back to the high school, while simultaneously calling Miss Nako. What's wrong? After such a long absence, your brother appeared? What do you mean? I felt a wave of exhaustion as I entered the family restaurant, only to find my brother, clad in strange attire, conversing with someone. Miss Nako. I had been informed that my brother had died last year. This couldn't be a fabrication, could it? Well, the remains were never sent to me. Thus, I have not seen him with my own eyes, but I do not believe Gojo would make a mistake. Then who was that? Was it someone who borrowed my brother's appearance? Could such a science fiction-like scenario be possible? No. Given the existence of cursed spirits, harboring such doubts was futile. In any case, she mentioned she would send someone to retrieve me soon, at which point it truly was Mayu. How rude. To ignore me after such a long separation. The stuffed rabbit I had stuffed into my bag scattered across the floor. Everything transpired too quickly, leaving me bewildered. My brother, no? He did nothing. Beyond this person, something else was present. I had to inform Miss Nako. I needed to tell her. Though I thought this, I found myself paralyzed. The word death flashed through my mind. After struggling to survive until now, was I to be killed? And by my brother, by his body? This was too much to bear. My phone, which I had accidentally dropped, was caught by him. Wait, we had been at a distance moments ago. He murmured, still on the phone. Hello. You. It had been a long time, Nako. He pronounced her name with precision. What was happening? Was this truly my brother? It felt too natural, far too much. I was with Mayu now, and if it became known that I was alive, it would be troublesome. So, could I ask for your discretion? Here's the deal. As long as you keep it to yourself, I won't kill Mayu. This was a form of coercion. Scum. Was I being traded? Moments ago, he had mentioned coercion. I remembered that violating it could lead to unknown consequences. His desperate desire for no one to know he was alive. What was the underlying reason? What a farce. What a joke. Do not agree to him, Miss Nako. That guy is not my brother. This was too much. My brother had died a year ago, Mr. Gojo would never lie about such matters. In an instant, I found myself doubting as well. Was I being deceived for some ulterior motive, or was he truly a traitor? But that day, under the moonlit sky, he appeared genuinely, profoundly pained. I did not doubt him. He was no longer the dangerous person he had once been during our school days. He had found his path, hence, I trusted him. In any case, I absolutely did not want to be beholden to this person. I drew the knife from my bag, assuming a defensive stance. He let out a whistle, seemingly pleased. How detestable. Everything about it made me feel he was indeed my brother. Reincarnation. During this period of reincarnation, a strange space had formed. He couldn't possibly have not heard. What do you mean by that? He inquired. But if this were true, I should already be dead. Reincarnation. Could it involve seeing the future or something along those lines? You lacked such a technique. I do not wish for you to call me by name. I did not understand, but only one option remained. Carrying such a perilous object with me, I had always felt that a day like this would eventually arrive. Though I hadn't anticipated my opponent would be my brother, I managed to force a smile, one that resembled a meager act of resistance. Truly, everything was going awry. I had become their weakness. I was self-aware enough to know I had once been cherished. Thus, I could not be killed by them, but dying was inconsequential. I turned the blade towards myself, not my neck, but my heart, to ensure instant death. It would be problematic if anything akin to Miss Nako's reversal technique were to intervene. Chapter 34, Suguru Geto. Did you meet her in another world? I ignored one of the special grade cursed spirits, who was incessantly pestering me with questions about what that thing was, appearing quite impatient. Indeed, everything was utterly incomprehensible. What do you truly desire? If the outside world discovers you are alive, the plan to seal Gojo Satoru will be ruined. It's all right. There's more than one method. Well, although the most reliable method was no longer viable, the sister of this body seems to have been well protected. With that thought, I cradled the lifeless body I had brought back. How to dispose of it? Turning it into a puppet seemed rather amusing. That will do. Though merely a monkey, her will was remarkably tenacious. I had intended to mock her for being a foolish girl, but for some reason, it made me feel as though I had lost. In her final moments, she passed away with a mocking smile. It even evoked a sense of tragic beauty. What was that? I did not understand why she smiled in such a manner. The death of such a little girl should have been of little consequence. Yet why did it feel as though I had done something wrong? A pity. If she were truly in a state of reincarnation, she might hold some value. Well, ultimately, she was merely a monkey. In any case, let us clean this up first. By the way, what cute clothes should I dress her in before tossing her before those fellows? They would surely be overjoyed. While muttering about whether there were any capable individuals around, I carelessly tossed the corpse to the twin companions. They shot a fierce glare at the man before turning their gaze towards the rolling body. They understood. This individual was the only target their beloved had persistently sought to kill, while simultaneously being the one he wished to protect most dearly. He had killed their parents for being non-sorcerers, yet the sister had already been safeguarded by the high school. He had once shown them her photo, stating that he would personally kill her once found. In the photograph, she had smiled so blissfully beside him. She should have been the object of their utmost hatred and jealousy. Therefore, upon witnessing her demise, they should have felt she deserved it. However, upon truly seeing it, it was not entirely so. Though the shadow in the photograph had completely vanished, that was undoubtedly her. It even felt as though there was a part of her that resembled that person. Master Geto, did you meet her in another world? I don't know, I loathe her. This should have been resolved by Master Geto himself. It was said that before her death, she had chosen to end her own life. They should have applauded and deemed her deserving of it. They despised this woman, yet they loathed that man even more. They detested the man who toyed with the body of their beloved. Though they were still compelled to obey him, one day, they would undoubtedly kill that man and reclaim him. In any case, let us clean this up first. It seemed he intended to turn her into a puppet. If only I could possess her, but that's impossible. She is a monkey. Despicable, detestable, loathsome. They knew. The reason that individual stubbornly insisted on personally taking his sister's life was rooted in his treachery, as he remained oblivious to the fate that awaited his family. He did not believe that the high-ranking sorcerers would spare her. Thus, he sought to grant her a gentle death, which was the paramount reason for his actions. No matter how much he struggled, to him, his sister was never an insignificant being. Hence, he felt compelled to end her life. It was perplexing that, despite not being slain by Lord Suguru, that man managed to find her. Shouldn't she have hidden herself better? Otherwise, it would be truly pitiful for Lord Suguru. With such thoughts, they kicked the corpse. Indeed, it lay motionless. Chapter 35, The Truth Unveiled. At 6 in the morning, I lay in bed, paralyzed. Not due to physical discomfort, but rather a state of bewilderment. Is my brother still alive? No, that cannot be. That is not my brother. His movements, mannerisms, and speech patterns certainly resembled his, yet I wished fervently that it were not the case. Surely, I must inform someone, but who exactly should I notify? Even if my brother truly lives, it presents a monumental dilemma. He would undoubtedly take some action, especially since he previously intended to use me as a hostage. Speaking of which, how is it that I am still alive? The twin cursed spirits have already taken notice of me, so there must have been a third party involved. Should I elaborate further? No, that is unnecessary. Merely mentioning the incident at the family dinner table, while still in ignorance, should have been sufficient to seal my fate. Therefore, I should have perished completely. Is it possible that exceptions exist? If so, there may be a need to try once more. And certainly, there are subjects worthy of such attempts. However, what if I am mistaken? Would I not return to the past? To those tender moments? Thus, I must consider the contingencies. It's all right. I can survive. It's all right. It's all right. Yet today, I plan to remain indoors, just as before, and not step outside my room even once. Nevertheless, there are matters that require my attention. I must seek out knowledge that I do not possess, but must acquire. I powered on my computer and infiltrated the database of the Jujutsu High. Although my initial pursuit of IT was not for this purpose. Through the accumulation of knowledge and the absorption of new information, I unwittingly learned these skills. Or perhaps, it is the lax security of Jujutsu High that allowed this. Likely due to the absence of ordinary individuals accessing it, no substantial protective measures were instituted. It is no wonder Mr. Nanami voiced his complaints. However, for me, it was a welcome opportunity. The retracing of events was surprisingly straightforward. The star plasma vessel, the star cult. I suspect the gears began to misalign from this point forward. The victim was a child of my age. I finally comprehended the implications of Riko-chan's fate. My brother and Mr. Satoru failed to protect her. Following that, I delved into one of the significant events, the mission involving Mr. Hibara and Mr. Nanami. Upon reading the record of Mr. Hibara's death, I nearly wept. I had only met his sister once, but he was truly a good person. Had he lived, he would have undoubtedly become an exceptional sorcerer. At this moment, someone was left to die without assistance. A person with whom I had no connection. Yet, I did share moments with him. I exhaled the breath I had been holding and reread the data. The belief in the God of Earth, the first great incident, the mission failure, and the subsequent success under Mr. Satoru's leadership. Within these plainly listed terms, there was no mention of insufficient information. Contrary to what I had heard, I sensed discrepancies in the data. Had someone tampered with it? Regardless, I recalled vividly. I excavated the past, and information regarding my brother began to surface abundantly. September 2007. Prefecture, Old Village. 5 days later, it was confirmed that Suguru Geto caused the death of 112 villagers. Wait, what? This date? Isn't it the day before he came to kill me? It can't be so soon. The fact that I was only now learning of such a significant event is troubling. No, it has been concealed to prevent me from knowing. I was killed before that, so naturally, I would remain unaware. His clear rationale for becoming a sorcerer must extend beyond this single incident. Those twin girls, I recall them being sheltered at the mission site. Did they endure some form of abuse in the village? I remember their pronounced aversion to people. The truth gradually began to unveil itself. This is unbearable. I understand why he would harbor disdain for non-sorcerers. I comprehend, yet even so, that does not justify such actions. That was one matter, and this is another. Before all this, we were indeed a family, yet my brother conflated everything. Ultimately, the fault lies with him. The moment I birthed the cursed spirit, I truly wish to forget. Nonetheless, during that period, my brother was undoubtedly a competent sorcerer. Yet, I do not wish to repeat the same mistakes. Such a state is predicated on the loss of numerous things. Even if many things have deviated, that kind of replication would not function in any sense. I refuse to endure such a dreadful experience again. Thus, I must seek an alternative path. If I were to return, I still do not know what to do, yet. Even in fleeing, knowledge is essential. Do not run away any longer. I am not fleeing. Accept it. I am aware. Return. My refuge lies here. This is my home. Hence, it is peculiar to say return. I disregarded the voice of the shadow and continued to input data. When I cross-referenced my memories, I realized that this had occurred approximately 3 days after I ran away from home. Speaking of which, regardless of how many times I repeat or how disordered it becomes, I can accurately remember the occurrences. Although I can no longer recall the number of times I attempted to take my own life, I find I can surprisingly recall the specific events of each cycle, for I had recorded them in my notebook. Was it the act of writing that solidified the memories? However, there are indeed numerous perplexing aspects. Rather than the quantity, I must accurately recollect and retain the events that transpired. It is all right. It must be all right. Thus, I continuously endeavored to soothe my heart. It is all right. Even if I were to return, I would not be the same person I once was. For I have matured. I spent the entire day before my computer and notebook, grappling with thoughts I had long avoided concerning what would transpire upon my return. Once confronted, I unexpectedly recalled many things. My perspective has broadened. I now understand where I should flee and what I must do to achieve that. Thus, surely, even if it is only me, there will always be a way. Not yet. It is not time to return. I must survive. Even if survival proves impossible, I must at least remember what lies ahead and what is to come. For when I return next, I must inform my teacher. Chapter 36. Mr. Satoru is truly a gentle soul. A few days later, my teacher placed several cardboard boxes before me, stating that they contained items retrieved from my old home. Inside, there appeared to be numerous albums and awards that had survived the ordeal. It seems they could not bear to part with them. Truly kind-hearted individuals. As I caressed these belongings, reflecting on a decade's worth of memories, suddenly, a rabbit plush toy began to move within the box. It rustled about, searching, and as I wondered, after a while, it produced an object and handed it to me. Oh, it was a pocket watch I had only put on this child once, a long time ago. At that time, I had wished to make it appear more fashionable. The watch no longer functions, and I have no idea how to repair it. To be honest, while it does look rather stylish, it is not particularly practical as a timepiece, thus it has remained unused. Where had I bought it? As I pondered, I adjusted the chain's length and hung it around its neck. It seemed quite pleased. Its actions evoked a sense of affection, yet it remained an enigma. Both the panda and my teacher are remarkably impressive. It fell silent once more, and I took it into my arms. As for the cardboard box, I decided to leave it for the time being. Speaking of which, the children buried in the yard of my childhood home must have long since turned to bones, right? Especially since I haven't heard of any curses or the like. Perhaps they have achieved enlightenment? Or is it merely that I remain unaware, and they are still harboring resentment? If someone were to glimpse the contents of those slightly fashionable casket-like boxes adorned with my clothes and trinkets, ordinary folks would surely be paralyzed with fear. In a foolish thought, I wondered whether they might have taken me along to the realm of the dead, a preposterous notion indeed. I resolved to visit Mr. Suguru Gojo. I placed the faux rabbit plushie into my bag, ready to head to the Jujutsu High School. Today, the teacher mentioned he could accompany me. So I hopped into his car. At that moment, he noticed the pocket watch on the plushie and inquired if it was of great significance. To be honest, it wasn't particularly important, yet I nodded in agreement. He expressed relief that it hadn't been discarded. The truth is, it was not of any real consequence. I couldn't even recall when I had purchased it, but for reasons unknown, I couldn't bring myself to articulate that, and simply said, thank you. Upon arriving at Jujutsu High, I intended to seek out Mr. Gojo immediately, but an odd atmosphere enveloped the place. The teacher said nothing. Was something amiss? To prevent my hard-won resolve from wavering, I steeled myself and approached their classroom, only to find Mr. Gojo standing there. However, the ambience was not that of his usual self-assured demeanor. It was reminiscent of his student days, or perhaps more akin to the atmosphere of a school trip. Mr. Gojo, I called out, desperate to avoid recalling memories. Not now. I hastily raised my voice, and he turned around slowly. What's wrong? His tone was somewhat subdued, tinged with displeasure. Calm down. He wasn't angry with me. There was no need to inquire about what had transpired. I informed him that I had something to discuss, and he displayed a hint of discomfort. Well, I'm not in the best of moods right now. Can we talk about it another time? This is something that must be said immediately. I insisted. Well, all right then. Do not falter. It's already overdue. It's all right. In truth, I said, my brother might still be alive. His voice was low again. Is that so? Why do you think that? I saw him on the street. Did you see? It must have been an illusion, right? How could that be possible? I delivered the final blow myself. Yet, my brother, his body was moving. Yuji Itadori is dead. I fell silent, and he continued to declare, his anger radiating from him as though it might crush me. Even with Megumi, I lack the capacity to engage with such words now. Besides, don't you often see hallucinations? To be honest, it's hard for me to believe. Yuji-kun. That Yuji-kun? Dead. How could that be? Why? I was about to voice my questions when Mr. Gojo's consecutive statements left me speechless. Because he was right. All the things I had painstakingly organized in my mind, such as the notion that it was not my brother, but someone using his body, or that other entities may exist alongside him, all evaporated in that instant. Mr. Gojo awkwardly apologized, but I knew it was not his fault. However, I must convey this. I must ensure he listens to me properly. I'm sorry, I will listen carefully. Mr. Gojo, the weight of that moment still tormented me. Though it had dissipated now, he was willing to listen. He expressed disbelief. If I claimed my brother was safe and sound, then it should be fine. But if he did not believe me, my words would be in vain. And he had a point. Perhaps it was indeed I who was not in my right mind. My voice grew weaker. What if it truly was merely a hallucination? A dream? I had lost count of how many times I wished that it were false. Was I the only one who was not normal? Was it truly so? I believed in Mr. Gojo, hence it could not have been my brother. Yet, could it not be possible that it was someone else who merely resembled him? Just like a shadow, could I truly assert that nothing of the sort existed? If I were mistaken, it would be mere nonsense. Megumi, I'm sorry. I truly apologize. I didn't mean to pressure you. Mr. Gojo knelt down, lowering himself to meet my gaze. It was only then that I realized I was drenched in cold sweat, my body trembling uncontrollably, and the breath I had been holding finally escaped. He was Mr. Gojo, a teacher at Jujutsu High, a peer of my brother, a close friend. He was the one who had once taken my life. No, it was different now. He was normal. He would not harm me. It was all right. He was someone I could trust. Everything would be fine. I repeated this to myself over and over. He was safe. He was not my enemy. Once he calmed down, he would undoubtedly believe me. Even if it resulted in my demise, it would not be his fault, and I had already proven I would not die. Pull yourself together. I must convey this. Failure to articulate it properly could lead to dire consequences. Ugh, Megumi. The sudden wave of nausea forced me to crouch down, and Mr. Gojo caught my falling body. This towering figure had once trampled upon me. These hands had once ended my life. Not him. Not now. He was different. He was different. Even at this moment, the voice that escaped my throat was a distorted wail, as if it were not my own. My frenzied mind propelled my body into chaos. I had thought it would be fine. After all, I had been killed by him only once, far fewer times than by my brother. We had spoken well before. It had never been like this. Yet, that instant anger, that murderous intent awakened the long-buried fear within me. I should have forgotten the pain. I should have been accustomed to death. Was it because I had survived this time? Mr. Gojo was a gentle person, wasn't he? Right? How terrifying. Ah, I see. It was meaningless because it was my past self. Coming back to my senses, I found my desperately fleeing body paralyzed. Before me stood the bewildered expressions of Panda and Maki, along with a child I did not recognize. I could not hear what they said at all. I must escape. I must flee. And then my world plunged into darkness. When I awoke, I found myself lying on a bed in the infirmary, with Miss Shoko nearby. What should I do? What should I do? I had become unstable once more. Megumi, let me clarify. Gojo said that Yuji Itadori, who is dead, is still alive. Or rather, he has been resurrected. He has returned from the most unexpected of circumstances. Yuji indeed died once. His body was confirmed. But he was brought back to life by a miraculous power. A miraculous power. Yes. So, Gojo wishes to apologize for his rashness and for causing you harm. You need not forgive him for his misplaced anger. Yuji-kun is still alive. He has been resurrected. Can Jujutsu even accomplish such feats? Or is it because it is him? Though I do not fully understand, it is I who wish to apologize. For if he had truly died at that moment, and I spoke of my brother, he would surely be furious. It would be understandable if he thought I was joking. As I was about to say this, I moved slightly and felt discomfort. Restraints bound my waist and abdomen, hindering my movements. I gasped sharply and reached out to Miss Shoko. Miss Shoko, please, untie this. Understood. Since I had been bound, it was possible it could not be undone. Perhaps I would be ignored like in the psychiatric hospital. Yet, she promptly unbound me. I immediately averted my gaze from the restraints and clung tightly to Miss Shoko. That thing was terrifying. Though I did not understand why, it was indeed frightening. She tossed it far away the moment she had unbound me, discarding it with ease. It's all right, Mayu. My mind continues to be plagued with issues. Nothing feels normal. At the very least, a functioning adult wouldn't behave this way. I still have not become a normal adult. I have already confided in Mr. Gojo. And if he were to speak of it, then... Panda. I wish to see Panda, right now, immediately. Merely having a plush rabbit is insufficient to bring me solace. I long to find peace, and shortly after I expressed this, Miss Shiratori contacted me. And soon Panda and the teacher arrived. Panda held me, who was on the brink of emotional collapse, allowing me to nestle against it on the bed. I felt that warmth envelop me until I drifted into slumber, contemplating the reality that I could no longer live normally. Chapter 37. I have something to convey to Mr. Gojo. Gojo is in a state of deep frustration. His demeanor has become irritable, particularly when it comes to his students. Even when interacting with someone he admires, no. Even if it were not the case, such behavior is unacceptable. He is acutely aware of her unstable mental state, yet still exudes an aura of hostility towards her. Nevertheless, her expression of fear is exceedingly abnormal. She seems oblivious to her own condition, trembling violently, her eyes darting in panic when he attempts to console her. She emits an indescribable sound that is neither beautiful nor endearing as she flees. It is not that he cannot catch up, but rather that the situation deteriorates the moment he approaches, rendering him unable to draw near. Thus, he implored Inumaki, fortuitously present where she fled, to intercept her, resulting in this predicament. Despite everything, she has once again resorted to self-harm, and Maki had no choice but to render her unconscious and take her to the infirmary. When questioned about what transpired, he could only state that he seemed to have frightened her. He then intended to leave her in the care of Shiratori, who had just returned from outside, but upon awakening and seeing him, she once more began to act out. Feeling that this was untenable, he was forcibly ejected, and his entire being became shrouded in gloom. That student, Itadori, has indeed resurrected, which is a positive development, Yet his spiraling self-loathing is an unavoidable burden. Even so, he never anticipated that she would be so terrified of him. Mayu has calmed down. Well, that is wonderful. However, I plan to switch to medication. What exactly did you do to that child? That sort of fear cannot simply be dismissed as a minor fright. Shiratori inquired if he intended to use force. He vehemently denied it. How could such a thing even be considered? Indeed, Gojo holds her in high regard, yet what category this feeling belongs to remains unclear. Even to him. Well, in that case, you can focus your attention on Itadori Yuji. Currently, she cannot have contact with you, even if you lack clarity. That child is afraid of you. Besides, you cannot revolve solely around her. Gojo's core mission has always been to transform the sorcery world. For that, Itadori is indispensable. Although she is the sister of a deceased friend, that reason alone is insufficient to prioritize her. It is a fact that, for Gojo at present, she is not his priority. There is a message for you. I apologize for the trouble. I hope you can forget about that matter and refrain from sharing it with anyone. Although I am unaware of the specifics. Ever since Itadori's resurrection, Gojo has been contemplating the matter. Is it true? If so, it ought to be reported, yet he feels an ominous premonition. A sense that something irreversible is destined to occur. Moreover, since he has sensed this premonition, her words may not be mere fabrications. No, perhaps for her, they ring true. He feels that matters have spiraled beyond redemption, wishing to ask Shiratori to confirm, yet ultimately failing to voice it. It seems wiser to heed this premonition. He would come to realize that this judgment was correct 2 months later, through the words of Fushiguro. Mr. Gojo, you have spoken with Miss Mayu, have you not? She expressed a lack of confidence in articulating her thoughts clearly, so I shall convey them. Please ensure that no one overhears. Her harrowing life story, an unbelievable tale. Yet, he asserts that it is the truth. The noise is overwhelming. Hey, hurry up. This is not the time for such things, he thinks, finding it exceedingly loud. The commotion feels unbearable, perhaps because he has reached his limit. Although he regularly cradles the rabbit Shikigami, it seems even that is becoming insufficient. After taking the medication provided by Miss Shiratori, he feels a slight sense of calm wash over him. The teacher also left behind many Shikigami aside from the rabbit, so there should be little to worry about. That said, Miss Shiratori is not someone who can remain by my side indefinitely. In the worst-case scenario, I would indeed be bound once again. Despite my desire to muster strength, I find myself incapable. One day, a group of students from another school was set to arrive, coinciding with Miss Shiratori's absence and other such circumstances. Are you the daughter of Teacher Yaga? She is an extraordinarily beautiful person. I see, she has a rather unique hairstyle. I was wandering as usual when she appeared, startling me, but she reassured me that she would not harm me. Who is she? Being so tightly guarded should imply safety. Yet since she is being compensated, I am Mei, employed by the principal of the Kyoto school. But he has requested that I remain here with you for the time being. No need to worry. I will depart as soon as the matter concludes. She seated herself, indicating from this vantage point, what a predicament. I cannot settle down. However, she seems unperturbed and resumes her restless movements, which brings me a modicum of relief. Sending someone here may indicate that something has transpired. Should I inquire, or is it better to remain ignorant? After a while, she rose and declared that it was over. Such casual words, I wish I could experience that a few more times. Miss Mei, are you a sorcerer? Yes, a grade 1. Oh, how impressive. Why would someone like you be here? No, rather, why has Miss Mei come here? Because I was asked to. By the teacher? No, she only provided that much. Following that, we remained in a tranquil space, yet remarkably, this time, even without pacing, I felt quite at ease. Miss Mei, you are a sorcerer, correct? Indeed. Do you know someone named Suguru Geto? I do, as he is my junior. Fearing she might not respond, or perhaps become agitated at the mere mention of his name, I was unexpectedly relieved when the conversation flowed smoothly. You are his sister, aren't you? Yes. No need to be so fearful. You and he are not the same person. And you are not even a sorcerer. I will not do anything to you. I do not engage in endeavors that do not yield profit. Endeavors that do not yield profit? I tilted my head, and she smiled gracefully. Then, she began to speak intermittently from a distance, and following the thread of conversation, I caught a glimpse of her past. Just a sliver, revealing that she had once worked until she became who she is now. Miss Mei, if you could return to the past, could you prevent your brother? I do not often entertain such hypotheticals. If I could return to the past, I would likely find more efficient ways to earn money, perhaps by holding leverage over significant figures. Moreover, I have no interest in returning to change others' thoughts. Not engaging in endeavors that do not yield profit. I sensed a formidable will behind her words. Yet, her statements did not ring false, providing me with a mix of reassurance and disappointment. I had hoped her words could indeed halt my brother. However, being told this, I still found myself disheartened by my own ineffectiveness. If it is about making money, one need not be a sorcerer to achieve that. Perhaps it would be quite fine to refrain from stepping into the realm of sorcery altogether. After a brief lull, she stood up and remarked that it seemed as though everything was fine. Miyaru. Huh. Mi signifies beginnings, hope, and growth, right? It embodies potential. Yara means gem, one of my favorite characters. What are you talking about? I couldn't help but chuckle. It's been ages since anyone delved so deeply into the meaning of my name. A name that encompasses all its connotations yet remains elusive. Upon regaining my senses, I noticed she had vanished. Potential. A double-edged sword, both a blessing and a curse. Satoru and Yuji, sorcerers and non-sorcerers, protectors and the protected. I have always been the latter. I fear change. I am reluctant to relinquish the present moment. Yet, I cannot help but ponder the what-ifs. If only I had not abandoned hope, knowing full well the betrayals that could ensue. Later, the teacher arrived, deciding to remain here for the day. The following morning, I received a message from Megumi. We're going to play baseball. Care to join? Although I couldn't fathom their motivation for playing baseball, I realized that if they were present, Satoru would be too. I was uncertain of my own state. Despite trying to convince myself that it was trivial, would I not revert to my previous anxieties upon seeing them? Ultimately, I thought, as long as I observed from a distance, it should be fine. After greeting the teacher, I resolved to watch from the opposite side of the fence. It's peculiar. While I found the students from Tokyo to be odd, the students from Kyoto seemed even more eccentric, soaring through the air on broomsticks like witches. It was hard not to exclaim in awe. In any case, they were truly impressive. A hit by pitch. Though my grasp of the rules was rudimentary, it appeared that the Tokyo team was ahead. Midway through, Megumi noticed me and waved. I reciprocated with a gentle wave. The robust boy at bat must have been a high school student. As he stepped up to the plate, Maki seemingly struck him in the face with the ball. Everyone shouted, "Nasty pitch." Now that I think about it, is flying on broomsticks even permissible under the rules? And can we use a pitching machine? Yet, it's likely that within their own regulations, it's perfectly acceptable. Though I usually lack interest, I must admit, it was quite enjoyable to watch. I found myself cheering, even though my voice would not reach them. Before long, I spotted Yuji stepping up to the plate, and I couldn't help but gasp. He looked lively, which was a relief. So much so that it made me question whether he had truly faced death. How wonderful it was. I suddenly recalled how my brother and his friends must have been back in the day. Surely, they too must have shared such joyful moments. If only I hadn't given up back then, perhaps I could have experienced youth as they did. How nice, I mused. What's wrong? The rabbit Shikigami nestled in my arms looked up at me, then hopped onto my head. Just as I wondered what it was up to, it tumbled down to the ground, and I was left pondering, It clutched a ball in its tiny hands. Did it roll this over? At the same moment, the signal for the end rang out. Has it concluded? If this ball determined the outcome, then it must be Yuji's winning hit. Thank you for protecting me, I whispered. Indeed, this little one always strives to shield me. Even when I give up, even when I can do nothing, that is to be expected. After all, it was designed that way. Given the circumstances, I felt remorseful for breaking it each time. The rabbit Shikigami crouched down and extended a hand toward me. Who was about to retrieve the ball? I had no understanding of its intent. Such an action had never occurred before. Would it eventually grow to resemble a panda? While that thought brought joy, I knew that by then, I would likely feel guilt and no longer carry it. The doll's hand, which should feel devoid of warmth, somehow felt tender. Oh, has Miss Miyaru arrived? Yuji. Did the ball hit you? He effortlessly vaulted over the tall fence and hurried towards me. The rabbit Shikigami stood there, as dazed as ever. I attempted to explain that I wasn't hurt and wanted to hand him the ball, but he hesitated, unable to accept it. Just as I was about to inquire what was wrong, tears began to cascade down his cheeks. Yuji. Yes. I'm sorry. Haha. His earnest apology made me laugh uncontrollably. He looked bewildered, unsure of how to process my simultaneous laughter and tears. It's all right. Could you help me call Megumi over? I also have something to discuss with Satoru. They are truly radiant. Even with the dreadful things within them, they remain themselves. That is fine. But is Miss Miyaru truly okay? It seems like you've lost some weight since I last saw you. If you've successfully lost weight, that is not entirely a bad thing, is it? I don't think it's merely weight loss. Never mind. Just wait a moment. He turned his back to me and called out for Megumi in a booming voice. He must have noticed, as I saw him furrow his brow while approaching, gently tapping Yuji on the head. Satoru seemed to be absent, yet I needed to have a serious discussion. Though I had asked Megumi to relay my thoughts broadly, it was evident that I needed to articulate them myself. 2 months had already passed since then, even if he conveyed my sentiments. This was not something to be left unattended. I wished to live once, like you all. What did you say? Perhaps it was a figment of my imagination. I am certain I cannot become a person like them, indecisive and timid. However, I have grown. The excuse of knowing nothing no longer holds weight. Chapter 38. Who exactly is occupying Jie's body? Afterward, I was led by Megumi to Satoru's office. I marveled at the existence of such a room. But he assured me that no one would overhear us here. Satoru was indeed not the type to easily reveal his vulnerabilities. Before we began our discussion, he gestured for me to take a look at something. Okay. As I approached to sit behind his desk, my feet involuntarily halted. This wouldn't he do? I felt that without maintaining a certain distance, I would struggle to breathe normally. At that moment, Satoru seemed to sense my discomfort and spoke to Megumi, who then took the notebook from my hands. I had been so confident that I could converse normally, yet I found myself somewhat disheartened. Megumi seated the bewildered me on the guest sofa, positioning himself beside me as if to shield me from Satoru. I'm sorry. It's all right. I've heard most of the situation from Megumi. There are many things I must apologize for. No, such sentiments felt irrelevant to my current self. I couldn't utter those words. Honestly, the fact that you're alive is already remarkable. So, there's no need for you to blame yourself. Though I was unsure how much my words would resonate, Miyaru, I too might tread a similar path as that individual. He adjusted his posture slightly and said, during my student days, I entrusted all judgments of right and wrong to my brother. The fault lies not with you. It is our immaturity. This meant he was willing to place his trust in me. I believe in you. At that time, I was also in a poor state of mind, lacking composure. No, I should be apologizing for not considering your feelings, Satoru. Perhaps it was simply a matter of timing. We reached a mutual understanding and shifted the conversation. A conversation predicated upon my cycle. First, regarding the current temporal point, you perished on the day of July, did you not? Indeed. I received permission to venture out alone. And upon stepping outside, I sought a brief respite in Gosto. It was then that a gentleman, adorned in a manner reminiscent of a prophet, entered alone, engaging in solitary discourse within the spacious seating area. Reading it back in text, it indeed seems rather dubious. Do we, in our ordinary lives, also find ourselves subjected to the gaze of those who are not sorcerers? No, I have taken notice. Although it was later mentioned that there were likely curses present in the vicinity, the two of them appeared to first conjure an image of a suspicious prophet visiting Gosto alone, revealing subtle expressions. Mr. Gojo seemed to chuckle slightly. Upon reflecting on the events of that day, it appears a death occurred within Gosto. Individuals were burned one after another. Yet it was reported that it was not a fire incident. Hearing from Kay that it made the news, I couldn't help but think, no way. These past few days, or rather, for an extended period, I have had neither the time nor the inclination to watch television. It is not my responsibility. I only know it is vaguely related to curses. However, upon further investigation, I discovered familiar remnants of decay. It seems he was accompanied by a special grade. And not merely one. That group that attacked yesterday, surely they are included. Though previously it was merely conjecture, I now see it clearly. The sorcerers and curses have allied. This much is certain. Such events transpired unbeknownst to me. I had assumed it was merely my brother's curse manipulation. Kay seems to be entirely unaware of this aspect. I intended to investigate further, but the pressing question remains. Who precisely is occupying Jet's body? Does this imply he is not truly dead? Impossible. I did inflict a fatal blow, and prior to that, he had already been severely beaten by Yuta. However, as for the body, I ultimately decided against handing it over to Shoko. He calmly stated that it is also possible someone tampered with it while we were oblivious. The atmosphere seemed to grow slightly colder. I found myself lowering my gaze, and Kay inquired if I was all right. Only then did that heavy sensation dissipate. I apologize. I understand. No, thank you. Mr. Gojo would surely be angered, for the sake of my brother. Well, after all, he was a dear friend before the betrayal. To be honest, it is quite infuriating. I feel the same. Chapter 39. I understand, Jet. Within the cycle, Mr. Gojo once held unwavering trust in my brother. It is precisely because of this that I can still believe in him. Indeed, in many cycles, I have met my demise at my brother's hands. And he has broken promises. Though he has forsaken his family, I find it impossible to forgive him. That is not my brother. Even though his mannerisms and words are eerily reminiscent of him, he is not my brother. On that day, I called Shoko. I mentioned that my brother was present. As a result, that person intended to use me as leverage for negotiation. It must have been quite troubling to hear such things, right? Yes, precisely that. If it were my brother, he would undoubtedly kill me without hesitation. Upon discovering me at Gosto, he would act even if it meant endangering those around him. Or perhaps he would never even set foot in such a place, at least not alone. I am confident in this, though I cannot articulate it. If it were truly my brother, he would act as such. Kay asked if I harbored any feelings of pity for him, to which I denied. If I felt such emotions, I would not have spent 2 years searching for him. I have also heard of an attack occurring at this point in time. For my brother, my continued existence is likely a nuisance. I feel there is no need for negotiation. Moreover, when I heard he fought with Mr. Gojo, to be candid, I hardly believe he could move. Indeed, to be precise, it was not a battle with me, but rather, after being pummeled by Yuta, I delivered the final blow. Yet, he lost an arm, and his injuries were grave. Unless there is someone capable of reversing the curse techniques, such wounds are exceedingly difficult to heal. In any case, at that moment, I did not wish to return, thus I chose to end my life. I have always carried this with me, ready to do so at any moment. I produced a blade from my bag, its edge exposed and ready for use. I sensed both of them inhale sharply. Miss Mayu, I recall your method of death differs. And the location of return is not the same, correct? Yes. While I am not entirely certain, in the event of suicide, one returns to 6 a.m. of that very day. If killed, or if I divulged the cycle to 2 or more individuals, I would return to the initial day. Thus, you died before being used as a bargaining chip. I nodded, and a moment of silence ensued. Mr. Gojo seemed to be meticulously examining the notes I had passed him. So, they fundamentally do not wish for anyone to know of Suguru Geto's existence? This, I can only speculate. Subsequently, we summarized all gathered information, agreeing that should anything occur, K would serve as a witness. According to Mr. Gojo's deductions, as long as they remain unaware that I am aware of Jet and the cycle itself, there should be no issues. This remains, ultimately, an emergency measure. I am uncertain where the boundaries of that enforced information leak lie. Is it that they must not know of the cycle itself, or that they must not know of impending events? If it is the former, then with the current methods, I could still evade detection. If it is the latter, that would signify we are in an absolute stage of secrecy. Thus, this topic must remain undisclosed. I will investigate the sorcerer controlling Jet and K. You must not speak of it either. I will proceed as usual. Eventually, I will encounter them. I will privately devise countermeasures. After some discussion, I requested K to step outside first. Both Mr. Gojo and K urged me against this, but I insisted that there were matters requiring a private discussion with Mr. Gojo, prompting K to reluctantly rise and exit. They cautioned me to immediately call for help should the situation appear amiss. Mr. Gojo stated that the judgment would rest with me. Once K had left, a silence lingered for a while. The only matters I can speak of pertain to the cycle, correct? Yes, indeed. I hope my conjecture is erroneous. But you are still contemplating the possibility of another cycle, are you not? Mr. Gojo seemed to understand the implications of what I was about to say. Naturally, I have considered it. I have reflected deeply and extensively. Even so, I must arrive at a decision. I took a deep breath. My future and theirs will undoubtedly diverge. If I were to return, could I entrust this to you, Mr. Gojo? Perhaps it would be best not to. I probably cannot genuinely trust you. I would likely think, how could Jet possibly commit such acts? Is that so? If even Jet himself were to say so, and it would be of no avail, then we must rely on the surrounding circumstances. The principal, Shoko, I am aware you bear guilt for having once caused Shoko's demise. However, you are no longer the person you once were. Your methods of coping should have evolved. Yet, he added, perhaps it may be worth attempting to rally others. Nonetheless, I believe it prudent to adhere to his suggestions. Subsequently, I requested he elaborate on past events, to which he replied, they likely align with what you have investigated. However, regarding the matter of Inari Rika, mere vigilance may not suffice. Although the topic is heavy, I have become the strongest, in part due to the man who killed her. Without that incident, I likely would not have adopted K. Oh, in the sorcery realm, there exists what is known as the three great families, the Gojo family, the Zenin family, and the Kamo family. They inherit ancestral techniques passed down through bloodlines. And it is said that those who fail to inherit techniques or lack talent are met with disdain. Zenin, is not that the surname of Maki? From this, it can be inferred that K also shares Zenin blood, having fully inherited the ancestral techniques. In stark contrast, Maki occupies a position of neglect, and moreover, it is said her twin sister at the Kyoto school is similarly treated. However, I pondered, is Maki not exceptionally formidable? He remarked that since curses remain unseen and techniques cannot be employed, the treatment ultimately remains rather dismal. It is astonishing that such matters still exist in the modern era. I candidly expressed my thoughts, to which he responded with a hint of resignation, echoing my sentiments. Hui is unaware that it was her father who killed Aminai Riko. It is only because of the dying words left by that individual that I have chosen to protect her. Although I am also the one who ended that man's life. There is another matter to consider. Please, wait a moment. The information is overwhelming. Ah, Hui. She is oblivious. She likely does not even know that her father has passed away. I shall pretend I did not hear that. Nevertheless, it becomes evident that I must also contemplate the aftermath of saving her. Is it not feasible to entrust this matter to those in this world? Speaking of which, was not Mr. Gojo originally the strongest? What transpired? It is a long story, but if you wish, I can enlighten you. Please, do so. Chapter 40. I hold a fondness for Nanami-san. Perhaps this is what one might call a vexing tale. Listening to Mr. Gojo recount those pivotal parts, or rather, nearly all of them were crucial. I meticulously recorded each detail, and upon returning to my room to reassess, I discovered it to be an exceedingly weighty history. Furthermore, although I attempted to inquire about the changes Mr. Gojo might bring forth, to be frank, those were woefully insufficient as references. The very reason those events could transpire was precisely because he is a sorcerer, the illustrious Suguru Gojo. As for what I, an ordinary individual, could accomplish, the unequivocal answer was that I could only rely on others. Both Mr. Gojo and I possess a vague understanding that only a sorcerer can comprehend my brother. However, it is only I, as a non-sorcerer, who can delve into the past. Thus, it falls upon me to drive everything forward. No, I imagine it is only natural to feel that such a task is utterly impossible. The conditions are exceedingly harsh. Although I have contemplated before that it would be wonderful to share with everyone, alas, there exist constraints. Yet, regarding those constraints, it seems there have been some slight changes. Is it that Sukuna is too unique, or has the number increased to 3? If it has indeed increased to 3, there must be some reason behind it. However, I am uncertain whether this situation will persist. My 6 eyes cannot penetrate your essence, which indicates that a certain anomalous situation is transpiring. One that humanity is powerless to influence. Even so, he once mentioned that everything has a cause and will ultimately be resolved, stating that as long as I live in this lifetime, perhaps I need not return to the past. Therefore, he urged me to exert my utmost to live well in the present. Despite his gentle demeanor, I still find myself filled with trepidation towards Mr. Gojo. I can only hope that time will eventually remedy this issue, and that I may once again encounter days in which I can face him with composure and converse freely. Most importantly, he earnestly considered contingencies for me. While advising me to survive in this era, he also contemplated the possibility of returning to the past, recounting those events and asserting that perhaps he could achieve certain feats himself. However, if it is at all possible, I sincerely hope he will prevent me from returning. A month has passed since I began my psychological rehabilitation with Ms. Shoko. During this time, the physical distance between Mr. Gojo and me has slightly, albeit only minutely, diminished. Nevertheless, I still find it impossible to meet his azure gaze. On one occasion, I mustered the courage to ask him to remove his eye mask. But perhaps due to the change in my expression, Mr. Gojo promptly donned it again in that instant. Although he claimed that direct conversation is not impossible and that it is fine, I still feel an overwhelming sense of discomfort. I believe my trauma should have dissipated by now, yet I remain unable to overcome it. Since that day, I have been tirelessly seeking information about them and cross-referencing it. At the very least, I must note down the critical periods. Even if one day I must return, it will not be now. During this time, my interactions with them, who are still students, have increased, and this has gradually transformed into something immensely precious. Deep down, I had thought I could survive. You are one of that person's targets. Came the chilling words. I was ambushed by someone infiltrating the Jujutsu High. It was a duo, one of whom seemed to have been dispatched by that child. This individual was not unscathed either. Blood covered him, and he had pierced my abdomen with some sharp object. While I did not feel pain, the blood surging in my throat obstructed my breathing. Today, Mr. Gojo is likely absent. I have heard he has gone abroad. The principal was summoned by higher-ups, and Ms. Shoko was urgently dispatched to Kyoto. Mr. Gojo once mentioned that there might be a spy within. Is this attack related to that? Or is it merely that the higher-ups wish to eliminate me? I wonder if they would deliberately take such a risk. I recall they seemed to have plans for October 31st and mentioned that they would eliminate me before then. What was it? What was it? My head is spinning. Oh, I cannot endure like this. Yaru, are you alright? Damn it. Of all times, they chose when almost everyone was out. Takena? We mentioned they were heading to the 88 bridge. The 3 who seemed to have come upon hearing the news saw my injuries. Miss Shoko's name and Mr. Gojo's name were mentioned with urgency. No, I am so tired. We must return. Return. To where? Why is that bastard Satoru not here? Surimi. Yaru. It's okay. I will take you away now. Although my bandaging skills are atrocious, Maki and the others are quite skilled. Held in Panda's embrace, I sporadically coughed up blood. My vision blurred, shrouded in haze, and an overwhelming chill enveloped me. Ah, is this what death feels like? Panda, do not speak. I can at least manage some first aid. Halloween. What will happen? Halloween? The computer. Gojo, organize. What are you saying? This time. I spoke as if repeating myself. Blood gushed from my eyes, nose, and mouth, staining Panda's white fur. I felt an immense sense of remorse. Shibuya. I remember now. Something will happen in Shibuya. I must convey this message. No, I truly hope you all can comprehend. With that thought of impending return, I gradually closed my eyes. That place is my room. The one I lived in alone before, in that high-rise apartment. There was hardly any luggage, devoid of the essence of life. The date is a year ago, before my brother's demise. What on earth is happening? My death was neither a murder nor a suicide. Rather, it was a forced death. There may exist some mechanism you are unaware of. Snapping back to reality, I took out my notebook and began to write fervently, undistracted. I chronicled everything that had transpired thus far and what was yet to unfold. What is happening? What is about to happen? Someone manipulating my brother's body. The Halloween event in Shibuya, the sorcerer allied with curses, their objectives, those who are about to enroll, the dual-faced Sukuna's fingers, and then. The notebook filled with scrawled notes was hardly tidy. These are matters within my capabilities even from this point forward. As long as I inform Mr. Gojo, he will undoubtedly take action. As for whom else to inform, I shall leave that judgment to Mr. Gojo. For now, I can still exist in this time. Still as the daughter of Principal Yaga. Perhaps, the matter concerning Yujin might also find resolution. It is conceivable that there exists a method to seal the cursed spirit without deliberately absorbing it. Perhaps they could avoid injury altogether. However, for Tsumaki, no? Surely there must be a better possibility. Well then, wouldn't it be splendid to commence anew from this point? Yet, if only my brother were to appear in that place, it would be even more Miss Mayuru. Ah yes, is this not to your liking? No, not at all. By the time I regained my senses, several days had elapsed. After much hesitation, I joined Mr. Nanami for this meal. If it were like before, I would likely receive his confession next. No matter how many times I observe him, he remains so composed. Mr. Nanami, I apologize. Truth be told, I cannot discern the flavor. I lost my sense of taste long ago. Suddenly, I found myself unwilling to continue lying, at least in front of Mr. Nanami. I wished to remain sincere. He appeared not particularly surprised, but merely stated he had a vague inkling. I had thought you simply had a small appetite. Yet it seems you do not take an active interest in food. Is that so? Thus, it seems this was merely my own one-sided wish. Do you find me laughable? Not at all. Though I lack taste, I am genuinely delighted to have been invited by Mr. Nanami. In that case, may I invite you in the future as well? I intended to respond affirmatively, but the words remained unspoken, hindered by her presence. A voice whispered, it can no longer be. Mr. Nanami, for instance, if in the future you were compelled to make a significant decision, one that you utterly despise yet cannot avoid, what would you do? Mr. Nanami paused at my sudden query, and after a moment, a contemplative expression crossed his face. Well, first, I would go buy a cascat. A cascat? Yes. There is a shop I am particularly fond of. I see after savoring that, I would then proceed to fulfill that unavoidable task. He stated this, wishing to leave no regrets behind. Mr. Nanami's response, rather than being perplexing, offered me a sense of relief. Regrets, I wish to leave none behind. Indeed, at every juncture, I have been rife with regrets. At this very moment, I also lament the things I could not achieve within my means. Mr. Nanami, next time, I would like to accompany you to purchase a cascat. I would be more than happy to. Subsequently, as if recalling something, Mr. Nanami confessed that he had once liked me. I informed him that I was aware, which prompted a look of surprise from him. Regrettably, I cannot reciprocate those feelings. I hold affection for Mr. Nanami, yet it is not of a romantic nature, and more importantly, everything is about to conclude. Chapter 41. My brother, sobbing uncontrollably. There was truly no need to have chosen Christmas Eve for this. I received a notification from my teacher. Nevertheless, I ventured alone to the Jujutsu High. This is where I listened to Mr. Gojo recount the events of that day. Remaining at the school were Yuta Okatsu and Maki-chan. Later, Panda and Toge would arrive as well, but Mr. Gojo mentioned he sent them with the intention that they would be defeated by my brother. Ultimately, my brother would never slay a promising sorcerer. Indeed, that is likely the case. Then, for some reason, I recalled a certain memory. Oh, it was the time when that man turned me into something, leading to the death of my teacher. My brother abandoned me and came here. Had I simply agreed to become a cursed user, he would have forgiven me for anything. He could have chosen to abandon me then. Oh, hello. You must be Yuta Okatsu. I am Yaga Mayuru. Yaga? That person actually has a child? Yes. In truth, I came to handle some paperwork. But with so few people today, I just wandered around. Ah, I added, though we share no blood relation. How remarkable of me, to speak so fluently without lying. I am a non-sorcerer and do not frequent the school much, so I find it rather novel. This place is quite different. I senti it. Indeed. I have only recently begun to acclimate. Are you here alone? Perhaps? No, actually classes are cancelled today, yet I still came. I see. Then I shall take another look around the teaching building before heading back. He spoke to me in a slightly deflated tone, advising me to be careful. I apologize. I know what will transpire. Even so, I shall say nothing. I took out my phone, searching for a name, hoping he might be busy, yet still wishing he would answer. Is this Mayuru? Sorry, I cannot talk right now. Teacher, I truly feel fortunate to be your daughter. What else with this sudden statement? And you? I have caused you much trouble. However, you have also given me so much love. Of course, I feel the same. Though I am who I am. I am grateful to have a wonderful daughter. Yes, Teacher, I am genuinely very happy. I truly like you. Mayuru, where are you now? Please take care of the room. As for the computer, and that childess matters too. Mayuru, thank you, father. Within the rabbit-like stuffed toy left in the room, everything I had organized was stored. I forcefully ended the call, cutting off my teacher's anxious voice. In truth, I had long wished to try calling him that once. Yet, I had always been accustomed to calling him teacher, feeling embarrassed, especially since he is merely my adoptive father. However, I envisioned that if one day we could spend more time together, there would come a time to call him that. Oh, the monkey is here too. I recalled that my brother was once an attention seeker. Following the sound, I beheld him clad in that outfit I once thought incongruous for him, resembling a founder. I know I have changed significantly, but have I become adept enough to deceive my family's eyes? Or perhaps, because we are no longer family, it is no longer discernible? Lying leads to being disliked. You know, brother. I uttered this address after a long hiatus, a term I thought I would never speak again. He, my brother, widened his eyes. Then, contorting his expression, he burst into laughter. No, this is simply the epitome of a villain. I had thought he was better suited as a hidden boss rather than the final one. Why do you dare to swagger about so foolishly? It is truly infuriating to have no retort against that. I have heard the rumors. Have you truly become that gorilla-esque daughter? He is my father too, you know. Ah, perhaps that is the case for you as well. Spare me. Surely, there is something by my brother's side now. There must be. Speaking of which, it seems the cursed user version of my brother feels like this. It is somewhat exhilarating, or rather, people indeed change. I have changed, my brother has changed. And Mr. Gojo has changed. To be honest, I thought I would be devoid of any feelings of compassion, yet it appears I cannot escape that sentiment, despite my words. Even as I converse like this, I cannot find peace. My brother is a cursed user, having reached an irretrievable point. Sigh, if only it were possible. If only it were possible, well then, since you have gone out of your way to seek death, as a former family member, I shall listen to your final words. Thank you for your subtle kindness. Brother, in this world, you have never been able to smile sincerely, have you? His body stirred slightly. This, I heard from Mr. Geto. It was something my brother said before he passed away. However, he mentioned that he could not bring himself to despise his companions, so perhaps, in essence, he remained unchanged. It is precisely this that fills me with profound regret. I am truly sorry, brother. I am aware of everything. I know about Miss Ammonai. The fact that classmate Hybro would perish, how my brother ended up like this, and even the means of escape he sought. Yet, I am weary. Changing anything feels insurmountably difficult. For my middle school self, relinquishment was the only choice left. Could you foresee the future? All you speak of pertains to the past. How I wish I possessed such an ability. But alas, I am merely the monkey my brother detests. My options have always been limited, constrained by numerous restrictions, rendering me incapable of acting decisively. To be honest, even now, I remain uncertain of what to do. Nevertheless, this moment is warm and gentle, yet it remains insufficient. It is utterly disheartening. I yearn to remain here, but the past will not permit it. My heart cannot be filled. Thus, I have arrived here. At the turning point for Meiyu Geto, I must relinquish this time to live for those who will inhabit the future. It is rather perplexing. Ultimately, do I wish to die? No, not at all. I desire to live, to fully embrace my student years, to partake in the graduation ceremony. I long for my family's blessings during my coming-of-age ceremony, and I wish to continue being Meiyu Geto. Yet, I simply wish to exist as Geto's happiness. Dear brother, it is all right, even if you become a curse user. It is all right, even if you establish a new family, compared to your noble cause. My wishes are but trivial and mundane. My family has always been Geto. Though Meiyu Geto's life is undeniably precious, I cannot forsake my identity as Meiyu Geto. However, since happiness is no longer attainable, I wish you had never embarked on that path from the very beginning. You cannot fulfill your noble cause. For today, you shall die. Moreover, your lifeless body will be subjected to cruel mockery. Given this, abandon your noble cause. It is evident that this path is ill-suited for you. Suddenly, my body slumped down. I still cannot see, so I am unaware of what is being done to me. Is this a method that inflicts no pain? I can no longer feel anything. Perhaps you should simply curse me. Absolutely not. For I intend to survive. I harbor no hatred toward you. Because I have already resolved what I must do next. My consciousness gradually fades, and suddenly a montage of memories flashes before me. How I loathe it. All those moments spent with my teachers. They have morphed into intense recollections, and I cannot bear it. I do not want it to be this way. I wish to remain with everyone, to live on, to not die. Oh, how I long to survive. Please, I still want to be with my teachers. Yet I truly despise this feeling. Meiyu, what is the matter? My brother, peering in concern at my tear-streaked face, appears utterly transformed. Ah, I have returned. I have returned to that moment I wished to relinquish, yet held dear and cherished. I have returned to that instant from which I cannot entirely let go, even if it means sacrificing those tender moments. I am sorry, brother. Huh, what's wrong? Did you break something of mine? There is no need to cry so excessively. In retrospect, it is quite peculiar that, despite being only 3 years apart, he treats me as if I were a child. I would never cry for such a reason. I find myself devoid of the strength to deny it. I apologize. Ultimately, my hope in returning here is to be killed by my brother, while others could do it. I have instead burdened him with new sins. I have placed upon him a weight far heavier than that of taking another's life. Nevertheless, my path has been determined. What I require are resources and information. To efficiently gather these from this point onward, there exists but one way. I cannot guarantee a smooth process, and it may lead to new victims. In such cases, I will have to start over repeatedly. I must relinquish this time, to connect with the future. I have resolved to release this moment I once cherished deeply. Chapter 42. A beautiful farewell letter. Her encounter felt ephemeral. By the time the curtain fell, she had already breathed her last in Geto's embrace. As for her identity, it was revealed only after everything had concluded. No one knew why she was there. At the time, no one knew. However, developments unfolded a few days later. Mei Yu's farewell letter was discovered. In that letter, she expressed her voluntary choice to die. Everything she had experienced was meticulously documented within it. Additionally, her computer housed an array of neatly organized plans for the future. The files were encrypted with considerable care, and it was Nanami who ultimately deciphered them. This is truly hard to believe. Yet, alas, it seems to be the truth. Indeed, everyone is rendered speechless. However, we cannot avert our gaze. What she inscribed serves as a message for us all, as well as her own life. Zenin, do you know about that person? No. While I have heard of her, I did not know she was Geto's sister. I see. I met her that day. She was such a beautiful person with a radiant smile. Was she already resolute at that moment? Though she could not be saved, it is remarkable how her body remained unexpectedly clean and orderly. Even so, did that man truly kill his own family in pursuit of his so-called noble cause? I do not understand. I comprehend nothing. What an extraordinary person she was. Unable to see, incapable of fighting, and with so few to rely on. She chose this path knowing that only death could lead her back. That is a profound respect and admiration. Her farewell letter stated, "For myself and for the future, I shall strive once more. Though she may have perished in this timeline, I fear she has successfully returned. For that, we can only pray she succeeded. She was truly a strong individual." No, that is incorrect. The one denying Itadori's words was Panda, who had returned without anyone noticing. Itadori tilted his head in confusion, while Panda resolutely reiterated, "That is not true. She was not strong at all. She was incredibly fragile, perpetually weak. You all may not know it, but I have witnessed her journey firsthand. Therefore, I understand. She wished to remain in this timeline." The contents of the letter may seem positive, but Panda cannot accept the notion of strength. It was not strength. She was definitely not a strong person. Her weakness compelled her to make that choice. It was her weakness that drove her to strive so fervently. "I wish to remain here. Though I fear not death, I do not wish to die. Yet one day, I must make a choice. It will likely come to that. I want to stay here." Panda listened to her countless struggles, her repeated confessions of this sentiment. Although I did not grasp the meaning of those words until this incident, she was certainly not yearning for death. She merely wished to live alongside her family. That was all, truly just that. Whether it was the agony of living submerged in regret or the pain of the necessity to return, she found herself trapped with no escape. To move forward, she could only choose death. How painful must that choice have been for her? Do not perceive her as some strong individual. She was fragile, but we simply failed to save her. Hey, what kind of feelings did you harbor when you left behind such a beautiful farewell letter? Panda pondered. At the very least, if she were not a sorcerer, perhaps she would not have suffered so profoundly. At the very least, if she possessed Maki's abilities, at least, if she could see, at least. However, all of this has now become utterly meaningless. One cannot remain eternally enraptured by someone who no longer exists in this timeline. We must also inherit the remnants they have left behind. She will never again dash toward me for an embrace. Nor shall I be able to hold her once more. Chapter 43, Fushiguro Megumi. Brother, did you lose all that 2,000 yen? I had used the money lent to me by a girl I met on the bus to buy a horse racing ticket, only to lose it all. I clicked my tongue, preparing to turn back, when I heard a familiar voice. A girl wearing a cap stood there, sighing. What a waste of such a pretty face. What's the matter? Sorry, but I've already lost that money. Never mind. Brother, could you use this to buy me another ticket? The girl said, I'm still in middle school, so I can't buy one myself. Her voice strangely devoid of emotion. I found it quite bothersome. Yet the envelope she handed me contained a considerable sum, certainly not an amount typical for a middle schooler. She then passed me a piece of paper inscribed with the name of a horse. It was the one with the highest odds, meaning it was the least popular and unlikely to perform well. Is she a novice? I scoffed at the thought, but she simply uttered, please. I was uncertain as to her motives. Perhaps it was not for herself, but for her parents or someone similar. Regardless, the man felt as if he could foresee an interesting turn of events. Thank you, brother. Thanks to you, I made a fortune, the girl said, revealing a smile that seemed somewhat mismatched for her age, while the man wore an expression of disbelief. The horse that was initially favored fell, causing a chain reaction among the others, leaving only 3 in the race, one of which panicked and withdrew, and another veered off course. Ultimately, it was the least likely horse that crossed the finish line first. Who on earth are you? Before that, you must be Suguru Megumi, am I right? Huh. I came to find you because I have a favor to ask. Huh. How about we place a bet next time? We could wager everything we won this time, and easily make 60 million yen. All of it would be yours, brother. In exchange, you would need to assist me with some tasks. Suguru Megumi. How does she know that name? The Zenin family is one thing, but she even knows my last name. I instinctively became wary, yet there was nothing unusual about the girl. This only heightened my unease. She did not seem to be a sorcerer. In fact, she couldn't possibly see the entity entwined around my shoulders. So, she is unrelated to the sorcerer world? No, aside from that, she had no reason to approach me. If I win again next time, I might consider it. You seem quite reasonable, so I shall entrust you with this. I casually accepted the items she handed over and went to buy another ticket. Once again, it was a splendid win. Was she endowed with foresight? Or was it mere luck, or perhaps something else entirely? In any case, the girl exhaled a sigh of relief and said, "Ah, that's wonderful. Wasn't she supposed to be the confident one? What on earth is going on? So, you have a matter to discuss with me, which means it's a commission, right? Yes. Are you willing to accept? Let me see the details. 60 million is the advance payment. After that, depending on your performance, there will be additional rewards. Deal." There was no reason to hesitate. It was merely a matter of substituting the act of harming a child with listening to a child's request. Naturally, one would choose the more favorable option of receiving money, and this sum was guaranteed. I was contemplating that if the situation allowed, I might also take on the counterpart's commission when the girl said, "Don't you want to earn money more efficiently? Do you think you can manage that?" Well, if all goes smoothly, it might be possible. Listening to her audacious plan, I must admit, I found myself thinking, what a troublesome notion. If that were the case, I could simply harm a child for 30 million. But no, 60 million was still too enticing to forego. She mentioned it was an advance payment, so I likely wouldn't have to repay it. If it doesn't pan out, I could simply withdraw. The moment of hesitation lasted merely a few seconds. In any case, please continue with the star plasma task. Of course, do not eliminate it. Instructions will be issued as needed, so please remain in a state of readiness for contact. The 2,000 yen I lent you will be considered my investment in you. I look forward to our collaboration. The girl displayed a beautiful smile, but there was an inexplicable air of suspicion about it. Chapter 44, Fushiguro. I don't think she will taste unpleasant. Hey, Fushiguro. I heard there's a trendy cafe in the outskirts forest. Do you know it? I do. Wow, it's true. Where is it? Not far from here. Most people from the high school should know about it. Really? It's frustrating that I didn't know about it. Inumaki exclaimed, and Itadori echoed. I haven't heard of it either. When it comes to forest cafes, it's highly likely it's run by that person. Shall we check it out now? Teacher Gojo. So please, do away with that peculiar habit of arriving late. All right. I've been busy lately and haven't been able to go. If Teacher Gojo is going, is it quite expensive? No, I think it's quite affordable. Occasionally, you can even spot students there. After all, it's a place run by an acquaintance of mine. He added, further surprising us. Anyone who knows Gojo is either someone who's been through hardships or an unreliable character. I heard he has a close relationship with that man who is his best friend, and Inumaki furrowed his brow, certain he was an unreliable person. Yet, curiosity proved irresistible, and she felt compelled to see what kind of place it was. Welcome. Ah, Mr. Gojo. Have you finished your work? Yo. Well, I am the strongest, after all. Long time no see, Hui. How have you been? You weren't dragged here against your will, were you? Hey, are you ignoring me? That's a bit much, isn't it? I'm fine. I was just thinking about coming here. I'm glad to hear that. And these two are? In the outskirts, a bit distant from the city center, surrounded by trees, stood a lovely building with a sign that reads Sunshine Cafe. The glass roof adorned with painted branches cast dappled shadows within the structure. Greeting us was an ordinary woman with her black hair tied back, guiding us to our seats while engaging in conversation. The cafe's interior decor was exceptionally fashionable, evoking the sensation of being abroad. At the same time, the atmosphere was serene, with vibrant flowers gracefully arranged on the glass dining tables, prompting exclamations from both me and Itadori. The overall color scheme was a blend of blue and pale white, likely reflecting a Scandinavian aesthetic. The exterior of the building echoed this trend, exuding an undeniable charm. In Inamaki's mind, this place had already scored full marks. I am Itadori Yuji. Sister, are you friends with the teacher? Not really. Really? Mr. Gojo and my brother are good friends. I feel we are good friends too, she said. I'm Inumaki Toge. Can I take a picture? Of course, please do. In fact, I hope you can help promote a bit. Recently, it feels like the customer count has dwindled a bit, she said with a wry smile before stepping back momentarily. Inumaki and Itadori observed Teacher Gojo, who was beside them exclaiming, "Ah, this place is indeed amazing," filled with curiosity. Though it was a bit far from the city center, it wasn't so distant as to be unreachable. Such a fashionable place should be more popular. So could it be that the food isn't good? No. With Gojo's endorsement and Fushigiro's fondness for it, it couldn't possibly be the case. Just as I pondered this, a voice began to chant incantations from darkness born. Darker than darkness, purging the impurities. Fushiguro appeared utterly unfazed, while both Itadori and Kujisaki were left speechless. This guy, lowering the curtain for his own selfish desires? Hey, doesn't that obstruct the view? Teacher, this is rather, well, it is around the time students finish school. Since we rarely come here, would you like to reserve the place? Give it up, Kujisaki, he is always like this. Sorry for the wait. What's wrong? She returned with lemon water and a damp towel, her expression one of confusion. Gojo casually remarked that it was nothing, but she pointedly reminded him that he was teasing again, which wasn't acceptable. It seems there aren't many customers today. Most of the time, it's like this when Mr. Gojo comes, she observed. Hey, as if it's my fault. That's not quite the intention. Of course, the curtain is down now. The view from here is still quite lovely. A little noise wouldn't hurt. Kujisaki, looking somewhat miffed, gazed out the window, remarking that the scenery really was nice. Observing her as she lamented the lack of customers, it seemed she was oblivious to the lowered curtain, merely wishing to behold the distant landscape. However, she was an acquaintance of Gojo's, and questions arose once again, alongside memories of her earlier mention of her brother. Sister, hey wait. Since there's a curtain, I might as well take a look. It's a personal matter. Yoho, Suguru, you've come too. Suguru Geto, a part-time lecturer at Tokyo Metropolitan Jiu-Jitsu Technical School. In Kujisaki's eyes, he appeared to be a suspicious figure who occasionally donned attire reminiscent of a cult leader. Although she was uncertain about the circumstances, he had a poor relationship with the second years, seemingly disliked unilaterally. Since her beloved Maki disliked him, Kujisaki naturally harbored no fondness for him either. Nonetheless, the man himself seemed utterly unconcerned. It really feels like there won't be any customers today. Why are you judging me? You two are always like this when you're together. By the way, what brings you here? Work? I finished that. Isn't that to be expected? Well, let us sit down first. Here we go again, she muttered as she turned to leave. Yet, in the brief exchange that had just transpired, a distinct sense of intimacy was revealed. It should be noted that Suguru Geto was known for his disdain towards non-sorcerers, and he often voiced complaints. While he didn't dislike all of them, he generally held a negative view. Frankly, if a person were unrelated to him, he wouldn't even consider saving them. He only begrudgingly did so because he was a sorcerer, often making dangerously candid remarks. Rumors swirled that he was a traitor, yet for reasons unknown, he remained innocent. Although his actions tread dangerously close to the dark side, it was perplexing how he maintained a cordial relationship with a woman who should be a non-sorcerer. Just as the two were about to align their thoughts, it was revealed that she was Geto's sister. Sister? Kujisaki and Itadori exchanged glances between the smiling Geto and the approaching woman, and after several back-and-forth looks, they ultimately concluded, this is just too improbable. Their smiles are completely different, you know? Maybe you're being a bit too harsh? Well, I agree with that. What are you two talking about? Since there are no customers anyway, let us all be together, she returned with a beaming smile, appearing much more innocent than the man who always wore a suspicious grin. She introduced herself once again as Mei Ryu Geto, seemingly quite familiar with Megumi. So, please go ahead and order. The menu is both elegant and charming. It appeared that the establishment primarily served black tea and coffee, but also offered simple alcoholic beverages and cocktails. Surprisingly, a considerable number of patrons frequented the bar after dusk. The variety of teas was quite extensive, making a decision rather challenging. Geto, disliking sweet flavors, opted for something refreshing, while Gojo, in stark contrast, had already ordered something excessively sweet. Itadori was more focused on the food than the tea, and Fushiguro selected coffee, each with distinct preferences. Observing Kujisaki, who was still indecisive, Gojo suggested, how about we ask her to prepare something inspired by wild roses? There's that kind of service here? This isn't a bar. No, not usually. Seriously, Mr. Gojo, please refrain from making unreasonable requests. But, you can make it, right? It's not that I can't. But I'm unsure if it will suit your taste. But it's such a rare opportunity. May I ask you? When Kujisaki spoke, She smiled and agreed, but cautioned not to expect too much. At that moment, Fushiguro interjected, I believe what she makes 1TB unpalatable. Quite unexpectedly. This man spoke with such conviction. She cheerfully said to wait a moment before departing. However, moments later, Fushiguro abruptly stood and followed her, leaving them puzzled. Megumi. Whenever he has free time, he comes here to help. Oh, does that mean he is working? No, it's more like volunteering. Even if he were to receive a salary, he'd immediately spend it all here, doubled. What a good kid. Itadori and Kujisaki were both taken aback, but Kujisaki sensed something. That guy, does he like her? Itadori was oblivious. Geto and Gojo appeared to be aware of the situation, quietly watching over it. She felt a sense of admiration, so he does have his serious side. Sorry, Megumi, for making you help again. It's fine, but didn't you just hire a part-timer? They've been absent without notice. I can't reach them now. I see. The two of them appeared, carrying trays. She looked a bit disheartened, but still smiled as she greeted them. Thank you for waiting. As May placed the items before them, she circled behind Kujisaki and apologized. This is rose cranberry ginger ale. I made it entirely based on impressions, so I'm unsure if it suits your taste. The bottom of the glass was layered with sliced cranberries, filled with numerous rose petals, bubbling merrily. The cup's shape was quite fitting. And Kujisaki excitedly snapped photos of the adorable drink from various angles, while Itadori watched with keen interest. Geto remarked, you should sit down too, but she politely declined, stating she was part of the establishment. What does it matter? After all, there are no customers. That is quite rude. Teachers, please return to your seats. I didn't say anything. You two are together. Mr. Gojo's responsibility is akin to that of an elder brother. That is rather unreasonable. You'll surely be disliked. And I'm right here. Gojo tossed out a line he had previously deemed quite charming, to which Geto replied, she is still adorable now. Isn't she? The sister ignored them and asked how the drink tasted. What an understandable environment. Speaking of which, was Suguru Geto a sister-con? Kujisaki turned her gaze to Fushiguro, receiving the response that this was indeed the norm. It was, frankly, hard to believe, or rather it seemed quite plausible. Sister May, how old are you? Itadori. That question is rather indiscreet. It's fine. I'm 25, 3 years older than you. Hey, is it just you here, Sister May? We do hire part-timers, but they're mostly short-term. This one has probably quit by now. Are these flowers sweet? Ah, those are edible. Do you know about edible flowers? They're processed edible roses, and they should be dissolving now. Please adjust the flavor with that teapot. Huh, how fashionable. I like it. Ah, thank you. Upon hearing this spontaneous compliment, she shyly smiled. Huh, is she really that person's sister? Hard to believe. The initial impression has utterly collapsed. At the same time, it has become clear. The reason he so openly professes his disdain for non-sorcerers while still engaging in the work of a sorcerer likely stems from the existence of his sister. It appears that they do not belong to a family of sorcerers. Perhaps he is unexpectedly gentle with his family. Moreover, during their conversation, it became evident that she seems to be entirely unaware of her brother's profession or what the advanced school entails. She seems to possess only a vague understanding, perhaps associating it with some religious affiliation. It now strikes me that, on the surface, that is indeed the established premise. She attempted to place the previously avoided petals on her tongue, and they melted away effortlessly. The flavor pairs well with ginger juice. The aroma is somewhat robust, but it is not overwhelming. Initially mistaking it for flower-shaped sugar, it appears to be made from real petals. This is quite photogenic. Absolutely, it is photogenic. It might even go viral. Such a fashionable place is too precious to overlook. I truly desire this. Is it permissible? Huh. Oh, by the way, edible flowers that have been processed are also sold as local specialties. There is even a sunflower variant available. It seems there are seasonal limited editions as well. I must purchase some. It seems that Itadori also wishes to acquire something. Perhaps Fushiguro will buy something too. This place has only been open for a little over a year, and I have only just begun to acclimate. Thus, although there are no other patrons, it feels somewhat remiss to do nothing. So she began to busily attend to various tasks. Occasionally teased by Gojo, Yago would intervene, and during this period, Fushiguro has silently begun to lend a hand. Despite the chaotic state of the interior space, their interactions commenced. Welcome to Wild Rose, Maki-chan. It's just the two of you today. Ah, what a coincidence that the outdoor course brought you together. How delightful that the senior-junior relationship is so harmonious. She suggested they sit wherever they liked, and the two made their way to the window side. After several visits, she finally understood that ordinary customers do frequent this establishment. She had previously complained that customers didn't come when that teacher was present, but they both knew that was not a mere coincidence. Although she was aware, she could not voice it. Therefore, if one were to label him a plague god, she would merely smile wryly and say that she didn't quite think so. Maki, or rather the second-year members, seemed to have visited here. She generally dislikes such venues, but has mentioned that she exclusively enjoys the red tea here. What a predicament. Is Maki-chan still the same? Please. The same as always? Would you like to try Wild Rose's version? It's a non-alcoholic mojito. She considered this briefly, intrigued by Maki's preferred flavor. Nodding, she responded, please wait a moment, and departed. Is Makine really close with Mayune? How should I put it? Well, compared to Yuta, she is definitely a good person. I understand that. That smile which can dispel negativity is indeed a rarity among sorcerers. The two chatted about various topics while gazing out at the scenery, at which point she returned with the order, saying, sorry for the wait. The tray held a carbonated drink floating with mint. Previously, she had assumed it would be something plain, so the drink itself was not surprising. But the cup of blue liquid beside it caught her attention. Unlike last time, it was adorned with colorful flowers. And Mayu mentioned that one could add them according to preference. Itadori prepared her phone, capturing both the initial appearance and the one embellished with flowers, then inquired. What is this? You're supposed to mix that in. Why not try adding it first? Following Maki's suggestion, she poured the blue liquid into her cup, transforming it into a pink hue. Huh, Itadori involuntarily exclaimed. That butterfly pea flower, it's a type of herbal tea. However, it reacts with citric acid from lemon or lime, which causes the color to change like this. If you add more, will it turn purple? This is the first time seeing it. It's incredibly beautiful and adorable. Fortuitously, she also took a photo before it was mixed. With that thought in mind, she snapped a few more pictures and sent them to the group chat before stowing away her phone. The fragrance of flowers and sweetness mingled with the refreshing touch of mint, making her believe it would indeed be a flavor Maki would appreciate. Looking up, she noticed Maki drinking her beverage without adding anything. Huh, isn't Team Makine adding anything? I prefer it this way. By the way, Maki-chan's is Dutch mint, while Wild Rose-chan's is apple mint. They say apple mint is particularly palatable. What do you think? Delicious. Best enjoyed when it's particularly hot. It seems quite suitable for those engaged in physical activities. It is said to promote sweating and aid digestion, though it seems there is little medical basis for that. Mint is polarizing. Some adore it while others detest it, so I hope they drink it in a way they enjoy. Ah, then please take your time, she said, turning to head towards the checkout. Makine, could I perhaps have a sip of yours? Oh, Maki's drink appeared significantly more refreshing than her own. Chapter 45. Mayu realizes her initial dream. Mayune, why did you want to open a cafe? Well, Mayu, positioned behind the counter, was brewing coffee. Today, Itadori was the only one without a task, and with school on break, he casually decided to visit. To his surprise, Nanami was also present. Although there were a few scattered customers, they mostly seemed to be having light meals before departing. She had never harbored any particular ambitions. Upon entering university, she had worked various jobs in resort areas. Hey, I worked at Nanami-senpai's company during my job stint, but ultimately, I couldn't stick with it. I feel a bit apologetic about that. Huh, you and Nanami worked at the same place? Yes, my brother suggested that since it was from that series, I might as well give it a try. So, I applied and got in. Ah, I see, he responded, understanding the situation. While she didn't outright say it was due to connections, she seemed to imply that she thought so, and upon learning that Nanami was her brother's acquaintance, she exclaimed, I wanted to cut in line, as she continued her work. Speaking of which, he had assumed they were friends from their student days. Upon being asked, they both shook their heads. Hajime has a younger sister who is the same age as her. Through that connection, I've heard that she has spoken with Yaga-sensei a few times. In the end, even with Gojo-sensei and the others, they probably only met around the time of their high school graduation, right? Wasn't he the place of their graduation trip where her brother was? Does the advanced school still go to many places now? Well, I suppose so. After all, even though it's religious, the primary focus is on volunteer activities. There is still time for part-time jobs, I suppose. Itadori pondered how she managed to navigate through that. He wisely kept his mouth shut. No, if it were me, I might inadvertently spill something. Oh, the topic has strayed. If you're asking why, well, I had a rather despondent period during my work. I questioned whether this was truly what I wanted to do. Then, after a series of twists and turns, it evolved into this, due to the turning of fate. Is that a joke about it being cold? Would you prefer something hot? Faced with her sophisticated self-deprecation, Itadori shook his head. Clearly aware that it might lead to an awkward silence, it seemed like merely a jest. However, he felt a twinge of uncertainty about whether he should delve deeper into the matter. She seemed to notice his discomfort and reassured him, saying it wasn't anything serious. It's just that when I recount it, it becomes a bit lengthy. As adults, we have experienced a great deal, and it's difficult to articulate everything. However, looking back now, those troubled times and days of melancholy were not wasted moments. People, at the end of the day, cannot continue living without resting. Everyone desires tranquility, right? The forms may be varied, but through the process of experiencing various things, I wish to become someone who can provide such a space for others. In the industry, I am still an absolute novice, but recently, I have finally begun to see some prospects. Many of the guests who come here are indeed weary souls. This, one might think, refers solely to sorcerers, but ordinary customers also frequent the place. She swallowed her words and glanced at Nanami, who seemed to be attentively listening to Mayu's discourse. The aspiration to become someone's support. Truthfully, I do not harbor such grand ambitions. However, it brings me immense joy to know that my endeavors can assist others. If this place can serve as a sanctuary for someone, providing them solace, I would be truly delighted, especially for individuals like Mr. Ajichi and Mr. Nanami. Mr. Ajichi indeed has had a challenging path. He was the first to remember the unique flavors that someone favored. Thanks to you, Mr. Gojo was quite a handful back then. The conversation veered slightly into the past, and Mayu corrected herself, realizing she had digressed. After resigning from her job and idling for a while, she endeavored to find something, but to no avail. One day, she happened upon the art of flower arrangement, and she thought it was simply marvelous. Was it just because of this? ISNT that how opportunities often arise. She recalled her childhood dream of opening a flower shop or a bakery, despite being teased by her peers for wanting both. Most children typically choose just one. However, she felt compelled to give it a try, teaching herself various skills. Then, she nonchalantly mentioned her 2-year study abroad experience, demonstrating remarkable initiative. When asked about her studies, she replied that she initially intended to focus solely on floral design. But the cafe near her host family was so delightful that it was there she first discovered edible flowers. While they were merely used for decoration or souvenirs, she envisioned opening a shop centered around this concept. Thus, Mayu had realized her initial dream. Well, it doesn't feel particularly tangible. It's more like I've temporarily achieved my first goal. Yet, I wish to continue. Personally, I plan to stabilize here before venturing elsewhere to open a new shop. Oh, are you speaking of opening a branch? No, I mean I would close this one and relocate. Although I haven't made any concrete plans, I likely want to remain here indefinitely. Speaking of which, she remarked that this truly pertains to the future and that her decision may change based on forthcoming developments. However, one thing is certain, she has a broader vision. She adores Scandinavia, finds Finland appealing, and thinks a shop by the seaside in Malaysia would be splendid too, even if it alters the atmosphere of the establishment. A shop abroad? Students from high school occasionally travel overseas, right? The scope of volunteer activities is quite extensive. If that were to happen, I would be a daily patron. Suddenly, Nanami, who had been silently listening, spoke up, startling Yuji. Huh, no way, Nanami. You resigned and returned to being a sorcerer. It wouldn't be strange if you decided not to continue as one. No, I was merely contemplating building a house by the seaside in Malaysia one day. Hey, that sounds wonderful. If you're nearby, you could definitely lend a hand. I feel I would rely heavily on Mr. Nanami. Is this conversation appropriate? Mayu, are you going to close this place? Huh, that's rather abrupt. It feels too soon to say something like that. I apologize. I meant to imply it's something for the future. Well, I don't think it will remain open forever. Of course, I started it because I wanted to. Nonetheless, the concept of edible flowers, if it's merely a fleeting trend, people may not order it again if they find it unappealing. I believe it will be quite challenging to make it mainstream. Thus, while it is the main attraction, we also offer a variety of traditional beverages and light snacks. Recently, I've even been considering adding lunch options. Although it's in the suburbs, being in Tokyo, there should be plenty of individuals interested in such things, and we do see regular students and tourists coming through. However, it's difficult to cultivate a loyal customer base. In the city center, even without regulars, there would still be daily visitors. But it's not that I dislike this place. I intentionally chose not to be in the city center, and I don't regret it. Since I've committed to this, I am prepared to take responsibility if issues arise, though I doubt I will keep it running for too long. Please don't say such alarming things. No. I learned this from the seniors over there. Running a business is just like that. When problems arise, all responsibility falls on me, even if it appears quite relaxed. I am aware of this responsibility, I want to give up, but if I can't pay salaries or repay loans, I would have to let this place go. She smiled, stating that currently, things appear to be fine and should hold up for a while. Surprisingly, she possesses a strong will. Fushiguro knows that regarding this matter, even if it's not perfect, she will never compromise. It is with this attitude that she strives. Opening a cafe is indeed one of her aspirations, yet I believe it is not her ultimate destination. Whether she can achieve it remains to be seen. But she has many dreams yet to pursue. While she currently has her brother's support, she yearns to try on her own someday. Thus, she contemplates venturing to other countries. Did you hear this from Yuji? That is a long way off. Who knows what life will bring? She might end up marrying and becoming a housewife or helping her husband with his family business. Or perhaps she will discover another dream. It's possible that, in the end, she will remain here. While I am still here, I hope you will come back to help when you can. Even if I'm not here, I will assist. I don't intend to impose to that extent. It's something I want to do myself. Fushiguro's stubbornness made her smile wryly. Expressing gratitude here feels somewhat distant. She is acutely aware of how earnest this boy is. Without making promises, one cannot be held accountable for unilateral decisions. Thus, she merely smiled gently and said, I look forward to your continued support today as well. Chapter 46. My brother's sister, I must have been killed by someone long ago. I heard that Jet is going to a high school in Tokyo. The first time I learned of this was from my mother. I felt a mixture of emotions. Half of me thought, oh, that makes sense, while the other half felt somewhat betrayed. At that time, I was in the 6th grade, and my brother was in the 3rd year of middle school. We were both nearing the age of graduation and transition. Soon, it would be time to part with my long-used red backpack. When I inquired about which school it was, I was informed it was a private religious high school. Is it Jujutsu High? When my mother mentioned this, I initially wanted to ask what jujitsu actually was, but my mind failed me, and ultimately, I didn't voice my question. Why? To be honest, I found the topic too complex at that time, and the thought of my brother leaving was even more disheartening. While my parents expressed their congratulations, I was inexplicably filled with a sense of being left behind. Mayu, you seem to be angry? No, I'm not. It's loneliness. ISNT it, Mayu. I'm not lonely. What gift would you like for Jet's graduation and entrance ceremony? Anything is fine, honestly. There's no need to worry about it. No, this is a rare opportunity. We must choose something special. Although I said that, a tie seemed unnecessary. Oh, since it's a religious school, maybe he'll need prayer beads? I believe the school will provide those. Really, it's not needed. When it came to considering my feelings over my US, I instinctively rejected the notion, saying, I don't want anything. After a brief silence, my mother said there was no need to rush. My father added that Mayu was likely contemplating many things as well. Mayu, it's not good to lose your temper. Afterward, feeling inexplicably irritable, I retreated to my room, only for my brother to visit uninvited. He caught the pillow I threw at him effortlessly, responding with a sigh that seemed to say I was foolish. His words of admonishment slightly annoyed me. In my family, everyone generally dotes on the children. Of course, I have been scolded, both by my father and my mother, on numerous occasions. My brother, however, often plays the role of mediator. Now, as my parents reluctantly yielded, it was my brother who took on that position, which irked me a bit. Don't worry, I'll stay in touch, and I'll be back. Therefore, please do not be so obstinate, he remarked, and I could not help but coldly usher him out of the room. I found myself at a loss, uncertain of how to navigate this situation. I was still just a child, while my older brother seemed to have nearly grasped the complexities of the world, which only magnified the disparity between us. Unlike our parents, he would play with me and assist in my studies. The thought of losing such an unconditional source of affection was likely the root of my discontent. Consequently, there was a period during which I scarcely uttered a word. My brother, however, seemed unconcerned, though I remained unsure of how to proceed. Ultimately, it was only after I acclimated to junior high school post-graduation that I finally spoke to my brother upon his return, thus bringing this episode to a close. It hardly constituted a quarrel, and since my brother did not dwell on the matter, no apologies were exchanged. We simply reverted to our former sibling dynamic. His tone softened once more, and even his self-reference altered. These changes, which both my parents and I initially teased about, gradually became our new normal. I often pondered whether I, too, would mature in such a manner upon entering high school. I desire a laptop. When I expressed this at the dinner table, my father offered to lend me his, but I shook my head firmly. I insisted on having my own. My current allowance was woefully insufficient. What I needed was the latest model, with ample storage capacity. I was indifferent to features like digital television. When I mentioned a computer capable of running large-scale games, my father chuckled, noting my thorough research. How I longed for the endearing image of our family gathered together. It stirred a profound sense of nostalgia and affection within me. A moment's relaxation brought tears to the brink of spilling. I had once believed so fervently that I would never return to this place, yet time was too fleeting for such indulgence now. The moment to alter my brother's destinies was imminent, and action was imperative, perhaps even overdue. Is that not feasible? Well, computers do not come cheap. Will you be able to study effectively? I will indeed. But what if you end up using it solely for gaming? I will strive to use it wisely. I implore you. My worries about whether I could adequately reprise my former self seemed unwarranted. Surprisingly, my speech flowed quite naturally. Although the interval had felt lengthy and I anticipated a sense of estrangement, I found myself performing the roles of daughter and sister more adeptly than I had expected. How to articulate this? The time spent at Jujutsu High was not devoid of hardship. Rather, it was a fortunate experience, yet this moment provided a deeper sense of security. It evoked a comforting feeling of self-preservation. Although not entirely authentic, this sensation perhaps encapsulated the so-called comfort of returning home. I even felt my spirit rejuvenating. With a deliberate clap of my hands, I heard my father's hesitant voice. My mother encouraged him, suggesting that this should suffice. If you buy it for me, I will study diligently. Let us see you put in the effort first. My parents had never held high expectations for my accomplishments. With a slight display of petulance, I concluded the discussion. Moreover, I had to consider school matters. To be honest, my memories of junior high had grown quite hazy, and I did not feel capable of reintegrating. After all, I had spent a considerable amount of time away from school, which posed the greatest challenge. I could scarcely remember where my seat was, let alone the location of my shoe locker. Simply entering the school premises itself filled me with trepidation. Ah yes, I must wear a uniform. Oh dear, the thought alone is somewhat unpleasant. My inner self is 25. Wearing one at this age feels akin to cosplay. Though I am indeed a junior high student now, I recognize that this is not the time to be preoccupied with such trivialities. My reverie was interrupted when my name was called, prompting me to hurriedly begin eating. How strange it was, even though I had returned. My sense of taste had yet to be restored. Miss Natsuki diagnosed it as a psychological issue. Could it be that my mental state remains unsettled? A lack of taste dampened my appetite, though the absence of pain was a silver lining. I reassured myself that this too would pass. Such matters were hardly significant at present, as I consumed what had once been my favorite food, devoid of flavor. I merely filled my stomach while contemplating my next steps in my room. My allowance was not entirely non-existent, but I had frequently spent it during that time, leaving little saved. I felt inclined to chastise myself for my foolishness. Yet, regardless of my actions, I was left with a sense of emptiness. The capabilities of modern smartphones are limited, and as a junior high student, I faced numerous restrictions. Ideally, I would need to open an account in my name. Being a minor is indeed a cumbersome predicament. Yaru, the bathroom is free now. Ah yes, hearing my brother's voice. I exited my room to find him gazing at me intently. What? I inquired, only for him to tilt his head in bemusement. Yaru, you seem to have matured a bit. Really? No, it must be an illusion. Such comments felt quite exaggerated. I was momentarily taken aback. I must be mindful of my demeanor, but what exactly should I pay attention to? It seemed my parents shared this sentiment. I realized that behaving like a child was more challenging than presenting myself as an adult. Or perhaps I had appeared that childish in the past. Although I felt as though I had been drawn back into the past, my inner self remained a member of society. Indeed, I possessed knowledge now, experience accumulated that could not have been gleaned solely from my student years. I pondered the complexity of guardianship. Guardianship? What exactly do you intend to protect? Various aspects, indeed. Nevertheless, I knew I could not succeed merely by returning this once. I must tackle each issue one at a time, employing methods that only I could implement. The computer my brother sent arrived. Frankly, it was as I had anticipated. My brother had always been particularly kind to me, so it was no surprise he would send something exorbitantly expensive home. Now, I understood the reasons behind this gesture, and I recognized my brother's inherent thoughtfulness. The computer felt slightly too lightweight, but since I seldom requested things earnestly, this was likely a reflection of my brother's consideration. It was not a significant matter, merely an elder sibling who seldom returned home. A brother who valued family, and I take pride in that. No, from this moment forth, I will ensure that such misfortunes do not occur. This time, I would not agonize over my brother avoiding the fate of becoming a sorcerer. The challenge lay ahead. And then there was Suguru Gojo. How should I navigate my interactions with him? Although I had inquired directly, he claimed to have never contemplated it, thus providing no definitive answer. I had heard he was particularly headstrong during his time at Jujutsu High. In any case, I was not yet in a position to win him over. If we were to omit my brother's fate as a sorcerer, perhaps revealing the truth to him would not pose an issue. In my current state, informing Miss Natsuki and the others might resolve matters. Yet, considering the subsequent repercussions, I recognized the importance of caution. I understood that monumental changes do not always yield positive outcomes. Thus, I must live with the resolve to relinquish this time period. Perhaps it may not be feasible in the future, but should the opportunity arise again, I would endeavor to act. Come on, I can do this. It will be all right. I am certain of it. I will not let this effort go to waste. I began with the initial setup, familiarizing myself with the computer. Yes, this should suffice. After dedicating a day to the computer, I was ready to delve into the core of my objectives. Upon my return, I initially resolved to gather funds. However, time was of the essence. I could not afford to accumulate slowly. I needed to act swiftly, for in a year, my brother would become a sorcerer. And even if I managed to avoid his fate, Suguru Gojo might still follow suit. In conclusion, it was premature to disclose this matter to the three individuals. The presence of the Shikigami loomed persistently. Should he discover my intentions, it would spell disaster. Thus, my conversation partners would remain two, Miss Natsuki and Teacher Yaga. Because the conclusion is already known, a detailed explanation could perhaps prevent her demise. It might also serve to protect Nanami-kun and Hibara-kun. However, considering the events that may transpire in the future, this may not suffice. Fushiguro-kun has mentioned that even if we evade the death of my brother, it could trigger the demise of others. I remain unaware of what will occur on Halloween. Returning before knowing the outcome may, to be frank, be a misstep. Nevertheless, as the sister of an older brother, I likely have already been slain by someone. I can only think positively. At least I chose the manner of my death. In any case, I need to devise a method to secure funds in the short term. I have already contemplated how to utilize it. Fushiguro Megumi. I shall seek him out. Furthermore, if possible, I will persuade him to ally with us. Chapter 47. I must inform Yaga-sensei, or rather, I should simply tell Fushiguro-kun. However, his information is nearly non-existent. I only know that he resembles Yu-kun to an uncanny degree, and I would recognize him upon sight. Yet, a mere change in hairstyle could render him unrecognizable in an instant, and that moment could very well be fatal. Thus, I must first gather funds to extract his information. Frankly, I find this distasteful, but now is not the time for such sentiments. If I delay, I may have to start over. Therefore, I must concentrate on collecting intelligence. Why should I seek to win over Fushiguro Megumi? This conclusion was reached after conversing with Fushiguro-kun. He described that individual as utterly worthless. Yet he once succeeded in killing Fushiguro-kun. Moreover, he was the one who catalyzed Fushiguro-kun's awakening. Had he not awakened, Fushiguro-kun might have perceived the abnormalities concerning my brother. To be honest, I am not entirely clear on that point. I cannot assess the disparity in strength between Fushiguro-kun and myself. But there will inevitably come a day when his utmost prowess will be required. Yet, the conclusion is that it is not essential at this moment. For now, I should invest in stocks. Before my return, I conducted extensive research, and this era presents favorable opportunities for investment. I have even contemplated selling my body. However, that would be far too inefficient, and most importantly, I abhor the idea. There is no time for procrastination. Investing during a market surge should yield profits. The question remains, when shall I act? Regardless, by next year, major overseas corporations will face bankruptcy, leading to a plummet in stock prices and igniting a global financial crisis. In this sense, the time to profit is now. Presently, we are already experiencing what is termed a financial crisis, yet there should still be means to navigate this year. As long as my memory serves me correctly, once I accumulate a certain sum, I can manage the purchases alone. However, running away from home would likely cause a commotion. And there is also school to consider. The worries have returned. I must first recall my classmates' names. Good morning, Koyu. Shigeru-sensei is calling for you. Let's have lunch together, Koyu. To be frank, I am utterly exhausted. Am I truly this drained at my age? I am uncertain whether I have changed, but I seem to have matured unexpectedly. And this plethora of nicknames, which I am only called at school, has nearly faded from my memory. Yet, it brings back fond memories, especially the numerous nicknames bestowed upon me by the girls. It is not ill-intentioned. I have simply grown accustomed to being called by name or by Shigeru-kun, which feels somewhat strange. Having started anew, and with the severance of contact with my middle school friends after graduation, I find myself feeling quite estranged. I forget most things, and the moment I step into school, I wish to hide away. Hiding away might be acceptable, but I believe that attending school, while exploring various methods, allows for more action. Moreover, I find joy in reuniting with good friends. The trouble lies in my studies. My grades hover in mediocrity, risking a decline. Yet the experiences gained in adulthood are not without merit, allowing me to achieve high scores. It is truly remarkable how I once detested math and science. However, achieving excessively high marks is also undesirable. I promptly adjusted my efforts, resulting in a compliment from the teacher, who remarked that I could have scored even higher if I had taken it seriously during the quiz. Was that a form of praise? I must avoid drawing attention, considering the future. Yet, to be honest, I cherish the nostalgic school life filled with teachers, classmates, and upperclassmen. I recall participating in club activities. Although it was a cultural club, it brought me great joy. Senpai, if you could traverse time and alter the past, what would you do? Erase the fact that I dated that kind of man. And what if it resulted in a dreadful future? Is this a psychological test or something? Does that mean having dated him was actually better? I ponder whether such situations exist. I do not know. Even if that were the case, I could not find happiness with a cheating partner. It feels as though, there was indeed such a senpai. Reflecting upon it now, some individuals experienced quite a rich life even as middle schoolers. I once wondered if advancing a grade would transform me into someone like that. In reality, changes are ultimately elusive. Shigeru-kun, you seem to have matured a bit? Really? No, it might just be an illusion. While being told I seem mature or perceptive can be bothersome, there is a complexity to being denied such sentiments. Thus, days passed as I balanced student life with my money-making endeavors. My parents likely remained completely oblivious to my activities. Comparing dates and times, I sometimes even covertly bring my work to school during breaks, as I prepare for my own endeavors. The day approaches when my brother and the others will support the task of the songstress senpai. In the past, I encountered them on my way back from running away. To be honest, I cannot recall the exact time. However, upon closer inspection, I discovered that on that day, that bus was making its final run. I fortuitously boarded what was, in every sense, the last bus. Are you Miss Shigeru? Here is your package. Thank you. I collected it from a convenience store a short distance away. If it were sent home, I would be questioned about my purchases, so I intentionally designated this location. After paying, I opened the box in the park to confirm its contents. I repacked it into my backpack, folded the box, and rode my bicycle home. The restrictions of this age are quite limiting. It is so convenient for adults to act freely. In any case, the preparations are temporarily complete. From here on, I can only go with the flow. The issue lies in the fact that it is not a holiday on that day. This adds to my anxiety regarding running away. At that time, I felt indifferent to everything, but now it is different. There have not been any issues at school, but what if it escalates to the police? Or worse, if my brother gets involved, that would be catastrophic. I shall consider it an act of running away and prepare to face the consequences. I boarded the bus, taking a seat in the same spot as before. I lack certainty. My memories are too hazy. Still, I hold on to a glimmer of hope. If it does not work out, I can only explore alternatives. I have grown my hair long, only to cut it off myself. Let me sit here. A man with a scar at the corner of his mouth, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Yukon. Relying solely on Fushiguro-kun's intel left me feeling uneasy. But as I looked up at the speaker, I finally recalled clearly. Simultaneously, it felt as if I had suspected as much. On that day, the day I ran away, he was the one who sat beside me and struck up a conversation. I did not remember his face accurately, but for some reason, I distinctly recalled the scar at his mouth. Ah, thank goodness, at least I remember that. That moment marked the point at which I cast my curse. Thus, I wished to forget it, but unpleasant memories tend to linger more readily. I thought I had sealed it away, yet in the end, I did not forget. What remains vividly imprinted is the time after that, but in my mind, he was categorized as a weirdo who extorted money from middle school students. Running away from home. Do I look like that? Well, you certainly do not appear to be out for leisure. It seems you wish to escape. As we spoke, memories gradually resurfaced. He had once mentioned that the reasons for running away were trivial. I realized I was avoiding the truth only after he pointed it out. He suggested that as long as one has tried, it should not be deemed a bad thing. Now, to be honest, I cannot deny that I harbor such thoughts. At this moment, I possess the confidence to devise an escape plan. However, this does not resolve the underlying problem. One day, my brother will inevitably murder our parents and come after me. If I do nothing, no one will find happiness. I cannot accept that. I have traversed too many paths focused solely on my own survival, and each has culminated in failure, which is why I have chosen to intervene. After a brief moment, he let out a sound of surprise. Excuse me, could you lend me some money? Why? I don't have enough to get off the bus. Hey, how much do you need? 2,000 yen. Come on, a grown man shouldn't be asking a middle school student for money. Although I could have easily refused at this point, I intentionally replied and handed him the money, following him off the bus. Will you pay me back? This question was, unsurprisingly, ignored as he vanished into the crowd like before. I had intended to stick close so as not to lose him, but it was astonishingly easy to be shaken off. Tracking someone like him would be a challenge, even for professionals. Nevertheless, I pressed on. I pulled out my phone to display the map, zooming in on the moving arrow, watching it inch along while simultaneously unfolding a panoramic view of the surrounding area on my computer. I had heard that Fushiguro Megumi was a man driven by greed. Thus, I surmised that he likely regarded me as nothing more than a child and would not perceive my intentions. Even if he did become aware, it would not matter. Found you, big brother. Wait, the kid from earlier? 2,000 yen. I believe not returning it would be unwise. I informed him with a smile, to which he responded that he no longer had it. This man was utterly insufferable. While I knew this to be the case, I decided to let that 2,000 yen slide and instead requested, I would like you to hear me out. And why should I? If you refuse, I might just spread this information around. With that, I produced an object from my pocket that resembled a ballpoint pen. He stared at it for a moment, then suddenly jolted, realizing it was a camera. It's a high-performance camera. I recorded our conversation on the bus. I can capture live footage as well. And that exchange has already been saved. If you refuse me here, I will ensure your disgrace is broadcast worldwide. A grown man extorting a middle school student. All for a mere 2,000 yen. Such an incident would certainly cause a stir. Initially, he dismissed it as trivial, but upon recognizing my seriousness, perhaps finding it too troublesome, he asked, what exactly do you want? How do you know this place? There's such a thing as GPS. You're lying, aren't you? When you got off the bus, I slipped it into your coat pocket. Upon hearing this, he quickly rifled through his pockets, extracting expensive items. He then let out a loud click of his tongue as the GPS shattered in his hand. That wasn't he meant to be smashed. Witnessing this, I felt a cold sweat trickle down my back. This man was possibly more troublesome than I had anticipated. After all, he was capable of killing for money, even children. Though I fancied myself accustomed to death, the fear of an ordinary person still lingered within me. Even so, I had to find a way to win him over. Who are you? You don't seem to be from around here. Indeed, I am not from this side. Not from this side. You must be Fushiguro Megumi, correct? Or should I refer to you by your family name, Zenin? Upon my mention, he scrutinized me for a moment before affirming, Fushiguro. I have heard about the Gojo family. Being devoid of cursed energy, you likely haven't received favorable treatment. I could sense his deep-seated disdain for the Zenin surname. Mr. Fushiguro, I have come here to seek your assistance. My plea, however, was met with failure. In an effort to win him over, I began to explain my situation. Assuming disbelief on his part, I understood that to gain his trust, I could not afford to withhold any details. I recounted how he would likely receive a certain commission, the events that would unfold in the future, and how I had been trapped in a cycle of repetition. When I stated that accepting the commission would lead to his demise, he looked at me earnestly and asked how he could avoid it. I don't know, I replied. The possibility of this man betraying me was not zero, but I knew that such an admission would not convince him, so I declared, I will hire you on behalf of the client. Hey, I'm the one who accepted that commission for 30 million yen. In the long run, you could earn double. Based on what evidence? I have already navigated the world of adults. I know how to make money and what is most lucrative in this era. When will you prove that? I estimate in about a year. He sighed heavily at this. This is a non-starter. I attempted to persuade him using various strategies I had simulated in my mind, yet he remained unmoved. At the very least, don't accept that commission, I implored. But he merely scoffed. In an instant, the tables turned as he calmly stated, you have no evidence, and it offers me no benefit. You speak of the long term. Even if stocks or investments succeed, that is a matter for the future, correct? But it's safe. You don't understand. Safety means nothing to me. If you could prove that everything you say is true, that would be a different matter, but when will that be? I do not trust you to the extent of waiting for your assurances. Are you asking me to believe you unconditionally? How naive, young lady. If you wish to play it safe, then go ahead and do so. He remarked that if what I said were true, he would know how to escape. With money, he could flee overseas. If he could not find conditions better than his current situation, he would not accept. After saying this, he truly vanished from the racetrack. I could no longer track him via GPS. The commission he accepted carried significant risks, yet he knew how to mitigate those risks, which is why he had cornered my brother and the others. Ultimately, he was someone who successfully completed commissions, as long as there were no exceptions. He was confident in his abilities. Simply put, even if informed of the future, he had no reason to believe or reject my words. My experiences held no relevance to him. Killing a child for substantial profit was likely an easy task. I had to keep trying. Giving up was premature. It would be worth attempting to ascertain his whereabouts and negotiating once more. At the very least, I should not be killed. After that encounter, I faced the familiar scolding from my parents, but that period held great value. My brother also reached out. At that time. I had received a thorough lecture from both my brother and Gojo-sensei. As I reminisced, I merely uttered an apology. There were 3 consecutive days off. Utilizing this time, I considered visiting places he might frequent, but I quickly dismissed the thought as exhausting. In any case, I needed money. Perhaps I could find a way to earn during the holiday? How would I earn? The investment channels I was familiar with, stocks and such, would be better to purchase later. To be honest, time was not on my side. I would need to gather an amount exceeding 30 million yen for him to consider my proposal. To hedge against potential failure, should I inform Yaga-sensei? No, perhaps I should just confide in Gojo-sensei. I initially intended to wait longer, but the attempt held merit. With this in mind, I resolved to take action once more, as I must do what I can. Then, there was another way. Hey there, young lady. On my way home from school before the long break, I heard a familiar voice and turned around, my consciousness momentarily disrupted. I returned to that initial moment, the one where my brother was present. I instinctively uttered a soft huh. There was little I could do about it. I was undoubtedly dead. I seemed to have heard the sound of a gunshot, likely of that nature. He was far more difficult to deal with than I had imagined. Chapter 48. The younger sister of Suguru Geto should be an ordinary person unable to see cursed spirits. Wait until the moon day. I felt that time was exceedingly short. As a young girl, the commission appears rather uncharacteristic. Although it seems unnecessary to deliberate further, I find myself unable to completely disregard it for reasons unknown. Thus, I chose to observe her actions for a while. If what she claimed were indeed true, it would lead to troublesome consequences if revealed. Although I could feign acceptance, my inclination towards convenience prevailed. What I discerned was merely the unattainability of that commission and her incessant attempts to start anew. an insufficient amount of information. Yet, the more I observed, the more she struck me as an ordinary individual. There was no discernible talent, and while she exhibited maturity, she remained utterly commonplace. I sensed no aura of protection surrounding her. Perhaps she had not confided in her so-called sorcerer family. It felt ludicrous, indeed. However, what if it were true? After contemplation, my conclusion was that eliminating the unstable element would be the more prudent course of action. You should perish. The operation failed. What was meant to be flawless faltered. The target, Gojo, who should have been eliminated, remained alive, seemingly due to the formidable interference of that girl's brother, whose fury and hatred proved exceptionally troublesome, thwarting the assassination attempt. As for the external assistants, it was evident that those two were also unaware of the situation. How frustrating. Yet, the most critical issue was that, despite my negligence, I never anticipated being cornered to the extent of confronting a puppet, referring to Yaga's cursed corpse. Yaga received an email 3 days after the demise of the sister of a student, referring to Suguru Geto, he tutored. His knowledge of that girl was scant. He merely recognized her as a relative of his student. However, her cause of death was homicide. A gunshot to the head, yet the perpetrator left no trace. The individual who discovered the girl collapsed by the roadside was an ordinary person. This incident inevitably reached the police, even making headlines, ultimately becoming a significant unsolved case in the eyes of the public. Without any leads on the assailant, it languished unresolved. The commotion persisted for about a week before the public's attention shifted to the next event. Since the day he learned of his sister's death, Suguru's demeanor had been utterly dismal. He appeared calm, yet was entirely ineffective. If this continued, even his protective mission would prove challenging. However, an email provided a turning point. The message, addressed to Mr. Yaga Mazamichi, outlined numerous potential future events, signed with his sister's name. Initially suspecting it to be a trap, the more I read, the more I felt the weight of its authenticity. Frankly, it surpassed Yaga's capacity to manage. Yet, if it were indeed true, there could be no more compelling leverage. So, what was the purpose of summoning me? My apologies. At present, you seem to be the safest option. While I wish to label those individuals as worthless, they were not so foolish as to lack a coherent rationale. However, the comprehensiveness of the reasoning led one to ponder the typicality of such a scenario. Shoko remarked it was quite genuine. The email contained little about her own affairs, primarily sharing insights and cautionary tales. Yet, it also stated that such information might not necessarily lead to a favorable outcome. Suguru's sister was likely an ordinary person, invisible to the cursed spirits. The fact that she was murdered out of disdain for non-sorcerers suggested she was not affiliated with our realm, the jujitsu world. How many times had this cycle repeated? Even as an adult, I was being pulled back. Admitting it as a reality was something I was reluctant to do, yet it couldn't be ignored. In any case, it would be wiser to inform Gojo, wouldn't it? That being said, there was also the possibility of him becoming a curse user. Frankly, that would be more troublesome than Suguru's situation. It would be manageable. Although Suguru's predicament was complex, Gojo should understand if I presented my reasoning clearly. At the very least, Shoko appeared unlikely to fall from grace, which was a relief. However, every time I considered the potential for them to succumb to such a fate, a chill ran down my spine. Though arrogant, they were still Yaga's students. Regardless of their growth, I wished to avoid circumstances necessitating the killing of students or their mutual slaughter. Yet, there remained unanswered questions. Why had she sent this to me? Was it a testament to her trust in me to the extent of leaving the remaining judgment in my hands? Teacher? What is it? It seems something is stirring. What? That yet-to-take-form cursed corpse, which had somehow appeared there unbeknownst to me. Sighing, I realized I had forgotten issuing any commands. I grasped it in my hands. This matter would ultimately require further contemplation. Nevertheless, that puppet played a pivotal role in subsequent missions and was subsequently damaged. Although it was repaired, it ultimately resembled nothing more than a mere puppet. It was likely killed to silence it. I was somewhat curious about how it was treated in the end. But ruminating on matters that had already concluded proved futile. No matter, it remained within the realm of anticipation. I understood the other party was not ordinary, and the likelihood of negotiations proceeding smoothly was inherently low. While I had considered the possibility of being killed on the spot, I naively believed I would at least have a moment to contemplate suicide. That thought was my own folly. Regardless of the next move and whether it would be effective, what should I do this time? The intention behind purchasing a computer was to reaffirm the stock rise and to facilitate tracking that individual, yet it seemed unnecessary now. I knew when to invest in stocks and where he would be heading. A simple feature phone would suffice. More importantly, retracing that storyline was exceedingly tedious. Additionally, I could not continue to rely on items provided by my brother. Previously, I had contemplated waiting to sell the computer before purchasing a similar one myself. Yet I had not managed to do so before my demise. As I pondered restarting, the The true agony lay not in witnessing the same scenes, but in attending school. I attended to remain inconspicuous, yet the classes mirrored those of the past, inducing boredom, along with the committee. Skipping club activities would not incur reprimands. Yet it was genuinely bothersome. Friendships too. Since there was no need to seriously consider the future, I resolved to maintain distance from friends I once held dear. I apologize. My feelings for them have shifted from camaraderie to mere acquaintance. Previously, I set up a function to send records to Teacher Yaga's email. The condition being that I left necessary information and updated the date on the computer before the day concluded. Should I perish, the failure to update the date would trigger an automatic message to Teacher Yaga. In essence, falling asleep inadvertently would equate to enforced death. The teacher was a cautious individual. If I were alive, he would likely come to verify first. However, it is true that a feature phone could manage such tasks, yet the computer was far more convenient. In any case, I meticulously prepared once more, intending to stake out in advance of the bus, but he disembarked, having extorted 2,000 yen from me. He might have commissioned someone else, yet considering the worst-case scenario, I resolved to take the bus once more. Thus, the procedure mirrored the previous instance. The challenge lay in the method of persuasion. "Hey, big brother, what are you doing here?" I asked. "I want you to pay back the 2,000 yen. I asked many people, and it seems you came this way. Are you really that fixated on such a trivial sum?" The person from whom I had lost that small amount retorted, and I was reluctant to hear it. Having been killed once, I was acutely aware of my indifferent demeanor. However, it did not instill the same fear as when Gojo had killed me. Back then, I was still a child, unaware of the situation, and experiencing pain. Well, it was all just experiential learning, I suppose. As I contemplated the discomfort of becoming accustomed to death, I suddenly noticed something. By the way, my sense of pain and taste has yet to recover, hasn't he it? Whatever, it's no matter. As I contemplated, I redirected my attention to him. He appeared to have lost a considerable amount of money, clicking his tongue in frustration, though he seemed accustomed to it. "Hey, big brother, want to make a bet with me?" "Huh. For the next horse race, I'll place all my bets. If I win, you'll listen to me about one thing. Why would I gamble with 2,000 yen of my own money? Just by the numbers like this?" He cast a skeptical glance, likely thinking it didn't matter since it wasn't his money. "I don't know you," he said, turning to leave. I kept my gaze fixed on him just in case, but soon he returned, which eased my tension. However, he still hadn't returned my money. "Are you serious about gambling?" "That? Yes, quite serious. I wonder who is behind you." "Well, it doesn't concern me anyway. Indeed, I hope to win. Perhaps it's not so much about worry, but rather a curiosity that keeps me there. Nonetheless, that is sufficient. The crux is to prove my point to him." After a while, the results were revealed, and that person appeared somewhat dazed. "It is time to fulfill our agreement, Mr. Fushiguro." Chapter 49. It was I who was cast aside. Thus, the threat posed by Fushiguro was temporarily resolved. Subsequently, I earned double what I had initially gained. And then I suggested that he withdraw from the star plasma incident, after which he ceased to appear on our side. My position, to be frank, remains rather ambiguous. Nevertheless, since I managed to eliminate him, it must be regarded as a positive outcome. Even though I left home under the guise of running away, I still faced my parents' reprimands. Yet that was that. In any case, the child of the star plasma was saved. Of course, I did experience some unease. But I heard that after enduring some tribulations at the high school level, he ultimately avoided assimilation. How wonderful, truly wonderful. The reason I am so well informed is that I still maintain contact with Mr. Fushiguro. He seems to regard me as a cash cow, as he began to reach out to me regularly, inquiring about which horse tickets would yield a win. After all, this world revolves around money. "Are you the one named Yagameru?" "Yes, sensei." Afterward, I got in touch with Teacher Yaga and spoke directly with him. Hearing his familiar words nearly brought me to tears. He was once a person who could have become family to me, a figure akin to a second father. Someone who had always protected me. Although I understood, it still felt a bit lonely when asked. I shared my circumstances with him. Yet I could not bring myself to mention that he was once family. Although I did not mention the star plasma incident, the teacher listened with a serious demeanor, which was, in fact, quite normal. I avoided encounters with Miss Tsukumo and my brother, sidestepping the missions of Mr. Nanami and Mr. Hibara, though I did not inform Mr. Gojo. My brother is still a sorcerer, and those children are under the teacher's protection. Merely eliminating that one individual brought about dramatic changes. Yet, this is an unprecedented transformation. Although it is in a positive direction, it also breeds unease. I must not be careless. After all, my brother and the others are still students. While I may have somewhat neglected my student life, it is of little consequence. Student life is not an essential matter. As graduation approached, I informed my parents of my desire to forego high school in favor of work. Naturally, I met with fierce opposition, but considering the future, there truly is no time for studying. I will likely drop out. I understand that my parents will feel anxious. I do understand. Mr. Fushiguro, You have a son and a daughter, correct? You know even such matters? I have mentioned before, have I not, that this is a cycle? I said this because I had been under the care of his son. Regarding the cycle, I have only disclosed this to him. While it cannot be said that there is a bond of trust, it suffices as a business arrangement. As long as I pay, he will provide me with information, which may turn out to be quite advantageous. However, only Teacher Yaga is aware of this matter. My brother must never find out. Therefore, I will ensure he has a task whenever we meet face to face. This year, especially, he has been exceedingly busy, and I have indeed not prevented the forces of disaster. Recently, I have also begun investing. Having long memorized which enterprises to invest in, the process has been quite smooth. Perhaps this could even establish itself as a viable career. Your second wife has gone missing. I am unaware of that. The 2 children will be entrusted to Mr. Gojo. The necessary arrangements have been handled by the teacher. Hey, aren't you worried? Not at all. Regrettably, there are no signs of deception in that statement. I once thought he might have some feelings for the children, yet upon hearing of his wife's disappearance, his expression did not change in the slightest. Is he perhaps adept at concealing his emotions? I do not comprehend. However, regardless, it is astonishing how, despite being so vigilant, a year has passed so easily. How should one articulate such astonishment? If things continue on this peaceful path, perhaps the futures of those children may also take a favorable turn. And I cannot help but harbor a faint glimmer of hope. By the way, what do you intend to do with such things? Is it not better to take things lightly? Do you know? Failing at a throat cutting could be exceedingly painful. Painful? Not at present, or rather, if there were, I would likely be even more despondent. Despondent, is it? He seemed as if he wanted to say something, yet I could not hear it. Ultimately, I compromised and chose a correspondence course for high school. Upon reflection, completing high school will surely benefit my future, and when I expressed my aspirations, they ultimately indicated their support. Perhaps they have resigned themselves to it. My father remarked that he had never seen someone as stubborn as I. Then I realized. Speaking of which, this might be the first time during this cycle that I have had a serious conversation with them regarding my future path. Even during the one occasion I survived, I was unable to have a proper discussion with my parents. I should have considered it more seriously. Yet, having already experienced social life, I find such exchanges to be utterly meaningless, for my course of action has already been determined. Nonetheless, whichever path I choose, those 2 will surely support me. Even when discussing future paths with my brother, I was genuinely taken aback. I had assumed he would say, do as you wish. Yet his opposition truly startled me. Even now, he likely has not fully accepted it. Truly, what a surprise. Meiru, is this truly acceptable? Yes. I believe it is most suitable for the teacher to manage. Soon, the money I earned was transferred to the account established by Teacher Yaga. In reality, I find this to be safer than using my own account. I cannot disclose this to my parents, nor can I allow my brother to see it. Thus, I require cover. Mr. Fushiguro? That individual is certainly out of the question. My scope of work is gradually expanding, or more precisely, my investment targets are broadening. As they grow, funds also flow into my direction, making it effortless to strike it rich. After all, I have the knowledge. Most of these matters are entrusted to Mr. Fushiguro, gradually evolving into a system where information is relayed to me through Teacher Yaga, and then I delegate it to Mr. Fushiguro. The requests I make under the name of the Sorcerer Assassin primarily pertain to matters involving curse users. However, it is said that he possesses the ability to utilize cursed tools, thus he can also exorcise cursed spirits. In any case, everything is progressing in a positive direction. It feels as though I have been cast aside. What? It means that I have always believed you would forever remain a child. Yet, my brother asserts that, in reality, you have likely learned far more than I. That is certainly true. In terms of life experience, I have undoubtedly gained much more than my brother. I am simply very concerned for you. I have heard that you have not even revealed your face to our parents, but isn't that how work is? I am also quite busy, yet I have heard that you have had no contact at all. Have you noticed that our meetings have become almost annual? Meiru, what exactly has driven you to this extent? Is it so? Has it really been that long? As I was lost in thought, my brother continued. In any case, let us return home first. Speaking of which, the teacher has also mentioned this. Precisely because the teacher once became a part of my family, I find myself unable to resist relying on him. This time, I also received the customary doll from the teacher, yet this particular doll has been moving around me incessantly. I suspect it is due to a change in the process that altered its creation method. Meiru, listen carefully. I am listening. You were just thinking about something else. Were you not? I am exceedingly busy. Shall we leave it at that? Ultimately, I do not engage in these tasks out of fondness. My brother claimed he had not finished speaking, but I abruptly terminated the conversation. I cannot afford to miss the new changes arising from alterations in procedure. Thus, I live my days in evasion of my brother, frequently relocating my residence. As long as I rely on individuals introduced to me by Mr. Zenin, It will not be easy for my brother and his companions to discover my whereabouts. Unbeknownst to me, he has begun working near me, likely because it is the safest means of earning income. This singular focus on accumulating wealth and managing work has led to the passage of approximately 4 years. My brother has not become a curse user. Instead, the twins are studying to become sorcerers, while Mr. Nanami and Mr. Hybera seem to have remained sorcerers as well. I find myself somewhat troubled by the fact that Mr. Gojo appears not to have pursued a teaching career, although I have heard that he has been tested several times. I recall the last incident occurring quite some time ago. Is there a way to alter that? It was at that moment that my brother went missing. Teacher, what is happening? I apologize, I am not entirely certain. It was classified as a grade 1 case, and he was dispatched. How could this be? Now, Gojo is in action. I am truly sorry. For a fleeting moment, I almost directed my ire towards this individual. No, it is not the teacher's fault. I desperately wish to believe that with Mr. Gojo's involvement, everything will be all right. Yet why does an ominous premonition linger? 3 months have passed, and my brother remains unreachable. Given the possibility that he is alive, I cannot resort to self-destruction. I can only wait. Considering the potentiality of him becoming a curse user, I spend my days fervently memorizing the events that I must remember. How much simpler it would be if I could bring along a notebook. Thus, I merely wait as time elapses, and another year has gone by. Hey Mayu, the person draped in my brother's guise. I had intended to send a mass email with my saved drafts, but paused. Remain calm. Perhaps I can extract some information from this person. Moreover, if anything were to happen to me, there are arrangements in place on that side for action. I cannot afford to hasten my demise. Although I think this, the realization that the person before me is not my brother shatters my composure. Furthermore, their actions are swifter than before. Where have you been? I had a few thoughts. Are you angry? Well, I suppose I am indeed angry. Not at my brother, but at the person standing before me. I feigned nonchalance, guiding the conversation. Let's find a place to go inside. The rabbit-like doll in my bag remained still, suggesting that I would not be killed just yet. Though the danger level had not changed, acquiring even a morsel of information would suffice. Additionally, the GPS concealed within the rabbit doll should still be operational, and the pin-shaped camera in my pocket was activated. The moment it was turned on, it began transmitting to my computer, which means it should be in a state of live broadcasting. If it were to be destroyed, the recording would cease, provided everything goes smoothly. Though I doubt I will be able to confirm this. Although this is not my first encounter with this person, I cannot suppress the cold sweat. I fervently wish it had not come to this. Even knowing something would be better than this, the world often defies our wishes. Mayu, you are my sister. Therefore, I hope you can assist your brother. Assist? Indeed. You have a deep connection with Jujutsu High, do you not? I can no longer return, but you are still there. Why do you speak of having a deep connection with Jujutsu High? Just how much do you know? My caution heightened. I wished to seal Suguru Gojo. From behind him, something sticky and grotesque emerged. A figure floated in the air, gnawing on something, as if it were shouting, yet its form was beyond recognition. In such a place, to act in such a manner raises suspicions of madness. However, I noticed an unsettling silence surrounding us. It is impossible for there to be no one else. What is truly happening? I cannot divert my gaze. It feels as if I am ensnared, unable to look away from this person. Although I sense the need to utter something, my words fail to coalesce. You will assist me, will you not? You are my beloved sister, and I wish to avoid harming you as much as possible. No, I believe that from the moment I became entangled in this, I was doomed. It is over. This time, I am finished. I am going to die. In my state of resignation, I think that at the very least, I wish to return alive. I have contemplated the notion of orchestrating my own demise to forcefully return. Alternatively, I could choose to feign compliance to investigate. Yes, I shall choose to follow this person. My brother is already dead. I had no intention of surviving this cycle. I have long since failed, but continue to exist merely because I have not encountered the opportunity to die. Understood, so let us release that individual. Ah, very well. The person who collapsed onto the floor was about to rise when I beheld their mouth opening at an impossible angle, causing my body to freeze. Before I could contemplate, the rabbit doll sprang from my bag and struck that individual away. You are a deceiver. That is why you have become this way. If you truly wish to assist, that person would not have perished. Or rather, if you had not lied, they would not have transformed into such a state. Is that the characteristic of such a cursed spirit? I no longer know. Regardless, all my choices have been erroneous. My brother is dead, and that individual has also perished. I can only return, I think, as I open my phone, only to discover there is no signal. I do not understand, but perhaps the curtain has been drawn. When exactly was it drawn? The moment the curtain is drawn, the recording function will cease. How much has been transmitted, or was it all in vain from the start? In any case, being trapped behind the curtain signifies that there is no escape. The expansive blue sky is within reach, yet, seeing the fallen figures around me, I realize it has come to an end. What exactly are you? How? Do you even know that? How could my brother lose? Not bad. Then take a look at this. This time, a girl appeared, gliding into view. She possessed black hair similar in length to mine, dressed in a suit. Yet her face belonged to a girl. The manner in which she was forcibly propped up resembled a marionette. She urged the rigid me to draw closer, as if she comprehended something, saying, "Indeed, it is quite similar, is it not?" Not the face, but the posture at a glance. So, I cannot articulate this sentiment. In any case, this body is necessary. However, being a special grade, I have been unable to defeat it. Yet, I have slain it. It has been killed. Thanks to you. At this moment, I am rendered speechless. Did my brother mistake the girl resembling me for me? Does this imply that unbeknownst to me, I have become a hostage? It means I have become my brother's weakness. I had thought that my desperate actions were to prevent any change in my brother. I shared a great deal of information, unbeknownst to him. But that is not sufficient. This is inadequate. I had never considered that, having always been killed by my brother. I excluded the notion that my gentle brother would wish to protect me, a notion that should have been taken for granted. I never considered the possibility of becoming a hostage. A weakness to my brother. I will kill you. I have never felt such intense murderous intent towards anyone before. It is not merely a desire for him to die. I long to take his life with my own hands. Everything is unforgivable. The bullet I fired should have perforated his side. Yet he stood there, smiling unperturbed. The rabbit doll transformed, sprouting arms, launching an assault with its sharp claws. Hearing the whistling sound, he raised a hand. Is this merely a game? Perhaps there are others present. Yet it no longer matters. It is irrelevant. Whether futile or meaningless, it is of no concern. The rabbit doll is gradually being destroyed. My side has also been torn open. Ah, how delightful. It does not hurt. Thanks to this, I will not be distracted. The kitchen knife I always carry was easily seized. A substance surged from the depths of my throat as dark red blood spilled from my mouth. Breathing became exceedingly difficult. I find it utterly incomprehensible. What a foolish child he is. A sticky sound emanates from my abdomen, and each time I spit blood, it increases in volume. I wish to curse the morbid humor of the situation, yet the words elude me. He whispers in my ear, "Your brother died because of you," tightening the noose of his taunt. These revelations are not new to me. Summoning the dwindling strength within, I press my trembling hand against my brother's forehead. The jarring sensation of that disjointed contact fills me with revulsion. Is this truly the extent of it? Well, at least it serves as a puppet of sorts. In an instant, he hurls me away, as I witness the blade concealed within the sleeves of his wrist plunge into the fragmented flesh. An inexplicable urge to laugh arises within me. You vile girl. Ah, at last, he no longer pretends to be my brother. A little over a year after Suguru Geto's disappearance, his sister, Yuta, also vanished. That day was reportedly one when she had to meet with clients directly. They were unfamiliar with Yuta. Not only had they never met her face to face, but they had not even exchanged words. The only knowledge they had was that she had achieved entrepreneurial success at a young age, perhaps a prodigy in that regard. However, Suguru always felt an unsettling dissonance. It was not a matter of disbelief. He acknowledged her efforts and recognized her unblemished track record in business. Yet, he sensed an indefinable void that could not be compensated for by mere talent. Thus, he remained anxious for his sister. Both Satoru and Shoko could only glean information about her through Suguru. They discovered the remains of Yuta. The damage was catastrophic. Shoko received a notification from Yaga, requesting an autopsy to uncover any clues. Having only seen her in photographs, the sight of her head disjoined from her body was harrowing. Her abdomen was gaping, and the innards within had been shredded and pulverized, a scene so horrific that it could only be the result of human malice. An event that led to such a tragic demise had transpired. Shoko, still in the dark, could not help but ponder how Suguru would react upon learning of this. Meanwhile, Satoru harbored doubts regarding her death. Was it the work of curses? No, that did not seem right. He didn't need Shoko's diagnosis to ascertain that it was a human act. But why? She appeared to be a so-called successful individual. Though he struggled to comprehend the sensibilities of ordinary people, he learned that she had recently been involved with a man she had only just met, whom he found quite unpleasant. Moreover, upon discovering that Yaga was also directly implicated, Satoru grew even more perplexed. After all, Yaga was aware of Suguru's distress concerning his sister. If that were the case, why had he said nothing? When pressed, Yaga made it clear that he could not divulge anything. She seemed to be caught in a loop of time, dying and returning. I heard from her about the potential events that could transpire. If you do nothing, Suguru, or even you, could end up becoming a curse user. Thus began the recounting of her life. Satoru initially intended to dismiss it with a laugh, questioning why he should believe such tales, but Yaga bore no trace of humor. Instead, he asked, "Do you truly possess the confidence that you will never become that way?" Yes, of course. Satoru insisted that the individual in question had not fallen. Yet Yaga countered that it was entirely due to her machinations. Fushiguro Megumi had taken on the commission to eliminate the star plasma vessel. He did not appear. That child had paid him double the bounty to stand down. You can inquire with him, and he will clarify. During your third year, Nanami and Hybra received a task. Hybra was supposed to die that time. The details can be found in the documents. Yaga then instructed that they be burned after reading. Even so, faced with this surreal narrative, Satoru, filled with irritation, purposefully made a loud noise as he exited. Boring, nonsensical drivel. Though he felt an urge to discard the documents immediately in frustration, the thought that they might contain essential information prevented him from doing so. After all, it involved a dear friend. Thus, he found himself both annoyed by the mountain of text and yet engrossed in reading the record in his room. The content exuding an uncomfortable reality, and the brutality too vivid. What stood out most was the section concerning the remains of Suguru Geto. The specifics were not documented, as she had reportedly perished before uncovering the identity of the perpetrator. He could not suppress a gasp, but he restrained himself. Why, he pondered, was this matter so crucial? He raked his fingers through his hair in frustration. He could not speak of it, for to do so would mean his own demise. The agitation was overwhelming. If he were to intervene, he could resolve it immediately. Yet, when questioned if he would have unconditionally believed in that moment, he found himself uncertain. For at that time, he had never doubted Suguru's righteousness. Soon after, he viewed a video that had allegedly been sent to her computer. The visuals crackled intermittently, reminiscent of a sandstorm. And the audio was far from pristine. Yet, the key portions were still discernible. That was not Suguru. Based on what? You understand, don't you? I don't know how things were at other times, but at least the Suguru who was with us would never become that way. Well, it diverged completely from the contents of that document. If one were to ask whether he believed it, the answer would be no. Rather, he was unwilling to believe. Regardless of the time, a close friend could betray him, but such matters had become trivial now. Suguru Geto was dead. Suguru Gojo lived on, and he would never become a curse user. Only this truth remained. He also realized that the future he had been compiling would likely occur sooner than anticipated. He yearned to vent the tumultuous emotions swirling within him. He could not help but think that had he been in the position, he could have resolved it. Yet he also understood that intervening was not an option, which only intensified his agitation. What a damn mess. Sigh, Shoko exhaled a ring of smoke, reflecting on how they were still discussing such matters. In any case, it had come to this. They could only do what they could. Whether it was what Suguru wished to protect, or what she had left behind, they must carry it forward this time. Shortly thereafter, Satoru's manner of speaking underwent a transformation, leading him to pursue the path of a teacher. The title of the strongest, once shared between them, gradually became solely Satoru's. Chapter 51. I caused Shoko's death. To Mr. Suguru Gojo, as you are aware, I am likely no longer among the living. Therefore, please feel free to dispose of this letter after reading it. I sincerely appreciate your special consideration during our last encounter. While I understand you may not remember, I must extend my gratitude. Thank you so much. Upon our first meeting at this juncture, I was taken aback, to be honest. For this was not the Satoru I knew, though not in this time frame. The Satoru from my school days resembled a delinquent, a bit intimidating. Now I realize that you, Satoru, have likely been quietly protecting me all along. I heard that it was you who arranged for me to reside in the same apartment building. Have you been by my side all this time, unbeknownst to me? If so, I truly owe you an unpayable debt. I am deeply sorry. Once everything became inconsequential, I found myself completely disinterested in understanding you. Do you recall? It was probably 3 or 4 years ago when you brought strawberry daifuku. I involuntarily exclaimed my dislike for strawberries. That was a lie. Strawberries used to be my favorite food. However, I have since lost my sense of taste and can no longer discern flavors. Thus, that day, I rejected you out of misplaced anger. I cannot recall why I liked strawberries, but my mother once said it might have started when we went strawberry picking. From my personal impression, it seems that you, Satoru, have never had the experience of strawberry picking. If you have, I apologize. It is wonderful that my brother and you are friends. I trust that you will bid farewell to him properly. I am certain I cannot enter that world, so I will not be able to reunite with my brother. However, I hope that one day he can meet our parents and offer a proper apology. As for the matter of Tsumaki, I have been unable to uncover the reason. Even if I were to continue living like this, I doubt I would ever understand anything. Was my brother's body successfully cremated? I am uncertain of what that entity is. Yet the thought that someone might exploit others to reenact the same events fills me with immense indignation, albeit I find a flicker of solace in it. Even devoid of a soul, even if a villain, he remains my elder brother. Mr. Gojo shall undoubtedly become a guiding light for the children in the future. I possess an instinct that the students you encounter seem destined to bring about some form of transformation. I am aware of their essence. Should you meet them, you would surely comprehend the significance of this statement. Despite my understanding, I pinned nothing in that letter. I have resolved upon my way of life. Painful experiences are inevitable, and numerous formidable challenges lie ahead. Nonetheless, I aspire to exert myself in all that I can achieve. I am devoid of meaning, value, and noble cause. Though I possess nothing, I still yearn for a world devoid of farewells, where I might reunite with everyone once more. I recognize Mr. Gojo's strength, yet it matters not. I trust in Suguru Gojo as a person. The things you wish to protect must surely resonate with my own sentiments. Please, do cherish that which you hold dear. Truly. Thank you, Mr. Gojo. I apologize for not being able to graciously accept your protection. P.S. The thought of strawberry picking must be delightful, once the situation stabilizes. Do find a moment for me to partake in it. To Mr. Kento Nanami. As you are aware, I am likely no longer among the living. Thus, please feel free to discard this letter once read. Reflecting back, I believe I have shared the most meals with you, Mr. Nanami. Your guidance in my professional endeavors has imparted knowledge beyond my imagination, for which I am profoundly grateful. Mr. Nanami, you remain the gentle soul I recall from our school days. This brings me joy, yet I am compelled to express my apologies. Long ago, though it seems a distant memory, I encountered you alongside Mr. Hibara. He was a kind individual who introduced me to his sister. At that time, the mere thought that either you or Mr. Hibara might perish filled me with dread, prompting me to seek your assistance. Ultimately, you safeguarded Mr. Hibara. While one of you met your end at that moment, I have since learned that it was indeed Mr. Hibara who was meant to perish. I am sorry, Mr. Nanami. In truth, I knew of a way to prevent both of you from dying. By discussing it with the teacher beforehand, they could have altered the mission's content, thereby averting the fatal task. Yet, I did nothing, merely drifting through life. I have perpetually evaded the process of maturing. So, when you confessed your feelings to me, I found myself at a loss. Of course, I was preoccupied with my own turmoil, but more importantly, the mere thought of Mr. Hibara's situation nearly overwhelmed me with guilt. However, reflecting on how I have matured into an individual capable of eliciting such words from you fills me with a modicum of confidence. To be candid, during the previous timeline, Mr. Gojo expressed similar sentiments to me. I suspect it stemmed from his affection for his elder brother. At this juncture, Mr. Gojo remains unaware of those matters, so please regard this as mere idle chatter. Although I was unable to reciprocate Mr. Nanami's feelings, I wish to convey my happiness. I intend to strive once more in pursuit of what I can achieve. Yet, this moment is profoundly precious to me. The joyous times spent with Mr. Nanami shall be cherished as memories. We had agreed to purchase Kanafa together, did we not? Truth be told, I never intended to uphold that promise from the very beginning. That is simply who I am. Thus, Mr. Nanami, you need not remember me. I shall carry everything with me. P.S. Your glasses, though somewhat peculiar in shape, seem to suit you remarkably well. I have thought so from the start. I truly wish to one day understand their construction. To those who have once held affection for me, to Mr. Megumi Fushiguro, as you are aware, I am likely no longer among the living. Thus, please feel free to discard this letter once read. Although I hesitated, I felt compelled to express my gratitude to you, who provided me with unwavering support during our last encounter, hence this letter. No, my appreciation transcends mere words of thanks. Presently, Ms. Fushiguro likely has no understanding of what I am saying. However, without you, I believe I would have succumbed to despair and relinquished my will to live. Allow me to apologize. I am indeed aware of the future, yet the reason behind Ms. Tsumiki's transformation eludes me, as does the method to resolve that predicament. I sincerely hope that my message may be of some assistance to her. You shall undoubtedly encounter significant encounters ahead. I also recognize they will become invaluable treasures in your life. Hence, I intentionally refrain from saying much more. Mr. Gojo will surely guide you, so please trust in him for now. Furthermore, I hope you will one day discover your own path. Perhaps you have already found it. Additionally, I wish to extend my gratitude to Maki, but time is fleeting. Could you kindly convey my thanks to her? She has been a tremendous source of support to me. Thanks to her, although wearing Maki's glasses prevents me from seeing curses, I faintly sense the presence of Ms. Fushiguro's familiar. They must be good creatures. I sincerely hope to witness them with my own eyes. In the future, Ms. Fushiguro will undoubtedly face numerous choices. Whether those choices lead to favorable or unfavorable outcomes remains uncertain. Yet, please do not forget, I was indeed saved by the existence of Megumi Fushiguro, and it is because of you that I wish to strive once more. Even if it may not be beneficial for Ms. Fushiguro, this is my way of fighting. One day, I shall reunite with everyone, with you. Although I could not achieve that in this timeline, I shall endeavor to guide you and everyone towards a slightly better path. Therefore, please, without fail, persevere. I sincerely pray for your fortune. P.S. When you encounter Ms. Fushiguro's friends, please pass along the letter enclosed with this one. They will surely understand. To you, who has become my accomplice. To Mr. Yuji Itadori, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. This unexpected letter must have taken you by surprise. Although I currently hold no connection to you, please allow me to speak. Firstly, before you continue reading, I implore you to inquire with Mr. Gojo, Ms. Fushiguro, or the principal, anyone who knows me, about the letters and information I have left behind. Have you done so? It is a lengthy tale, but I must apologize to you. I had long foreseen that you would absorb the existence of Ryman Sukuna. Moreover, I am aware of the reason. Thus, I also know the means to avoid it. In simple terms, it would have sufficed to have Ms. Fushiguro approach you earlier. Yet, I ultimately refrained from informing anyone. Aware of the trials you would face and the path that lay ahead, I stood idly by while you faced your fate. I am truly sorry. However, based on the information I possess, I ultimately believe your existence is indispensable. I recognize this as selfish, and if you harbor resentment towards me, I bear no ill will. Even so, could you lend your strength to Ms. Fushiguro and her companions? It may require not only your strength, but also that of Ryman Sukuna. Though I am not a sorcerer and lack a profound understanding of the sorcery world, Mr. Gojo surely recognizes that you will become a pivotal figure. Although the information I have left is mine, I do not possess detailed knowledge of Mr. Itadori's circumstances. Thus, I cannot foresee what you will specifically encounter in the future. However, Ms. Fushiguro seems to rely heavily upon you. Ahead of you lie many formidable trials, as well as numerous injustices. Nevertheless, I implore you, please do not blame yourself. At the very least, I have learned much from you. I believe the greatest hope for the future resides within you. I earnestly request that you care for the people I hold dear. To Ms. Nobara Kujisaki. Upon our first encounter, this unexpected letter may have taken you by surprise. Although I currently hold no connection to you, I implore you to lend me your ear. Before you continue reading, I kindly ask that you inquire with Mr. Gojo, Ms. May, or the principal, or anyone who is acquainted with me, regarding the letters and information I have left behind. My previous interactions with Miss Wild Rose were fleeting, and truth be told, recalling specific details proves somewhat challenging. However, I am aware that you, like Maki, are an exceptionally resilient young woman. Frankly, I find myself envious. How I wish I could live with the same fervor as you do, loving oneself unabashedly and fighting for one's own cause. Please cherish this remarkable strength that allows one to assert, I am who I am. Regrettably, I fear I may never embody such a person as you. Even aspiring to that would undoubtedly take a considerable amount of time. Nevertheless, I shall endeavor to strive in my own manner. I regard you as an outstanding sorcerer and have a humble request. Might you and Mr. Itadori extend your support to Ms. May? I believe that as a girl, you may notice things that some boys overlook. There will undoubtedly be numerous trials ahead, painful, sorrowful, and unjust events. I fully comprehend that you may be preoccupied with your own affairs. Even so, I still wish to beseech you. Please join them in becoming a beacon of hope in this trying time. I sincerely wish you great success in your endeavors. To you, who bear the weight of the future alongside them. To Miss Kamoshoko, as you may know, I am likely no longer among the living. Hence, please feel free to discard this letter once you have read it. I am immensely grateful for all the kindness you have bestowed upon me. Far beyond what you may realize, I have shared countless moments with you. After the cycle began, I sought your help when neither my brother nor Mr. Gojo could provide answers. Ultimately, at a certain point in time, I caused the demise of Miss Shoko. You, who placed your trust in my words, participated in the mission to protect the star plasma vessel. While the protection was successful, I lost Miss Shoko in the process. At that moment, I was overwhelmed with fear that my actions had directly led to another's death, and I have felt an immense sense of remorse ever since. This sentiment, however, extends beyond just Miss Shoko. It was during this period that I first encountered Master Yaga. Thus, I had intended to trouble you no more. Yet I inadvertently caused the greatest turmoil for everyone. I deeply apologize for this, but when I was with Miss Shoko, I could remain true to myself and feel at ease. I know that, for Miss Shoko, both my brother and Mr. Gojo are incredibly significant individuals. Because of this, I regretfully abandoned a future that I could have evaded. I know you would not hold this against me, yet I cannot help but express my remorse. I am sorry. Miss Shoko, I am a weak person, constantly causing you trouble. Yet, at every turn, you have shown such kindness. I do not know if you will accompany me on the path I will take from here on out. However, if all could come to an end, I would like to visit many places with Miss Shoko. Though, it may be difficult from a positional standpoint. There is much more I wish to convey. But I shall leave it at this. Thank you, Miss Shoko. You are my favorite. P.S. I worry about leaving Master Yaga all alone. Please do not abandon him. Miss Shoko, to Master Yaga. By the time you read this letter, it seems I will no longer be there. Master, there is so much I wish to express to you. First and foremost, thank you for taking me in. I am deeply grateful for your unwavering protection and nurturing. Secondly, I must apologize. I have not fulfilled my filial duties toward either my biological parents or you. I have taken so much from you while only focusing on my own self-interest. To be honest, I feel a tinge of regret. No, it is an overwhelming regret. As Yagamirai, I have accomplished nothing. The legacy I leave behind may not even qualify as a gesture of gratitude. Your gentle spirit surely wished for my survival. Yet, I can no longer continue as a child of the Yaga family. Though the reasons remain unclear, given my current state, I cannot afford to give up. Looking back on the time spent with you, it feels both abundant and painfully scarce. You were right beside me, yet I failed to show any interest. You, despite your clumsiness, earnestly sought to be a father to me, while I treated this relationship as mere formality. However, on the day of my coming-of-age ceremony, I was genuinely overjoyed. I now understand the significance of the red kimono you chose for me and the meaning behind its patterns. That was undoubtedly your heartfelt wish. I am sorry for not being able to fulfill it. Nevertheless, being your daughter has brought me immense happiness, and that is an undeniable truth. It is precisely for this reason that I feel a profound sense of regret. My brother, Mr. Gojo, Mr. Hiragi, and others, they are indeed important to me. But I know they hold irreplaceable significance for you as well. Yet, I did nothing, and their lives were lost because of me, which fills me with a deep sense of discontent. Chapter 52. The sole reality remains the death of the daughter. What kind of daughter am I to you? Knowing that discussing matters with you could yield vastly different outcomes, I still chose silence. Can I still be considered a good daughter? I died in pursuit of the next moment. If I had been fortunate enough to be your cherished child, I apologize. Knowing this, I still ask for your forgiveness for abandoning this moment. You will undoubtedly face numerous challenges in the future. Next year may prove to be a particularly trying time for you. Apart from the information contained in this letter, there is one more matter I must refrain from mentioning. So, in closing, Father, I am truly grateful for everything. The time spent with you has indeed been blissful. Farewell, and I sincerely wish you happiness. P.S. By the way, I never had the opportunity to ask you, why is the cursed spirit in the shape of a rabbit? To my dearest ones, Nanami, I see you indulge in food in such a place. This has nothing to do with you, I presume. A man with a serious demeanor holding a kanafa, alongside another man, who approaches with laughter and a bouquet in hand. The scene is somewhat peculiar, yet thankfully, there are hardly any onlookers. Within that strictly monitored grave lie the remains of two individuals, one a traitor, the other his sister. However, for both of them, these were significant people, those once cherished. Even if their paths diverged, he undoubtedly remained a dear friend and a trusted senior, while for his sister, they shared a complex bond. To describe it merely as love seems overly mature, while labeling it as affection is too intricate. Nanami's feelings are clear, yet Gojo's sentiments remain ambiguous to this day. Nevertheless, as the sister of a close friend, merely viewing her as a sister falls short. She is indeed an exceedingly important presence. Ultimately, I still failed to protect her. Please do not take all the responsibility upon yourself. Her fate is perhaps beyond our control. It is not that we cannot hold on to her memory, but rather that we once cherished her more deeply. If it were not for the cycle of reincarnation, we might never have met at all. What she has left behind has undeniably served us well. That time is swiftly approaching. We must not squander it. We meticulously reconfirm the plans we have long prepared to ensure they go unnoticed by the enemy. Yet perhaps events will unfold on a day other than the one she indicated. In truth, she penned it this way. She expressed uncertainty about the changes her words would bring, which is why Gojo and the others are taking care to act discreetly beneath the surface. In light of her current state, I have pondered the measures she might take to survive. If I were in her position, to whom could I turn for assistance? Alas, I find myself without answers. Such matters elude my understanding. Seeking me might be the most fitting choice, yet it is merely a matter of timing. During the era of the Jujutsu High, well, that is something I cannot disclose. For at that time, he placed unwavering trust in Suguru Geto. Furthermore, he was far too young, acutely aware that his present self was entirely a result of Geto's betrayal. More critically, at some juncture, Satoru betrayed her. Endlessly subjected to the treachery of her brother and his companions, it is only natural that she would fear trust. Reflecting on her own nature, it likely contributed to her profound suffering. I could have resolved everything. Perhaps you could as well. Even if I were not present, any sorcerer could alleviate her plight with greater ease. For instance, even someone like a Digi could have made a difference. How I wish it were me. I would surely protect her. She was once the person Suguru wished to safeguard, someone he held dear, until the very end. She must have remained the most significant person in his life. Yet, she knew nothing. She was oblivious to the harshness of her fate. But such truths are invariably beyond perception. If only I could return, I would wish to lend her a helping hand. Surely, she too must have contemplated how to survive, yearning for a reality where she was not the one suffering. It is a futile endeavor. It is not as if we did nothing. Each of us sought various means, exploring if there existed a jujitsu technique to return to the past. Yet at least in this country, Practitioners of time-based jujitsu are nowhere to be found. Even if they were, the risks of traversing years are exceedingly high. Yet, no techniques were discovered on her, leading us to believe it was the work of others. Just as Sukuna remarked, if it were the doing of some entity beyond even Satoru's grasp. What kind of entity could that be? Perhaps a deity? How utterly absurd. I concur. There are matters in this world that defy explanation. Most can be elucidated through reasons comprehensible to sorcerers. But could it be that there are phenomena that remain unfathomable to them? Nevertheless, what transpired to her can only be termed a curse. A curse against which we are utterly powerless. Ah, how deeply frustrating it is. As for that child, we shall speak of her once all is said and done. First, we must attend to our essential tasks. Mr. Gojo, that kanafa is not for you, is it? What does it matter? I am famished. She is not here. Even aware that her remains are present while her spirit is not, Nanami consistently offers a kanafa, consuming what he offers in a repetitive cycle. That child is so gentle. She would forgive me. I certainly have not forgiven. That was meant for me. Ultimately, what was purchased in her name ended up in Satoru's stomach. And with a sigh, Nanami rose. Things will become quite hectic. I will likely be unable to return here for a while. But suddenly, Satoru extended his hand towards Nanami, saying, "Give it to me." Confused, Nanami complied, and a small stone rolled out. Upon closer inspection, that glimmering stone was a diamond. Nanami couldn't help but exclaim, "Huh?" Satoru remarked, "That is her. Have you heard of diamonds formed from bones?" "Yes, that is her. That grave is empty." "Well, I gave one to Geto. I realize this is merely my selfishness. Yet, it is indeed a pity to reduce her to mere ashes." Suddenly, Nanami recalled the contents of his letter. Satoru had once spoken similarly. It seemed his diamond was fashioned into a ring. To be honest, the thought that he and I are on the same wavelength fills me with regret. My version of her probably cannot be worn with me. Instead, I shall keep her letter close, transforming it into the most beautiful form on the day when all is concluded. "Have you read it?" Fushiguro inquired, to which he nodded. "I see," Fushiguro responded before falling silent. Within the letter he received, there was also an envelope containing two more. When he first opened it, he had read the letter first, and thus did not examine the contents. However, he still wonders what he would have done had he opened it without knowing. But that person who could have provided answers is nowhere to be found. So, what kind of person is Miss Mayu to you? I have not seen her much. Thus, it would be more accurate to say she is connected to the former version of me. Initially, I heard that Principal Yaga had a daughter. She passed away last year. And the photograph depicted a beautiful woman clad in a red kimono, fully grown. Fushiguro also remarked that she seemed composed, which further raises questions about her lineage with Yaga. Yet it appears there is no blood relation. The situation is quite complex. The truth came to light after receiving the letter Fushiguro forwarded. It should not be a mistake to give this to you. The item handed to me bore my name, and it was then I first learned of her life. It is said that the events foreshadowed by her message are either occurring or have been avoided. My letter was filled with apologies, despite making the decision myself. That is just her nature. Even though Fushiguro stated this, he too does not truly understand her. He has never harbored much interest in her. Yet now, he feels regret for that. The letter indicated he was her strength, but that was at an earlier point in time. Currently, he has accomplished nothing, merely bearing the burden unilaterally. How to put it? Although I do not know this person, I suppose that feeling of regret for the unknown encapsulates it, doesn't it? Regretting what one does not know? Yes, because this person knows me. Even if aware that it is beyond my power, I still regret not having met her. Regret is perhaps not the most accurate expression, yet it feels inexplicably fitting, leaving him at a loss for words. At the very least, Fushiguro feels regret. The same goes for Tsukimi, as he always finds himself regretting in hindsight. Regarding Sukuna, I wish to convey to her that it was my own choice. I harbor no remorse for the path I have chosen. Thus, I wish to tell her not to blame herself. That was a future that could have been avoided. Yet she chose to involve Itadori. There must be untold difficulties behind that decision. She claimed to know, yet did not save him. But it was precisely because she knew that she deemed it necessary. There is no reason for resentment. Itadori even feels he should be grateful to her. At the very least, the fact that someone deemed him a necessary existence is more important to Itadori than anything else. Hey, don't ignore me. Oh, Nobara. Have you read it too? Yes, I couldn't trust just the boys alone. I thought I'd have to beat you all up. That is clearly a lie. More importantly, it's time to gather. Nobara disregarded his words, urging them to hurry, as usual. Crying and whining is so annoying. It is not just you two who are entrusted with this. Nobara, I do not know this person. But I do not believe she left her message for you to become sentimental. If you dare to squander her intentions, I will exorcise you first. Nobara is certainly not heartless. However, at this moment, she may have understood the letter's significance more accurately than the two present. Itadori remarked, "Yes," and Fushiguro said, I understand. Apologies. Yes, indeed. By the way, what did Teacher Gojo say he would give us? Right. If you know, hurry up and catch up, you smelly boys. The white-haired man mentioned he would present a gift to the new students. To Principal Yaga, that child requested to give him her ashes. And Satoru came with an unusually serious demeanor. When asked if he wanted a portion, he replied he wanted them all. Thus, Yaga refused. These ashes are to be interred with her original family. Though it may be said that the parents left nothing behind, not even ashes, only Suguru Geto remains. However, in the realm of jujitsu sorcery, his body, deemed a traitor, had once served as a bargaining chip in various transactions. Thus, in accordance with the child's last wishes, we swiftly took care of the matter on our end. Although there was much commotion from above, the situation was somewhat more manageable thanks to Gojo's efforts. While I harbored concerns about the burden he carried, it struck me as somewhat ludicrous to see him maintaining his usual demeanor, yet that is a different matter altogether. For what purpose? It is of no significant consequence, merely a discomfort I felt in allowing things to proceed as they were. Nightshade had yet to fully comprehend this when Gojo paused and spoke. Transform it into a diamond. A diamond? I had indeed heard of such a technique. It was news to me as well, but I felt it was imperative. Will you do it? In that case, Nightshade could undertake it as well. Yet Gojo countered. I possess greater financial means. Though infuriating, it was a statement of fact. I do not wish to leave her as mere ashes. She cannot be just ordinary remains. Because she is Geto's sister? No, it is because that child holds great significance. Gojo had only interacted with her a handful of times, and though he observed her, she also learned about him from afar, yet at this juncture, their paths had hardly crossed. Nevertheless, Gojo's letter indicated that she knew the version of herself from her student days, and during her last time point, they shared a profound connection. However, at any given moment, Gojo had been unable to protect her. While he was not the only one, realizing that he had become a sorcerer at a certain point in time must weigh heavily on his conscience. For he was not devoid of leads. Understood. But it must be treated with the utmost seriousness. Of course. Thus, she came into his possession. The transformation did not necessarily have to result in a diamond. Whether Gojo was unaware of this or made a conscious choice was inconsequential. Nightshade too was reluctant to let her remain merely as ashes. Aware that this was her own selfishness, she wished to preserve some form. After the processing was completed, the finished products were initially sent to Nightshade. But they were subsequently distributed to those who held significance in her life. Why would they give this to me? Some might ponder. Her letter would reveal everything to them. Nightshade caressed the shimmering remnant left in her hands. How many times had these hands stroked that child's hair? In retrospect, it was indeed filled with regret. Upon hearing the voice on the other end of the line, she longed to rush over, yet found herself unable to leave that setting. It was the path she had chosen, a glimpse into the future, yet for Nightshade, only the reality of her daughter's death remained. Are you all right, teacher? Ah, it's not Suki. You look rather pale. She exhaled smoke rings. The brand of cigarette in her hand was indeed one favored by Natsuki. Yet Nightshade was also aware that it was a brand her daughter liked. Do you know? That girl seemed to have entrusted her belongings to the students in the form of brooches. Brooches? That would suffice for Gojo. He made his into a ring. I certainly did not permit him to do that. There was no need for words between them. They both held the same person dear. Simultaneously, they allowed their charges to be kept, fully aware that it was the folly of adults. There was likely no soul residing there. Yet they wished for those who cherished her to possess a part of her essence. Suguru Geto's body had perished. However, recent intelligence indicated unusual movements among cursed spirits. Even in the absence of Geto's body, similar occurrences to those she left behind seemed to be transpiring. While cursed spirit manipulation was rare, unlike Gojo's limitless technique, it was not impossible for others to wield it. One could probably search the world, no, this country, and surely find someone. Whether they could wield it with proficiency was another matter, yet the talent itself was scattered far and wide. Was she striving to move forward now? Currently, Nightshade had only witnessed her daughter's efforts. She had never seen her crumble before her. Natsuki was the same. Thus, while they had failed to save her this time, perhaps deep within their hearts, they still believed that the next time point would surely succeed. They prayed for this. To Nightshade-sensei, her room was eerily empty, as if foreseeing this day, nearly devoid of belongings. Nightshade spoke to Panda in a daze. Perhaps I couldn't bear to dispose of them. Yet it seemed there was no time to take them back home. She merely stated that she would temporarily leave them with him, placing a small amount of luggage down with a thud. Among them was the cursed spirit resembling a rabbit. Perhaps due to the absence of its charge, it had grown even more silent than before. It had once followed her closely, yet now seemed to revert to an ordinary doll. What could be the reason for this? Chapter 53. Can cursed spirits like Panda also weep? Even before the silent doll, he continued to inquire. He understood his daughter's life, yet could not find peace. Panda had also received the farewell letter, but had merely skimmed through it before crumpling it into a ball. He knew that the paper bore none of her true essence. Yet even so, he did not discard it, but chose to keep it. He often reflected on how desperately she had tried to escape something. Panda knew she wished to live, to remain here. Only he had heard her cries. But more than he knew, it was likely this rabbit-like, cursed spirit that understood her better. Even with this knowledge, he felt powerless. He pondered this until one day. That cursed spirit suddenly stirred once more. Without any command, it began to rummage through the belongings as if imbued with will, and he felt compelled to watch. Soon, it picked up a small bag. Upon opening it, scraps of paper cascaded onto the floor. Is this creature littering in my room? He felt pure confusion. Yet the cursed spirit began to arrange those fragments. The torn paper was so finely shredded that piecing it back together was exceedingly challenging, especially with hands ill-suited for such delicate work. Reluctantly, Panda also joined in slowly, and after much effort, they finally managed to reconstruct a few words, which astonished him. Hey, Panda, what are you doing? Mentai? There was no response. He merely curled his large body, focusing on whatever task he was engaged in. Was he still unable to recover from that death? He had intended to encourage him to regain his spirits, but as he approached to see, he discovered he was piecing together some fragments of paper. With his claws, he delicately handled the pieces, muttering, not this, not that. It's a letter from Yumeyaru. Maki and Inumaki exchanged glances. They had not received a letter, yet they were aware of the situation. Clumsily piecing it together, the shapes repeatedly fell apart. To be honest, with it torn this finely, it was nearly impossible to restore. In fact, they had only managed to reconstruct the initial few words. Moreover, due to Panda's large hands, the words they had painstakingly assembled were once again scattered. Finally, Maki could no longer tolerate it and squatted down. The efficiency is too low. It would be better to paste the completed parts together. Hey, Toj, go get some transparent tape. Salmon, Panda, you should move a bit closer too. Damn it, I'm the worst at this kind of thing. Maki, no choice, I'll help you. We have no missions today. With that, the two fell into a silence as they began to piece the paper together. When Toj arrived, he took charge of sorting the pieces since the sections with words were fewer than the blank parts, enabling them to assemble the text more efficiently. Fortunately, he seemed adept at such tasks. Before long, Hinatsuki noticed the 3 second-year students gathered together and, upon understanding the situation, his expression hardened, yet he ultimately did not intervene. Hinatsuki had no prior connection with the girl, Yumeyaru's Suguru. While he had seen her occasionally, his prejudice had stemmed solely from her being Suguru Geto's sister. More importantly, he was aware that the upper echelons had always regarded her with suspicion, thus he had avoided contact. Upon hearing that Nightshade had taken her in, he had thought it quite a bold move. However, recently, the matter of her farewell letter had surfaced. The letter, which had been disclosed only to a select few trusted individuals, was known to Hinatsuki as well. At first, it seemed utterly incredulous, yet in light of recent events, I found myself compelled to alter my perspective. Thus, it is of little consequence. Just slightly, truly only a modicum, not entirely devoid of guilt. Perhaps it is this very notion that prompts my insistence. You lot, hurry along to class. I shall manage the remainder. This suggestion is utterly preposterous. Maki, Toj, and even Panda appeared somewhat taken aback. Shinokubo, in a fit of agitation, urged them to depart, remaining behind himself. What am I doing? Such thoughts flitted through his mind, yet the words had escaped his lips, leaving him with no choice but to tackle this monumental task. He was not particularly adept at such meticulous work. It was hardly the time for such endeavors. After all, today was meant to be a day of rest. He had merely come to school to retrieve something forgotten, only to witness the teacher's restlessness due to absent students, and thought it was only appropriate for the homeroom teacher to intervene. It was truly disheartening. That child too, why leave behind such remnants? Infuriating, everything is simply dreadful. This cannot be possible. He lamented, feeling a gentle prod on his arm. Turning in surprise, he was startled to find a figure standing before him. Resembling a rabbit, yet not entirely so, a cursed being. It clutched a pile of paper scraps that seemed to have spilled from its bag. He accepted them in silence, attempting to piece them together like a jigsaw puzzle. He likely understood, this was her so-called heartfelt message. She intended for no one to discover it, yet left a contingency in case anyone did. For her, it represented a glimmer of hope after death, but for those left behind, perhaps it ought to be discarded as a sign of failure. Torn into such tiny fragments, missing a piece or two would go unnoticed. After all, the principal and others were striving to look ahead. Yet, the cursed being seemed to penetrate Shinokubo's thoughts, casting a piercing gaze upon him. A chill ran down his spine. It exuded an aura of menace that should not belong to a cursed entity. Scanning his surroundings, he confirmed that only that rabbit-like figure remained. Could it possess self-awareness? Much like Panda? Regret washed over him as he quietly continued to assemble the remnants under its watchful eyes. What a rare day of respite. He felt a twinge of irritation, yet surprisingly, he worked more swiftly than before. Look at you. How could someone like you conclude with such flowery words? It took an entire year. Yet indeed, the letter contained her words. She likely hoped to remain undiscovered, while simultaneously yearning for someone to uncover her heart's remnants. See, she was fragile, just an ordinary person. To claim she wished to be forgotten was a mere lie. It was all inscribed here. This is it. This is her essence. I have always known, always been aware. Such mournful cries could never be encapsulated within mere scraps of paper. Everyone should be aware, should understand. The effort she exerted to leave us a letter was immense. Hey Mayu, writing a letter must be agonizing, right? Because even if this time things proceed smoothly, you will no longer be here, and you must continue to cycle through. When you wrote, "Please forget me," how much anguish must have filled your heart? How many times did you shred that letter? Each time you rewrote it, you must have endured immense torment. Can cursed beings like Panda also weep? I have never cried. Is that so? Then I suppose I shall never know. Mayu, you remain unaware, but even Panda can shed tears. Yet, I do not wish to weep for you. Losing family is an excruciating ordeal. You have perpetually existed within this maelstrom. I entrust this to you, Teacher Yaga. I truly wish to remain together forever. I genuinely, deeply cherish you. This alone is a statement devoid of deceit. The phrases listed within the letter Panda received. Suddenly, beside the tearful Panda, the rabbit-like cursed being approached. It tightly grasped a pocket watch seemingly meant for Mayu, hanging from its neck. Then, it silently gazed upon Panda. Perhaps it was precisely because they were both cursed beings. Hey, Panda, what was that sound just now? The cursed being went berserk. Hence, it was destroyed, it stated. The pocket watch vanished, as if drawn away with the cursed remnants. Chapter 54. No, that won't do. I do not genuinely wish to perish. Correction. I wish to continue living in this place. Correction. I am so frightened. Correction. Why must it be me? Correction. I long for salvation. Correction. I do not wish to die. Correction. Scribbling on paper. Crumpling it into a ball. This word cannot be used. That phrase is unnecessary. I cannot leave behind such remnants, such cursed artifacts. Writing one forbidden word after another. Erasing them, discarding the paper, and repeating the process. Dazed, I thought I must burn them. How pathetic. Tears streamed down uncontrollably. The more I wrote, the more memories and recollections of that person surged forth, unable to coalesce into coherent words. For whenever I attempted to write, I was inexplicably flooded with negativity. No regrets remain. I have done my utmost, as long as I convey to them that I am well. I must not allow them to harbor regrets. I must assure them that I can live positively moving forward. To the 3 who will become vocational students next year. To those who have professed their fondness for me. To those who have shared much information with me. To those who have always supported me. To those who have regarded me as their daughter. And to that big brother. I crumpled numerous discarded papers into a ball and tucked them into a box. Let us burn all of these. While pondering how much paper I had wasted, I swiftly completed the letters for Kei and the others. I finished the letters for Mr. Goju and Mr. Nanami as well. Only Miss Narumi's letter caused me to stumble repeatedly. She is the one who allows me to confide my vulnerabilities. There is so much I wish to share with her. Yet ultimately, only a few words could be selected from the multitude. Yaga's letter, however, was the one rewritten most frequently. I altered much of its content. Most of the discarded pages were addressed to him. I want him to know, yet I also wish for him to remain unaware. During the time of my absence, he will likely regret many things. He will blame himself, and that is what I fear. Though I wish to say, please do not concern yourself with it. I find myself even more unwilling to be forgotten. It is truly peculiar. Even with lingering regrets, I can never return to this moment, because I will no longer exist. I must encourage them to be somewhat more positive, to ease their minds. And then, how detestable. I despise both possibilities, whether to be remembered or forgotten. I loathe the notion of having never existed. For although I faltered, although I was cast aside, did I not inhabit this space? Did I not live, becoming family with my teachers? Though I will no longer receive their care. During the attack on the vocational school, I left nothing behind. I do not even know if my words to Panda were properly conveyed. Therefore, this time I must leave something substantial behind. Was it not decided? I repeatedly reminded myself of this, as my hands trembled, typing the potential future events on the computer. Only the letters for each person, after numerous revisions, were finally completed. I have grown, learned much, and come to understand matters that only adulthood can unveil. My ability to mature into an adult is thanks to that person and the presence of everyone. Ugh. Stumbling unsteadily into the restroom, I expelled the contents of my stomach. Though it was already empty, with nothing left to purge, the more I desperately sought to adopt a positive outlook, the more hollow I felt inside. Each time I wrote those words, my heart rebelled. All lies. No matter how hard I try, I cannot abandon that why. Am I beseeching? Or is it a curse from someone else? Or perhaps divine retribution? If this is hell, what have I done? What are the conditions for the conclusion of all this? When will it end? I know nothing. Yet, regardless of my thoughts, regardless of my disdain, I feel an imperative to return. Covered in blood, I urged myself onward. Yet the most unbearable truth was undoubtedly my own. If only I could avoid repetition, if only this could be the end, I would never have chosen this path. I could live fully in the present, perhaps one day emerging from my parents' shadows, moving past my brother's plight, and sharing a lifetime with someone special. Even if that proves impossible, I should at least be able to be with my teachers like family. However, I have come to realize that there are many more truths I must confront. The number of people I hold dear has increased, along with things I cannot bear to lose, compelling me to choose only the most essential and optimal course of action. This time has been so warm it brings me to tears, and so blissful it overwhelms me, yet only that voice within me, crying out that I do not belong here, remains unyielding. To another father, I penned a farewell that was exclusive to him, never written for anyone else. Oh, how I lament. Must it truly be a farewell? Perhaps there is still a way, a chance to linger a bit longer in this moment. Death can wait. I need not return, for someone has told me so. As I wept and finally folded the letter neatly into an envelope, I was overwhelmed with the desire to tear it up and discard it. It was not all lies, yet none of it represented the true me. I longed to stop, to let it all go, but that voice echoed once more. No, you must not. I understood. It was urging me to return, to face what I must. I knew it all too well. Even if I were to continue living this way, my heart would never find salvation. It was for my own sake. But what is knowing change? Isn't it all helplessness? In a certain sense, this time has been dreadful. Mr. Haihara has passed away, my parents are gone. My brother has become a curse bearer, and soon he too will die. I will be killed by him before he meets his end. I could not even forge a friendship with Mr. Haihara's sister this time. Surely, she is weeping. No amount of apologies would suffice. No words of gratitude would be enough. I am truly sorry, deeply remorseful. I may have played a trick or two, though it is unlikely to be seen. I still harbored a sliver of hope and wrote a letter. I shattered my authenticity into irreparable pieces and cast it into the trash. The rest I burned. I lay on the table, writing letter after letter, all carefully preserved. The teachers would surely distribute them amongst everyone. Then, I placed the rabbit-like plush toy on the table, feeling its glass eyes gazing intensely back at me. You stay here, I whispered, hiding my precious things within that child. I entrusted it with a plea. For this was the last moment in this time, and I embraced it tightly. But I forgot to ask the teacher why things had turned out this way. I hope for another chance in the future. I am going to my brother now. At the very least, I must not involve this child. As I prepared to say goodbye, its disproportionately small arms began to move. Slowly, it wrapped its arms around my cheek, freezing me in place. As it tenderly stroked my head, it felt as though it were cautiously avoiding hurting me, though perhaps that was merely my illusion. However, given that our time together this round was longer than usual, it occasionally exhibited gestures that seemed to possess a will of its own. It was uncharacteristic of it. What could be the reason? Yet, compared to that, its gentleness made my tears flow anew. Why was this happening? Such a thing had never occurred before. Yet it felt as though it had. Had this child once comforted me without my knowledge? Or had I forgotten something? But I must say farewell. I will leave this child behind, hoping we may meet again in the next time. Even if we cannot meet again next time, perhaps one day, in some future moment, we may encounter each other, even at the end of all things. I locked the door to my home and departed from the apartment. Time and again, I halted, wishing to turn back, scolding my feet for wanting to retreat. Hurry on, I told myself, bloodied as I was. Passers-by inquired if I was all right. Likely due to my pallid complexion, I brushed them off with "I'm fine," and set forth on the path to the vocational school. Today was the final day. My time as a child was drawing to a close. December 24th, Christmas Eve, today would become the anniversary of my brother and me. If nothing had transpired, if no one had faced any trials, we could have bought gifts and celebrated. Not seeking extravagance, even a modest celebration would have sufficed. Oh, I should return and buy gifts for the teachers, something I had failed to do before. No, that is impossible. There is no turning back now. I cannot evade this. The vocational school loomed closer, yet that place was no longer a sanctuary for me. I longed to see Panda, to see my teachers. No, that is no longer feasible. I was destined to confront my brother. Could conversation resolve this? Probably not. An ordinary school had morphed into a castle of demons. What will become of me? My parents left no bones behind. I understand that death is devoid of pain, yet it is an exceedingly cold affair. Coldness, loneliness, even without pain, it is no blessing. But perhaps, when embraced by Panda, I might feel a flicker of solace. Stop. I know I should not, yet I find myself clinging to this life. After all, The next time may not go smoothly either. I suspect the next time will also prove fruitless, even though I know what I must do. Please, let someone else take my place. Anyone but me. My words can never reach my brother. I do not wish to see my parents weeping as they kill me again. I do not want to witness anyone else perish. Again and again, I halted, bowed my head, glanced back, longing to turn around, yet still. So you must return. I understood. I could only utter that phrase. My past self urged my stagnant self, time and again, to move forward. What is this illusion? I can no longer discern its nature. Do not stop, do not linger, do not think further. Quell your heart, let the tears cease. You can do this. I reassured myself, you can start anew. No matter how many times it takes, I must persist. Keep going. I will strive. Start over. Yes. The icy hand grasped mine. Though it was an illusion, it felt real. Perhaps everything is amiss. Only I am out of step. I wiped away my tears, took a deep breath, and calmed my spirit. It will be all right. I must not cry in front of my brother. Thus, the time of adulthood drew to a close. One cannot remain a child forever. Merely growing up will not resolve the issues at hand. Empty platitudes will affect no change. Becoming an adult is not entirely beneficial. One becomes aware of things one wishes to remain ignorant of. What could be blissful ignorance as a child must be faced and acknowledged. I cannot escape them, nor my enemies. But this is a last resort. Therefore, I hope, as much as possible, to find a resolution without resorting to such means. Yes, I once wished to believe that. Chapter 55, Forced Death and 20 Rebirths. The small human cradled in my arms lay lifeless, drenched in blood. The daughter adopted by the man who crafted her, the sister deemed a traitor by this circle last year, was too twisted to be considered family. Not a sorcerer. Unable to fight, forever gripped by fear. The arms that once embraced my younger self, though unreliable, brought an inexplicable sense of comfort. Yet, unable to endure the weight of carrying her back and forth, I eventually sank down, beginning to sway as if in a cradle. I had unknowingly fallen asleep in that embrace at some point. She too had fallen asleep, yet her expression was one of pain. Panda, must we fight someday? I suppose so. So it is. Someone once remarked, indeed, it can be considered a cursed corpse. Accompanying her was a familiar specter resembling a rabbit. Yet, it seemed unable to move freely like herself. It merely served as her sentinel. It was considerably smaller than her, but since it was crafted by Night Moth, it should possess its own strength. I have a favor to ask of you. What is it? Please protect our teacher. Do not let him perish. And ensure that the panda remains unharmed. Though she was a panda herself, she intended to say that she had no concept of death. However, her heartfelt plea compelled her to simply respond, understood. I will protect you as well. Yalu is rather unreliable now. Is that so? Clearly, she appears too frail. I see. She neither expressed her approval nor offered thanks. In retrospect, perhaps she had not harbored any expectations. Can pandas swim? I have never tried. Perhaps next time we can test it by the sea. Our teacher will surely arrange it. She joked that the panda's charms might attract the attention of older girls. Because she often spoke as if referring to someone else's affairs, she finally uttered, "You should join us." She responded with a wry smile. Whenever she visited the panda, her mind was often troubled. Her humility began to manifest after the panda had fully matured and entered the vocational school. During a time when she was haunted by the specter of death. "There is a bloodied individual there," she said, having a nightmare, listlessly banging their head against the wall, covering their ears, eyes shut, utterly motionless. Soon after, she strolled back and forth in the same place with the rabbit-like specter. It seemed that only in front of the panda did her condition become so dire. Before Night Moth and Natsuki, she likely endured with great difficulty. When she could no longer bear it, she would come to him. At some point, the panda had taken on the role of cradling her. Swaying gently as if in a cradle, she would mumble drowsily, likening herself to a mere infant. The panda recognized that this brought her comfort and thus mimicked the action. Despite yearning for warmth, whenever she received it, she would invariably dissolve into tears, much like a child. Those surrounding the panda often referred to her as a respectable adult. A beautiful person. Yet, the panda knew she was merely putting on an act of maturity. Night Moth and Natsuki were undoubtedly aware as well. But perhaps the one who understood her best was herself. I do not wish to die. However, it was likely that one day, she would have to face that reality. I want to remain here. Yet, this place is not suitable. I want to return. I wish to stay here. Repeating these contradictory sentiments, the panda remained silent. Initially, she would say that it was acceptable to stay, but all she did was cry. It cannot be helped, she lamented, so the panda held her as long as possible. Though she did not comprehend, she despised the thought of her going far away. He stood resolutely, proclaiming that everything would be all right. He had no intention of breaking down until she could smile and live on. Do not die, Yalu. He bore her, nearly lifeless from the curse inflicted upon her, and ran desperately. Yet, He sensed what she sought to convey, and thus he listened intently. The panda was also a sorcerer. Hence, it was not his first encounter with death. He understood that feeling all too well, yet he was unwilling to accept her fate and sought ways to save her. Now, the vocational school was devoid of Natsuki. Even if he comprehended what that meant, her salvation was no longer possible. The hard drive, there will be issues. She mentioned something about having Gojo dispose of the computer, but that seemed inconsequential. Then she whispered, in this repeated time, though he did not grasp the specific meaning. Immediately after she spoke, an abundance of blood gushed from her eyes, nose, and mouth, rendering him momentarily speechless. Unbothered by the blood that stained his own body, he stood there, bewildered, holding her. Hey, Panda, why have you stopped? Maki, peering from the side, widened her eyes in shock, while Inumaki murmured, this is bad. She has died. The only words the panda could utter were those. Just moments ago, she had barely clung to life. Now, she was gone. He entrusted her to the arriving night moth and returned to his room. The blood that clung to his white hair, originally red, gradually turned black. It had completely congealed, leaving a heavy scent of iron lingering in the air. He could not comprehend why it had come to this. Panda, you should clean yourself up. Yalu. I entrusted her to Natsuki. Gojo is here too. Isn't Zenin supposed to be here as well? Yes, but first, we need to deal with you. Once, Night Moth had referred to him as his son and claimed that they were siblings. That was during their first meeting. His colossal form was washed in the bathroom, the water cascading down. Like that person, he lacked any vigor, leaving everything to Night Moth, who said nothing. He scrubbed and rinsed repeatedly, staring at the blood flowing towards the drain. Zenin, that guy, once said he did not want to die. He was always saying that he must go somewhere, yet wished to stay here. I see. Why, Yalu, why? Night Moth did not reply, nor could he. It was evident that this incident had the assistance of someone within their ranks. Someone had guided the cursed sorcerers. That was the only conclusion he could draw. The calls for her to be dealt with had been numerous, and the panda was well aware. Yet, he still believed that there would be a way. Thinking he was protecting the fragile her. When he regained his senses, tears were streaming down his face. He lamented his failure to protect her, regretting that he should not have allowed her to speak, should not have permitted her to slowly utter her final words. No, if only he had arrived sooner. If only he had made it in time. She had been so averse to death, yet he had allowed her to face it alone. What emotions had she harbored at that moment? She had grown cold and incapable of fighting. No, it is not your fault. It is mine. I should have been more vigilant. Even if he had been summoned by the higher-ups, if he had cared for her more. Though he understood that it was all irretrievable. Night Moth was also weeping. Grasping the panda's shoulders, he repeatedly apologized, kneeling on the damp floor. That day, a father who had lost a daughter wept. A brother who had lost a sister cried. The three of them had indeed been family. Excerpt from the 20th cycle of Forced Death. Chapter 56. Yalu, where are you? From the moment we met, I perceived her as a peculiar girl. She adeptly operated the computer beside me, muttering to herself while enlarging the surveillance images on the screen. One computer displayed multiple segmented images, showcasing the happenings on the street in real time. She managed to hack into all the surveillance cameras. This is not ordinary for a child. This girl spent almost the entire day facing the computer, occasionally murmuring and then clicking away, sometimes enlarging the images to verify something. Progress is going smoothly. She exhaled, stretching lazily. This action itself resembled that of an ordinary person. No, she was indeed ordinary. But to suggest she was merely a typical girl would be an egregious distortion. Her smile, seemingly affixed to her face, bore no innocence. And her gaze oscillated between that of an adult and a child. At the very least, it was not the gaze one would expect from a 14-year-old. Fearless yet apprehensive. It was extraordinarily uncanny. That girl had several commands. The foremost being to protect Tenariko and fabricate her death. To this end, she casually mentioned the need to eliminate Gojo Satoru, which genuinely startled me, but then emphasized, you must return alive. At that moment, I thought her words were quite naive, but soon realized that was not the case. Gojo Satoru did not perish. His extraordinary talents and abilities only made him shine brighter. Would that girl understand this? Regardless, I had no intention of engaging in combat. I should have fled. Yet, knowing this, I ultimately did not choose that path. Was it stubbornness? Or merely a trivial sense of pride? I was uncertain. Under that man's newfound prowess, he lost but a single arm. For I was consumed with the thought that I must return to that girl, despite not fully comprehending the reasons behind it. Yet, the truth remains that I do not wish to meet my demise just yet. Did I not instruct you to refrain from unnecessary actions? She chided, her expression one of discontent. However, there was an unmistakable hint of anxiety in her demeanor. It was likely not a mere figment of my imagination. It appears that after my fortunate escape, I was shielded by Kong Shiyu. The protector herself seemed quite astonished. simultaneously expressing a desire to not become further entangled in this matter. For now, she wished to steer clear of cases related to the Jujutsu High. Nevertheless, the girl seemed disinclined to sever her ties with Kong Shiyu. In any case, their contract appears to persist. Ms. Kurwa was brought here by Mr. Kong, correct? Is the pivotal Tenai Noriko still present? Ah, how careless of me to have overlooked this detail. This, too, is a heartfelt confession. Subsequently, I extricated a person from the mouth of the cursed spirit I had been controlling, eliciting a gasp from the onlookers. Tenai Noriko was struck by a tranquilizer dart. Well, to make her appear as though she had been slain, I had also used a rubber bullet for added impact. I believe I have done my utmost. As for why I was compelled to this extreme and why I engaged in such actions, I remain at a loss. Although motivated by monetary gain, the aftermath has proven quite troublesome, particularly the ruse of making Tenai Noriko appear deceased. Initially, I had intended to procure a lifelike doll, but alas, Tom was not on my side. The man, who was a sorcerer of cursed spirits, though easily dealt with by me, was indeed a nuisance. One would think such matters should have been warned of in advance. From a mere glance, I recognized him as Suguru Geto's brother. You there, you have a sister. Do you not? Should you dare to lay a hand on my sister, I shall certainly end your life right here and now. I intended to merely ascertain the truth. But it seemed he was already aware of his sister's disappearance. Perhaps it was a case of their parents and those around them having forgotten her existence. After knocking him down with a tinge of reckless regret, the day unfolded as previously stated. The workload for the day was overwhelming. I resolved not to undertake such tasks again in the immediate future. With this in mind, I focused on recuperating, yet the girl appeared to be in motion once more. The seldom seen Kong Shiyu visited, her face etched with exhaustion, commenting, "The payment is generous, yet the risks are exceedingly high. The intermediary has had their leg broken, and they have been anticipated with alarming precision. It's truly unsettling." Upon reflection, my employer had been quite lenient. My actions could be considered altruistic. I had believed I was merely preventing harm to ordinary individuals, yet even for one such as myself, who had lost an arm, the lengths taken were extraordinary. The hospital, too, was remarkable. Purchasing a debt-ridden private hospital at double the cost, it was equipped with the latest necessary apparatus, manned by underground doctors. Though they were clandestine, they were exceptionally skilled. In the world of the affluent, money could indeed solve everything. There are countless underground doctors in this world, many of whom possess remarkable skills. After all, in such a profession, unless one possesses extraordinary intellect or excels in stealth, the incompetent are swiftly eliminated. It seems I am rather infamous. Often entangled with various complications, yet I remain unfazed. As a safeguard for the underground doctor's safety, they are bound to confidentiality. Any betrayal would yield dire consequences. Still, I can't help but feel that the girl lacks the audacity for such treachery. Fushiguro, what is that girl truly contemplating? I initially thought she sought to rescue a failed sorcerer, yet it appears she has now joined the cult herself. It was I who introduced her to that place, which, though dismantled, persists stubbornly. I recall her once expressing a desire for tranquility. I had scoffed at her then, which was perhaps understandable. Despite knowing the future would inevitably pit her against sorcerers, and thus against her own brother, she yearns for peace while treading a path strewn with thorns. This is a matter I, too, wish to unravel. Fushiguro Zenin murmured. I drew Fushiguro Zenin closer to my side, living as an ordinary student until that fateful day arrives. I must not arouse suspicion. Moreover, I wish to spare my parents any distress. Thus I have entrusted him with several tasks. I gathered intelligence on his intended actions, reflecting upon the insights I had previously gleaned from Mr. Gojo, ultimately deciding to undertake nearly identical endeavors. Mr. Fushiguro, please proceed with the mission as planned. However, do not kill the star plasma vessel. This time, the objective is simply to eliminate Gojo Satoru. Once I demonstrate my ability to provide significantly more than anticipated, he will likely no longer regard me as an ordinary high school student. Yet, my trust in him is tenuous. I have personally witnessed how perilous he can be. Considering the potential for future betrayal, it is best to keep the stakes as low as possible. A relationship sustained by money can resolve all matters. Feelings must not intertwine. Nor should one harbor unrealistic expectations. It is of little consequence. There will always be a way. Thus, I resolve to establish my way of life in this era. Meru, why do you appear so burdened with thoughts? You seem to be working quite hard lately, but do not overexert yourself. In response to my parents' concerns, I smiled and reassured them. It's nothing really. They jested. The atmosphere seems to have shifted. Is there someone you fancy? I merely evaded the inquiry. Today, I must cease to be Suguru Geto. Apologies for the wait. Oh, he stood at the entrance, looking rather bored. The items in the room had gradually diminished upon my return. Today, I would incinerate all of my belongings. I was uncertain how he had procured the truck, but it arrived while my parents were away. He drove me far away, inquiring, "Is everything going smoothly?" "Yes, although I will confirm once more tomorrow." "Huh, you plan to see for yourself? Do you think I would engage in such a redundant endeavor?" I replied, having installed the camera. He understood and remarked, "That is quite prudent. The miniature cameras will remain undetected. Even if discovered, it poses no issue. Should complications arise in the future, it would suffice to perish immediately." While I contemplated carrying a tool for self-destruction, I might later request he procure a firearm for me. Ordinary methods would not suffice. My connection to the sorcery world now hinges solely on this individual. I entrust you with the remaining arrangements as well. Such words are not easily spoken. Recruiting personnel also requires time. The same methods can be employed with bounty criminals. A nostalgic chime sounded, and indeed, I received an anticipated message on my personal phone. It was from my brother. "Do not speak so assertively. Surely, you understand my position? Rest assured, I will not divulge anything. Moreover, you may be stronger than my brother." Yumeyaru, where are you? Chapter 57. Long live Lord Tenjin. Even having run away from home, my parents would not seek me out, for I had finally located such a sorcerer. In terms of time, it took a week. However, the number of times I returned from death due to suicide is countless. Initially, I searched blindly, but soon adapted my methods. The criteria were simple: a sorcerer capable of manipulating memories or a similar artifact. Since I had heard no mention of such abilities among sorcerers, I sought out a curse user. It seemed to be a power with conditional restrictions. Yet that portion was entirely left to him to manage. Although I grasped the circumstances, I ultimately could not comprehend the sorcery itself. I have completed the task. Once confirmed, please transfer the agreed-upon funds. The human brain is not infallible. I inadvertently miscalculated several horse races, resulting in a financial shortfall compared to expectations. Hence I temporarily died once more. I feel as though the concept of death is becoming increasingly nebulous. The resources I can prepare in the short term are limited. Yet I suppose I have not grown in vain. At the very least, my knowledge is vast. While I vaguely sense I have an inkling of which horse may win, such fragmentary premonitions do not bring joy. My family initially sought me, but soon relinquished their search. I, too, had manipulated the police, ensuring they took no action. My parents would undoubtedly crumble if either I or my brother were to vanish. Thus, I contemplated methods to avert such a scenario. It appears that both individuals have seemingly forgotten without a trace. The cursed object itself is not particularly remarkable. Nevertheless, this is acceptable. Incense-like items have been placed. Their range rather limited, yet both will undoubtedly return home, and as non-sorcerers, the effect should suffice. It is said to be ineffective against sorcerers. But what exactly is the underlying principle? By the way, this person also seems to be unaffected. I have not tested it myself. At this point, to say one wishes to forget, no, being forgotten is certainly preferable. However, one ought to at least confirm whether it is some sort of poison. It is too late to think of that now. Perhaps I should consider such matters in the future, though I am reluctant to admit it. Well then, it seems it's time to depart. Are we really going to Okinawa? We must go, provided we act as planned. However, I am somewhat concerned about how my brother will fare. After all, I have done nothing for him. Those who know me, I have made them forget separately. I put considerable effort into setting traps around the school. The neighbors are also a headache. There are not many of them, so I can only choose specific locations for the setups. Just as I mentioned this, a suggestion was made. Simply implant it within the body. That item is crafted to resemble incense, but it seems that is indeed its intended use. Moreover, the other party remarked, if it's merely brainwashing, a cursed object is unnecessary. I do not wish to burden the brain, which is precisely why I took the long route. Though I am troubled by the judgment. It is said that this cursed object can gently rewrite memories, as opposed to forcibly brainwashing. Thus, I opted for the latter. Well, let us not dwell on that. I must hurry to meet your accomplice. By the way, how did you come to know of that matter? Even if your work is worth that price, there must be accomplices involved. Your computer skills are at best proficient. It is impossible to accomplish so much alone. Perhaps there is a mediator? Over the past few days, I have come to understand. This person, while quite carefree, will stop at nothing to ensure completion. The root of this lies in monetary gain. However, it is utterly impossible for him to handle everything alone. He seemed completely at a loss for words in response to me, merely saying, "Indeed. Information that can be bought with money is so easy. What a situation. Allow me to introduce myself, Mr. Kong Shiyu." I greeted him with a smile, but his expression remained stiff. How rude. I am quite the harmless type. Hey, Zenin, what is wrong with this little brat? I already mentioned I am not Zenin. I am his keeper. Keeper? Well, I am grateful he has played the role of a loyal hound. He must have much to say. The person who should be most useful is here, in this place, with this little girl. I retorted his sarcasm with my own, but through this exchange, he probably sensed something. Fushiguro Megumi is not engaged in another task. Hey, you aren't considering abandoning the mission, are you? Mr. Fushiguro is responding to my request, for double the amount you specified. Huh. The deposit has already been paid. If you wish to take him away, then please present double. Well, in that case, I will raise the stakes as well. Of course, this is contingent on your ability to pay. Perhaps I am a bit cunning. Unless you are quite wealthy. He then asked, somewhat dazed, what amount did you buy him for? After Mr. Fushiguro answered, he seemed at a loss for words. Indeed, the sum has long surpassed 100 million. He is likely speculating on my identity or who the true employer is, among other things. Unfortunately, not long ago, I was merely a high school student, a bona fide employer. As for that aspect, feel free to investigate, it matters not. By the way, Mr. Kong, he is still a minor and cannot purchase a lottery ticket. Could I trouble you to assist in buying one? Why should I? Hurry up. You will understand why I am with this little brat. Under Mr. Fushiguro's prompting, he complied, albeit grumbling. When asked what happened to the money I gave him earlier, he replied, I lost it all just now. The money I gave him vanished in a day. It is truly hopeless. Though the term savings does not suit him. He is clearly ill-suited for gambling his way to wealth, yet how he spends his money is his own prerogative. Shortly thereafter, Mr. Kong returned, and I invited him to sit down. The results of the horse race that commenced shortly thereafter were, of course, a resounding victory. Well, it is as expected. The winnings will serve as your deposit. Huh, Mr. Kong, could you lend me a hand? The reward is substantial, and you need not relinquish your current role. I wish to enlist him as a spy. However, his countenance darkened, and he did not nod, rather than a matter of trust. It appeared he was weighing the risks involved. I understand. Behind every sweet word lies a trap, does it not? My apologies. I knew it would come to this. I anticipated you would say that. It was precisely because of his caution that he has reached his current position. Rather, it is fortunate that he is not so easily ensnared. I opened a certain screen on my computer for him to see. Upon glimpsing it, his eyes widened. I expected to be rebuffed. I intended to establish mutual trust, yet time is insufficient this time. I apologize, but it must be this way. It was a wanted poster bearing his name and true likeness. Yes, in the same manner as the target, M&I Rico. How troublesome. A slip of the finger, and your information might just leak out. Hey, Fushiguro. Oh, the bounty is quite high. Then I could simply eliminate you and claim the reward even faster. Regrettably, Mr. Fushiguro seems disinclined to assist him. Though we have known each other for a long time, we are not friends, after all. I must also exercise caution. Ultimately, Mr. Kong. His complexion turned pale as he uttered, understood. He probably deemed it wise to acquiesce at this moment. Yes, correct. I will require his assistance in various matters moving forward. Though I do not wish to resort to threats, if he absolutely refuses to comply, I am left with no choice. Mr. Kong, in truth, this is not our first meeting. Well, this is merely my one-sided memory. You are unaware of it. Gazing from afar at those seeking refuge in Okinawa, I thought to myself how delightful it is. Mr. Kong unexpectedly provided me with various pieces of information. I learned of the employer's details. Yet the ease with which it was divulged only served to raise my suspicion. The reason for relocating to Okinawa is linked to a transaction involving Ms. Korwa. When I inquired why he specifically came to Okinawa, it seemed he had been lured by members of the Starry Sky cult. In other words, they have no connection to this matter. In just a few days, the situation has developed tumultuously. Through surveillance, I witnessed the battle between Mr. Gojo and my brother. To be frank, they are extraordinarily powerful. Honestly, the others do not appear weak either. However, I still cannot perceive the cursed spirits, which is troublesome. I must devise a strategy regarding this as well. Mr. Megumi has specifically created a website. Well, the reason is akin to what Mr. Gojo mentioned previously. In essence, it serves to dull his fighting spirit. Even so, it is questionable whether such actions will lead to victory. So then, how shall I erase my brother's memories? It is said to be nearly ineffective against sorcerers. Should I attempt a direct approach? But if that is the case, I would likely have to erase the memories of both Mr. Gojo and Ms. Shoko as well. My brother may occasionally mention me, though not frequently. Yet should he slip up, it would be more troublesome. That said, perhaps it is still because I wish to do something for my brother, at least. I seem to struggle with detaching emotions. I wish to achieve it, yet cannot. However, considering the future, it is better to be forgotten. Perhaps I still cling to a glimmer of hope to return to my family. Ah, how I detest this, truly detest it. I am clearly not an overly attached sibling. Are you not going into the sea? We did not come here to play. Those fellows are making a ruckus. How carefree. This person seems to question whether this is truly acceptable. I maintain silence, blending in, reflecting on how I can no longer envy or find joy in such matters. Having matured too quickly. To be honest, the desire to feel happiness and play has long since faded. I have fought desperately to survive, to change. Yet I cannot genuinely appreciate even that peace. Why must it be me? Why? Why can't I remain in that place? How foolish of me. It's not as if I'm saying this for anyone's benefit, yet it feels instinctive, as if I'm responding to Mr. Fushiguro, causing me to inexplicably care. Glancing up, I caught a glimpse of his truly displeased expression, and I felt a sense of relief. I must not be careless. This person is capable of taking my life at any moment. That day, Mr. Kong delivered a firearm. He remarked on its futility, asserting it was of no use to them, which made me acutely aware of my own extraordinary circumstances. Just one round is sufficient. A gun can bring about instant death. This is what Mr. Fushiguro has taught me. 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Yet for me, they stretch out interminably, leaving no room for respite. Death, over and over, again and again. Whether it is right or wrong is of no concern to me. Contemplation, summarization, death, awakening, repeating the same actions. This cycle continues. And the once alien object, the handgun, has now conformed entirely to my grip. Unlike a mere toy, the method of pulling the trigger, even the way to load it, has become vaguely familiar. Staring at this object, which serves no purpose other than self-destruction, I suddenly ponder, will I direct it at another person? The mission of the Star Constellation Association has essentially concluded as I envisioned. Mr. Fushiguro has defeated my brother and cornered Mr. Gojo. Although, that hardly qualifies as a victory. You were aware, weren't you? To be honest, I thought I would be killed. I never anticipated that Mr. Fushiguro would suffer severe injuries, losing an arm, leaving me momentarily at a loss. Yet, I had issued warnings. I had cautioned repeatedly. My death would bring me much distress, and after killing Gojo, he must return. In a certain sense, he has upheld his end of the bargain. However, the matter concerning Kinji Hikari poses a dilemma. I cannot neglect her. I understand I must bring her along. I contemplate allowing her to assimilate quietly. If that were the case, regardless of how I consider the future, it would be the most stable outcome. Yet, whether that truly is the solution remains uncertain. When considering the future, it indeed seems so. But the immediate priority is to alleviate my brother's burden. I cannot allow Mr. Gojo to be overly encumbered either. To resolve these matters, Mr. Fushiguro's strength is indispensable. He has arrived. I was lost in thought when a gravely injured old man appeared before me. Was it Q or some irrelevant individual? For a moment, I couldn't recall. Yes, it was I who had brought him here. Isn't he on the brink of death? He needs immediate medical attention. Though he is merely an old man, he is nonetheless a curse user, one who has killed non-sorcerers. However, given his age, I am reluctant to act too ruthlessly. He unceremoniously dropped the individual, saying, "Wait, there's more." He then expelled 2 more people. I cannot see them, but they seem to have been brought along after being devoured by the cursed spirit he possesses. The sight of people emerging from a void is reminiscent of something I have witnessed before. The thought of them being dissolved by gastric acid sends a shiver down my spine, yet it appears I need not worry. Who are these 2? Hey, weren't you the one who brought them? QS remnants, merely fodder. Oh, now that you mention it. I believe I had expressed a desire to see what a curse user looks like. At first glance, he appears eccentric, yet he also resembles an ordinary person. Perhaps that makes him even more terrifying. Still, does Q not feel any shame wearing such conspicuous attire? And the uniform as well. It has been obliterated. It seems only these 2 survivors remain. For now, let us ensure they receive medical treatment. Understood. I'll leave it to others. Ah, Mr. Fushiguro. What date is it today? My sense of time has become dull. After a brief pause, he informs me of the date, and I find myself momentarily disoriented. You, my friend, have been asking about this quite frequently, haven't you? I'm feeling a bit fatigued. Until next time. I redirect my gaze to the computer as he sighs and closes the door. Next, yes, I must meet with the representative. The Star Constellation Association, the Temporal Artifact Society. This was originally something my brother would seize. However, this time, he has not become a curse user, nor will he in the future. I will not permit it. Nonetheless, it is imperative to identify the individual intent on taking over my brother's body. I need a place conducive to unrestricted investigation. The Star Constellation Association is perfectly suited for concealment. Furthermore, I must keep track of their future movements. Ultimately, the goal is to seize this territory. Otherwise, it is merely an impediment. By the way, joining is rather easy. It's nothing significant. I merely need to pose as a runaway girl. And that alone would suffice for acceptance. Moreover, following that incident, they have significantly disbanded, and anyone, regardless of who they are, would be welcomed as a believer. Lord Tenjin is a revered being. We shall not allow impurities to infiltrate. We have succeeded. Long live Lord Tenjin. Long live Lord Tenjin. Long live Lord Tenjin. To be frank, it is nauseating. Yet, I shall not voice it. They idolize Lord Tenjin, yet remain utterly oblivious. Lord Tenjin chose to assimilate willingly, even selecting the strongest candidates. He has listened to Kinji Hikari's desires until the very end. Even so, I cannot revere Lord Tenjin, perhaps quite the opposite. I cannot help but wonder if that entity did not exist. If I had not entrusted my brother and the others, perhaps things would not have turned out this way. Though I know that is merely conjecture, I also understand that my brother would eventually succumb to darkness. This time, I refrained from saying anything to Teacher Yaga, as he would likely choose to allow Kinji Hikari to assimilate. The matters I communicated to him should spare her from death. However, I fear he is more likely to opt for the path of assimilation based on that foundation. He is neither the principal nor a sorcerer of Mr. Gojo's caliber or my brother S. Moreover, he is an adult sorcerer. Even if he feels guilt, I suspect he would still proceed, I sense. He is a gentle person, yet not one to mix personal feelings into his decisions, I believe. After spending so long with him, I still cannot fully comprehend him. Nevertheless, Mr. Gojo has also stated, if it were that person, he would act accordingly. Should Kinji Hikari escape, the responsibility would likely fall upon Teacher Yaga. In that case, not only my brother, but even Mr. Gojo could very well become curse users. To avoid hostility, it is best to treat her as deceased. Merely dying would be manageable. The issue lies with Yuki Tsukumo's existence. I cannot forget that question, that infernal moment when I answered on behalf of my brother. Had that event not occurred, my brother would not have aspired to become a curse user at least until graduation, though it could happen due to some catalyst. Groundwork for cases of divine spirit level must also be laid sooner rather than later. In any case, 1 year from now, first and foremost, 1 year from now. Are they doing well? Probably. By the way, how long do you intend to keep up this charade? Speaking as if it has nothing to do with you. Please pay close attention. Furthermore, I believe I will be interacting with this place for an extended period, so I must adequately expand my network. Is it necessary to remain here? It's on the verge of collapsing. Even so, the faithful still exist. With such fervent adoration for Lord Tenjin, one might mistake it for reality. Long live Lord Tenjin. I said this somewhat mockingly, and the atmosphere grew a touch awkward. I truly wish they would at least respond or echo my sentiments. So, has the appointment been arranged? It is difficult to establish trust without a face-to-face meeting. Is he truly that type of person? Well, despite having met only once. Checking the calendar, yes, I believe an appearance should be feasible. Caution is paramount. A first meeting. Miss Mimi, I shall speak plainly. How about signing a contract with me? Chapter 58. Mr. Fushiguro shall not become your enemy. She appeared much younger than I had imagined. Her expression markedly different from that time, still bearing a hint of rigidity. Moreover, I could observe her face more clearly now, and I am curious as to why she later adopted that hairstyle. She is remarkably youthful, far younger than I had anticipated. Have I been discovered? Of course. Even with a mask concealing my face, one can still sense it. She seems to exist on the boundary between adulthood and childhood. I conceal my face out of caution, for she is connected to my brother, rather closely so. She remarked, "You were the one who had me tracked recently, weren't you?" I managed a wry smile. Well, it seems I was indeed seen through. Although Mr. Kong has investigated her background, no significant information has surfaced. The only detail known is that she has a younger brother. Truly deserving of her future status as a special grade sorcerer, she possesses remarkable skills in concealment. Yet, she is still young. It is likely that she is currently preoccupied with earning a steady income. Now, concerning the matter of the contract. I have heard about it. In essence, it entails the exchange of substantial remuneration for various pieces of intelligence, correct? While I hope for comprehensive insights, that is not necessary at this moment. First and foremost, I wish to request that you accept this commission. Why me? With such a considerable offer, it must be a task of considerable significance. To be frank, my techniques are not particularly suited for combat. I am aware of that. Essentially, it pertains to intelligence gathering. Your brother is adept in a rudimentary domain. I must admit, I do not fully comprehend the nuances of our conversation. Regardless of my struggles, my capacity for understanding has its limits. That said, I discern a hint of unease beneath her smile. Indeed, she likely did not anticipate that her techniques would be known. This is what Mr. Gojo informed me. He imparted all the necessary information. He mentioned, if you can establish contact with Miss Mimi, we shall exploit her weaknesses. His tone carried a mischievous undertone. However, from her perspective, this must feel like betrayal. Even so, I do not wish to place her in jeopardy. I merely seek her intelligence. If you feel uneasy, let us establish some constraints. That will depend on the specifics. Quite simple, really. I primarily seek information. You will excel in this area in the future. There is no harm in earning substantial sums early on. Firstly, you must not probe into my true identity. If you were to learn it by some chance, you must not deliberately disclose my information to anyone. I shall provide Miss Mimi with a safe haven. Naturally, I will not divulge her intelligence either. Secondly, Miss Mimi must furnish information within the scope of my expectations. In exchange, I shall compensate her with the amount she desires. I see. Providing a refuge, is it? If you require assistance from this side, I can extend that to you. Though, I surmise you may not need it. My benefits lie solely in financial gain. Do they not? While I intend to pay you the amount you desire, let us discuss that aspect later. To be clear, monetary compensation and other matters cannot be intermingled. Shall we agree on that? Is this acceptable? Engaging in such a straightforward exchange? What if I were to demand an exorbitant fee? That would be anticipated. Your work is of extraordinary value. We, too, wish to accrue a degree of goodwill. How forthright. She must think this is not a bad proposition. Yet, she still hesitates. Well, it cannot be helped. I have heard that the one who came to see me is Suguru Geto. I am familiar with him as well. He is the man who cornered Mr. Gojo and his associates, is he not? How incredible it is that someone like him would be connected to you. He, like you, is employed with monetary compensation. The knowledge of techniques can indeed be a fatal flaw, especially in my case. Do you not agree? Who am I? Reveal my identity. Someone like her should be able to find out for herself, yet has she not done so yet? Well, I anticipated such a question. Miss Mimi, I hope to establish an equitable relationship with you. However, whether that can be realized depends on your choices. Who would reveal their weaknesses in the face of formidable foes? At least, not at this moment. One thing I can say is that Suguru Geto will not become your enemy. He may even assist you. For your own sake, please do not choose the wrong path. She is someone I shall need in the future. This is true for the world of jujitsu, as well as for me. Chapter 59. Is my brother a sorcerer? Given Lord Tingen's presence, why have you come here? I will first attempt to win Miss Mimi over. That individual will accept nearly any task for the right price, which is both an advantage and a disadvantage. However, she is also a cautious person, after all. Some matters cannot be resolved solely with money. Therefore, it is best not to relinquish control. While I may not require it, you likely do. That said, while he casually mentions that establishing a trusting relationship would be ideal, he is genuinely concerned for me. The conclusion is that the contract with her has succeeded. By grasping her weaknesses, the initiative lies with us. Although I still struggle with understanding certain aspects, once that line is crossed, it becomes much clearer. Akin to a simple card game. Every character possesses vulnerabilities. Now, allow me to offer you 500 million as a hush fee. I had intended to discuss this in person during the commission, but given our busy schedules, let us exchange account details instead. This is how one should operate when dealing with substantial funds. After all, she will assist us. She seems to fundamentally detest being bound. Hence, we have no intention of establishing any relationship beyond financial transactions. Her wide-eyed expression upon receiving the money was quite amusing, unsurprisingly so, given her youth. However, just recalling that moment of intense impression brings a hint of amusement. Living in the grand chamber of the Star Cult alongside female members, we discussed various matters. As a lowly minion, I was unable to acquire any vital intelligence, but they welcomed my youthful presence. The rationale? While there were notions of keeping company for their sons, the primary inquiry was whether I wished to accompany the representatives. Although I politely declined, I had already gathered information about the representatives. After all, with Mr. Kong and Mr. Suguru around, it was only natural. I must remain inconspicuous, quietly and diligently gathering intelligence. However, merely doing so is insufficient. I must also cultivate relationships with those who possess some wealth. Not only those who are useful now, but also those who may prove beneficial in the future. Fortunately, there are many affluent individuals here. It seems that the wealthy truly are often idlers. Yumatsu-san, what is the secret to making money? Such a direct inquiry. I have heard that the people here are quite formidable, and I am eager to learn. I have saved money for something I wish to pursue. Ah, I see. That is indeed a good thing. You have stocks, correct? Speaking of which, someone mentioned that corporate stocks are about to rise. What are stocks? Corporations? Who exactly did I hear that from? I cannot recall the name. Thus, while feigning ignorance, I let slip a morsel of information. If it is of significance to that person, they will naturally investigate further. The words are not from the individual themselves. As long as I release a bit of information, it will suffice for it to reach the ears of the authorities. I am merely laying the groundwork. Maintaining shallow yet broad relationships has always been my forte. It has been about half a year since I arrived here. There remains much to be accomplished, yet time slips away as I immerse myself in work. The season of frequent disasters is approaching. I know when events will unfold. If possible, it would be ideal to prevent these calamities. However, in reality, such a feat seems unattainable. I recall Mr. Gojo stating that even mountains could be destroyed, yet he also mentioned that preventing disasters is impossible. Even if I possess that power, I am currently unable to access it. Thus, disasters will occur, a city will be ravaged, and many lives will be lost. But at the very least, I hope to minimize the loss of life. This is not the role of sorcerers. Their duty is to exorcise cursed spirits, not engage in charitable endeavors. Even if they are aware, I understand they will not act. Knowing this, yet feeling powerless, is indeed frustrating. Is it acceptable to summon me to such a conspicuous place? Are you worried about me? I am more concerned about myself. Heh, how is your arm? Upon my inquiry, he scolded me for being such an annoying brat, yet he responded that it is manageable. Manageable, is it? He is currently using a prosthetic arm, acquired through Mr. Kong's connections, though it seems he is not entirely satisfied. This will not do. A prosthetic arm is an essential item, and it must suit him well. He appears to be quite adept with it. Perhaps after observing for a while, he will adapt? Never mind. At this rate, they will become fourth-year students. I recall the abolition of the 5-year system occurred after that. The tasks will become more formidable than they are now, and we must not let our guard down. I have heard that the 5th year is the final year, thus they experience greater freedom, yet truancy is rampant, ultimately leading to the system's abolition. Although I am clearly a senior student in a vocational school, I cannot help but feel somewhat self-conscious about it. Speaking of which, Mr. Fushiguro has made a remarkably swift recovery. Or should I say, is there something amiss with you? Please refrain from employing such acerbic remarks. It is impossible for me to be like an ordinary person, especially since I am still in the early stages of recovery from an illness. You truly are ruthless in your dealings, young one. I did not mention that it is because you are someone who intends to take my life. Hence my somewhat brusque demeanor. If we were to release information, the opposing party would likely be able to act more effectively. Yet, I find myself hesitating about whom to recruit as allies. 3 individuals. No, perhaps just 2. I must also contemplate the possibility of being discovered by the dual-faced Sukuno again. Indeed, I have yet to comprehend why the number of those I can confide in has increased. Despite having repeated this numerous times, I have never delved into this phenomenon. If I do not uncover the reason, even if this time progresses smoothly, I may ultimately return to square one. Currently, the individual I most wish to inform is. Although I wish to say Teacher Yaga, I should consider the future and refrain from involving him. I will eliminate one by one those I truly wish to rely on from my mind. The options may be scant, but I must also account for potential new options that may arise in the future. Hey, do not drift off into your thoughts. Ultimately, what is the theme? There is no theme. The objective this time is merely to create a semblance of closeness between you and me here. Since earlier, there have been followers glancing our way intermittently. It is only a matter of time before this reaches the representative's ears. So, how shall we cultivate the nature of our relationship? Let us pretend to be weeping with our heads down, only to be told that it is utterly incomprehensible. I intended for him to comfort the crying me, but instead, let us act as if he has reduced me to tears. On the 3rd day thereafter, I was granted an audience with the representative, Shigeo Sonoda. How shall I put it? He is a thoroughly suspicious character. I did not betray my feelings, merely exhibiting a perplexed expression of honor at being able to see you and wondering why it was me. Standing behind him was Mr. Fushiguro, whose expression was severely contorted, whether out of astonishment at my transformation or for some other reason. Judging by his reaction, he must be able to perceive my innocence. To be honest, I am uncertain about how I feel, but I cannot afford to be concerned about appearances. Let us discard the notion of being 25 years old plus a few years. Even I find myself somewhat anxious. What lies ahead is the first step of mutual deception, or rather, a step towards standing upon that starting line. I have heard that your brother is a sorcerer. Given the matter of Lord Tenjin, why have you come here? Actually, I was unaware that my brother was such a person. I thought he merely volunteered at a religious school, and it was only recently that I first heard about it from someone there. I see. He seems to have taken liberties in understanding, despite my inquiries about what was discussed last time being for safety's sake, leaving me somewhat disheartened. A glance at Mr. Fushiguro reveals him sticking out his tongue. Now I understand why he is interested in you. I have no interest. Thus, I was genuinely shocked to hear that my brother, of all people, wanted to kill. Since I had not consulted Mr. Fushiguro, he bore an expression of confusion, yet remained silent. The individual before me seemed to accept this new information. Although it appeared that my understanding diverged from theirs, it was not outright denied. Indeed, that would be more advantageous for them. Presently, I am entirely harmless, but it would be even better if I could be of use. Therefore, he summoned me. Thus, I was called here. It was I who facilitated this. Indeed, your brother has committed an unforgivable act, but you are different, are you not? Because you have chosen us. Although the beginning is clumsy, you have chosen the righteous path. The Panstar cult welcomes you. Together, let us combat the sorcerers, those fools. His manner of speaking is quite adept. It is entirely clear how he has ascended to this position. He must rely on his silver tongue to win hearts. I agree wholeheartedly while thinking, how splendid. More likely than not, had my brother become the cult leader, he would have been killed long ago. That day, I beheld a divine figure through the azure sky. So, this is how it is. The villagers who once tormented us looked upon them with faces filled with dread. The elder accompanying her restrained the villagers with some object, but did not commit any further atrocities. The nearly lifeless villagers directed their fear not towards us. He opened the cage and approached without hesitation, stating that we were gravely injured. He paused only for a moment before us, who were cowering. This is truly infuriating. What to do about that instigator? It can be resolved tomorrow, so let us leave it be. Please keep an eye on the elder and prevent him from killing anyone. I initially thought this old fool was good for nothing, yet he proved to be somewhat useful, albeit minimally. I can't hear you, you little brat. Someone called out. It was said not to kill, and as she spoke, she covered her face and urged us to stand. Why would I engage in such acts? Do not complain to your benefactor. Be grateful that you are alive. Who prepared the dentures for you? Did you not save me once without doing anything? That is indeed the greatest merit. Listening to their conversation, which we could not comprehend, the words of the divine figure fell apart. Not at all. Well, since you say you have come here, you must be a deity, right? Do not speak superfluous words. Are you here to save us? Will you save us? It is mere coincidence. I am here for other matters, not for you. Your savior is someone else entirely. He indicated that we would be taken to this person. Guided by that hand, cold though it was sufficiently warm for us at that moment. He mentioned that the actual saviors were the two individuals from this side. But the large man and the elder seemed utterly disinterested in us, muttering that their task was complete before hastily departing. That day, after our wounds were bandaged and we had eaten, we went straight to sleep. Yet, she is indeed a divine figure. At least for the two of them, she is. Because without her, we might have remained as we were forever. The two remained unaware. Unaware of the man dispatched the following day. Please leave it here, I beg you. I wish to stay here. This was a plea made 3 days later. Clad in clothing more suitable for my emaciated body post-bandaging, consuming warm, soft food. I was informed that we would soon be fostered elsewhere. That cannot be allowed. Why? I implore you, I want to assist you. Our strength can be of use. Cannot it? You have mentioned this before. Although I do not know who spoke out of turn, it is not permitted. You will not remain here. Nor will you stay by our side. Why? Why? I have asked this many times, yet she remains adamant. Even when I cry and throw a tantrum, she resolutely insists it cannot be done. Then, she proceeded to say that she hopes we will agree to one thing. Thus, I replied that I would do anything. In truth, I would do anything. I feel as if I could risk my life for this person. It is a bad thing. You need not remember it. At least for now. She opened the box that had been handed over. Is everything all right? Coming to my senses, I noticed that the two had been safeguarded by an individual with peculiar hair on their forehead. In this vocational school, as children endowed with special powers, along with various reasons such as being inexplicably battered and having an unknown identity, we were unable to answer the question of where we came from. Because we did not know. All we knew was our names. We were twin sisters, and apart from that, we knew nothing. However, judging from the wounds on the two, it was evident that something had occurred that led to our amnesia, and we were treated by the sole possessor of the reversal technique. Thus, in a haze, the two young girls began to live beside someone affiliated with the vocational school. Yet, there is one thing that both of them cannot help but ponder. Their memories, shrouded in a thin mist, are always elusive, but whenever they gaze up at the blue sky, they feel as though they might glimpse some kind of illusion. What that minuscule thing truly is, remains an enduring mystery. It is merely an inescapable sensation, one that feels profoundly significant. It is almost usable, albeit in a wretched state. You are rather careless, aren't you? Overwhelmed by that formidable duo, I found myself rescued just as capture loomed. No, can it truly be called a rescue? The Q organization has long since crumbled, effectively sealing my fate to death, yet I was extracted just before execution, and indeed, one could call them benefactors. However, we possess our dignity. Though I wish to assert this, after being thoroughly defeated by those two, a myriad of thoughts assails me. In any case, remaining here is somewhat convenient. It must be Mr. Peichel and Miss Cookun, correct? It is Bayer and Cookun. Does it truly matter? How could it not matter? This little wench. Just as I was about to shout, I caught a glare from the towering man beside me. I cannot comprehend, utterly baffled. Yet it seems this man is in the employ of that girl. It must be a pseudonym, right? Why do I suppose this? If a Japanese were to use their real name, it would typically elicit laughter. Ah, they must be Japanese, right? Are you mocking me? Do you think I have not been played? Chapter 60. The gun aimed at, who, him. I have even been told that I have been toyed with by those young rascals, leaving me momentarily speechless. Ridiculed by that oddly coiffed man for my name's lack of refinement, while the white-haired gentleman displayed complete indifference even to the name itself. Merely recalling it ignites my ire. To harbor animosity in such a state is quite remarkable, the girl remarked with a tone that was uncertain whether it was genuine or feigned. In any case, I have resolved to work for her. Despite my dissatisfaction, there is no alternative. For now, this is the best option. One day, I shall slay this little wench and regain my freedom. My Lord Meru, I have heard you are called Bayer. My Lord Meru, is it permissible to eliminate that man? You lot, it appears you are severely starved for praise. Sighing, I expressed that I had not anticipated such a development. Thank you for your efforts, old man. Earlier, when the two remnants of Q were brought to the girl, the elderly figure bore the marks of their merciless assault, with half his face disfigured. His survival is owed to his well-trained physique. Are we not to kill that man? The time is not yet ripe. Is that so? To kill him unilaterally would be considered a breach of orders. I am aware. I cannot kill this girl. If asked why, it is undoubtedly due to that man's presence. Should he discover this, he would undoubtedly come to exact vengeance. To an outsider, that man exhibits an unusual concern for this girl. Furthermore, he lacks the same fervor as before. While I would not claim that memories of the past have made him more diplomatic, he has indeed softened somewhat. Simultaneously, I find it undeniable that observing the unpredictable peril surrounding this girl is a reality. Please return alive. I understand that this sentiment is not born of concern, but rather a simple acknowledgement that losing a valuable piece would be quite troublesome. Nevertheless, I am willing to cooperate, fueled by a sense of accomplishment and, well, remuneration. Her lifeless eyes revealed a smile that belied her youth, yet her surroundings were devoid of any sinister atmosphere. Investigations confirmed that she had been an ordinary person until recently, and though I felt such matters were irrelevant to me, I found myself drawn into her orbit. When did I first sense this dissonance? Stop. We do not meet daily. We only communicate when necessary, and outwardly, it must not be apparent that we are allied. If I were to refrain from cooperating, I would not be so fatigued. If I were to refuse her, I would not need to work. Ultimately, I have no obligation to collaborate in this regard. This should not exist. What is it? A mere few days, yet it feels as though an eternity has passed since we last met. Yet her current gaze is disturbingly murky. The dark circles that have emerged in just a few days are certainly not the result of mere sleeplessness. Though I reported the occurrences one by one, I am acutely aware of the elements that elude my grasp. Yet even so, such dramatic transformations, can they truly transpire in such a brief span? At times, her mood soars, only to plunge into frigid desolation. While I sense her emotional instability, it appears there exists some innate goodwill within her. The pistol, which moments ago was aimed at her own brow. No, to be precise, she was about to direct it at herself. The content of the report leaves me feeling discontented, muttering that had I known sooner, I could have acted differently. Then, in a slow motion, I seized the gun from her grasp as she raised it. Why did I sense her intent to take her own life? It is an instinctual recognition, difficult to articulate, yet it carries an inexplicable weight. Please return Mr. Fukuzaki to me. Did you not exhaust the bullets? Was it merely loaded with one for this purpose? I said, we had an agreement not to interfere with my affairs. Fear not. Even should I perish, it shall not affect you. I even jested about having purchased a substantial life insurance policy. Does this fellow truly spend money in such a place? No, that is not the issue at hand. Why now? What do you mean, why? I cannot comprehend you. Why do you wish to die now? At this, she abruptly seemed to understand, immediately becoming irritable. Acknowledging that it was indeed the case. You would not comprehend. Had it been this morning, perhaps, she muttered, instructing me to step back. Indeed. Since when did requests morph into commands? Since when did this sense of dissonance arise? Why did I come to believe that I could not simply disregard it? Boring, foolish. Fukuzaki mused as he exited the room. However, after walking for a short while, he retraced his steps only to find her sprawled across the table. Blood dripped steadily onto the surface. I knew not from where she had procured it, or if it had been concealed all along. Her hand lay unnaturally against her throat. Even the slightest movement revealed the deep gash inflicted by a blade. Moreover, there were horizontal lacerations. Such a manner of death must have been excruciating. This transpired in a matter of minutes. Mr. Fukuzaki, are you listening? As I mentioned, I was already aware of your report from this morning. Hence I related to others. She even took the time to express her gratitude for my efforts. It took a moment to register, indeed. The report concerned events that had already occurred, yet, no, those events had not transpired. What events? No, I am aware. It should have indeed transpired. I came to report on that matter. Yet she asserted that she had known since this morning and had made arrangements. Is that possible? No, more than that. I cannot shake the vision that has haunted me. It is akin to déjà vu, or rather, a sensation that defies description. Previously, no, it is nothing. Is that so? Then, what shall we do about that matter? She murmured. When did this girl begin to so cavalierly disregard human life? At least until recently, there had been no signs of such, really. Indeed, from some unknown point, when did she begin to exploit us, subtly eliminating obstacles? By any means necessary, as long as no trace remains. She has never explicitly ordered a kill. Yet to issue such commands to individuals like us, naturally, it would lead to murder. Of course, it would lead to murder. She keeps her hands clean while manipulating events from the shadows. All in pursuit of her ultimate goal. From when, from where, What precisely has transpired? Should we have leisure? Shall we attend the horse races? Furthermore, ensure that no one discovers anything when you depart. Oh, this number seems likely to win. Prepared at some unknown time, or perhaps it was always in existence. The marked number handed to me is likely to be successful. The money earned is promptly squandered. For Fukuzaki, gambling extends beyond horse racing. Thus, he recklessly reinvests his winnings into other forms of gambling until depleted. He has even deliberately selected alternate numbers. However, apart from this girl's uncanny intuition, he has never won a single time. Stumbling out of the room, he walked for a while. Something felt amiss, a lingering disquiet. In that instant, a vision flashed before my mind. A figure slumped over the table, blood gushing forth. For a fleeting moment, it resembled a daydream. Yet it felt as though it had occurred. It felt as if it had indeed happened. What has transpired this time? Oh, are you all right? Something has felt amiss with you since earlier. If you are unwell, you should rest until you are called upon. You just now. Mr. Fushiguro. She bore an elegant smile, her eyes clouded in a manner unbecoming of a child. This was, in itself, quite ordinary. Yet, there was an undeniable hint of fatigue about her, as if she were teetering on the brink of slumber. Do not hinder me. Who is this person? Lately, I have been plagued by a haze of forgetfulness, and I am acutely aware of how dire this situation is. Perhaps it is due to the numerous attempts on my own life that I have failed to properly keep track of the dates. As a result, I find myself increasingly unable to discern the boundary between dreams and reality. I gaze at the diary I maintain daily, recalling the events of the previous day, piecing together memories. This repetitive cycle makes the passage of time unexpectedly sluggish. It feels as though I have been meandering through this time for several years. This is rather troubling, and I contemplate whether I should attempt to cease this meaningless repetition. However, the moment I pause, unwanted entities and individuals swarm in. Perhaps I should simply seize control? Eliminating the figurehead of the Ponching sect would suffice, nothing more. Eliminate? No, that is not an option. I shall not partake in such actions, regardless of how sordid the path may be. I shall never do so. Nor shall I permit others to do so. I must perform in a manner distinct from my brother. Endure. Above all, endure and persist. For now, I must not succumb to death. Yes, I must proceed cautiously. Do not evade. For now, I must advance. I will ponder returning later. I shall seek solace in another's embrace, earn their trust, and thus, I will advance slowly. 2 years passed in this manner, and finally, I made progress after 2 long years. Mayu, come to my room tonight. I am willing to do anything, I have resolved. Except for one thing. Suddenly, I regained my senses. That man was dead. I held my familiar firearm in my grasp. I recall entering the room, only to be immediately besieged by drowsiness. His cheek bore a hole, and as he collapsed, his single eye rolled back. I witnessed it all. I beheld the gun's muzzle aimed at whom? Him. Why? This is prepared for myself. I am willing to do anything, save for one transgression. Yet, I swear I shall not commit this act. I have resolved, absolutely not. My trembling hand nearly cast aside the weapon, pressing it against my forehead. But the solitary remaining bullet merely clicked emptily. This is bad, this is bad, this is bad. I have not brought a blade. I must return. I must devise another plan before I am slain. In a place where only a single blanket lies, what can be done? Hang myself? No. There is no time for that. A place to leap from? No, the height is insufficient. Should I simply crash against the wall? If I do not die, but merely lose consciousness, it would be for naught. Biting my tongue. Though I wish to avoid choking to death, I can no longer be concerned. At that moment, I instructed myself to remain calm. With a creak, it was not my tongue that I bit. A rough, large hand obstructed me. Someone has arrived. I have been seen. The realization heightened my panic. I was in a state of utter disarray. Yet, with a loud shout, I finally recognized it was someone familiar. Are you calm now? Fushiguro. Merely passing by, it seems. How could such foolishness occur? What is this person doing here? Despite a myriad of thoughts, the fact remains that I must die. I must die. If I do not, I will be left behind. The truth that I have become a murderer. I wish to return, to pretend it never happened. I wish for her to allow me to return, yet for some reason, this person always obstructs me. Recently, always. Let me go. No. I am not yet calm. Let me go. I killed. No, it is I who killed. This is not right. It is not you. What should I do? I am being obstructed. After all, this person has yet to betray my trust. Restart? After coming this far, having painstakingly progressed for 2 years, must I return to the beginning? From whence does the concept of suicide arise? If I wish to be killed, does that count as suicide? I begin to ponder whether, when crushed, I thought my lungs would be shattered. I felt a wave of revulsion. At least for now. I absolutely do not wish to die. Let go. Do not kill me. Do not kill me. The disparity in strength is overwhelming. Like a boulder, I am immovable. But I cannot be killed. Why, you ask, why? My own voice echoes without permission. I am at a loss. I am merely shouting like a fool. Just, as if I were once confined in that place. I no longer wish to do this. I must halt here. No, perhaps it was never possible. What is impossible? You did not kill. Ugh, It was I who pulled the trigger. You did not shoot. You are lying. The gun is clearly in my grasp. Look, the gun is in my possession. Because he fell before me, an illusion was born, was it not? Your recent state is simply unbearable to witness. Think carefully. You did not bring a gun. I was quietly following you as your guard. Therefore you could not have fired. My breathing has eased somewhat, though I am firmly held. I vaguely recall. Is it truly so? I was summoned here, to this place. Yes, what must be done, what will be done, I knew. I remember I had no intention of refusing. Have you not slept well? Those dark circles under your eyes are quite severe, he remarked, wiping the corner of my eye with his thumb. As he pushed me down, I remember resisting, or something akin to that. My mind is engulfed in fog. Is it so? Is he the correct person? Upon deeper reflection, my memory of the gunshot is not clear at all. It was not you. It was not me. Yes, it was not you. Since he asserts it so, then surely, it must be. It was not me. I did not pull the trigger. It was not I who killed. Having repeated this too many times, everything has become a muddled mess. It was not me. I absolutely do not kill. Absolutely not. Right, what was brought was a taser. But the force was excessive. It was you who killed. Oh, regardless, it is bothersome. It is no longer needed, is it? I had intended to take my time, but I plan to spend even more time. The trust has accumulated sufficiently. I judged and executed. You know nothing, do you? Amidst the continuous whispers, I gradually came to this realization. No, yes, this is not my fault. Because of ignorance of the truth. I have turned a blind eye to unfavorable facts. Because I do not know, I have concealed. But is this right? Perhaps I have committed an irreparable mistake. Precisely because I tread upon this path knowing it is wrong, I should not handle it with such ambiguity. Knowing this, yet feeling that once the singular resolve is shattered, I may indeed never return. When one day I find a method to live peacefully, do you think you can return? Will a lying murderer find refuge? I must contemplate the future. As I ponder ahead, evading reality, for the first time, I slightly understood my brother's sentiments. It has nothing to do with the world monopolized by sorcerers. Rather, it is the reason to not involve our family. The reason to kill us. Oh, I am already so unbearably tired. Mr. Jun, please dispose of that man's corpse. Chapter 61, The Final Blow. Various events transpired during the Halloween period. Yet it has finally reached a satisfactory conclusion. Indeed, much has occurred. Ultimately, as long as the ending is favorable, everything is well. As the activities drew to a close, I began to gradually tidy up, ensuring the final day concluded smoothly. Once Halloween ended, an odd sensation arose, as if autumn was drawing to a close as well. Well, there are still unprocessed ingredients and pumpkins. Those will likely be of use for some time to come. Perhaps I could make cookies and offer them to the guests. Alternatively, I could let the sweet-toothed Mr. Gojo purchase them. That individual is quite capricious as well. The hollowed-out pumpkin head seems destined to rot soon. It would be prudent to dispose of it along with the skin before that occurs. It feels as though my workload is increasing exponentially. Mimi-chan, Nana-chan, thank you for your assistance. You may return home now. I apologize for the delay beyond the anticipated time. I'm quite happy. So it's no trouble at all. Miss Yaru, are you truly alright on your own? Absolutely fine, please. Take this back with you as well. What is this? Sweet potato mash and pumpkin pudding. There's quite a bit left, so let us share it together. Handing them a box that is slightly oversized for the two. Their eyes immediately light up as they chorus their thanks. As they departed, I felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for the continual assistance from others during this time. Though the students from the Kyoto school were sporadic in attendance, they all made an appearance at least once, and some guests even volunteered to help spontaneously. This time, due to Halloween, everyone donned various costumes. However, the most impressive was the individual clad in a robot outfit. The voice was not human at all, and the craftsmanship was remarkable. It was so lifelike that one could almost question whether anyone was inside, but the movements were undeniably human-like, making that notion impossible. Even the mouth moved so authentically, it was truly astounding. Yet, it seemed that in such a state, consuming food or drink was out of the question, and ultimately, they took it home as a keepsake. I hope to hear their impressions next time. As I finished tidying up for the day and was about to turn off the lights to leave, the door swung open, revealing a figure cloaked in a hood. I'm sorry, but we've already closed for the day. Such occurrences happen occasionally. While I felt a pang of guilt for someone having traveled such a distance only to find us closed, there was a clear notice posted outside. Nonetheless, some still enter with a sense of hope. The figure remained motionless. I nervously apologized again, only for them to ask, why? Well, Because it's past closing time. Why? Why? If you wouldn't mind, please at least accept this. Feeling an overwhelming sense of obligation, I offered a portion of the snacks made from leftover ingredients, which I had originally intended to take home. The individual seemed to stagger slightly, concerned for their well-being. I hurried to offer support, only to be taken aback by their astonishingly slender frame. Wow, their waist is so delicate, rather than slender. It was the unexpectedly frail form that startled me. I helped them settle into a chair, as it would have been too cruel to suggest they leave at that moment. At the very least, I should offer them something warm. I inquired if they would like some soup. There was no response. What to do? I have matters to attend to at school afterward. Never mind that. With that thought, I told them to wait a moment and left them there while I returned to the kitchen. What if they dislike pumpkin? Should I make corn soup instead? No. Perhaps something lighter would be better. As I fretted, I opened the valve and retrieved the soup from the fridge to heat it. I wondered if that person was all right. They appeared to be around my age, or perhaps a bit younger, and from beneath the hood, I glimpsed bright red hair. Initially, I assumed they were of a punk aesthetic, yet it seemed otherwise. Their attire suggested they were in costume. The atmosphere felt eerily strange, sending chills down my spine. Surely, they could not be a ghost. Their coldness must have stemmed from being outside for an extended period. As I simmered the soup, careful not to let it become too hot, I pondered what else I could offer them. Suddenly, I gasped. The unexpected presence of someone who should not have been there elicited a startled cry from me. I was terrified. Why are you here? You should be seated. It was so quiet that I hadn't noticed, and my heart raced wildly. It was that kind of fright that makes one jump. A guest. This area is generally off limits. So? Huh. Why are you there? Perplexed by the question, I tilted my head. Why? Because this is my shop. However, in that peculiar atmosphere, I hesitated to speak further. What is happening? I felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding. The bubbling sound of the soup brought me back to reality, and I hastily turned off the heat. In that fleeting moment, I glanced away from her and back again. It truly was but a moment. Yet, when my gaze returned, I found her arm raised high. Instinctively, I blocked with my arm and twisted away. Crash! With a resounding noise, she fell yet continued to lunge towards me. Upon seeing the knife in her hand, my heart raced uncontrollably. I didn't care about my dignity. I fled through the back door. I sensed she was in pursuit. I could only run into the darkness of the forest, away from the street, without looking back. Who is she? What is she? None of it mattered. I would be killed. Stopping would mean death. Such pure, simple terror. I was incapable of rational thought. Facing someone armed with a weapon was terrifying beyond belief. And I neither knew nor wished to know. Whether she was female or slender was irrelevant. Nothing about her seemed normal. Breathless, I had no idea how far I had run. In this darkness, she should find it difficult to locate me. Should I endure until dawn or escape to the streets while it was still dark? I had heard it was best not to move recklessly in such times. Yet, I realized I could not maintain my composure. I opted for the latter. Fortunately, I had my phone with me. As I intended to use it as a light against the ground, suddenly, I found her. A knife slid between my fingers. My phone was pierced, and I realized the severity of the situation, causing my body to tremble once more. My hand was unharmed, but I was too panicked to think clearly. If it had been off by a fraction, it could have struck my hand. My fingers might have been severed. I knew I had to escape, but my legs were entirely weakened, leaving me to crawl on the ground. Though I was dragging myself backward, it would surely be futile against her. She staggered to her feet and approached me, ultimately crouching before me. In that moment, I felt the chilling acceptance of death. Why? Gurgle, why? This is my dream. It should be me there. It should be me. Hey, why? It was unimaginable that such slender arms could possess such strength as they tightened around my neck. I struggled in agony, clawing at her, yet she remained unmoved. This is my place. I'll give it back. Give it back to me. The excruciating pain and suffocation robbed me of my thoughts. I believed I was about to die. As my vision began to blur, the grip on my neck suddenly released, and I gasped for air, inhaling deeply. Physiological tears streamed down my face as I attempted to push her away. However, droplets that were distinct from my own struck my face, prompting me to look up. Gazing at the sky, I naturally beheld her face. The visage hidden beneath the hood was illuminated by the moonlight. Tears continued to flow as I beheld her half-melted face, a sight so grotesque it was unbearable. It transcended mere skin. It appeared as if it were melting away. The horror was so profound that I could only wish it were merely a costume. Suddenly, I noticed something. She, how should I put it, resembled me somewhat. The more I reflected on it, the more I perceived us as the same person, and honestly, it made me feel a wave of nausea. What on earth is happening? Why does she wish to kill me? And why did she stop? This is undoubtedly an opportunity. Yet I could not tear my gaze away from her. It felt as though I could not flee. Why? Is it my fault? Why does she look so happy? It's unfair. I have worked so hard yet failed. It is my dream. Take my place. That belongs to me. It is indeed my own burden to bear. All that remains this time is the sound of sobbing, and I can feel that delicate body trembling. I do not comprehend her words at all. In fact, I find her to be exceedingly selfish. Her cries, which seem to echo only her own misfortunes while disregarding my own struggles, compel me to articulate a response. Yet I remain silent. She weeps like a child, as if I have committed some grave wrong. Clearly, she is the one who bears the mark of guilt. Yet her lamentations of why, and her pleading gaze render me unable to endure. I cannot be her substitute. Ultimately, I provided my answer. She uttered nothing, merely continuing to cry. For this is my life. It is I who have chosen this path and have persevered until now. Whether it be the dreams I have realized or the aspirations I wish to achieve in the future, all are matters for me to determine. Thus, I cannot replace you. Upon hearing my words, she fell silent once more. But after a while, she still lowered her head and asked in a trembling voice, Is my brother nearby? Yes, he is. What about father and mother? They are here. And Mr. Gojo? Yes. Miss Shoko too. Indeed. I see. She released her grip from around my neck, her hands falling limply. How wonderful. How enviable. Her emotions seemed to resonate deeply. For some reason, a weight settled in my chest. Therefore, I stood up and could not help but embrace her. Regardless of who she might be or how dangerous she could be, it no longer mattered. Perhaps I had spoken cruelly to her. Perhaps I had driven her into a corner. Yet, these were truths that needed to be articulated. I am exhausted. Filled with resentment and hatred, yet living on in such a manner is undoubtedly a source of immense pain for you. But surely, there exists a place where you could continue to exist without knowing this suffering. Have you always harbored resentment? No, I am merely ordinary. Ultimately, she pushed me away and stood up. Then she pulled back her hood. Though her features were indeed distorted, it was unmistakably me. I too yearned to live in such a manner, calmly, simply spending time with those I cherish. As she expressed this sentiment, I realized she had already vanished. I stood there in a daze for a moment, but soon I heard someone calling my name. Even in silence, that voice drew near, accompanied by rustling sounds. A familiar tall figure recognized me and rushed over with astonishing speed. What happened? What is going on? Who has done this to you? No, before that. We must tend to your wounds. Brother, is it relief? Or has fear finally surged forth? No, it is not that. I am merely profoundly sad. Though I cannot fathom why. As I wept inconsolably, my brother, filled with concern, lifted me when I could no longer stand. He expressed his worries for me. Yet I could find no words to respond. Is that truly me? That abrupt and surreal event. By the time I came to my senses, it seemed I had cried myself to sleep, awakening in the infirmary of the high school. It appeared that Miss Shoko had been taking care of me. I felt immense gratitude for this. Yet I was overwhelmed with shame when I recalled the fact that I had been sobbing uncontrollably in my brother's arms not long ago. Was it a dream? Perhaps it was. Maru must have worked very hard this time. The following day, my injuries had healed, and I tilted my head in confusion. There was no pain. Miss Shoko said it was merely fatigue. But could such vividly remembered events truly have been a dream? After all, it was Halloween. Perhaps it was the spirits. Spirits can be a tad frightening, I suppose. Well, it seems unlikely. At the very least, the area around your store should be safe. Perhaps it was merely accumulated fatigue from the Halloween festivities. Rest well. In the end, I was still pressed back onto the bed. After all, this is the school. And I felt a twinge of guilt. However, Miss Shoko merely waved her hand, saying that no one else used the room anyway. Well, everyone has their dormitories after all. This is certainly no trivial matter that can be explained away with mere tiredness. However, there are indeed those who bear excessive mental burdens from overwork. Though I find joy in what I do, perhaps I have grown weary in ways I do not yet recognize. In the haze of fatigue, I recalled her words. How cunning she was. That place was undeniably mine. Why, despite my reproach, did it now seem as though she too bore deep wounds? I had seen that face. So terribly injured. Yet was that truly an illusion? Was it a different person entirely? Or had that event never occurred at all? My brother had been so frantic at that time, yet today he appeared unfazed. I suspect my brother is quite adept at hiding his emotions. Yet the absence of wounds and pain feels inherently wrong. They say that various occurrences take place on Halloween. Was that a demon who resembled me? No. To call her a demon would be too simplistic. She is merely a person laden with sorrow. Though I cannot articulate it clearly, I cannot regard her as a stranger. I feel an overwhelming compulsion to not dismiss that phenomenon as mere dreams or illusions. By the time I noticed, I found myself standing outside. Wait. I should be sleeping in the infirmary right now, shouldn't I? Am I perhaps dreaming again? I pinched my arm hard. It hurt a bit. Yet I could not confirm anything clearly. I may still be dreaming. If this is so real yet still a dream, then surely I have exhausted myself beyond measure. Finally, I became aware of the commotion and turned around to find a scene resembling hell. People, accompanied by screams, fell one after another. Strange creatures were attacking the crowd. I had no idea what was happening. Soon, the whirlpool of chaos began to surge towards me. Knowing that being engulfed by the crowd would be disastrous, I realized it was too late, and I was instantly swept away. Yes, I was indeed consumed. However, it did not manifest as I expected. Not a single person collided with me, though there were indeed many around. They passed right through me. Because this is a dream. Just as I thought this. Those strange creatures also passed through me. I could not comprehend it. This was impossible in reality. The phenomenon was so detached from reality that it rendered me oddly calm. Yet despite standing still, my eyes remained shut. In this state of calm, fearsome things remained fearsome. It is my brother. Mr. Gojo is also present. Though he was far away, I could distinctly see that striking figure, or rather, one that I could never mistake for anyone else, dressed in an eccentric manner. Though I have remarked countless times that attire truly does not suit him, somehow, it seems fitting in an inexplicable way. That person? Who is that? Is that not my brother? Surely it is my brother, though he bears a peculiar mark upon his forehead. Could that strange attire have evolved once more? I wonder if there will be any reaction. Though it is a dream, it is indeed only one person who can ultimately dispel this overwhelming anxiety. Brother. I do not know if my voice emerged clearly. I intended to call my brother. I intended to call Mr. Gojo. However, the scene shifted, and before me lay a figure sprawled on the ground. In stark contrast to the earlier tumult, it was an eerily quiet place, and that person lay there. For reasons unknown, my gaze was riveted upon them. Upon closer inspection, something was staining the concrete, part of its color altered. Looking even more closely, I saw that limbs were missing, with liquid dripping from where they had been severed. Are you here to deliver the final blow? The voice emerged, slightly hoarse and flat. Reminiscent of what I had heard yesterday, I approached cautiously, trembling, thinking it was a human form, yet it was distorted. I could not help but let out a small gasp. Yesterday had been dark, but today was different. The once clear silhouette has become grotesquely distorted, leaving me utterly bewildered. It barely retains a semblance of human form, perhaps. Nevertheless, upon glimpsing that face, it matched my expectations precisely, though in a far worse state than yesterday. The half of the face that still resembles its original form is identical to mine. What on earth is happening? Even nightmares must have their limits. If this is but a dream, I yearn to awaken. Why has it come to this? It seems you have arrived this time. Does it not hurt? Find a more comfortable place. If you wish to avoid being killed, then vanish quickly. Is it truly at this stage? I inquired. To which the other replied that it could still kill an ordinary person. Despite this, I find myself paralyzed, silence enveloping us. Perhaps, I have already become incapable of movement. The surrealism of it all has rendered me somewhat calmer. I aimlessly followed her hazy gaze and spotted a familiar bag lying not far away. I attempted to retrieve it, but my hand merely passed through, touching nothing. Disheartened, I returned to her side, where her one intact eye was fixed intently upon me, causing me to freeze. It has been a long time since I have seen my face so earnestly. You cannot comprehend, can you? Naturally, for you, it is an expected reality. Unlike the day before, she was profoundly quiet. I wondered if she might once again erupt with that fervor. Does it not hurt? I do not know. I have forgotten. As we spoke, a viscous liquid oozed from the corner of her mouth. Is there truly no hope left? Does no one notice her? The person before me, though resembling myself, is entirely different. Yes, different. Perhaps that is why I am so determined to assist her. Even in this dream, I cannot even reach out to touch her, let alone help her stand. I cannot carry her away. I can only watch helplessly as this doppelganger of mine exists before me. I do not apologize. What I said that day was my sincere sentiment. It is fine. I do not apologize either, for I cannot apologize. But, what can I do if I do not want you to die? How can I help? Keep your distance as much as possible. Just observe from afar. As expected, I was rebuffed, feeling somewhat at a loss. I was urged to hurry as time was running out, and I retreated to the distance she had specified, while keeping my gaze fixed upon her. I was uncertain of her intentions. However, from afar, I could see her trembling hand clutching something, though I could not discern what it was. A sense of foreboding washed over me. I thought I must intervene, yet my feet would not move. I could feel the ground beneath me beginning to vanish. Why does it have to be at this moment? I suddenly looked at her. In that instant, her twisted visage bore a smile that seemed on the verge of tears, and my vision was engulfed in pure white. The world began to transform around her. Chapter 62. Is it terrifying, or is it gentle? It was an ordinary room. If I had to describe it, it felt rather clean, even somewhat upscale. I found myself here, my body swathed in bandages, my right arm immobilized, awakening in a daze. After a moment of confusion, the memories flooded back. I had been killed by Mr. Gojo during the school trip. At least, that was my initial thought. Recalling the dull crack of breaking bones and the unprecedented agony sent a chill down my spine. Yet, I felt no pain now. However, I vaguely sensed that the wounds had not healed. I surveyed my surroundings. Clambering off the soft bed, I wobbled toward the window and attempted to unlock it, finding it surprisingly easy to open. A gust of wind rushed in as I peered down at the balcony below, which was terrifyingly high. I instinctively recoiled into the room. Though I had no idea where this place was, perhaps someone had rescued me? Who could it be? Was it that sorcerer who saved me? Scanning the room, I noticed there wasn't even a note left behind. After pondering for a moment, I resolved to try and exit the room, believing there might be someone outside. The entrance was isolated. Upon entering, I passed through a door leading to a restroom and bathroom, merely thinking, oh, so this is what the room is like. The moment my hand touched the doorknob, a jolt surged through my body. It wasn't a crackling shock, but rather a forceful impact. Before I could contemplate, a sharp pain shot down to my feet, and I involuntarily released my grip, landing abruptly on the floor. Was that an electric shock? It reminded me of a time when I was a child visiting a farm and accidentally grasped the fence while trying to get closer to the cows. I was too apprehensive to try touching it again to confirm. However, it made me realize that my situation was amiss. What is happening? Who brought me here? Trembling and filled with trepidation, I cautiously probed the doorknob with my fingertips, then turned it. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. I saw no surveillance cameras or the like. Perhaps there were hidden listening devices, maybe in places unseen. Electricity, a phone. I must have been in a state of mental disarray, succumbing to panic. I needed to make a call. I reached for the phone resting nearby, first lifting the receiver. Strangely, before I could dial, I heard a bubbling sound connecting me to somewhere. Under normal circumstances, I would have been terrified and hung up, but the bizarre situation left me in a frenzy. Oh, you're awake? Huh. I'm out here now. Feel free to eat whatever's in the fridge. You've been asleep for 2 whole days. Whose voice is that? What are they saying? At the very least, I understood that this was the person who brought me here. The thought of the perpetrator being on the other end sent chills down my spine. But what unsettled me even more was the horrifying scream that echoed from the line. Stop. Please, I beg you. Gah. Ah. Hey, if you don't run away, you'll die, you know? Is that okay? Ha. I slammed the receiver down forcefully. My heart thudded uncomfortably. I felt repulsed, terrified. Why has it come to this? That was Mr. Gojo's voice. I finally understood that the uproarious laughter resembled the events that had befallen me. I realized I had to escape. But where to? How do I flee? Is it truly possible to escape? The window is open. It's high, but if I had something like a rope. With that thought, I searched again but found nothing resembling it. Looking down from the window once more, it seemed to be a hotel or a high-end apartment. If it were another room. Perhaps. I reckon no, with just a slight exertion, but what if I were to fall? However, grasping with one hand has already reached its limit. My palm began to throb with pain, and to be honest, I yearned to release my grip immediately. Clinging to a desperate hope, I gently swayed my body, preparing to exert force when the bedsheet slipped from above, hurling my body outward. Ugh. My right arm, encased in plaster, collided directly with the ground. Perhaps it was fortunate that I landed on the balcony below, but the excruciating pain left me curled up in agony for a considerable time. Tears streamed down my face as I squatted on the ground, gasping for breath. I was utterly bewildered, filled with terror. While I cried, I banged on the window. But there was no response. It dawned on me then that if there was no one here and the window remained shut, what would I do? Despair engulfed me. I remained there, squatting, contemplating to escape the pain. The 9th time, it was the 9th time now. I thought my brother had managed to evade becoming a curse user. So, no matter how many times I repeated this, I missed the destination of the study trip where Mr. Gojo awaited. He was meant to be the friend of my brother, who had taken many lives while laughing joyfully. The thought of this caused my tears to flow even more uncontrollably. What on earth had happened to that person? Although I still did not fully comprehend sorcerers or curse users, all I wanted was to avoid being killed by my brother and prevent him from becoming a villain. In my confusion, I sought help from Teacher Yaga, desperately trying to find a solution. After all, Miss Kinji had also perished, and I could not confide in her about these matters. Moreover, I had no idea what Mr. Gojo would become. Perhaps he had transformed into one of those beings known as curse users. What was it he had said? Brother. I sobbed, involuntarily calling out for my brother, who should still be alive at this moment. I was at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, I heard a click, followed by the sound of a window being flung open. I wondered if someone was inside or if someone had returned, and when I looked up, there was no one. Yet, the window had indeed opened. My mind was a haze, contemplating what to do as I pressed against my aching arm, unsteadily crawling into the room. There was a semblance of life, but no one was there. I muttered an apology for the intrusion, but there was no response. Hesitating slightly, I chose to prioritize leaving this room. The room was directly accessible from the entrance. However, fear gripped me as I gingerly touched the doorknob with just my fingertips. Yet nothing happened. I repeatedly placed my hand on it and withdrew several times before confirming that no current flowed through it, allowing me to breathe a sigh of relief and open the door. The corridor was devoid of any figures. It was eerily quiet, so quiet it was frightening. I stumbled forward, feeling that my stamina had reached its limits. I was hungry. Though I thought this, I had no appetite. Just as I intended to find the stairs, I spotted the elevator. I pressed the button, and the elevator operated normally, so I stepped inside. For a brief moment, I imagined it might stop. But the sense of fatigue rendered me indifferent. I sluggishly exited the elevator, where I noticed someone at the reception desk. I'm sorry. My foremost concern was to alleviate the pain, so I approached that person, half in tears. I knew nothing. In my state, I could hardly manage a greeting. I grasped the hand of the person who stood there like a doll, only for them to collapse immediately. I was left stunned, and at that moment, a voice came from behind me. You're quite capable, aren't you, running out all alone? The footsteps echoed with a sense of amusement. They halted right behind me, and a cold sweat broke out. My heart raced. Far more terrifying than the pain in my arm was the presence looming behind me. This place is rather spacious. I assent it. It was a nuisance, so I disposed of the other nuisances, but you remaining seems somewhat pitiable. Well, I'm rather kind-hearted. So I decided to let you live. To be honest, I was a bit surprised you managed to escape the room. He continued. Well, I saved you. So you should just behave. F5, Gojo. Because you are Jet's sister, I'll let you off the hook. Running outside won't do you any good. There's nothing nearby. That bandage was wrapped by me. Impressive, I assent it. He chuckled, seemingly devoid of malice. I felt that any movement would result in my demise, rendering me immobile. My legs trembled, and I struggled to hold on, feeling as though my knees would buckle. By the way, you haven't eaten anything, have you? I kindly informed you earlier, you fool. My brother. He must be frantic right now, huh? I don't know. But he should have realized you were missing. I couldn't voice my questions. My mind swirled with a myriad of whys, but merely breathing felt like an exhausting endeavor. After you called, I rushed back immediately, you know? I saw you desperately trying to make a rope out of the bedsheets, sliding down while crying. I witnessed it all. My chaotic thoughts struggled to comprehend his words. Watched. What does that mean? Where is he? Yes. I didn't say you couldn't leave the room, nor am I angry. Not angry. The room being in disarray doesn't matter. He said, feel free. I became increasingly perplexed, yet I did feel a glimmer of hope. If I expressed a desire to go home, would he allow me to return? Well. I told you to keep an eye on her, and you couldn't even manage that. It's this guy's fault. Well, I never intended for her to live anyway. This person, who was so nonchalantly contemplating my demise, had seemingly spared me. My mind buzzed, struggling to process. I knew I could not trust this individual, yet. Quickly return to your room. Mr. Gojo, I want to go home. Yaru. He smiled broadly, gripping my plastered arm. Though he merely applied gentle pressure, combined with the earlier impact, my arm trembled uncontrollably. It hurts. No. The so-called freedom he spoke of was confined solely to this hotel. Furthermore, I could only leave the room on his terms. There were curfews. Mr. Gojo, it hurts. Even if you break the rules, there will be no punishment, not for you. He released my arm, casually hoisting me up and carrying me away. Overwhelmed by fear and pain, I could only sob helplessly as he disregarded me. After a moment, he slowly set me down on my feet. Take a good look. When I turned back, a blood-soaked corridor unfolded before me. The acrid scent of rust filled the air. The horrific scene that would have greeted me had I descended the stairs just moments ago spread out before me. The images from that day of the study trip surged forth. Strangers, friends, teachers, all slain by this person. If you dare to breach our agreement, it will simply result in someone from a certain place becoming a corpse. I will bring him before you and kill him, he said, revealing his blue eyes. Even while committing such acts, his eyes sparkled, reminiscent of a clear sky. Yet undeniably, the motive behind this murderer's saving me was not rooted in benevolence. I involuntarily began to apologize, to him, to my brother, to anyone. In response, he impatiently remarked, see, I'm not angry. Your very attitude of assuming it's obvious is rather strange. It's my fault. Although I cannot pinpoint the exact nature of it. I had never considered the possibility that my brother, even if he did not become a curse practitioner, could have other paths. It was my oversight. I recalled his words, stating that tasks invariably fell upon his shoulders. My intent was merely to spare him the burden of exhaustion. Yet, such intentions merely shifted the weight onto others. All of this is my fault. Mr. Satoru finally addressed me, standing there in tears, exclaiming that he was at a loss for what to do with me, before lifting me in a horizontal embrace. Here, take this painkiller and stop crying, if you please. Is it terrifying, or is it gentle? Only now do I notice that his clothing is stained with blood,